Adam was different. He was no longer just a body, he was aware. He had the potential to surpass them, to challenge them. And so, the Archons did what all tyrants do when they fear losing control. They imposed limits. They chained Adam inside the illusion of the material world, drowned him in ignorance, and tried to keep him obedient. They surrounded him with lies, rules, and fear. They knew that if Adam had this spark of the divine, others could too. They needed a way to further control him, to divide and weaken the potential of humanity before it could ever rise against them. And so they created Eve. But this is where their plan backfired. Eve wasn't just another lifeless body. She was different. We were. The Archons reacted with violence.
African American migration was one of the most.
If there's a Black American dream, it's to have the freedom to dream.
That decision to migrate, if that's not
on an incredible journey across the globe, exploring some of the most legendary and terrifying creatures from every corner of the earth. From the fiery Chinese dragons to the haunting La Llorona, these mythical beings have fascinated cultures for centuries. Join us as we uncover their origins, powers, and the chilling stories that continue to us. Whether you're a mythology enthusiast or a lover of the supernatural, you're in for an adventure. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell for more mythical tales. The kitsune is one of the most revered and enigmatic creatures in Japanese mythology. In the simplest terms, the kitsune is a fox spirit, but its role in Japanese culture and folklore is far more complex and multifaceted. The word kitsune comes from the Japanese word for fox, but it also carries connotations of intelligence, magic, and spiritual significance. Foxes have long been seen as creatures of mystery, and they are deeply in Shintoism, Japan's indigenous spirituality. In Shinto beliefs, foxes are often seen as messengers of Inari, the deity associated with rice, fertility, agriculture, and prosperity. Inari shrines, which can be found throughout Japan, frequently feature statues of foxes, their faces turned upward in a pose of vigilance. These foxes, or Inari's messengers, are said to possess great powers, including the ability to shapeshift, control elements, and communicate with both humans and the divine. Historically, foxes were believed to be able to transcend the boundaries of the natural and supernatural worlds, a belief that is reflected in the portrayal of kitsune mythology. They embody both the mysterious and the sacred aspects of nature, making them complex figures that walk the line between friend and foe, benefactor and trickster. Kitsune powers and abilities. The kitsune's most notable trait is its shape-shifting ability. According to legend, a kitsune can take the form of a beautiful woman, and in many tales, the kitsune's human form is that of a woman with long, flowing hair and strikingly seductive qualities. It is this ability to transform into a human that makes the kitsune such a captivating and ambiguous figure in Japanese folklore. Often, the transformation is said to occur when the kitsune reaches a certain age or level of spiritual enlightenment, typically around 100 years, when it gains the power to transform into a human. This power is not limited to physical form. The kitsune also has control over fire and lightning, which makes it an incredibly powerful supernatural being. In some stories, the kitsune is depicted as being capable of summoning fire with a simple flick of its tail, or even manipulating the weather, causing storms or sunshine at will. In some parts of Japan, it is believed that the kitsune is connected to the Yako, wild foxes, and Zenko, good foxes, and their different powers and personalities reflect their spiritual alignment with either benevolent or mischievous behaviors. Beyond their shape-shifting and elemental abilities, kitsune are also said to possess immense intelligence. They are known to outwit their enemies and some legends even suggest that they have the ability
That's
to
delicious.
read human thoughts.
That's
This
delicious.
remarkable intelligence, coupled with their shape-shifting skills, makes them one of the most fascinating and unpredictable mythical beings in Japanese culture. Types of kitsune: benevolent and malevolent. In Japanese folklore, there are two main categories of kitsune: the Zenko and the Yako. Zenko, benevolent foxes. Zenko, or good foxes, are those that are closely associated with Inari and are regarded as protective, wise, and helpful. These foxes are generally considered to be agents of good fortune. Zenko kitsune are believed to protect their human allies from harm, often by warding off evil spirits or misfortune. They are also seen as divine beings, bringing blessings to those who revere Inari or show kindness to foxes. In some regions, people leave offerings of food, particularly rice, at fox statues to gain favor with these benevolent spirits. In many myths, Zenko kitsune are depicted as loyal companions to humans. Their transformations into human form are often to aid a person in need, often with a touch of divine intervention. A Zenko may become a wife, lover, or trusted advisor to a human, offering guidance in times of trouble. Yako, malevolent foxes, as mischievous tricksters, and at other times as malevolent spirits. Unlike the Zenko, Yako kitsune are not inherently protective or benevolent, and their motivations are often based on their own personal desires or grudge. In folklore, they may cause illness, misfortune, or even death, especially when angered or provoked. The Yako kitsune's main feature is its trickery. These foxes often cause chaos in the lives of humans, leading them astray, causing confusion, and even stealing people's hearts. In some legends, a Yako will possess a human to wreak havoc in their life, and the unfortunate victim may not even realize they are being controlled. Section. Famous kitsune legends. Throughout Japan's rich cultural history, many legendary kitsune stories have captured the imagination of people. Here are some of the most well-known. Tamamonome, the Fox Woman. One of the most famous kitsune legends is the tale of Tamamonome, a woman who served as a beautiful and loyal courtesan in the imperial palace. She was favored by the emperor, and her wisdom and charm earned her a high position in the court. However, after a series of strange events, the emperor discovered that she was actually a kitsune in disguise. Upon being confronted, Tamamonome reverted to her fox form and fled. The emperor, in his anger, had her hunted down and killed. This tragic story symbolizes the duality of the kitsune, as it reflects both the allure and the danger of these shape-shifting creatures. The White Fox of Shinoda. Another popular story involves the White Fox of Shinoda, a tale of love and betrayal. In this legend, a young man saves a fox from a trap, only to later discover that the fox has transformed into a beautiful woman. They fall in love and marry, but the fox woman's true identity is eventually revealed, leading to a tragic end. The story of the White Fox highlights themes of love, deception, and the blurred lines between the supernatural and the human world. Kuzunoha, the Fox Bride. A famous and more heartwarming tale is the legend of Kuzunoha, a kitsune who falls in love with a man after he rescues her. She transforms into a woman and marries him, but over time, her true nature begins to surface. She is forced to reveal her kitsune identity, but before she leaves him forever, she leaves behind a magical plant that serves as a reminder of their love. Kuzunoha's story emphasizes the themes of love and sacrifice, with a bittersweet ending that reflects the transient nature of life. Kitsune in modern culture. Today, the kitsune continues to play a prominent role in modern Japanese culture, both in traditional practices and contemporary media. Foxes are still associated with Inari shrines, where visitors leave offerings to earn the kitsune's favor. In addition, The kitsune's popularity has extended beyond folklore into pop culture, where it appears in anime, manga, films, and video games. Characters inspired by the kitsune, such as those seen in popular works like Naruto, the Nine-Tailed Fox, and the anime series Monogatari, have brought the kitsune myth into the global spotlight. In many of these modern depictions, the kitsune remains a figure of mystery and allure, often portrayed as a trickster or a protector, retaining the same duality of characteristics that have made it a fascinating figure throughout history. The eternal fox spirit. The kitsune is one of the most complex and enduring mythical creatures in Japanese folklore. It embodies the mystical and dualistic nature of the supernatural world, simultaneously a symbol of wisdom, protection, and divine power, as well as trickery, misfortune, and danger. Whether as a protector of Inari's followers or as a shape-shifting trickster, the kitsune remains a creature of both beauty and terror, capable of great feats of magic and mischief. The Yet
Oh, you really should make yourself one.
Unbelievable. Nespresso. What else?
referred to as the abominable snowman, is a mysterious and legendary creature said to inhabit the rugged and remote regions of the Himalayas in Nepal, Tibet, Bhutan, and northern India. Known for its purportedly human-like appearance, the Yeti has captivated the imaginations of adventurers, cryptozoologists, and researchers for centuries. While the name Yeti is often associated with the Western world, the creature has been a part of local folklore for centuries, long before it became a topic of interest to the broader public. The term Yeti comes from the Tibetan word Yeti, meaning a man-like wild creature. It is also sometimes referred to by the locals as Mete, meaning man-beast or wild man. In the Sherpa culture, the Yeti is considered to be a spiritual entity or guardian of the mountains, with its presence sometimes attributed to natural phenomena or mystical forces. The first significant reports of the Yeti date back to the 19th century, when European explorers and missionaries began venturing into the Himalayas. However, its roots in local mythology go far deeper, with stories of wild, humanoid creatures roaming the mountains of the Himalayas appearing in ancient texts and oral traditions of the region's indigenous people, including the Sherpas and the Tibetan Buddhists. These cultures viewed the Yeti as both a physical being and a symbolic force of nature, representing the untamable and mystical aspects of mountains. Physical description of the Yeti. The Yeti is typically described as a large, ape-like creature standing between 7 to 10 feet tall. It is said to be covered in thick, white or reddish-brown fur, enabling it to withstand the frigid temperatures of the Himalayan peaks. The creature's face is often depicted as humanoid, with a flat nose, deep-set eyes, and a prominent brow ridge. Some accounts describe it as having long arms and broad shoulders, with hands and feet that resemble those of humans or large primates. In many stories, the Yeti's appearance is likened to that of a giant ape or Bigfoot, though it is distinguished by its ability to survive in extreme cold, unlike other legendary creatures that inhabit more temperate climates. While some describe the Yeti as a terrifying monster, others view it as a more gentle and elusive creature, existing peacefully within the rugged and pristine wilderness of the Himalayas. The Yeti's behavior and characteristics. The Yeti is often described as a reclusive and shy creature, preferring to stay hidden in the remote regions of the mountains, far away from human civilization. Unlike other legendary creatures that are seen as aggressive or hostile, the Yeti is generally portrayed as a solitary being that avoids contact with humans whenever possible. Those who have claimed to encounter it often describe the creature as appearing briefly before retreating back into the dense snow and mist of the mountains. There are reports of Yeti-like footprints found in the snow, often said to resemble a combination of a human foot and a large ape's paw. The footprints are described as wide and deep, sometimes leaving large impressions in the snow or dirt. The presence of such footprints has fueled much speculation and debate about the Yeti's existence, with some suggesting that they belong to an unknown species of giant ape or primate, while others believe they are the work of misidentified animals, such as bears or large mountain goats. In some stories, the Yeti is said to make an eerie, guttural growl or a howling cry, which has been interpreted by some as a warning to intruders. Others claim that the creature communicates through strange sounds or whistles, though no one has definitively recorded any Yeti vocalizations. Famous Yeti sightings. The Yeti has been the subject of numerous reported sightings, although none have been definitively proven. The following are some of the most famous and influential encounters. The 1921 British expedition. One of the earliest and most significant reports of the Yeti came in 1921 when British explorer Lieutenant Colonel Charles Howard Berry. They discovered a series of large, although they did not encounter the creature itself. The discovery of these footprints sparked widespread interest in the Yeti and led to more rumors of its existence. The 1951 Snowman Footprints. In 1951, who would later become famous for being the first to summit Mount Everest, took a series of photographs of large footprints in the snow while exploring the slopes of Mount Everest. These images would go on to become some of the most iconic evidence cited by Yeti enthusiasts. Despite doubts about the authenticity of the footprints, these photographs became a rallying point for those who believed in the Yeti's existence. The 1970s footprint discovery. In the 1970s, reports from trekkers in the Everest region again highlighted sightings of strange footprints. The famous expedition of Peter Byrne, an American investigator, led to another set of footprints being discovered near the Kanchenjunga mountain range in northern Nepal. While these footprints were found to be of a bear or other known animals, the reports continued to fuel speculation about the Yeti's existence. The 2000s and modern claims. In the early 2000s, further claims of Yeti sightings emerged. One of the most famous was the discovery of supposed Yeti hair in Nepal by a group of European researchers. DNA analysis later revealed that the hair samples came from a bear, but the sighting remains part of the ongoing folklore surrounding the creature. Other travelers and researchers claim to have seen the Yeti from a distance or heard its distinctive growls, but no physical evidence has ever been conclusively linked to the creature. Theories and explanations. While the Yeti's existence has never been scientifically proven, various theories have been proposed to explain the creature's origins and sightings. Misidentifications of known animals. One of the most widely accepted explanations for Yeti sightings is that people have misidentified other animals, such as bears, wild goats, or large primates. Bears, particularly the Himalayan brown bear, are known to inhabit the region, and some sightings may be explained by misidentifying these creatures, especially in low visibility conditions. A surviving species of ape. Another theory suggests that the Yeti could be a surviving species of ancient ape, such as the Gigantopithecus, a giant primate that lived in Asia tens of thousands of years ago. While no direct evidence of this ape has been found, the theory suggests that the Yeti could be a relic population of this species, adapted to life in the mountain nations. Some researchers suggest that the Yeti may be events or sightings. The creature may serve as a psychological projection of the dangers of the unknown, embodying the fears of early explorers and indigenous people. In this view, the Yeti serves as a metaphor for the rugged, unexplored wilderness of the Himalayas. Cryptid existence. For cryptozoologists and enthusiasts, the Yeti remains an unexplained enigma. These theorists believe that the Yeti is a cryptid, an undiscovered species that has evaded scientific recognition. They argue that the creature's elusive nature, combined with the lack of concrete evidence, is consistent with the behavior of other cryptids, such as Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster. The Yeti in popular culture. The Yeti has been a fixture in popular culture for decades. It has appeared in numerous books, films, cartoons, and documentaries. The abominable snowman character became famous in Western pop culture, especially after its appearances in movies like The Snowman, 1969, and The Abominable Snowman, 1957. The creature also plays a significant role in animated films such as Monsters Incorporated and The Yeti, the Giant Snowman franchise. Moreover, the Yeti remains a major element in the world of cryptozoology, where it continues to captivate researchers, adventurers, and thrill seekers who hope to uncover the truth behind this elusive mountain legend. The Yeti remains one of the most fascinating and enduring creatures in the annals of cryptozoology. Its mysterious presence in the Himalayas, its association with the rugged and untamed wilderness, and its powerful place in local folklore continue to keep the Yeti firmly entrenched in both cultural and popular imagination. While evidence of its existence remains elusive, the legend of the Yeti persists as a symbol of the unknown, a creature that has yet to be discovered, or perhaps a reminder of the mysteries that still lie hidden in the world's most remote and unexplored corners. Dragons are undoubtedly among the most iconic mythical creatures across the world, transcending cultural boundaries and existing in nearly every civilization folklore. From the fertile valleys of China to the rugged mountains of Europe, dragons have captured the human imagination for centuries. They are creatures of great power, often commanding the forces of nature, holding secrets of ancient wisdom, or acting as symbols of both destruction and protection. Their widespread appearance is no coincidence. The image of the dragon embodies the unknown, an entity that sits at the boundary between the human world and the mysterious realms beyond. The mythology of dragons often mirrors the hopes, and values of the cultures that created them, making them both a representation of danger and a symbol of power, authority, and wisdom. Eastern dragons, benevolent guardians of nature. In Eastern mythology, dragons are not the fearsome, destructive beasts often depicted in Western tales. They are revered creatures symbolizing good fortune, wisdom, and protection. Eastern dragons, particularly those found in China, Japan, and Korea, are often seen as beneficent beings, deeply intertwined with the natural world and human affairs. Chinese dragons, lords of the waters and sky. The Chinese dragon, or Long, is one of the most important mythological figures in Chinese culture. Unlike the Western view of dragons as greedy and destructive, the Chinese dragon is a benevolent force of nature, often associated with water, rainfall, and agricultural abundance. Chinese dragons are typically long, serpentine creatures with scales, and are often depicted with antler-like horns, claws, and a flowing mane. According to Chinese legend, the dragon is a symbol of imperial authority. The emperor of China was often called the son of the dragon, and dragons adorned the imperial robes, throne rooms, and even the Forbidden City in Beijing. The dragon was believed to control the water, essential for the prosperity of the land, and was invoked during ceremonies to ensure good harvests and rains. One of the most famous dragons in Chinese folklore is the azure dragon, Qinglong, one of the four symbols representing the east and the spring season. These dragons were seen as protectors of the natural world, governing rivers, seas, and clouds. In Chinese mythology, dragons are often depicted as wise and benevolent beings that bring balance and harmony to nature. Japanese dragons, shapeshifters and protectors. In Japan, dragons are similarly revered, but also carry elements of mysticism and magic. The Japanese dragon is often associated with water deities and is said to live in rivers, lakes, or seas. Japanese dragons typically have three claws, unlike the Chinese dragon's five, and are serpentine in shape, resembling large snakes. One of the most famous dragon myths in Japan involves the Ryujin, the dragon king of the seas. Ryujin controls the tides and is considered a protector of fishermen and sailors. According to legend, Ryujin lived in a palace beneath the ocean and would rise from the depths to aid those in need. In some stories, he is said to have transformed into a beautiful woman to marry a human prince, illustrating the dragon's shape-shifting abilities. The Japanese dragon also has a strong connection to Shinto mythology. These dragons are often worshipped as gods, and temples dedicated to them are found near bodies of water, especially rivers and lakes. In many stories, dragons of power, wisdom, and protection, helping humans overcome obstacles or guiding them on their journeys. Korean dragons, skybound and celestial. In Korea, dragons are similarly seen as beneficial and are often associated with rain and agricultural prosperity. Korean dragons are believed to reside in the sky or underwater and are said to control the weather. One of the most famous Korean dragon myths involves the Immugi, a serpent-like creature that aspires to become a dragon. According to the legend, only after living 1,000 years can an Immugi transform into a true dragon. Korean dragons are also symbols of royalty and are closely associated with the emperors. Their ability to control natural elements such as wind and rain reflects the harmony between humans and the environment, a central theme in Korean culture. The celestial nature of these dragons further strengthens their connection to the heavens, and they are often depicted as guardians of the natural order. Western dragons, fierce guardians, and destructive beasts. In contrast to their Eastern counterparts, Western dragons are often seen as malevolent and destructive creatures. While the idea of dragons in Western folklore also includes elements of wisdom and grandeur, they are most frequently portrayed as fearsome beasts that hoard treasure and terrorize villages. The Western dragon is often a symbol of chaos and evil, standing in opposition to the forces of good. European dragons, malevolent and terrifying. European dragons as large, fire-breathing creatures with scales and bat-like wings. They are often shown as guarding vast hoards of treasure, most famously in the story of Smaug from J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit. The dragon in Western myths often represents greed, violence, and a general opposition to human society. These creatures typically live in caves, lairs, or desolate places, isolated from the world, but wielding immense power and destruction. One of the most famous dragon legends in Western mythology, the dragon symbolizes the triumph of good, Christianity, over evil, paganism, and the dragon becomes a symbol of the devil and sin. St. George's victory was celebrated as a divine act of courage and faith, marking the dragon as a creature to be overcome. The dragon in Norse mythology. In Norse mythology, dragons also appear as destructive forces. One of the most iconic dragon stories is that of Fafnir, a dwarf who transforms into a dragon after being consumed by greed. Fafnir's dragon horde becomes a central theme in the Volsung saga, where the hero Sigurd or Siegfried must slay the dragon to gain control of its treasure. The tale of Fafnir highlights the association between dragons and the corrupting influence of greed. In this context, dragons often symbolize the darker aspects of human nature, such as avarice and pride. Their defeat is seen as a necessary act for the hero to prove their worth and morality. Dragons as symbols, power, destruction, and transformation. Across cultures, dragons are not just fearsome beasts, but also potent symbols. In the East, dragons often embody harmony with nature, protection, and wisdom, while in the West, they symbolize chaos, destruction, and the struggle between good and evil. However, dragons also serve as a metaphor for transformation. In many myths, heroes must confront and defeat dragons to prove their courage, attain knowledge, or reach enlightenment. The dragon is a gateway, a creature that represents both the physical and spiritual obstacles that must be overcome. In addition to their symbolic roles, dragons often embody human fears and desires. They are feared for their strength and unpredictability, yet revered for their association with power, wisdom, and immortality. The battle with a dragon in mythology is as much about conquering internal struggles as it is about defeating an external threat. The hero's victory often marks a rite of passage, signifying the achievement of maturity, knowledge, or divine favor. The enduring legacy of dragons. Dragons are among the most enduring and universal figures in mythology. From their benevolent role as protectors and wisdom keepers in the East to their fierce, destructive nature in the West, dragons continue to captivate our imagination. They embody both the natural world's power and the human psyche's darker side. Fascination with power, transformation, and the unknown. The Wendigo is one of the most terrifying and tragic creatures in North American folklore, particularly among the Algonquin-speaking tribes such as the Cree, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, and Naskapi. Often described as a malevolent spirit or a terrifying creature, the Wendigo is typically associated with the harsh, cold wilderness of the northern forests, especially in the regions of Canada and the northern United States. The legend of the Wendigo is deeply rooted in the cultural and spiritual beliefs of the indigenous peoples of the northern forests. It represents the extreme dangers of isolation, greed, and the breakdown of social bonds. The Wendigo is often seen as a cautionary tale, a warning about the dangers of succumbing to the extremes of human nature, particularly in times of desperation and starvation. The Wendigo spirit is believed to possess humans, turning them into ravenous, cannibalistic monsters. Some versions of the legend depict the Wendigo as a creature that exists independently in the wilderness, preying on those who venture too far from civilization. In other stories, it is a spirit that possesses individuals, driving them to commit horrific acts of cannibalism and consuming those around them. The Wendigo is also seen as a symbol of human greed and excess, with its insatiable hunger representing a corrupted desire for more, regardless of the consequences. Physical description of the Wendigo. The Wendigo is often described as a figure, towering over humans and covered in decaying, emaciated flesh. Its appearance is one of horrific starvation, as it is said to have an unnaturally thin body, with skin stretched tightly over its bones, giving a skeletal, almost ghostly appearance. Its eyes are typically described as glowing with a feral hunger, and its mouth is often depicted as being wide enough to engulf entire victims, showing sharp teeth and a permanent hunger for human flesh. Height and build. The Wendigo is usually portrayed as being incredibly tall, often described as over 12, towering over human figures and looking down on its prey with a sense of dominance. Its long limbs are said to end in sharp claws, perfect for rending and tearing flesh. Decayed appearance. The creature's body is often depicted as emaciated, with skin stretched over bones or covered in patches of decaying flesh. Its skin is sometimes described as being grayish or pale, adding to its haunting, otherworldly extreme hunger, as if it is perpetually starving. Distorted features. The Wendigo's face is usually described as being inhuman or distorted, with wide, hollow eyes, sharp teeth, and a mouth that is said to be too large to fit its face. Some accounts also mention that the Wendigo can change its appearance, taking on the features of its victims or even mimicking the voices of loved ones in an effort to lure others into its grasp. The Wendigo's behavior and powers. The Wendigo is feared for its insatiable hunger for human flesh. It is believed to consume anyone who comes into contact with it, whether it is stalking them in the woods or possessing them from within. The Wendigo is often described as relentless, never satisfied, and always searching for more victims. This hunger is said to be eternal, with the Wendigo constantly needing to consume more to sustain itself. Once it begins feeding, it can never stop, and it is believed that anyone who falls under its influence is similarly cursed with an insatiable desire to consume human flesh. Cannibalism and possession. In many stories, the Wendigo is believed to possess human beings, often causing them to engage in cannibalism. The most famous version of this tale involves an individual who, in times of extreme starvation, resorts to cannibalism to survive, thus becoming a Wendigo. This person, after consuming human flesh, is said to be overtaken by the Wendigo spirit and transformed into the creature itself. This transformation symbolizes the loss of humanity, as the Wendigo embodies the ultimate moral corruption, an unquenchable hunger that consumes everything in its path. Supernatural powers. In some versions of the legend, the Wendigo is endowed with supernatural abilities. It is often said to be able to travel great distances in a short time, and it is sometimes described as being able to move silently, making it an extremely dangerous predator. In some accounts, the Wendigo is capable of hypnotizing its victims, luring them deeper into the forest or towards its den. It is also said to have the ability to control the weather, summoning storms and cold winds to hinder the efforts of those attempting to escape or hunt it. Famous Wendigo stories. The Wendigo has been a part of Native American mythology for centuries, and its stories have evolved over time. Several famous Wendigo legends continue to be told in indigenous communities, and they often center around one of the most famous Wendigo stories is that of Swift Runner, a Cree man from Alberta, Canada. In the late 1800s, Swift Runner's family became stranded in the winter wilderness, and they faced starvation. Swift Runner, overcome by hunger and desperation, killed and ate his own children. After the event, he was believed to have been possessed by the Wendigo spirit, and the local community hunted him down and executed him for his cannibalism. Swift Runner's story is a chilling example of how the Wendigo legend was used to explain the behavior of those who resorted to cannibalism in times of extreme deprivation. The Wendigo of the Great Lakes. In the regions surrounding the Great Lakes, there are many stories of encounters with Wendigos. One tale tells of a group of travelers who ventured into the deep lakes during the winter. As they grew lost and hungry, one of the group members began to show signs of madness, eventually attacking and eating the others. The Wendigo is said to have possessed them, and the transformation into the monster was witnessed by the remaining survivors, who barely escaped with their lives. This story, like many others, underscores the danger of the Wendigo's influence and the moral consequences of cannibalism. Theories behind the Wendigo legend. While the Wendigo is often regarded as a purely supernatural being, there are several theories that suggest the creature may be based on real phenomena, cultural beliefs, or psychological conditions. Psychological and sociological theories. One of the most widely accepted theories is that the Wendigo legend is a psychological explanation for instances of cannibalism. The story of the Wendigo could be a way for the community to explain how a person could become possessed by an uncontrollable urge to consume human flesh. In some cases, individuals who resorted to cannibalism during times of starvation may have been seen as losing their humanity and becoming Wendigos. This interpretation aligns with the idea of the Wendigo as a representation of human greed and the destruction of social bonds. The role of environmental stress. Another theory suggests that the Wendigo legend may have been a way to explain the extreme environmental stress that indigenous peoples experience during harsh winters. The constant struggle for survival in the northern forests, especially during periods of famine or scarcity, could have given rise to terrifying stories of a creature that preyed on humans, a way of explaining both the fear of the wilderness and the consequences of extreme human actions. Cultural and symbolic explanations. The Wendigo can also be understood symbolically. It represents with greed. The Wendigo embodies the destruction of moral boundaries and the fear that humans may become monsters if they give in to their base instincts. The Wendigo in modern culture. The Wendigo has transcended its origins in Native American mythology and has become a staple in modern horror literature, films, and video games. Its image as a terrifying monster that embodies human greed and the consequences of cannibalism has made it a popular figure in works of fiction. The Wendigo appears in movies such as Ravenous, 1999, and in the TV series Supernatural, where it is often portrayed as a vicious, inhuman creature. In recent years, the Wendigo has been used in cryptozoology discussions, where it is sometimes considered a real, unexplained phenomenon. The Wendigo remains one of the most powerful and chilling figures in North American mythology. Whether viewed as a spirit, a supernatural being, or a symbol of human nature's darker aspects, the Wendigo continues to captivate imaginations and warn against the dangers of unchecked greed, isolation, and desperation. Its legacy is a reminder of the thin line between civilization and the wilderness, and the horrific consequences that await those who succumb to the darkness within.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 25% off with code NEW25, because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
The Nucklavi is one of the most terrifying and grotesque creatures in Scottish folklore, particularly from the Orkney Islands and the Northern Isles of Scotland. Its origins can be traced to Celtic mythology, which is rich in stories about strange and terrifying creatures that embody nature's darker aspects. The Nucklavi is often depicted as a demonic horse or horse-like creature with a rider, and it is most closely associated with the concept of a malevolent force of nature, a symbol of chaos, disease, and destruction. In Scottish mythology, the Nucklavi is considered to be a demonic spirit that resides in the sea and swamps and is often connected to plagues, famine, and natural disasters. While the Nucklavi has been described as a single entity in some stories, it is also sometimes portrayed as a riderless beast that wanders the land, spreading terror wherever it goes. It is one of the most feared creatures in Scottish folklore, and its mythology has persisted through centuries as a warning of the dangers that lurk in the wild, untamed parts of the Scottish landscape. Physical description of the Nucklavi. The Nucklavi is one of the most horrific creatures in folklore, with an appearance that is often described as monstrous, grotesque, and unnatural. The descriptions vary depending on the account, but there are a few consistent features that define the Nucklavi across most stories. The horse and rider. The Nucklavi is usually depicted as a horse-like creature with a human rider, or as a hybrid of horse and rider. The horse's body is described as being enormous, often much larger than a typical horse, and covered with scales instead of fur. The horse's head is usually headless, or in some variations, it has one large, glowing eye in place of a traditional horse's eyes. The creature's mouth is often said to be wide enough to swallow humans whole, adding to its terrifying nature. Its rider, if present, is equally horrifying. A naked, skeletal figure or a demonic rider with an expression of malice and rage. The rider's appearance. The rider of the Nucklavi, when it is depicted as such, is often described as a decayed, skeletal being with distorted features. The rider's body is said to be fleshless, its bones exposed, and is often said to be wrapped in chains or have a body made of blackened skin. In some versions, the rider is also described as a demon or a spirit that is connected to death, disease, and despair, the absence that the creature represents. The Nucklavi's appearance in detail. Other descriptions focus on the Nucklavi's monstrous and horrific features. The horse's hooves are often said to be cloven, resembling those of a devil, and it is sometimes depicted as having sharp claws or claws on its hooves. The Nucklavi is often said to have an intense, fiery gaze, with glowing eyes that burn with rage. The creature's skinless appearance suggests a decayed, disease-ridden form, reflecting its association with death and rot. The frightening stench. In many legends, the Nucklavi is also said to emanate a horrific, foul odor, often described as the smell of decaying flesh or rotting seaweed. This odor is said to be so powerful that it can make people ill or even cause them to faint. The stench is often used to underscore the creature's role as a bringer of death. Breath is poisonous, capable of killing or crippling anyone who is unlucky enough to inhale it. The Nucklavi's powers and behavior. The Nucklavi is not only a terrifying creature in terms of its physical appearance, but it is also believed to possess supernatural powers that make it a deadly force of nature, bringer of disease and plague. One of the most common associations with the Nucklavi is its connection to disease and destruction. According to Scottish legends, the Nucklavi's presence is believed to bring about plagues, famine, and natural disasters. It is said to have the power to poison the water, taint crops, and cause the land to wither and die. The Nucklavi's maleficence is linked to the way it harms the environment around it, leaving desolation in its wake. Control of the weather. In some versions of the legend, the Nucklavi is believed to have the power to control the weather, summoning storms and hurricanes that devastate the land. It is often associated with rainstorms and tempests, as well as the extreme cold and frost that can freeze the land during the winter. Its control over the natural elements, particularly the weather, amplifies its role as a force of destruction capable of ravaging entire communities. Superhuman speed and strength. The Nucklavi is also described as being incredibly fast and strong, able to cover vast distances quickly. Its size and strength allow it to overpower anything in its path, whether it's human, animal, or nature itself. Its incredible speed makes it difficult for its victims to escape once it has set its sights on them. Famous Nucklavi stories and sightings. Despite its terrifying reputation, there are relatively few documented sightings of the Nucklavi. Most of the stories about the creature come from oral traditions passed down through generations in the Orkney Islands and other parts of Scotland. However, some famous accounts have surfaced throughout history that have contributed to its legend. The story of the Nucklavi and the farmer. One famous story involves a farmer who, while tending to his fields, was approached by the Nucklavi. The farmer attempted to flee, but was caught by the demon, who pursued him relentlessly, bringing with it a storm of destruction. The farmer's only chance of survival came when he was able to escape to the safety of a nearby church. According to the tale, the Nucklavi could not cross the threshold of the church due to its connection to the divine. This story underscores the creature's inability to touch those who seek refuge in sacred spaces. The Nucklavi and the sea. Other versions of the Nucklavi story suggest that the creature is connected to the sea, where it is said to dwell during the night, only coming ashore during the dead of winter to feed on the souls of the living. Some stories tell of sightings of the Nucklavi emerging from the sea, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently and fill the air with the smell of rotting flesh. Theories about the Nucklavi's origins. A personification of natural forces. Many scholars believe that the Nucklavi is a personification of the destructive forces of nature, particularly the storms, droughts, and plagues that were common in medieval Scotland. The Nucklavi could represent the fury of the natural world, a warning of the dangers that lie beyond human control. The horse itself may symbolize the wild and untamed forces of nature, while the rider represents the chaotic and unpredictable nature of the universe. Psychological and sociological explanations. Another theory suggests that the Nucklavi may have emerged as a way for communities to explain the devastating effects of famine and disease. The creature's association with illness and death may reflect the fears of these rural communities during times of hardship. The Nucklavi could thus serve as a metaphor for the societal breakdown that can occur when resources are scarce and desperation sets in. A fossilized memory of prehistoric creatures. Some cryptozoologists have suggested that the Nucklavi could be based on the remains of prehistoric creatures, perhaps marine reptiles or ancient sea creatures whose bones and fossils were discovered by early humans. The monstrous size and features of the Nucklavi could be inspired by such fossils, with the creature's myth growing out of these early encounters with unknown and frightening skeletal remains. The Nucklavi in modern culture. In modern times, the Nucklavi continues to feature prominently in Scottish folklore, appearing in books, television series, and films. Its terrifying appearance and association with death and disease make it a compelling figure in the world of horror fiction. The Nucklavi also appears in cryptozoological circles, where it is studied as a part of the broader tradition of mysterious creatures from folklore. The chupacabra, meaning goat sucker in Spanish, is a mythical creature from Latin American folklore, most famously associated with Puerto Rico. It is known for its terrifying reputation as a blood-sucking predator, particularly of livestock such as goats, sheep, and chickens. While the chupacabra is primarily known in Latin America, its legend has spread across the Americas, with sightings and stories emerging in Mexico, the southern United States, and even as far as the Philippines. The first reported encounter with the chupacabra occurred in Puerto Rico in 1995, when a series of livestock killings shocked the local population. Farmers discovered their animals had been drained of blood, with strange puncture wounds on their bodies. The mysterious nature of the killings and the complete lack of blood led to widespread speculation. Eyewitnesses began describing a strange creature, one that did not resemble any known animal, which they believed was responsible for the deaths. This marked the beginning of the chupacabra myth, which would grow into one of the most famous in modern times. Descriptions of the chupacabra. The chupacabra's appearance has been described in various ways, depending on the region and the witness. However, some common characteristics have emerged that help define the creature across the numerous accounts. Reptilian and alien-like features. In many early reports from Puerto Rico, the chupacabra was described as a reptilian creature with scaly skin, spines along its back, and eyes. Witnesses said it was roughly 3 to 4 feet tall, with sharp claws and teeth designed for sucking blood. Some descriptions even include wings, giving the creature a bat-like appearance. This reptilian form, along with the glowing eyes, has contributed to theories that the chupacabra could be an alien or a creature from another dimension, further adding to the mystery. Canine-like and dog-like appearance. As the chupacabra legend spread, descriptions began to vary. In certain regions, especially in Mexico and the southern United States, the creature began to be depicted more like a wild dog or coyote, with a hairless body, elongated limbs, and sharp fangs. These versions of the chupacabra are often associated with canid characteristics, which could explain the sightings of animals that looked like mangy dogs. The hairless, emaciated appearance of these creatures led many to speculate that they were victims of disease, such as mange, rather than a new species altogether. In both versions, the most consistent element is the chupacabra's ability to drain the blood of its victims, often leaving only a small puncture wound on the body, which would become a hallmark feature of the beast's hunting style. The attacks. Unexplained deaths of livestock. The most chilling aspect of the chupacabra myth is its blood-draining behavior. The creature is said to hunt livestock, particularly goats, chickens, and other farm animals, draining them of their blood. The wounds found on the animals often suggest a precise and controlled attack, with puncture marks on the neck or chest. The blood is often completely drained, leading many to speculate about the creature's method of feeding. Puerto Rican attacks. 1995. The first wave of chupacabra attacks occurred in Puerto Rico in 1995, with reports of numerous animals being found dead under suspicious circumstances. The pattern of the killings, animals drained of blood and left with small puncture marks, became a consistent feature of the attacks. The media quickly picked up on these events, and the legend of the chupacabra was born. As reports spread, the chupacabra's reputation grew, and new sightings began to emerge throughout Puerto Rico. Other Latin American sightings. The chupacabra legend quickly spread beyond Puerto Rico to other parts of Latin America. In Mexico, Chile, and Brazil, reports surfaced of similar animal killings, with livestock found with strange puncture marks and drained of blood. Many of these incidents were initially dismissed as the work of predators, but the mysterious nature of the attacks continued to baffle authorities. Southern United States. By the late 1990s and early 2000s, the chupacabra myth had spread to the southern United States, especially Texas, where sightings of strange, dog-like creatures led people to suspect that the chupacabra had migrated north. Farmers and ranchers in rural areas began to report dead animals with puncture marks, similar to the earlier Puerto Rican cases. However, these reports were often dismissed as the work of wild dogs or other known predators. The sightings in the United States have been attributed to various causes, including mangy coyotes or dogs with rabies, which can exhibit unusual behavior and hair loss. Despite this, many people still believe in the existence of the chupacabra, especially in areas where animal deaths remain unexplained. Theories about the chupacabra. The chupacabra's rise to fame has led to a wide variety of theories about its origin and nature. These range from scientific explanations to supernatural and extraterrestrial ideas. Cryptid and new species theory. Some cryptozoologists believe that the chupacabra could be a previously undiscovered species. This theory suggests that the creature could be a type of reptilian or mammalian animal, has evaded detection by modern science. However, there is no definitive evidence of such a creature, and many of the descriptions of the chupacabra seem inconsistent with known animals. As a result, this theory remains speculative. Mange and disease theory. A more common explanation is that many of the sightings of the chupacabra are simply cases of animals with mange, a skin disease caused by parasitic mites. Mange causes hair loss, and animals affected by it often appear emaciated and have abnormal behavior. Coyotes, dogs, and other wild animals with mange could easily be mistaken for chupacabras, especially given the similarity in appearance and behavior. In areas where the chupacabra is reported, the mange theory has been widely accepted by authorities, although it does not explain the blood-draining aspect of the attacks. Alien or supernatural theory. A more sensational theory suggests that the chupacabra could be an extraterrestrial or supernatural entity. Some believe that the creature is a type of alien being capable of shape-shifting and feeding on the life force of animals. Others suggest that the chupacabra is a demon or spirit sent to terrorize humans and livestock as part of a larger supernatural scheme. These theories have been popularized by UFO enthusiasts and paranormal investigators, though they are largely speculative and lack scientific evidence. The cultural impact of the chupacabra. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the chupacabra has had a significant cultural impact, especially in Latin America. It has become a symbol of fear, mystery, and the unknown, with countless reports, sightings, and stories further cementing its place in popular culture. In addition to its role in folklore and media, the chupacabra has become a subject of fascination and controversy in the scientific community. Cryptozoologists continue to investigate reports and evidence of the creature, while skeptics dismiss it as a modern myth based on misidentifications and exaggerations. The enduring mystery of the chupacabra. The chupacabra remains one of the most mysterious and widely discussed creatures in modern folklore. Its blood-draining attacks on livestock, its strange and often contradictory descriptions, and the many theories surrounding its origins continue to captivate the imagination. While some believe it to be a real cryptid, others dismiss it as a legend born from fear and misidentification. Whatever the truth may be, the chupacabra is a testament to the power of folklore and the human desire to explain the unexplainable. Whether as a creature of the night, a product of disease, or an alien predator, the chupacabra's legacy as a modern myth remains firmly intact, leaving its terrifying mark on the cultural consciousness of the Americas and beyond. The bunyip is one of the most feared and mysterious creatures in Australian Aboriginal folklore. Its name, derived from the word bunyip in the Wemba Wemba language, a language of the Kori people, translates to devil or evil spirit. Descriptions of the creature vary, but it is typically associated with swamps, creeks, rivers, and other bodies of water throughout Australia. The bunyip holds an important place in Aboriginal mythology, where it is often depicted as a terrifying beast that preys on those who venture too close to the water. The bunyip's significance goes beyond just being a fearsome monster. It is also a symbol of the dangers that lie in the natural world. Aboriginal people, particularly those in the southeastern regions of Australia, would tell stories of the bunyip to warn children to stay away from waterholes and swamps where they were believed to lurk. These legends were passed down for generations, and the bunyip became a cautionary tale about respecting the natural world and its hidden dangers. Aboriginal Australians believed that the bunyip was a spirit of the water, connected to the Dreamtime, the mythological time of creation in Aboriginal culture. The Dreamtime stories explain how the world and its creatures came into being, with each region's stories about the bunyip varying according to local customs and beliefs. While the bunyip's role in mythology is largely negative, there are also descriptions of the bunyip. The bunyip's appearance is one of the most intriguing aspects of its myth. Over the years, various descriptions of the creature have emerged, ranging from terrifying beasts to more mystical and elusive entities. The creature is primarily associated with water, and its physical features are said to reflect its environment. A large, amphibious beast. In many early Aboriginal descriptions, the bunyip is said to have the body of a large, water-dwelling creature. Its most common features include a thick, seal-like body, a massive head, and long claws. It is often depicted as having the face of a dog or a large, reptilian mouth. Some accounts also describe it with a mane or with a large, terrifying set of teeth, while others mention a tail, giving it the appearance of a hybrid creature. The creature's size is said to be formidable, and it is sometimes portrayed as large enough to drag a person underwater. A water monster with a horrible cry. One of the most chilling aspects of the bunyip is its roar. Many Aboriginal legends emphasize the sound of the bunyip's cry, which is said to be loud, mournful, and bone-chilling. It is often described as a terrifying sound that reverberates through the night, making it a creature that is heard before it is seen. The sound of the bunyip's call is said to echo across the water, warning people of its presence or serving as a signal to those who venture too close to its domain. A hybrid creature. As the legend of the bunyip spread across Australia, European settlers began to encounter indigenous stories and were intrigued by the creature. Descriptions from these early settlers often depicted the bunyip as a mix of several animals, with some accounts describing it as a large reptile, others as a giant bird, and still others as a massive frog or lizard-like creature. This hybrid nature further blurred the line between myth and reality and fueled the mystery of the creature's existence. Famous bunyip sightings and encounters. Over the centuries, numerous sightings and reports of the bunyip have been made, with some particularly well-known incidents occurring during the 19th century. While there is no definitive evidence of the bunyip's existence, these accounts have become a part of Australian folklore, continuing to fuel the creature's legacy. The 1840s sightings. In the 1840s, European settlers in Australia began reporting strange sightings of large, fearsome creatures in the swamps and rivers of the southeastern regions. One of the most famous incidents took place near Lake Bathurst, where a number of people claimed to have seen a large, amphibious creature resembling the bunyip. Accounts from this time described the creature as having a terrible cry and a large, crocodile-like body. Some settlers also claimed to have found large footprints near the water, further contributing to the mystery of the creature. The bunyip of Lake Alexandrina. Another famous bunyip sighting occurred in the 19th century near Lake Alexandrina in South Australia. In this instance, a large animal was said to have been seen swimming in water, with its body resembling that of a hippopotamus or a large seal. The creature was said to have a terrifying cry, and its size was reported as being far too large for any known local animal. The reports from this sighting were taken seriously by local authorities, and a number of investigations were conducted to uncover the mystery of the bunyip's existence. The 1960s and 1970s sightings. The bunyip legend continued into the 20th century, with occasional sightings reported in rural areas of Australia. One notable account came from the 1960s, when a local farmer near the Murray River claimed to have seen a strange creature with a loud, bellowing cry. The farmer described the creature as being as large as a small elephant and said it had a long, snake-like body. Although no concrete evidence was found to support these claims, they were enough to keep the legend alive in the minds of those living in the Australian outback. Theories about the bunyip's origins. As with many cryptids, there are various theories about the bunyip's origins. Some believe that the creature may be based on actual animals that were once native to Australia, while others think it is purely a product of folklore and imagination. Prehistoric animals. One theory suggests that the bunyip may be based on prehistoric creatures that once roamed Australia. Some researchers have speculated that the bunyip is a remnant of ancient megafauna, large creatures that lived in Australia tens of thousands of years ago before becoming extinct. For example, some have proposed that the bunyip's description could be based on the now extinct Diprotodon, a giant wombat-like creature, or even the Megalania, a large predatory lizard. Misidentification of known animals. Another possibility is that the bunyip is a misidentification of known animals. Some of the reports of bunyip sightings may have been caused by animals such as large crocodiles, seals, or even unfamiliar species of birds. The bunyip's reported appearance as a large, amphibious creature could easily be attributed to the misidentification of a creature like a large eel or a river dolphin. The role of folklore and storytelling. It is also possible that the bunyip is simply a product of Aboriginal storytelling, a creature designed to instill fear and respect for the natural world. Many cultures have similar creatures in their folklore, and the bunyip could be part of a larger global tradition of using mythical beings to warn against danger. Its connection to water and the unknown makes it a natural symbol of the mystery and potential danger that lies hidden beneath the surface. The bunyip in modern culture. Despite the lack of physical evidence, the bunyip continues to be a powerful symbol in Australian culture. It is often depicted in literature, films, and artworks as a fearsome creature, and its myth remains an important part of Australian heritage. The bunyip also appears in modern-day stories, documentaries, and even on tourism brochures, where it is used as a symbol of Australia's untamed wilderness. In addition, the bunyip has made its way into popular culture, appearing in comics, movies, and even video games. The bunyip's mysterious nature and association with water have made it a compelling subject for creators interested in drawing on Australia's rich folklore. The bunyip remains one of Australia's most fascinating and enduring myths. Its eerie appearance, fearsome cry, and connection to the water have made it a creature that continues to capture the imagination. Whether it is an ancient spirit, a cryptid, or a cultural invention designed to explain the dangers of the natural world, the bunyip has left a lasting impression on Australian folklore. Today, the bunyip is a symbol of the deep, unexplored mysteries of the Australian outback. It serves as a reminder of the power of mythology to reflect human fears, values, and respect for nature. Whether the bunyip exists or is merely a tale told by the campfires of the past, its place in the cultural landscape of Australia remains as strong as ever. The Mokumbembe is one of the most famous and mysterious cryptids, often described as a living dinosaur that inhabits the Congo River Basin in Central Africa. The Gala language, which hints at the creature's massive size and its powerful presence in the water, is often likened to a sauropod, a type of long-necked, herbivorous dinosaur that roamed the Earth millions of years ago during the Mesozoic era. Despite the fact that scientists have widely accepted the extinction of dinosaurs millions of years ago, stories and sightings of the Mokumbembe have persisted for centuries among the indigenous peoples of the Congo region, with various reports of encounters with a large, unknown creature resembling a dinosaur. The idea of a living dinosaur surviving in the remote jungles of Africa is a compelling one and has intrigued explorers, cryptozoologists, and adventurers for decades. The earliest accounts of the Mokumbembe's existence date back to 16th century Portuguese explorers who described the creature in their journals. However, it wasn't until the 20th century, when Western explorers began to investigate the Congo, that the Mokumbembe truly captured the public's imagination. Descriptions of the Mokumbembe. The Mokumbembe is most often described as a massive creature, with characteristics similar to those of long extinct dinosaurs, especially sauropods like Apatosaurus or Brachiosaurus. The general descriptions of the Mokumbembe have remained remarkably consistent, with a few variations depending on the specific encounter. Appearance and size. The creature is said to be a large, quadrupedal animal that measures between 15 to 30 feet in length. Its body is described as reptilian, with a long, snake-like neck and a tail that is often compared to that of a crocodile or a dinosaur. The Mokumbembe's skin is reported to be smooth, and some accounts describe it as a dark gray or brown color, blending with the waters of its habitat. Its head is often described as small in proportion to its body, with a long snout and possibly horns or spikes. The creature's eyes are said to be large and reddish or brown, and is often depicted as having a serene and calm demeanor, despite its intimidating size. Habitat and behavior. The Mokumbembe is primarily associated with swamps, rivers, and lakes in the Congo River Basin, where it is believed to live a solitary life. It is said to spend much of its time submerged in the water, only emerging occasionally to feed on vegetation. Its diet is thought to consist mainly of aquatic plants, which it may access by using its long neck to forage in deep waters. The creature's movements are described as slow and deliberate, but powerful. Many reports suggest that the Mokumbembe can move swiftly when necessary, especially in the water. It is often said to have the ability to create large waves in the water as it swims, indicating its immense size and strength. Sound and communication. Some reports indicate that the Mokumbembe may produce low, rumbling sounds or growls, which are heard by locals when the creature is nearby. However, the creature's communication methods remain largely speculative, as it is rarely seen up close. The sound of its movements in the water may be its most distinctive feature, with some locals describing the noise of the Mokumbembe as something akin to a giant tree falling or the sound of disturbing large amounts of water. Famous sightings of the Mokumbembe. The first well-documented account of the Mokumbembe came in the early 20th century during expeditions to the Congo region. Over the years, multiple explorers and researchers have returned with accounts of strange creatures that seem to fit the descriptions of the Mokumbembe. The 1776 account of Father Lemoyne. In 1776, a French missionary named Father Lemoyne reported encountering a large reptilian creature in the Congo River basin. According to his account, he saw a creature with a long neck and tail moving through the water. Lemoyne described it as similar to the ancient sauropods, which he had learned about through his studies. Though his report is considered one of the first written accounts, it remained largely overlooked in the context of the greater European exploration of Africa. The 1980s expeditions. In the 1980s, a series of expeditions led by scientists, cryptozoologists, and explorers reignited interest in Mokumbembe. One of the most notable of these was led by Marcelin Agnagna, a local researcher from the Central African Republic. Agnagna and his team traveled deep into the Congo jungles, where they received first-hand accounts from indigenous tribes of sightings of large, unknown creatures with reptilian features. Agnagna's team found proof. The 2000s and recent sightings. In recent years, sightings of the Mokumbembe have continued to surface, particularly from locals living near Lake Tella in the Republic of the Congo. In 2005, a researcher named Michael Brown traveled to the Congo and reported that he was shown evidence of a creature fitting the Mokumbembe description. According to Brown's report, he found large tracks near a waterway, though further evidence of the creature's existence remained elusive. Theories behind the Mokumbembe's existence. Despite the many sightings and reports, the existence of the Mokumbembe remains a mystery, with several competing theories attempting to explain the creature. A surviving dinosaur. The most popular theory surrounding the Mokumbembe is that it is a living dinosaur, one of the few remaining examples of the ancient sauropods that once roamed the earth. According to this theory, the creature managed to survive in the remote and unexplored jungles of the Congo River basin, where it has remained hidden from modern civilization. Cryptozoologists and some researchers argue that the Mokumbembe is the last of its kind, having adapted to life in isolation and evading discovery by humans for centuries. Misidentified large animals. Another theory suggests that the Mokumbembe is not a dinosaur at all, but rather a misidentified animal. Some believe that the creature could be a giant crocodile, hippopotamus, or even an elephant that has been misidentified by locals or explorers. These large animals, especially in the dense jungles and swamps of Central Africa, may appear to match the descriptions of the Mokumbembe, but their true nature has been misrepresented or misunderstood. Legend and cultural myth. A third theory proposes that the Mokumbembe may be more mythological than physical. According to this theory, the creature is a part of local folklore, a symbolic being that embodies the dangers and mysteries of the jungle. The Mokumbembe, in this view, is not a real creature but a cultural myth used to explain natural phenomena or to caution people against venturing too far into the wilderness. The Mokumbembe in popular culture. The Mokumbembe has captured imagination of people worldwide, not just for its mysterious nature, but also as a symbol of unexplored frontiers and ancient creatures. It has appeared in various forms of media, including documentaries, books, and movies, where it is often portrayed as a last remnant of the prehistoric age. The creature's legend has inspired several adventure stories and fictional portrayals, with writers like Arthur Conan Doyle, creator of Sherlock Holmes, incorporating dinosaur-like creatures into their works. The Mokumbembe has also made appearances in popular cryptozoology documentaries, where researchers continue to search for physical evidence of the creature's existence. The Mokumbembe remains one of the most captivating and enduring cryptids in the world. Whether it is a surviving dinosaur, a misidentified animal, or a symbol of the region's myths and legends, the mystery surrounding this creature continues to intrigue researchers and explorers. The ongoing search for the Mokumbembe combined with the numerous accounts from locals and adventurers, ensures that the legend of the Congo's elusive dinosaur will remain alive for generations to come. The manticore is one of the most terrifying creatures in ancient mythology, originating from Persian folklore but appearing in cultures across the ancient world, including Greece, India, and the Middle East. Its name is derived from the ancient Persian word martikora, meaning man-eater, which perfectly captures the terrifying nature of the creature. The manticore is typically described as a fearsome hybrid creature, combining the features of a lion, a human, and a scorpion, and it became known in the Western world through ancient Greek and Roman writings. The creature was believed to be ruthless, merciless, and capable of preying on human beings. It was seen as a symbol of the ultimate combination of strength, ferocity, and terror. The manticore's legend was used to explain the unexplainable, strange, and horrific tales of beasts that could not be identified by the people of the ancient world. Though it was feared, the manticore also represented the unknown, and it was often depicted as a symbol of the terrifying possibilities that lay beyond the borders of the known world. Historically, the manticore was one of the creatures mentioned by ancient historians and travelers, such as Pliny the Elder and Herodotus, who described it as a deadly predator that roamed the lands of Persia. Over time, as the manticore's image spread through different cultures, it became a part of the wider body of mythological creatures, cementing its place in Western and Eastern traditions. Physical description of the manticore. The manticore is a hybrid beast with the body of a lion, the face of a human, and the tail of a scorpion or a dragon. Its terrifying appearance and characteristics have made it one of the most feared and enigmatic creatures in ancient mythology. The lion's body. The manticore is typically depicted with the body of a lion, symbolizing strength, courage, and dominance. The lion's body is powerful and agile, capable of swift movements and hunting down its prey with ease. Its fur is often described as being golden or reddish, and its muscular build gives it the physicality of a predator that rules its territory. The human face. Perhaps the most unsettling feature of the manticore is its human face. The creature's face is often described as having sharp, malicious eyes, a wide, jagged mouth, and sometimes even sharp teeth. The manticore's face could be that of an angry man, adding an unsettling, almost unnatural dimension to the beast's form. The human-like face has been interpreted in various ways, with some viewing it as a symbol of intelligence or malice, and others seeing it as a reminder that the creature was not just a mindless beast, but also an agent of destruction with cunning and intent. The scorpion's tail. The manticore's tail is one of its most distinctive features, often described as resembling that of a scorpion. The tail is said to be long, flexible, and armed with deadly stingers that could paralyze or kill its prey. Some descriptions even suggest that the tail is capable of shooting poison barbs from a distance, giving the manticore an additional method of attack. In some versions of the legend, the tail is also compared to that of a dragon, capable of releasing fire or venom, making the manticore even more dangerous and unpredictable. Other features. Some descriptions of the manticore also mention wings or sharp claws. While wings are not always present in the traditional depictions, later portrayals of the creature in Western and Eastern cultures sometimes add wings, enhancing its menacing and otherworldly appearance. The wings further contribute to the manticore's status as a creature that exists beyond the boundaries of known reality, a terrifying and supernatural entity. The behavior and powers of the manticore. The manticore was not just a terrifying creature in appearance. It was also feared for its ruthless nature and hunting abilities. In many stories, the manticore is depicted as a man-eater, stalking and devouring humans with ease. Its behavior and powers are often described in terms of its predatory instincts and supernatural abilities. a deadly hunter. The manticore is often portrayed as a relentless predator, capable of tracking claws and powerful body to overpower its victims, and its human face suggests that it is an intelligent, calculating hunter. In some stories, the manticore is said to ambush its prey, using its scorpion-like tail to paralyze or kill from a distance before moving in for final strike. Its human face is a reminder that the creature is not merely an animal, but a monster that has the ability to strategize and kill with cold precision. Venomous tail. The manticore's tail is not only a tool for killing, it is a symbol of the creature's supernatural powers. In many accounts, the tail is described as being capable of poisoning its victims, either through barbed stingers or venomous projections. This ability makes the manticore especially dangerous, as its prey can be taken down from a distance before the beast even approaches. The poison is often described as deadly, capable of paralyzing or killing even the most resilient animals or humans. Supernatural powers. In some versions of the legend, the manticore is imbued with other supernatural abilities, such as shape-shifting or control over fire. Some accounts suggest that the manticore can breathe fire or summon storms, further cementing its status as a creature of great power and danger. These abilities often vary depending on the source, but they all contribute to Manticore's status as a formidable force of nature. Famous Manticore legends and sightings. Although the Manticore is primarily known through ancient myth and historical writings, there are a number of famous stories and sightings that have contributed to its lasting legend. The story of Herodotus. One of the earliest mentions of the Manticore comes from the ancient historian Herodotus, who describes it in his work Histories. According to poisonous spines from its tail. While it is unclear whether Herodotus believed the manticore to be a real creature or simply a fantastical beast based on local legends, his description helped solidify the manticore's place in Western mythology. The manticore in medieval bestiaries. During the Middle Ages, the manticore appeared in several bestiaries, collections of animals and mythical creatures described for both educational and spiritual purposes. In these texts, the manticore was often depicted as a symbol of evil, with its man-eating tendencies and fearsome abilities, making it a fitting representation of the dangers of the unknown world. The manticore's inclusion in medieval bestiaries shows its continued cultural significance in both religious and secular contexts. The manticore in modern culture. The manticore has appeared in various works of modern literature, art, and entertainment. Its fearsome image has inspired fantasy novels, comics, and video games, where it is often portrayed as a monster to be fought or overcome. The manticore's unique combination of lion, human, and scorpion features makes it an enduring symbol of chaos and danger in modern fantasy. Theories and interpretations of the manticore. There are several theories about the origins and meaning of the manticore in both ancient and modern contexts. A symbol of the unknown. The manticore is often seen as a representation of the unknown, a creature from distant lands that was described in fantastical terms because it could not be fully understood by ancient travelers and scholars. It may have been inspired by real animals, such as large lions or tigers, and exaggerated over time to become the terrifying beast described in ancient texts. A metaphor for human nature. Some interpretations suggest that the manticore's combination of human and animal features may serve as a metaphor for the darker sides of human nature, a being that is both intelligent and savage, capable of great cruelty and cunning. Its human face could represent the moral corruption that comes with unchecked desire, while its animal features symbolize the primitive instincts that lurk beneath the surface of civilized society. The loup-garou is a terrifying figure in French-Canadian folklore, representing the French-Canadian version of the werewolf. Rooted in both European werewolf myths and local traditions, the loup-garou has become one of the most enduring and chilling creatures in Québécois culture. Its name, derived from the French words loup, wolf, and garou, a term associated with supernatural transformation, directly translates to werewolf. However, the loup-garou in French Canadian tradition is often seen as more than just a simple beast. It is a symbol of fear, sin, and the battle between good and evil. The loup-garou legend likely originates from European werewolf myths, which spread to French Canada in the 17th and 18th centuries with the arrival of French settlers. These European myths told of humans who could transform into wolves, often as a result of curses, pacts with the devil, or other supernatural influences. Over time, these beliefs merged with indigenous and local traditions to form a distinctly French Canadian version of the creature, which carries unique cultural significance. For the people of Quebec, the loup-garou represents both moral transgression and the fear of the unknown. It is a supernatural being that, much like other werewolves in folklore, serves as a cautionary tale about the consequences of giving in to base desires, indulging in sinful behavior, or straying from religious teachings. Physical description of the loup-garou. The loup-garou is described in various ways, depending on the specific story or region, but there are certain key traits that define the creature in French Canadian folklore. These descriptions combine elements of human and wolf characteristics, creating a terrifying hybrid monster. A human wolf transformation. Like other werewolves, the loup-garou is believed to be a human who transforms into a wolf, usually during the full moon. However, in French Canadian lore, this transformation is often said to be more monstrous than the typical werewolf legends. The loup-garou is typically depicted as having a human body that is covered in fur, with wolf-like features such as sharp claws, elongated teeth, and glowing eyes. The transformation is described as painful and gruesome, with the victim's human form being overtaken by the wolfish appearance. A wolf with a supernatural presence. In some stories, the loup-garou appears as a larger-than-life wolf, much larger than any natural animal. This wolf is often described as having piercing red or yellow eyes that glow in the dark, making it appear even more menacing. Some variations of the loup-garou legend describe it as having a horrific, human-like face, combining the features of a wolf with the twisted expression of a cursed human being. Its howl is said to be chilling, capable of freezing the blood of anyone who hears it. A shape-shifting ability. Unlike many werewolves in European folklore who change into wolves once a month, the loup-garou is sometimes said to have the ability to change shape at will, or whenever it is under the influence of dark forces. This shape-shifting ability often extends beyond simply becoming a wolf, as the loup-garou is believed to have the power to transform into other animals or even a human being, making it an even more dangerous and unpredictable creature. The curse of the loup-garou. How one becomes the beast. The loup-garou is not born, but rather made through a curse or supernatural occurrence. The most common explanations for becoming a loup-garou in French Canadian folklore are tied to sin, pacts with the devil, or violating moral codes. Here are the primary ways one might become a loup-garou. A curse or punishment. The most widely accepted belief is that a person can be cursed or punished for committing an atrocious sin. In some versions, a person becomes a loup-garou after committing murder, incest, or other severe transgressions. The curse is said to force the person to transform into a wolf or wolf-like creature, where they will hunt and kill until their soul is redeemed or the curse is broken. Pact with the devil. Another common origin story involves a deal with the devil. The loup-garou in these tales is someone who has struck a deal with Satan, either for power, wealth, or immortality. In exchange, they are doomed to transform into a monstrous wolf whenever darkness falls, carrying out the bidding of their demonic master. In some versions of the myth, the loup-garou can only be freed from the curse if they are exorcised or if they perform a great act of repentance. A marked person. Some tales tell of individuals who are born with a mark that signifies their future transformation. This mark could be a scar, birthmark, or any unusual physical trait. It is said that these marked individuals will eventually transform into a loup-garou as they approach adulthood or after a traumatic event. The 7-year transformation. One of the more unique aspects of the French-Canadian loup-garou myth is the concept of the 7-year curse. In some stories, a person can become a loup-garou after 7 years of continuous transformation, often after they have committed a sin that warrants punishment. The transformation can last for 7 years at a time, and the person will lose their humanity and become fully wolf-like by the end of the curse period. Famous loup-garou stories and sightings. The Tale of the Father and the Curse. One of the most famous loup-garou stories from French Canada involves a man who becomes a werewolf after violating a religious law. This man is said to have been an unrepentant sinner, committing grave transgressions throughout his life. As punishment, he was cursed to become a loup-garou, and he would transform each night, stalking the woods and preying on animals and humans alike. In some versions, his children are said to witness his transformation and eventually put an end to the curse by performing a ritual or seeking help from a priest. The legend of the loup-garou of Montmorency Falls. Another famous story is that of the loup-garou of Montmorency Falls, near Quebec City. According to local legend, a man who had committed great sins was transformed into a loup-garou and began terrorizing the countryside around the falls. This tale is said to have been passed down for generations and is often cited by locals as an explanation for mysterious animal attacks or deaths near the falls. Some versions of the story claim that the loup-garou was hunted and killed by a group of brave villagers, while others say that the creature was driven back into the wilderness, never to be seen again. The loup-garou in modern culture. The loup-garou legend has had a profound impact on modern horror fiction, particularly in the world of werewolf mythology. The figure of the loup-garou has been adapted in films, books, and television shows, often serving as a template for the portrayal of werewolves in popular culture. French-Canadian tales of the loup-garou have inspired a number of horror stories and cryptid investigations, and the creature's legacy has become intertwined with the broader folklore of werewolves in North America and Europe. The loup-garou is also featured in cryptozoology and paranormal investigations, where it is sometimes considered a real entity. Its strong connection to French-Canadian history and culture ensures that it remains an iconic figure in both modern horror and regional folklore. Theories behind the loup-garou legend. While the loup-garou is primarily seen as a supernatural being in folklore, there are several theories that attempt to explain its origins and significance. Folklorists believe that the loup-garou legend may have originated as a cultural metaphor for guilt and redemption. In French-Canadian communities, where Catholicism has historically been dominant, the loup-garou could represent the consequences of sin and the punishment for immoral behavior. The transformation into a beast may symbolize the loss of humanity that comes with transgressing moral or religious laws. Psychological explanation. Another theory is that the loup-garou myth may have been a way to explain incidents of violent behavior or cannibalism in early settler communities. The loup-garou's transformation into a wolf-like creature could have been used to rationalize episodes of intense aggression or madness during times of extreme stress or famine. Indigenous influence. The loup-garou myth may also have been influenced by Native American legends of shape-shifting and animal spirits. The idea of humans transforming into animals or being cursed by supernatural forces is common in many indigenous cultures, and the blending of these traditions with European werewolf folklore likely contributed to the development of the loup-garou myth. The tengu is one of Japan's most enduring and complex mythical creatures, embodying the intersection of human and animal traits, as well as spirituality and folklore. Traditionally depicted as humanoid beings with bird-like features, the Tengu is deeply embedded in Japanese culture, particularly in the Shinto religion and Buddhist teachings. Its origins can be traced back to ancient Japanese mythology, with influences from both Chinese and Korean folklore, as well as indigenous Japanese beliefs about nature spirits and deities. The Tengu is often associated with the mountains and forests, particularly in the Japanese Alps and other remote regions, where it is believed to dwell in solitude or in small communities. Throughout history, the Tengu has been viewed in various lights, sometimes as malevolent tricksters, sometimes as protectors or sages, and at other times as a symbol of martial prowess. The duality of the Tengu's nature reflects broader themes in Japanese culture, where the balance between good and evil, wisdom and ignorance, is often explored through folklore and mythology. Initially, the Tengu was associated with Shinto spirits and nature gods, representing the dangerous, untamed forces of the wilderness. Over time, with the influence of Buddhism, the Tengu's character evolved, and it became a more complex figure, embodying not just physical power, but also spiritual wisdom, martial skill, and the potential for both great good and great harm. Physical description of the Tengu. The Tengu is typically depicted as a bird-man hybrid, possessing human-like features combined with distinct bird characteristics. The appearance of the Tengu can vary depending on the specific legend or artistic interpretation, but there are common traits that define the creature across most stories. The human-bird hybrid. Most commonly, the Tengu is depicted as having the body of a human, but with the face of a bird, often a red face with a long nose or beak. The size of the Tengu can vary. It is sometimes portrayed as being giant-sized, towering over humans, and at other times, it is shown as a more human-sized being. Its clawed hands and feathers on the back of its head or body are common features, as are large wings, which allow the Tengu to fly and swoop down to attack its prey or protect its territory. The Karasa Tengu and the Konoha Tengu. There are two major types of Tengu: the Karasa Tengu, Crow Tengu, and the Konoha Tengu, Wood Tengu. The Karasa Tengu is the more famous of the two and is typically depicted as a larger, more aggressive creature with black feathers and a crow or raven-like appearance. The Karasa Tengu is often associated with the mountain regions and is known for its trickster-like behavior and martial arts skills. The Konoha Tengu, in contrast, is depicted as having a human body with only a few bird-like features, such as a long nose or red face, with no wings. This type of Tengu is often associated with Buddhist monks or spiritual sages, and is considered a more enlightened figure, representing both wisdom and martial prowess. Distinctive features and symbolism. One of the most distinctive features of the Tengu is its long nose, which can range from slightly elongated to grotesquely extended. The long nose is often seen as a symbol of the Tengu's pride, arrogance, or even spiritual power. It also represents the Tengu's connection to the bird world, particularly the nasal beak of crows and other birds, which is often exaggerated in artistic depictions. The Tengu's red face is another common feature, which symbolizes anger and fiery passion. In some interpretations, the red face is linked to the Tengu's ability to fly and navigate the spiritual realms, as it is considered an ethereal being that can move freely between the earthly and spiritual worlds. The Tengu's behavior and powers. The Tengu is renowned for its supernatural abilities and behavior, which range from the benevolent and wise to the mischievous and malicious. It is considered a master of martial arts, particularly swordsmanship, and is often depicted as a skilled warrior who teaches others or challenges humans in combat. Trickster and mischief maker. In many stories, the Tengu is portrayed as a trickster, known for leading travelers astray, confusing them, and causing general havoc. The Tengu's mischievous side is often linked to its association with mountain spirits and the untamed forces of nature. The Tengu may be hostile toward humans, particularly those who venture too close to its domain in the mountains, or it may simply enjoy playing pranks on unsuspecting visitors. Martial arts master. The Tengu's martial prowess is one of its most renowned qualities. In both Shinto and Buddhist traditions, the Tengu is often regarded as a master of kenjutsu, Japanese swordsmanship, and aerial combat, using its wings and claws in battle. Some stories depict the Tengu as a warrior monk, practicing meditation and physical training to achieve enlightenment. In these tales, the Tengu may serve as a mentor to human warriors, offering guidance in the arts of war or chastising those who abuse their skills. Guardian spirit and protector. Despite its reputation as a trickster, the Tengu is also considered a protector of certain places and people, particularly temples and sacred grounds. In these contexts, the Tengu is seen as a guardian spirit who defends sacred spaces from invaders or intruders, whether human or supernatural. The Tengu's protective role is particularly evident in the Shinto and Buddhist traditions, where it is often invoked as a guardian of the mountains or the patron of martial practitioners. Shape-shifting abilities. The Tengu is sometimes said to possess shape-shifting abilities, allowing it to assume various forms, including those of animals or humans. In some stories, the Tengu takes the form of a beautiful woman to deceive men, or it may transform into a crow or eagle to affect it. Its shape-shifting ability adds to the mystery of the Tengu and contributes to its reputation as a being that is both elusive and unpredictable. Famous Tengu stories and sightings. The Tengu appears in numerous legends and folktales from across Japan, often serving as both a teacher and a test for those who encounter it. The story of Minamoto no Tamatomo. One of the most famous Tengu legends involves the warrior Minamoto Tamatomo, a historical figure from the 12th century. According to legend, Tamatomo was trained by the Tengu to become a master of archery. In some versions of the story, the Tengu tests Tamatomo's abilities by challenging him to a series of feats, ultimately guiding him to become a legendary warrior. The Tengu's mentorship in this story represents its role as a teacher of martial arts and spiritual wisdom. The Tengu and the Monk. Another popular tale features a monk who encounters a Tengu while wandering in the mountains. The Tengu, sensing the monk's spiritual potential, offers to teach him the ways of combat and meditation. However, the monk's ego grows with his newfound skills, and he begins to challenge the Tengu. The story often ends with the monk learning humility, as the Tengu reveals that true wisdom lies in mastering oneself, not defeating others in combat. The Tengu in modern culture. The Tengu remains an important figure in modern Japanese culture, appearing in manga, anime, and video games, where it is often portrayed as a powerful and mysterious being. The Tengu's dual nature as both a protector and a trickster has made it a compelling character in contemporary stories, reflecting the complexity of its role in traditional mythology. In Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples, the Tengu is still considered a sacred being, often depicted in art and statues. It is said that the Tengu's image can be found at places where martial arts are practiced, underscoring its enduring association with warrior culture. La Llorona, or the Weeping Woman, is one of the most iconic and enduring figures in Mexican folklore, with its roots deeply embedded in both pre-Hispanic and colonial traditions. The legend of La Llorona has been passed down through generations and remains a cultural touchstone in Mexico and throughout Latin America. The tale of the Weeping Woman is often told as a tragic ghost story, involving a supernatural figure that is both mournful and vengeful, a spirit who haunts the living with her wails and cries for her lost children. At its core, the story of La Llorona is one of grief, guilt, and punishment. It symbolizes the consequences of reckless actions, abandonment, and loss. The story's power lies not only in the chilling nature of the ghostly figure, but also in the underlying themes of remorse and societal expectations, especially in relation to motherhood and family. Although the specifics of the tale vary regionally, La Llorona is universally seen as a female spirit who lost her children and now wanders the earth, eternally searching for them. Her cries, which are said to echo across rivers and lakes, have become one of the most haunting sounds in folklore, representing the unresolved grief of a mother doomed to wander for eternity. The story of La Llorona, variations of a legend. The legend of La Llorona has many versions, but they all share a few common elements. The central figure is usually a woman who drowns her children, either out of desperation, jealousy, or madness, and is then condemned to a life of eternal wandering and weeping. The classic version of the legend. In the most well-known version of La Llorona's story, she is a woman named Maria who lives in a small village in Mexico. Maria is said to be extremely beautiful, and she catches the attention of a wealthy and handsome man. However, once Maria has two children with him, he becomes distant and eventually leaves her for a younger woman. Heartbroken and enraged, Maria takes a drastic and tragic step. She drowns her two children in a river, intending to exact revenge on her lover by making him suffer the loss of their children. When she realizes what she has done, she is overcome with horror and guilt. Unable to cope with the realization, Maria throws herself into the river as well, hoping to join her children in death. However, instead of dying, Maria's spirit is condemned to wander the earth, forever searching for her lost children. She is doomed to weep for eternity, crying, "Ay, mis hijos, oh my children," as she roams near bodies of water, hoping for a chance to be reunited with them in the afterlife. Regional variations of La Llorona. In different regions of Mexico and Latin America, the story of La Llorona can take on distinct details, but the essential elements, loss, grief, and the haunting cries, remain the same. In some versions, La Llorona is depicted as a beautiful but vengeful woman who drowns her children in a fit of jealousy. In others, she is driven to madness by the abandonment of her lover and the loss of her social standing, which leads her to commit the unthinkable act. In some variations, La Llorona is said to have been wronged by a wealthy man who abandoned her, and in others, she is a woman abandoned by a commoner. The circumstances of her grief and guilt vary, but her eternal punishment remains consistent. Some versions of the story even suggest that La Llorona actively lures children into the water to drown them, as she seeks to replace the children she lost. In these versions, she is portrayed as a more malevolent figure, a warning to children not to wander near rivers or lakes. The appearance and behavior of La Llorona. La Llorona's appearance is typically described as pale, with flowing black hair that obscures her face. Her eyes are often said to be empty, filled with a deep sorrow and an unquenchable sadness. She wears a white gown or shroud, which is soaked and tattered from her constant wandering near water sources. Her appearance is often ghostly, blending into the landscape like a spirit trapped between worlds. Her most defining feature, however, is her cry, a mournful, wailing scream that is said to echo through the night, often near rivers, lakes, or other bodies of water. The sound is described as heart-wrenching, a desperate expression of a mother's grief for her lost children. This cry is so distinctive that it is said to be able to cause fear or panic in anyone who hears it, as it resonates with the listener's deepest emotions. The weeping and wailing of La Llorona are not only a reflection of her guilt, but also an eternal punishment for the crime she committed. La Llorona as a cautionary tale. La Llorona's legend has been used as a cautionary tale for generations, particularly aimed at children. The The story serves as a warning about the dangers of straying too far from home, especially near bodies of water. Parents often use La Llorona as a way to keep their children close, especially at night. The fear of hearing her weeping or wailing has become so deeply ingrained in the collective psyche that it still plays a role in the way children are raised in many parts of Latin America and even in parts of the southern United States with large Mexican communities. In a broader cultural sense, La Llorona can also be seen as a symbol of maternal sacrifice and responsibility. Her punishment, an eternity of suffering and wandering, can be interpreted as a reflection of the ultimate consequences of abandoning one's children or neglecting one's maternal duties. The tragedy of La Llorona reflects a deep cultural reverence for motherhood, and the emotional weight of the legend underscores the importance of family. Some scholars and folklorists have suggested that La Llorona represents more than just a cautionary tale about motherhood or an explanation for unexplained phenomena. Psychologically, La Llorona could be seen as a manifestation of guilt and mental anguish. In a culture where honor, family, and community are highly valued, the figure of La Llorona could represent the mental breakdown and resulting isolation that follows a catastrophic personal tragedy. Furthermore, La Llorona's endless search for her children can be interpreted as a symbol of hopelessness. She is a victim of her own emotions, trapped in an endless cycle of grief. Her fate reflects how, sometimes, personal guilt or trauma can become all consuming, transforming the individual into a shadow of their former self, forever seeking redemption but never finding it. La Llorona in modern culture. La Llorona has evolved into a significant figure in modern popular culture, inspiring films, television shows, books, and other forms of media. Her story has been adapted and reinterpreted numerous times, with various filmmakers and authors exploring different aspects of her legend. Movies and television. In recent years, La Llorona has appeared in a number of horror films, most notably in The Curse of La Llorona, 2019, which is part of the Conjuring universe. In this film, La Llorona is portrayed as a malevolent force that lures children to their deaths, with a storyline that blends elements of traditional folklore with modern horror tropes. Her image as a terrifying, vengeful spirit continues to capture the imagination of audiences worldwide. Literature. La Llorona also appears in modern literature, where she has become a symbol of loss, suffering, and redemption. Her story is often told as a tragic narrative, drawing attention to themes of social isolation, guilt, and spiritual salvation. Cultural festivals. In many parts of Mexico, where she is often portrayed in theatrical performances or processions. Her figure is a reminder of both the cultural importance of motherhood and the dark side of human emotion. And that wraps up our journey through some of the most fascinating and eerie mythical creatures from around the world. We've explored everything from the fire-breathing Chinese dragons to the tragic La Llorona of Mexico, from the terrifying Wendigo lurking in the northern forests to the mysterious, dinosaur-like Mokumbembe hiding in the jungles of Congo. These creatures aren't just figures of myth. They represent something much deeper, drawing on human desires and our connection to the unknown. What makes these stories so captivating is how they have stood the test of time, passed down through generations and across cultures, each version evolving, yet maintaining the core essence that makes them so enduring. Whether they embody natural forces, serve as moral lessons, or explain the unexplainable, these creatures give us a glimpse into the rich, diverse tapestry of human imagination and belief. As we've seen today, myths and legends are a way for cultures to understand and cope with the world around them. For instance, the Tengu of Japan teaches the values of discipline and martial arts, while the Manticore from Persia might have symbolized the dangers of unchecked power and cruelty. La Llorona, with her eternal grief, represents the depths of human sorrow and the haunting consequences of actions driven by anger and regret. Even in today's world, these stories continue to shape our understanding of the world. The Wendigo, for example, is still used as a cautionary tale in certain Native American communities, warning against greed and the loss of one's humanity. Chinese dragons still appear in cultural festivals and celebrations, symbolizing luck, wisdom, and imperial power, while modern adaptations of these creatures appear in books, films, and even video games, proving just how much influence these ancient stories still have in contemporary culture. But as we dive deeper into the world of mythical creatures, we can't help but ask, are these creatures purely fictional, or could there be some grain of truth behind them? The Mokumbembe is still a subject of debate among cryptozoologists and researchers. Could there really be a living dinosaur hidden in the Congo jungle? And the chupacabra? Could the strange deaths of livestock truly be the result of an unknown predator? Or is it just the product of mass hysteria and misidentifications? In the end, mythical creatures aren't just fantastical beings. They are reflections of the cultures and people who create them. They reveal insights into what societies value, what they fear, and the lessons they want to impart. These creatures are as much about the stories themselves as they are about how we interpret them. I hope today's video has sparked your curiosity about fascinating mythology and legendary creatures. From ancient legends to modern-day interpretations, these myths have shaped literature, movies, and even how we view the world around us. And who knows, maybe the next time you venture into the wilderness, you'll be looking out for a tengu perched on a mountaintop, or hear a faint wail in the wind, echoing the sorrow of La Llorona. If you've enjoyed this exploration of mythical creatures, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, share it with friends who also love diving into the world of stories and legends. Comment below which mythical creature intrigued you the most. Do you believe there's any truth behind these legends, or do you think they're just fantastical tales? Let me know your thoughts. And of course, subscribe and hit the bell icon so you never miss out on more exciting adventures into the realms of mythology, history, and the unknown. We'll be back soon with more deep dives into the world's greatest legends. Thank you so much for joining me today on this global exploration of mythical creatures. Until next time, keep your curiosity alive, and remember, sometimes the greatest tales come from the places we least expect. Welcome to today's video on the history of witchcraft symbolism. Have you ever wondered where symbols like the pentagram, the crescent moon, or the broomstick came from? These iconic images have been intertwined with witchcraft for centuries, yet their meanings and uses have evolved drastically over time. In this video, we'll journey through history to uncover the origins of these powerful symbols, exploring how they've shaped magical practices across different cultures. From ancient Egypt and Greece to the witch hunts of the medieval era, symbols were not only used in rituals and spells, but also became powerful tools of both protection and persecution. You might be surprised to learn that the pentagram, often associated with dark magic today, was once seen as a symbol of balance and harmony. Similarly, the crescent moon, a hallmark of modern witchcraft, has deep roots in ancient lunar worship. So, whether you're a witchcraft enthusiast, a history buff, or just curious about the fascinating stories behind these symbols, stick around. By the end of this video, you'll have a deeper understanding of how witchcraft symbols have evolved and why they're still so relevant today. Let's dive in. The history of witchcraft symbolism begins far before modern practices were established, tracing back to the early human attempts to understand the forces of nature and the unseen realms. These ancient beginnings were characterized by a deep connection to the land, the skies, and the powers of life, death, and the supernatural. Early humans used symbols in ways we can barely begin to comprehend, but they were essential for expressing beliefs, protecting themselves from danger, or invoking powers to influence their environment. Prehistoric symbolism, the dawn of rituals and magic. The earliest known examples of witchcraft symbolism come from prehistoric cave paintings and rock carvings, which have been discovered in various parts of the world. These ancient symbols were not simply artistic expressions, but were likely part of rituals meant to invoke spiritual forces or seek protection from danger. In some of the oldest caves, such as those found in Lascaux, France, and Altamira, Spain, depictions of animals like bison, horses, and stags are accompanied by enigmatic symbols, including spirals, concentric circles, and other geometric shapes. These images are thought to have held symbolic meaning, representing power over nature, fertility, and life itself. For prehistoric humans, these symbols would have had magical significance, perhaps to ensure a successful hunt or fertility in animals and crops. Archaeologists believe that some of these early symbols could have been part of shamanistic practices, where individuals entered altered states of consciousness to communicate with spirits. The circle, spiral, and other recurring shapes found in cave paintings are among the oldest symbols still seen today in modern witchcraft, suggesting that the concept of symbolic magic is far older than we often realize. These marks were probably created during ceremonies, often in caves, which were seen as mystical places, entrances to the underworld or spiritual realms. The animals depicted in these artworks were not just prey or companions. They represented more complex ideas tied to spiritual beliefs and magical practices. As humans developed a more sophisticated understanding of the natural world, these symbols began to evolve into more complex forms of communication, eventually becoming tools for spiritual rituals that sought to control or influence the forces of nature. Ancient Egyptian symbols, guardians of the afterlife and divine power. As human civilization began to advance, particularly in Egypt, symbolic representation took on even greater importance. Ancient Egypt is one of the earliest cultures where magic and symbolism played an incredibly prominent role in both daily life and in their spiritual practices. Egyptian hieroglyphs, pictorial characters that formed a complex system of writing, were imbued with magical significance. Certain symbols, such as the Ankh, the Eye of Horus, and the scarab beetle, became highly recognizable and were associated with various deities and divine protection. The Eye of Horus, one of the most famous symbols of ancient Egypt, is a powerful image associated with protection, healing, and royal power. According to Egyptian magically restored by Thoth, the god of wisdom, this mythological story endowed the Eye of Horus with symbolic powers of restoration and protection. It became a common symbol worn by the living to ward off evil and promote good health, and it remains an iconic symbol in modern-day witchcraft, especially for those who practice protective magic. The Ankh, often referred to as the key of life, is another ancient Egyptian symbol that represents immortality and the eternal nature of the soul. Its looped top is thought to represent the sun or the cycle of life, while the vertical line symbolizes the human form. The Ankh was widely used in Egyptian art and architecture and was believed to hold the power to grant eternal life. Its use was not limited to the afterlife. The Ankh was often seen in the hands of gods and pharaohs, signifying their divine rule and access to eternal power. Today, the Ankh remains a symbol of life and spiritual rebirth, often adopted by modern witches and those in neo-pagan circles. Furthermore, the Egyptians placed great importance on protective symbols such as the scarab beetle. In Egyptian mythology, the scarab was linked to the god Khepri, who rolled the sun across the sky each day. Scarabs were often carved into amulets, believed to offer protection from evil and to ensure rebirth after death. The scarab's role as a symbol of regeneration and spiritual protection makes it a precursor to the magical use of amulets and talismans in witchcraft. Mesopotamian symbols, cuneiform, and the roots of magic. As one of the earliest centers of civilization, Mesopotamia also saw the development of a rich system of symbols, many of which have magical connotations. The Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians ward off evil spirits. One of the most important symbols from Mesopotamian culture is the Tree of Life, which was depicted in art and carvings throughout the region. The Tree of Life was seen as a bridge between the heavens and the earth, representing the interconnectedness of all things and the flow of divine energy. This symbol was often associated with the god of wisdom, Ea, Enki, and played a role in rituals connected to fertility, abundance, and protection. The cuneiform writing system, which developed around 3500 BCE, was another way in which Mesopotamians employed symbols for magical and religious purposes. Written spells, incantations, and prayers to gods were often inscribed on clay tablets, many of which used symbols that represented specific gods, divine forces, or elements. These symbols were believed to hold inherent power, and the proper pronunciation or ritualistic use of these symbols was thought to invoke the desired magical effects. Much like the use of modern sigils in contemporary witchcraft, the written word in Mesopotamian culture had the ability to summon spiritual forces or command the attention of deities. Greek and Roman influence, magical symbols, and the power of deities. As we move into the classical world, the Greeks and Romans also had their own distinct and powerful use of symbolism in relation to witchcraft, magic, and spirituality. The pentagram, a symbol that is now commonly associated with modern witchcraft, has roots in ancient Greece. It was used by the Pythagoreans, a group of Greek philosophers and mathematicians who believed the pentagram represented the harmony of the universe. For them, the symbol was a representation of health, balance, and the mystical relationship between the human body and the cosmos. It wasn't until the medieval period that the mystical practices of that time, the Greek goddess Hecate, often considered the goddess of witchcraft, magic, and the moon, is another key figure in ancient symbolism. Hecate was commonly depicted holding a torch, standing at a crossroads, or accompanied by dogs. Her associations with the moon, the night, and the underworld made her a central figure in the magical and witchcraft traditions that flourished in the Greek and Roman worlds. Statues and images of Hecate often feature her with three faces, symbolizing her ability to see the past, present, and future, a concept that would later influence the symbolic use of the triple goddess motif in modern Wicca. Roman culture also adopted many of the symbolic elements of Greek mythology, including the use of symbols like the evil eye, which was believed to have the power to ward off malicious intent and envy. The evil eye has continued to be a symbol of protection across various cultures, including in modern witchcraft and occult traditions. Medieval and Renaissance symbolism. The medieval and Renaissance periods were transformative for witchcraft symbolism. In these eras, magical symbols took on new meanings, shaped by societal shifts, religious persecution, and intellectual curiosity. The symbols that had once been used by ancient civilizations underwent a significant reinterpretation, their meanings altered by religious forces, new intellectual movements, and cultural transformations. The medieval period, with its dark superstitions and witch hunts, contrasted sharply with the intellectual and artistic Renaissance, which sought to rediscover and reimagine the ancient world, including its magical symbols. Medieval witch hunts and symbolism. The medieval period, especially during the height of the witch hunts in the 14th to 17th centuries, marked a significant transformation in the way society viewed witchcraft and its associated symbols. During this time, symbols that had previously been used in spiritual and protective contexts were recontextualized and demonized. As Christianity became more dominant across Europe, There was an intense effort to suppress any form of magic, paganism, or folk belief that contradicted church teachings. This led to widespread fear of witches and their supposed ability to manipulate were perceived. The pentagram, which had once symbolized harmony and balance, particularly in ancient Greece and Egypt, became linked with evil. Christian demonologists and witch hunters twisted the pentagram into a symbol of the devil. They associated the inverted pentagram with Satan, arguing that the 5 points represented the 5 senses and the rejection of divine order. The idea of the mark of the beast arose during this time, and the pentagram, in particular, became viewed as an occult symbol linked to heresy and dark magic. In this climate of fear, witches were accused of signing pacts with the devil, and the witch's mark became an important symbol in witch hunts. The witch's mark was believed to be a physical sign that identified a witch, often thought to be a mark on the skin where the devil had touched them. This mark could take various forms. Sometimes it was a mole, a scar, or even a birthmark. The belief was that witches had to have some physical mark that was a sign of their unholy alliance with dark forces. These marks were often viewed as symbols of an evil transformation, separating the witch from the ordinary population and marking them for persecution. During the medieval witch trials, symbols like crosses, holy water, and church bells were frequently used to combat witches. These religious symbols were thought to have the power to ward off evil and protect the innocent from witchcraft. The cross, in particular, became a powerful counter symbol, representing divine protection and the ultimate authority of the Christian Church. It was wielded by inquisitors and clergy who sought to cleanse the world of witchcraft. Unfortunately, for many women accused of witchcraft during this time, these symbols were not enough to protect them. The very symbols of protection and salvation became tools of accusation and condemnation. Medieval manuscripts and witchcraft symbols. Medieval manuscripts, particularly illuminated texts, provide a rich record of how symbols were used and reinterpreted during this period. The grimoires, or books of magic, that circulated throughout Europe often contained illustrations of symbols believed to have power in the magical and occult realms. These manuscripts, filled with arcane diagrams, magical alphabets, and instructions for rituals, reflected the medieval mind's fascination with the supernatural, as well as the growing fear of its dangers. One of the most famous examples of medieval symbolism is the Key of Solomon, a medieval grimoire that contains various magical symbols, seals, and sigils. These symbols were believed to hold power, and their use was meant to invoke spiritual forces or spirits. These symbols included complex geometric shapes, such as circles and squares, often arranged in specific configurations to call upon different angels, demons, or spirits. The Seal of Solomon, a hexagram made of 2 overlapping triangles, was one of the most prominent symbols in this magical system and is still widely used in modern occult practices. The illuminated manuscripts of the time often depicted witches, sorcerers, and magical symbols in richly decorated borders, showing how intertwined magic and mysticism were in the medieval imagination. Many of these manuscripts were intended for wealthy individuals, including nobles and royalty, who sought knowledge of the magical arts. These texts were written in Latin and often included visual symbols that represented the power of the elements, the planets, and the stars, which were thought to influence human life and events on Earth. Astrology, alchemy, and magic were seen as intertwined, and the symbols used in these manuscripts reflected this holistic view of the universe. The pentagram, a dual meaning. The pentagram, a 5-pointed star, is one of the most iconic and controversial symbols associated with witchcraft. In the medieval period, the pentagram underwent a dramatic transformation in its meaning. Before the witch hunts, it was widely used as a symbol of health, protection, and the elements. The 5 points of the pentagram were associated with the 5 classical elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit, and the symbol was considered to represent balance and harmony. It was even used by early Christians to represent the 5 wounds of Christ. However, during the medieval period, especially in the context of witch hunts, the pentagram took on a darker, more sinister connotation. The inverted pentagram, in particular, became associated with Satanism. This shift in meaning was largely due to the influence of Christian theologians. The downward pointing star was thought to represent the rejection of God and the embraces and the belief that they were in league with the devil. The inverted pentagram became a symbol of the witch, a mark of their allegiance to dark forces. The duality of the pentagram, its association with both good and evil, has persisted through the centuries, and it remains one of the most powerful symbols in modern witchcraft. In contemporary practice, the upright pentagram is often used as a symbol of balance, protection, and the connection between the spiritual and earthly realms. The inverted pentagram, however, continues to be associated with darker magical practices and is often seen in modern occultism, particularly in satanic rituals. Alchemy symbols and Renaissance mysticism. The Renaissance period marked the revival of interest in ancient Greek and Roman knowledge, including mystical and magical symbols. This era saw the emergence of alchemy, the precursor to modern chemistry, and with it, a rich array of symbols. Alchemists sought to transform base metals into gold, but their work was also deeply spiritual, aiming to purify the soul and achieve a mystical union with the divine. Alchemy, like witchcraft, was steeped in symbolism, and many of the symbols used in alchemical texts have remained influential in occult traditions. One of the most important symbols in alchemy is the Ouroboros, a serpent or dragon eating its own tail. This symbol represents the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, as well as the concept of eternal renewal. The Ouroboros is often used in the context of the Philosopher's Stone, the legendary substance that was believed to grant immortality and the ability to transmute metals. The Philosopher's Stone itself was represented by symbols like the hexagram, a 6-pointed star, and the pentagram, each of which had a deep connection to alchemical and magical thought. The alchemists also used symbols for the 4 elements: earth, air, fire, and water, representing the building blocks of the material world. These elements were not only central to alchemy, but were also significant in medieval and Renaissance witchcraft. The idea that the elements could be manipulated to effect change was foundational to both alchemy and magical practices. The sigil of Baphomet, occult associations, and the devil's mark. One of the most famous and controversial symbols in witchcraft and occultism is the sigil of Baphomet, which was adopted by the Church of Satan in the 1960s. The sigil is a complex design featuring a goat's head, an inverted pentagram, and other mystical symbols. While the sigil of Baphomet became associated with Satanism in modern times, its roots can be traced back to the medieval period, where symbols like the pentagram and the goat's head were used to represent the devil. In medieval and Renaissance times, the image of the goat was often associated with the devil, particularly through the figure of Pan, the ancient Greek god of nature, fertility, and the wild. Pan was often depicted as a half-man, half-goat creature, and his image became intertwined with the Christian devil in later centuries. This association was further reinforced by the imagery of the goat's head in magical rituals, which was used as a symbol by Satanists in the 20th century, only deepened its association with the occult. The sigil of Baphomet was popularized by occultists like Eliphas Levi, who was instrumental in shaping modern esoteric thought. The sigil was believed to represent the union of opposites, the celestial and the infernal, the masculine and the feminine, light and dark. For those practicing Satanism and other forms of modern occultism, the sigil became a powerful symbol of personal empowerment, rebellion against traditional religious structures, and the embrace of individual will. Renaissance witchcraft and mystical art. The Renaissance, while a time of intellectual rebirth and scientific discovery, was also a period in which mystical and occult beliefs flourished. Artists of the period, such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Albrecht Dürer, often incorporated esoteric symbols into their works, blending art with mysticism. The symbolism found in Renaissance art was often connected to astrology, alchemy, and other occult traditions. For instance, astrological symbols, representing the planets and zodiac signs, were often used in Renaissance art to reflect the influence of the stars and planets on human affairs. These symbols were not merely decorative. They were believed to have the power to influence events and individuals. Astrology was deeply intertwined with both magic and medicine during this period, and artists and scientists alike studied the celestial bodies in search of hidden knowledge. The triple goddess symbol, which would later become central to Wicca, also has its roots in Renaissance art. This symbol, which represents the three aspects of a goddess, maiden, mother, and crone, was often depicted in the art of the time, reflecting the mystical and spiritual beliefs of the period. The medieval and Renaissance periods were crucial in the development of witchcraft symbolism. The symbols that emerged during these eras were influenced by both religious persecution and intellectual curiosity. The pentagram, alchemical symbols, the sigil of Baphomet, and the various symbols of magic and mysticism that were used in medieval and Renaissance magic and witchcraft would shape the way that witches, magicians, and occultists would view and use these symbols for centuries to come. These symbols, born out of a combination of fear, superstition, and intellectual exploration, continue to be powerful tools in modern witchcraft. By tracing the evolution of these symbols from the medieval to the Renaissance and human understanding of the supernatural. Today, these ancient symbols continue to resonate with witches and magicians, serving as powerful tools for invoking, protecting, and connecting with the mystical forces that shape our world. Witchcraft symbols during the witch hunts. The witch hunts that spanned from the 14th to the 17th centuries were a period marked by widespread fear, superstition, and the systematic persecution of individuals accused of witchcraft. During this time, symbolic associations with witchcraft became intertwined with religious doctrine, societal fears, and cultural anxieties. The symbols that were once considered protective or sacred began to take on a dark and sinister meaning, used both to accuse and identify witches and to protect against their supposed power. As the witch hunts raged across Europe and beyond, symbols like the pentagram, the witch's mark, and even the cross were imbued with new significance that often led to death and destruction for the accused. The changing meaning of symbols. Before the witch hunts, many symbols that later became associated with witchcraft, such as the pentagram and the cross, had different meanings in ancient and medieval spiritual contexts. The pentagram, for example, was an ancient symbol of balance and protection, often used to represent the five elements of earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. It was also seen in early Christianity as a symbol of the five wounds of Christ. However, during the witch hunts, these symbols were reinterpreted and increasingly associated with Satan and demonic forces. This shift was largely due to the growing power of the Christian church and increasing desire to root out any form of dissent or nonconformity, which included paganism, folk practices, and witchcraft. In the medieval and early modern period, religious leaders and theologians began to focus on the idea of witches as agents of evil, believed to have made pacts with the devil in exchange for supernatural powers. This idea was a critical component of the witch trials, and the symbols associated with witchcraft were perceived as signs of demonic influence. The inverted pentagram, for example, was now considered a symbol of Satanism and an indicator that a witch had turned away from God. A series of symbols that had previously been linked with spiritual protection became tools of accusation, suspicion, and fear. The witch's mark. One of the most infamous symbols during the witch hunts was the witch's mark. This mark was believed to be a physical sign on a witch's body, indicating their pact with the devil. The mark itself was thought to be the devil's brand, a symbol of the witch's unholy alliance with dark forces. Witch hunters and inquisitors claimed that witches could not feel pain at the witch's mark, or that it would not bleed when pricked with a needle. These marks were often linked to physical abnormalities such as moles, birthmarks, scars, or extra nipples, which were considered proof that the accused had been marked by the devil. In the witch hunts, the presence of a witch's mark was enough to accuse someone of being a witch, and it was often the sole evidence used to convict individuals. Women, in particular, were scrutinized for such marks, and those accused of witchcraft were subjected to invasive examinations to search for signs of these marks. Sometimes the mark would be revealed through torture, as the accused would be forced to confess to their crimes, or in some cases, the marks themselves were fabricated as a way to label an individual as a witch. The witch's mark was an incredibly powerful symbol during the witch trials, used to justify the persecution of thousands of people, primarily women. Those accused of witchcraft often faced brutal consequences, including execution, torture, and imprisonment. The witch's mark, as a symbol of the devil's influence, became a chilling symbol of fear, further cementing the connection between witchcraft and satanic worship. The inverted pentagram. The inverted pentagram became a dominant symbol during the witch hunts and in later occult practices, representing the witch's alignment with Satan. In medieval and early modern Christian belief, the pentagram's 5 points represented the 5 senses, or the harmony of the natural world. The inverted pentagram, however, was believed to signify the rejection of God and the divine order of creation. This symbol was often associated with the devil's horns, and its use during witch hunts was directly tied to the accusation that witches had turned away from God and were worshiping Satan. The inverted pentagram gained widespread recognition as a sign of evil and was used in ritualistic contexts by witches and those accused of witchcraft. During the witch trials, many women were accused of using the pentagram as part of their magical rituals. The symbol was believed to be a mark of the devil's power, and its use was seen as a sure sign of witchcraft. The shift in meaning of the pentagram during the witch hunts shows how symbols can be reinterpreted and used as tools of control and manipulation. Even though the inverted pentagram was strongly associated with witchcraft and Satanism during the witch hunts, its use in modern occultism has evolved again, in personal power and rebellion against traditional religious norms, but its historical context remains rooted in the idea of spiritual defiance, crosses, and symbols of protection. During the witch hunts, Christian symbols such as crosses, holy water, and prayers were wielded in an attempt to ward off witches or protect the community from their supposed powers. In contrast to the inverted pentagram, which became associated with Satan, the cross represented divine protection and the triumph of Christianity over evil. The use of Christian symbols during witch hunts was essential in identifying and eradicating witches, as the authorities believed that the power of Christ could nullify any magical influence and drive out demonic forces. Witches were often thought to possess the ability to curse or harm people, and religious symbols like the cross were believed to protect people from this harm. When a person was accused of witchcraft, a cross was sometimes used to test them. For instance, during interrogations, witches were sometimes forced to touch a cross, and if they recoiled or showed discomfort, it was considered evidence of their demonic connection. Similarly, holy water was often sprinkled on suspected witches, as it was believed that witches would be repelled by its purity and divine nature. The evil eye, a symbol of protection against malevolent forces, was also widely used during the witch hunts. Many believed that witches could curse others with the evil eye, so amulets and charms featuring eyes were used to guard against this curse. These protective symbols were prevalent in European folklore and became an essential part of the battle between witches and the Christian Church. Torture and the use of symbols. Torture played a significant role in the witch hunts, with suspected witches often forced to confess to their supposed crimes under duress. Torture was also used to extract information about the presence of symbols associated with witchcraft, including the witch's mark and inverted pentagram. Torturers would apply extreme physical pain to the accused, hoping to elicit confessions of witchcraft or knowledge of magical rituals. In many cases, accused witches were coerced into identifying other witches or confessing to using symbols like the pentagram in their supposed rituals. The use of symbols during torture added an additional layer of fear. Participation in magical rituals could be proven through the cases. The torture was so severe that confessions were extracted simply to end the suffering, with the accused admitting to things they had never done or believed. These confessions were often used as evidence during trials, further cementing the association between witchcraft and these symbolic marks. Public execution and symbolism. Public executions of witches were often accompanied by symbolic rituals meant to purge the community of evil. Burnings at the stake, hanging, and drowning were common forms of execution, with religious symbols used to condemn the accused. As the executioner prepared to burn a suspected witch, crosses and holy relics were often held up as signs of divine judgment. The burning of a witch was seen not only as a physical death, but also as a symbolic act of purification, meant to rid the world of demonic influence and restore the spiritual order. At times, the public spectacle of execution served as a grim warning to others who might consider practicing witchcraft or engaging in magical rituals. Crowds gathered to witness the execution, and the burning of a witch was treated as a display of power by the church and state. In this context, the burning of witches became a ritualistic act, reinforcing the symbolic associations between witchcraft and evil. The symbolism of these executions was deeply tied to the religious and social order of the time. The witch, as a symbol of defiance against the divine, had to be destroyed in a way that was both physical and spiritual. The use of crosses, holy water, and other symbols of Christianity during these executions served to demonstrate the power of the church and its authority over the forces of darkness. The enduring legacy of witchcraft symbols. The witch hunts were a tragic period in history, marked by the persecution of individuals who were accused of witchcraft and manipulation of symbols to justify their deaths. During this time, symbols of magic, protection, and spirituality were redefined to reflect the growing fears of the supernatural and the demonic. Symbols such as the witch's mark, the inverted pentagram, and the cross became intertwined with religious persecution as both tools of accusation and methods of protection. While the witch hunts eventually came to an end, the symbols of witchcraft and their dark associations with evil have left a lasting impact on cultural and religious beliefs. Today, many of these symbols continue to be used in modern witchcraft, occultism, and popular culture, but their history is manipulated to control, divide, and instill fear. The symbols associated with the witch hunts continue to carry emotional weight and historical significance. Whether viewed as signs of evil or tools of empowerment, these symbols remain an essential part of a legacy of witchcraft, embodying both the fears and the resilience of those who were persecuted during one of history's darkest chapters. Revival of witchcraft symbols. The revival of witchcraft symbols began to take shape in the 19th and 20th centuries as occultism, esoteric spirituality, and neo-pagan movements gained popularity. With the rise of intellectual and spiritual movements like Theosophy, the Golden Dawn, and Wicca, ancient symbols associated with witchcraft, magic, and the divine were reclaimed and reinterpreted. These symbols, once associated with demonic forces during the witch hunts, were now embraced as tools of empowerment, protection, and spiritual awakening. This shift marked a significant change in perception of witchcraft symbols, moving them from fear and persecution to a more positive, sacred, and empowering context. The 19th century, occultism and the reawakening of ancient symbols. The 19th century saw a major resurgence of interest in the occult as the Romantic and Victorian eras turned inward, seeking deeper spiritual truths and exploring mystical traditions. During this period, many ancient symbols associated with witchcraft were revived, albeit in a more intellectual and esoteric context. Occult societies such as the Golden Dawn, founded in the late 19th century, were instrumental in the revival of magical symbols and practices. They combined elements from Egyptian, Greek, and Roman mythology, as well as medieval alchemy and Kabbalah, to create a new system of magical and spiritual symbols. The pentagram was one of the key symbols reclaimed by these occultists. Originally used in ancient civilizations for its connection to the elements and spiritual balance, the pentagram was resurrected as a symbol of protection, harmony, and spiritual growth. It was used in rituals and magic to invoke the four classical elements: earth, air, fire, and water, as well as the fifth element, spirit, representing the connection between the material and the divine. The pentagram's use in these occult rituals transformed it from a symbol associated with the devil during the witch hunts to one of divine power and balance. Another symbol that saw a revival during this time was the Ankh, the ancient Egyptian symbol of life. The Ankh was reinterpreted by occultists and esoteric thinkers as a symbol of immortality and spiritual enlightenment. It was believed to represent the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth, as well as the union of opposites, the masculine and feminine, the physical and spiritual realms. For those in the occult movement, the Ankh was more than just a symbol of ancient Egypt. It became a universal symbol of mystical wisdom, divine protection, and personal transformation. The Eye of Horus also gained popularity during this period as a symbol of protection and spiritual insight. In ancient Egypt, the Eye of Horus was a symbol of healing and divine protection, associated with the god Horus, who was depicted as a falcon. During the 19th century, the Eye of Horus was incorporated into esoteric practices as a symbol of the third eye and inner vision. It became a focal point for those seeking to tap into higher consciousness and spiritual awareness. Early 20th century, Theosophy and the occult renaissance. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th century, occultism and esoteric traditions continued to thrive, fueled by movements like Theosophy and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. These movements sought to synthesize ancient wisdom with modern spiritual practices, blending elements of Eastern religions, Western esoteric thought, and ancient mystical traditions. During this period, witchcraft symbols were increasingly viewed as tools for personal growth, spiritual enlightenment, and empowerment. Theosophy, a movement founded by Helena Blavatsky in the late 19th century, played a key role in the revival of witchcraft and occult symbols. Theosophy emphasized the idea of universal truth and the interconnectedness of all religions and spiritual traditions. It sought to rediscover ancient wisdom and apply it to modern life. Theosophists believed that symbols such as the Ankh, the pentagram, and the Eye of Horus carried profound spiritual significance and could be used to unlock higher consciousness and divine knowledge. During the early 20th century, the pentagram was once again embraced, this time by occultists as a symbol of the divine and the sacred. The rise of Hermeticism, with its emphasis on the ancient Egyptian and Greek traditions, brought the pentagram back into the fold as a return to the mystical and spiritual aspects of ancient religious systems, with the pentagram serving as a central symbol for practitioners of the occult and those seeking to understand the deeper mysteries of life. In the early 20th century, astrology and alchemy also became major influences on occultism. Astrological symbols, such as the zodiac signs and the planets, were integrated into magical rituals, and alchemical symbols representing the elements and the transformation of matter were widely used in occult practices. These symbols were thought to hold the keys to understanding the universe and unlocking the mysteries of the soul. The use of these ancient symbols in occult practices created a spiritual landscape in which symbols of witchcraft and magic were once again revered as tools for enlightenment and personal transformation. The 1950s and 1960s, the birth of modern Wicca and the rise of feminist witchcraft. The 1950s marked a major turning point in the revival of witchcraft symbols as modern Wicca began to emerge as a formalized religious and spiritual system. Wicca, founded by Gerald Gardner in the 1950s, blended elements of folk magic, ancient paganism, and ceremonial magic into a cohesive system of witchcraft. Gardnerian Wicca emphasized the worship of nature, the reverence for the earth, and the practice of magic to bring about personal and spiritual growth. At the heart of Wicca was the pentagram, which was embraced as a symbol of the divine, representing the five elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. The pentagram became central to Wiccan rituals and ceremonies, and was used to invoke protection, invoke the divine, and create sacred space. The use of the pentagram in Wicca marked a major shift from its earlier associations with Satan and the devil. Now, the pentagram was seen as a symbol of the divine feminine and masculine, unity with nature, and balance. In addition to the pentagram, the triple goddess symbol, the triple goddess, represented by the crescent moon, the full moon, and the waning moon, symbolized the three phases of the goddess: the maiden, the mother, and the crone. This symbol reflected the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth, and it became a central aspect of Wiccan theology. The triple goddess was a powerful symbol of feminine energy, divinity, and empowerment, and it resonated deeply with the feminist movements of the 1960s. The triple goddess and the pentagram became the primary symbols of Wicca, marking the rebirth of witchcraft as a modern, earth-based religion. Wicca emphasized the balance between the masculine and feminine, the light and dark, and the sacredness of nature. These symbols were reclaimed from centuries of persecution and reinterpreted as symbols of empowerment, spiritual connection, and personal transformation. The 1960s and 1970s, witchcraft and feminism. The 1960s and 1970s saw the intersection of witchcraft and the feminist movement, with women reclaiming symbols of witchcraft as expressions of their power, autonomy, and spiritual sovereignty. Feminism in this era sought to empower women and reclaim their voices, and witchcraft offered an alternative spiritual path that was grounded in the reverence for the feminine. The resurgence of Wicca and other pagan practices during this period was deeply influenced by feminist ideals, with witchcraft symbols representing women's autonomy, healing, and connection to the earth. The pentagram remained a central symbol in feminist witchcraft, representing the connection between the physical and spiritual realms and the balance of the elements. It became a symbol of personal empowerment, especially for women who were seeking to reclaim their spirituality and power. The triple goddess symbol also resonated strongly with feminist witches, as it represented the divine feminine and the cyclical nature of life, with women embodying the three stages of womanhood: maiden, mother, and crone. In 1970s, the feminist movement began to reclaim the word, which as a symbol of empowerment, and women began to publicly identify as witches, reclaiming their power and autonomy in both spiritual and social contexts. The witch was no longer seen as an evil, demonic figure, but as a wise woman, a healer, and a spiritual guide. Witchcraft symbols, particularly the pentagram and the triple goddess, became powerful symbols of female strength, resilience, and self-determination. Contemporary neo-paganism and eclectic witchcraft. By the late 20th and early 21st centuries, witchcraft symbols had fully entered the mainstream, embraced by modern neo-pagan and eclectic witchcraft practices. Neo-paganism, a spiritual movement that draws on ancient pagan traditions, continued to use symbols like the pentagram, triple goddess, and moon phases in rituals and ceremonies. Eclectic witches, who do not necessarily follow a single tradition, adopted these symbols and adapted them to their personal beliefs and practices. The pentagram continued to be a central symbol in neo-paganism, representing the balance of the five elements and the connection between humanity and the divine. The triple goddess symbol remained a powerful representation of the divine feminine, and the moon phases were used to mark the cycles of life, magic, and transformation. These symbols, now reinterpreted and liberated from centuries of demonization, became tools of empowerment, healing, and spiritual connection. In contemporary witchcraft, symbols like the pentagram, triple goddess, and Eye of Horus are used not only for personal growth and spiritual connection, but also for protection and manifestation. Witches use these symbols to create sacred space, invoke the divine, and cast spells for healing, love, abundance, and transformation. The revival of witchcraft symbols over the last 2 centuries marks a profound shift in the way these symbols are perceived and used. Once associated with, have been reinterpreted as tools of empowerment, spiritual connection, and personal transformation. From the occult revivals of the 19th century to the feminist witchcraft movements of the 1960s and 1970s, these symbols have been reclaimed and redefined as symbols of divine balance, personal sovereignty, and spiritual awakening. Today, witchcraft symbols like the pentagram, triple goddess, and Eye of Horus continue to play a central role in modern spiritual practices. They are no longer tools of persecution or instruments of fear, but are seen as sacred emblems of personal power, protection, and connection to the divine. The revival of these symbols reflects the enduring power of witchcraft and its ability to adapt and evolve in the face of changing cultural and spiritual landscapes. Cultural and regional symbolism. Cultural and regional symbolism has played a pivotal role in shaping witchcraft, spirituality, and magical practices across the globe. For centuries, diverse societies have infused their spiritual practices with symbols that reflect their understanding of the world, the natural forces that govern it, and the unseen realms that they believed were accessible through magic. These symbols, shaped by cultural beliefs and regional traditions, have been integral to the way people connect with their environment, with one another, and with the divine. Over time, many of these ancient and regional symbols have been incorporated into modern witchcraft and neo-pagan practices, leading to a rich tapestry of magical and spiritual symbology that transcends borders and unites various traditions. This chapter will explore cultural and regional symbolism from diverse witchcraft traditions, including Celtic, African, Native American, Siberian, Indian, and modern indigenous influences. Each culture has its own unique approach to spiritual symbols, reflecting not only their historical experiences, but also their deep connection to nature, the elements, and the divine. Celtic symbols and their significance. The spiritual symbolism. Celtic symbols, derived from ancient Irish, Welsh, Scottish, and other Celtic cultures, have a long history of use in magic, religion, and spiritual practices. These symbols are particularly associated with the Druidic tradition, which centered on the reverence of nature and elements. One of the most iconic Celtic symbols is the triskelion, a three-part spiral that is often interpreted as a representation of the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The three spirals are said to symbolize the interconnectedness of the past, present, and future, as well as the three realms of existence: land, sea, and sky. The triskelion has long been associated with spiritual growth and the cyclical nature of existence, and it remains a prominent symbol in modern witchcraft practices, particularly among those who follow Celtic neo-pagan traditions. Another well-known Celtic symbol is the Celtic knot, which consists of interwoven loops with no beginning or end. This knot represents the interconnectedness of all things in the universe, including the cycles of life, nature, and the divine. The continuous lines of the knot are believed to represent eternity, infinite wisdom, and the eternal flow of energy that exists within the universe. The triquetra, a three-pointed knot, is also significant in Celtic symbolism, often interpreted as a symbol of the triple goddess, representing the maiden, mother, and crone aspects of the feminine divine. Celtic symbolism reflects the deep connection between spirituality and nature. The Celts believed that the earth was alive with spiritual energy, and they revered the forces of nature, including trees, animals, and the elements. This connection is reflected in the use of tree symbols, such as the oak and yew, which were considered sacred and believed to possess immense spiritual power. The Ogham alphabet, which is made up of a series of lines, example of how Celtic culture used symbolic representation to connect with the Caribbean influences in witchcraft. In Africa and the Caribbean, symbolism plays an essential role in spirituality, magic, and religion. Voodoo or Vodou is one of the most well-known spiritual traditions that has deeply influenced Caribbean witchcraft and the broader African diaspora. Originating in West Africa and later evolving in Haiti and the Caribbean, Voodoo incorporates a wide array of symbolic practices, rituals, and beliefs that are deeply connected to nature, spirits, and others. One of the most significant symbols in Voodoo is the Vev, which is a sacred, intricate drawing used to invoke the spirits of the Loa, spiritual entities in the Voodoo pantheon. These symbols, often drawn on the ground with chalk or flour, represent specific Loa and are used in rituals to invite their presence. The guardian of crossroads, for example, consists of a specific geometric design that represents the opening of spiritual paths and communication with the divine. The Vev is a powerful tool for connecting with the spiritual realm, and its symbols are unique to each deity, spirit, or power being invoked. In African witchcraft and spirituality, symbols of animals, nature, and ancestral spirits are also prominent. The serpent is often revered in African traditions as a symbol of healing, transformation, and wisdom. In many African cultures, serpents are associated with the earth and its hidden wisdom, making them powerful symbols of the unknown and the sacred. The Ankh, which was originally an Egyptian symbol, is also widely used in African spiritual traditions, representing life, fertility, and immortality. It is often incorporated into jewelry and charms for protection and spiritual empowerment. In the Caribbean, African symbolism blends with Catholicism and local indigenous traditions, creating a syncretic spirituality that reflects the resilience and adaptability of enslaved African peoples. The use of candles like the pentagram and the cross often incorporated into spiritual rituals. The cross, while a Christian symbol, is often used in Caribbean witchcraft as a protective and sacred object, signifying divine intervention and the power to ward off evil. Native American animal totems and symbols. Native American spirituality is rich with symbolic meaning, and animals play a central role in many indigenous cultures' spiritual and magical systems. Animal totems are believed to represent the spirit of an animal and its connection to an individual's life force and spiritual path. The practice of identifying with an animal totem is wide attributes and qualities. For example, the wolf is a powerful totem animal in many Native American traditions, symbolizing loyalty, intelligence, and courage. Wolves are also seen as guardians of the spirit world, guiding individuals through personal growth and transformation. Similarly, the eagle is revered for its connection to the divine and its ability to soar above the earthly realm. It represents strength, vision, and spiritual enlightenment. The bear is another powerful animal symbol in Native American culture, embodying healing, protection, and introspection. Bears are believed to hold the power to overcome fear and achieve inner balance. In addition to animal totems, spirits of nature such as trees, mountains, rivers, and stones are also deeply revered in Native American symbolism. These natural elements are considered sacred, each possessing its own spirit and power. The sacred circle is a fundamental symbol in Native American spirituality, representing the interconnectedness of all things. The circle, with no beginning or end, signifies eternity, wholeness, and unity, making it a powerful symbol of spiritual wholeness and the cyclical nature of life. The use of symbols such as the medicine wheel further emphasizes the spiritual connection to the natural world. The medicine wheel represents the four cardinal directions, each associated with specific attain this balance in our own lives. Shamanic symbols from Siberian and Mongolian traditions. Shamanism has been practiced for centuries by indigenous peoples across Siberia and Mongolia, and its symbolism is deeply tied to the forces of nature, the spiritual world, and the rituals of transformation. Shamanic symbols are often used in rituals to connect with spirits, heal the sick, and bring guidance and insight to the community. One of the most well-known shamanic symbols in Siberian and Mongolian traditions is the drum. Shamanic drumming is used to enter altered states of consciousness to the spirit world. The shaman's drum is often decorated with sacred symbols, including animals, celestial beings, and geometric shapes that represent the cosmos and the forces of nature. Spirals and circles are common motifs in shamanic art, representing cycles of life, the journey between worlds, and the interconnectedness of all things. In Mongolian shamanism, the thunderbird is a powerful symbol, often depicted as a bird with wings outstretched to represent the forces of the sky and weather. It is believed to be a messenger between the earthly realm and the spirit world, carrying messages from the gods and providing protection. The horse is another important symbol in Mongolian shamanism, representing freedom, strength, and the ability to transcend the physical world. The use of sacred plants such as mushrooms and herbs is also central to shamanic practices, with symbols of plants often appearing in shamanic artwork and rituals. These plants are believed to possess spiritual properties that facilitate communication with the divine and the spirits of nature. Indian and Buddhist symbolism in spiritual practices. India, with its rich spiritual traditions of Hinduism and Buddhism, is home to some of the world's most intricate and profound symbols. Hinduism is filled with divine symbols that represent the vast array of gods and goddesses, with each deity embodying specific attributes and forces of the universe. The symbol is one of the most sacred symbols in Hinduism and is used to represent the sound of creation, the divine presence, and the eternal essence of the universe, and create harmony within the mind, body, and spirit. The lotus flower is another powerful symbol in Hinduism, representing spiritual growth, purity, and enlightenment. It is often associated with the goddess Lakshmi and is used in meditation to connect with the divine. In Buddhism, the wheel of Dharma is a central symbol representing the path to enlightenment. The wheel is often depicted with 8 spokes, corresponding to the Noble Eightfold Path that leads to liberation from suffering. The Bodhi tree, under which Buddha attained enlightenment, is another powerful symbol in Buddhism, representing the wisdom and insight gained through spiritual practice. Both Hinduism and Buddhism use sacred geometry, particularly the mandala, to represent the universe and the interconnectedness of all things. The mandala serves as a tool for meditation, helping practitioners to align with divine energy and reach a higher state of consciousness. Modern indigenous influences and witchcraft. In modern witchcraft, there is a growing interest in integrating indigenous symbolism from various cultures, particularly Native American, African, and shamanic traditions. These symbols are used to connect with nature, honor ancestral spirits, and bring balance and healing to the practitioner's life. Many witches incorporate animal totems, sacred circles, and spirit guides into their practices, drawing on the deep spiritual wisdom of these traditions. Indigenous symbols such as the medicine wheel and dream catcher have been widely adopted in neo-pagan and eclectic witchcraft. The medicine wheel represents balance and harmony, while the dream catcher is used to filter out negative energy and ensure peaceful sleep. These symbols, rooted in indigenous spiritual practices, serve as reminders of the interconnectedness of all life and the sacredness of nature. Cultural and regional symbolism provides a rich and diverse array of symbols that have shaped spiritual practices across the world. From the sacred circles of Native American traditions to the powerful animal totems of African and Caribbean witchcraft, these symbols represent the deep connection between humanity, nature, and the divine. As modern witchcraft continues to evolve, the integration of these diverse symbols reflects the universal desire to reconnect with the natural world and the spiritual forces that guide it. These symbols, whether ancient or contemporary, serve as powerful tools for personal growth, protection, and spiritual empowerment. By exploring the vast array of cultural and regional symbols in witchcraft, we gain a deeper understanding of the ways in which different cultures interpret the divine and the natural world. These symbols remind us that, despite our differences, we are all connected by the same forces of life, death, and rebirth that govern the universe. The history of witchcraft symbolism is a fascinating journey that spans millennia, weaving through a tapestry of cultures, religions, and spiritual practices. From the early cave paintings and ancient civilizations to the medieval witch hunts and the modern day resurgence of witchcraft and neo paganism, symbols have always held a central place in the way humans understand and interact with the spiritual world. These symbols, often rich in meaning and steeped in mystery, have played significant roles in rituals, magical practices, and personal empowerment. Throughout history, symbols associated with witchcraft have evolved and transformed, often reflecting the changing perceptions of magic, spirituality, and power. Early symbols like the pentagram, Eye of Horus, and Ankh were originally used to represent balance, protection, life, and spiritual insight. However, as witchcraft became demonized, especially during the medieval witch hunts, many of these symbols were recontextualized to reflect the fear, persecution, and religious conflict of the time. The pentagram, for example, which had once been a symbol of harmony, became associated with Satanism and evil in the eyes of Christian theologians and witch hunters. The witch's mark became another symbol of accusation and condemnation, used to identify witches and justify their persecution. These symbols began to undergo a significant revival. The occult and esoteric movements of the 19th century, including the rise of the Golden Dawn and Theosophy, helped to reframe ancient symbols in a new light. Rather than representing dark forces, symbols like the pentagram, the Ankh, and the Eye of Horus were reclaimed as symbols of spiritual protection, personal power, and divine connection. This period marked the beginning of the reclamation of witchcraft symbols as tools for personal empowerment, as individuals began to explore spiritual practices outside of mainstream religious norms. One of the most significant movements in the revival of witchcraft symbolism came with the emergence of Wicca in the 1950s. Founded by Gerald Gardner, Wicca incorporated ancient symbols and deities into its modern religious framework. The pentagram became a central symbol of Wicca, representing the balance of the five elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit, while the triple goddess symbol, representing the maiden, mother, and crone, took center stage as a representation of the feminine divine. This new interpretation of witchcraft and its symbols was empowering, reclaiming ancient practices and imagery that had been marginalized or demonized during centuries of persecution. The The 1960s and 1970s saw further growth in the reclaiming of witchcraft symbolism, especially as it intersected with the feminist movement. Many women, seeking to empower themselves spiritually, embraced witchcraft as a path of self-empowerment and autonomy. The triple goddess, a representation of the divine feminine, was seen as a powerful symbol of women's strength, wisdom, and cyclical life, while the pentagram and the other ancient symbols represented spiritual sovereignty and personal transformation. During this time, the symbol of the witch was reclaimed from its negative, persecutory associations, and the figure of the witch became a symbol of wisdom, healing, and spiritual enlightenment. In the modern era, neo-paganism and eclectic witchcraft have seen the continued rise of these powerful symbols as practitioners seek to connect with the divine and nature through symbols that represent balance, harmony, and personal power. Today, symbols like the pentagram, the triple goddess, and the moon phases remain central to many witchcraft traditions, used to represent cycles of life, death, and rebirth. Tarot, astrology, and other divinatory systems have also incorporated its ability to transcend time and cultural boundaries. Across the world, from the Celtic traditions of Europe to the African and Caribbean spiritual practices of the diaspora, the symbols used in witchcraft reflect a deep connection to nature, the elements, and the spiritual realm. Symbols like the spiral, tree of life, animal totems, and sacred geometry resonate across different cultures, each imbued with its own unique meaning while still maintaining a universal connection to spiritual truths. African vevs, Native American totem animals, and Siberian shamanic symbols all represent the same fundamental principles of life force, balance, and spiritual connection. What unites these diverse traditions is the belief in the inherent power of symbols to shape reality, communicate with the divine, and facilitate spiritual transformation. For modern witches, these symbols are not just historical artifacts, they are living, breathing representations of energy, intention, and connection. Whether through rituals, meditation, or spell work, these symbols are used to create sacred space, invoke spiritual forces, and manifest change in material world. As we reflect on the journey of witchcraft symbols, from ancient roots to medieval fear, from occult revival to modern empowerment, we see the profound resilience of these symbols. They have withstood centuries of persecution and reinterpretation, and yet they continue to thrive in the present day. Whether as a means of personal empowerment, spiritual practice, or cultural identity, these symbols remain a testament to the enduring power of magic and spirituality. The history of witchcraft symbolism is not just about the past, it is a living, evolving journey that continues to unfold. As new generations of witches, pagans, and spiritual seekers come to embrace these symbols, they breathe new life into ancient practices, ensuring that these symbols will continue to inspire and empower people for generations to come. The symbols of witchcraft, once feared, misunderstood, and demonized, have emerged as powerful tools for spiritual growth, healing, and connection. In reclaiming these symbols, modern practitioners are not only honoring their ancestral roots, but also forging a path toward a more empowered, spiritually rich future. Ultimately, the enduring power of witchcraft symbolism serve as reminders that, regardless of our cultural background or spiritual path, we are all connected to the same ancient forces that shape the universe. By embracing these symbols, we reconnect with the deeper mysteries of existence and tap into the magic that has always been a part of us. Through this process, we continue to weave our own stories into the grand tapestry of witchcraft and spirituality, creating new meanings, new rituals, and new ways of understanding the sacred. The journey of witchcraft symbolism is far from over. It is a living, evolving tradition that will continue to inspire, empower, and transform. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the rich and fascinating history of witchcraft symbolism. I hope this exploration has deepened your understanding of the powerful symbols that have shaped spiritual practices for centuries, from ancient civilizations to modern witchcraft. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to stay updated on more mystical and historical content. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What symbol from today's video resonates most with you? And how do you incorporate these ancient symbols into your own spiritual practice? Feel free to share any questions or insights in the comments, and I'll be happy to continue the conversation. And remember, witchcraft is not just about the symbols, it's about how you connect with them in your own life. So take these symbols, explore their meanings, and see how they can guide and empower you on your own spiritual journey. See you next time. Folktales have been a part of our cultural heritage, teach, and help us make sense of the world. The twist. The versions we know and love today are often a far cry from the originals. Over time, these tales have evolved, sometimes dramatically, with elements softened, dark themes hidden, and complex meanings lost. What if I told you that behind the charming, sanitized stories we cherish lies a much darker history? In this journey, we'll peel back the layers and reveal the chilling, sometimes disturbing origins of some of our most beloved folktales. The innocent-sounding Little Red Riding Hood, the enchanting Cinderella, and many others all have roots that go deeper and darker than you might imagine. Get ready to dive into the untold truths behind these iconic stories that have shaped our cultural landscape. You may never look at these tales the same way again. The real story behind Little Red Riding Hood. The tale of Little Red Riding Hood is one of the most beloved and enduring fairy tales in Western culture. It's a simple yet powerful story about a young girl, a dangerous wolf, and the dangers of talking to strangers. The narrative has been adapted countless times, from Charles Perrault's version in 1697 to the Brothers Grimm's retelling in 1812, and the many contemporary versions we see in books, movies, and television today. But what many people don't know is that the origins of Little Red Riding Hood are far darker and more complex than the sanitized versions we are familiar with. Like many fairy tales, Little Red Riding Hood was not originally created as a charming children's story. Its earliest forms were designed to impart lessons about survival, morality, and the dangers that lurked in the world, often in the form of violence and predatory behavior. In this chapter, we will delve into the real story behind Little Red Riding Hood, examining its historical roots, symbolism, and how it has evolved through the centuries. Origins of Little Red Riding Hood. The tale of Little Red Riding Hood can be traced back to European folklore, with the earliest known versions predating Charles Perrault's famous rendition. The story, in its most basic form, revolves around a young girl who is sent by her mother to deliver food to her sick grandmother. Along the way, she encounters a wolf who tricks her into revealing her grandmother's location. The wolf then eats the grandmother and, in some versions, disguises himself in her clothing in an attempt to deceive the girl. Eventually, the wolf devours Little Red Riding Hood as well, though in later versions, a huntsman comes to their rescue. The basic structure of the tale is recognizable across many cultures, but the characters, settings, and details vary. The story has its roots in ancient traditions that predate the modern retellings by centuries. In fact, the wolf is a common figure in European folktales, often used to symbolize a predatory threat, particularly the dangers that women, especially young girls, face in a world fraught with societal dangers. Early versions. The Wolf and the Girl. One of the earliest versions of Little Red Riding Hood comes from the Pied Piper of Hamelin author, Giambattista Basile, in his 1634 collection Pentameron. His version, titled The Girl with the Red Hood, differs significantly from the familiar retelling. In Bazille's version, the girl is portrayed as naive and weak, falling victim to the wolf's deceit. However, it is not a huntsman that saves her, but her own resourcefulness that enables her to escape. The most famous early version, however, is the one told by French author Charles Perrault in his 1697 collection Histoires ou Contes du Temps Passé. Perrault's Le Petit Chaperon Rouge, Little Red Riding Hood, is often credited with creating the modern structure of the story. His version has many of the elements we recognize today, including the red hooded cloak, the encounter with the wolf, and the eventual downfall of the girl. However, it's Perrault's treatment of the ending that sets his version apart. In Perrault's tale, there is no happy ending. The wolf successfully tricks and devours the girl, and there is no heroic rescue by a huntsman. Instead, the story concludes with a moral lesson, advising young girls to be cautious and not to trust strangers. The moral at the end of the story reads, "Children, especially young girls, should never talk to strangers, for the world is full of dangers." In Perrault's retelling, the wolf represents not just a physical danger, but also a metaphor for predatory men who prey on the innocence of young women. The girl's lack of awareness and failure to heed her mother's advice is what leads to her demise. The story became a cautionary tale for young women, warning them of the dangers that existed beyond the safety of their homes. The Brothers Grimm and the evolution of Little Red Riding Hood. The Brothers Grimm, Jacob and Wilhelm, included Little Red Riding Hood in their 1812 collection Grimm's Fairy Tales, where it became more mystic tone than Perrault's, but it still retains many dark elements. In the Grimm's version, Little Red Riding Hood is tricked by the wolf, but instead of simply being devoured, the story includes the intervention of a huntsman who rescues both Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother from the wolf's belly. The hunter's role as a savior shifts the tone of the story, providing a sense of redemption and justice. However, the darker elements of the story are still present, particularly in the wolf's violent and predatory nature. The Grimm's version of the tale also adds elements of transformation and deception. In this version, the wolf disguises himself as the grandmother, and Little Red Riding Hood is tricked by his appearance. This deception is a key theme in the story, illustrating how appearances can be deceiving and how evil can often hide behind a mask of familiarity. The wolf's ability to mimic the grandmother's voice and mannerisms makes him a symbol of the dangers of unchecked desire and manipulation. Moreover, the Grimm's version introduces the gruesome imagery of the wolf being cut open by the huntsman, and the grandmother and Little Red Riding Hood emerging unharmed from within him. This scene has been interpreted as a symbol of the triumph of good over evil, as well as the purging of danger from the community. However, the visceral violence of the moment is a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk in the world. Symbol Red Riding Hood has been analyzed by scholars and psychologists who have identified various symbolic elements in the story. These symbols reflect deeper themes of sexual innocence and the loss of childhood. One of the most prominent symbols in the story is the red cloak worn by Little Red Riding Hood. In many versions, the red cloak is thought to represent the onset of sexual maturity. The color red has long been associated with passion, danger, and blood, and in the context of the story, it can be seen as a symbol of a young girl's budding sexuality. The wolf, then, represents the predatory male figure who seeks to take advantage of the girl's innocence. In some interpretations, the red cloak can also be seen as a symbol of the girl's journey from experience. As she moves through the forest, she encounters danger and deception, and the wolf's predatory nature represents the loss of innocence and the harsh realities of the adult world. The forest, too, is an important symbol in the story. It represents the unknown, a place where danger lurks and where the rules of society no longer apply. The journey through the forest can be seen as a metaphor for the transition from childhood to adulthood, a passage fraught with peril and uncertainty. Cultural interpretations and modern adaptations. Over time, Little Red Riding Hood has been adapted and interpreted in countless ways, with each version reflecting the concerns and values of the society in which it was told. In some versions, the wolf is portrayed as a literal danger, while in others, the wolf is a metaphor for the dangers of the world, particularly the dangers that young women face. In modern times, the story has been adapted in many forms, from children's books to films, including the Disney adaptation and even horror reimaginings. These modern adaptations often strip away the darker aspects of the story and focus more on the adventure or fantasy elements. However, the underlying themes of danger, deception, and survival remain. In some contemporary retellings, the character of Little Red Riding Hood has been reimagined as a more independent and capable heroine, taking control of her own fate rather than relying on a male rescuer. These adaptations reflect the changing societal attitudes toward gender roles and the empowerment of women. Some modern adaptations also shift the focus from the predator, the wolf, to other elements of the story. For example, in some versions, the wolf represents not a physical threat, but a psychological one, symbolizing internal fears or societal pressures that women face. In these versions, the forest becomes a metaphor for the complexities of the inner world, and Little Red Riding Hood's journey represents personal growth and self-discovery. The enduring legacy of Little Red Riding Hood. The story of Little Red Riding Hood is a tale that has evolved over centuries, adapting to the changing cultural and moral climates of the time. What started as a cautionary tale about the dangers lurking in the world has grown into a multifaceted narrative that explores themes of innocence, sexuality, deception, and survival. Whether told as a grim lesson for young girls, an allegory of personal growth, or a fantastical adventure, Little Red Riding Hood endures as one of the most iconic and enduring fairy tales in history. As we continue to retell and reinterpret the story, we are reminded that behind every folktale lies a deeper truth about the human experience. The tale of Little Red Riding Hood invites us to confront the dangers of the world, to question the motives of those around us, and to navigate the often treacherous journey from childhood innocence to adult awareness. The real story behind Little Red Riding Hood is one of the most universally recognized and beloved fairy tales. It's rags to riches story of a young woman mistreated by her family, only to find true love and happiness through magic, has been retold countless times. From Disney's iconic animated film to modern-day adaptations and fairy tale reimaginings, Cinderella has become synonymous with hope, magic, and the triumph of good over evil. However, the original version of Cinderella, along with its many variations, was far darker, more complex, and often far more brutal than the charming, magical story we know today. The tale, in its many forms, reflects the harsh realities of life, societal pressures, and the struggles of marginalized individuals. Behind the fairy godmother, the glass slipper, and the happily ever after lies a far richer and more unsettling history. The origins of Cinderella, a tale as old as time. Though Cinderella is most famously associated with the European versions, especially those written by Charles Perrault and the Brothers Grimm, the origins of the story reach back much further, spanning across different cultures and ages. The core elements of the Cinderella myth, the oppressed girl, the transformation, the quest for love, are found in tales dating back thousands of years, with distinct variations that differ in tone, content, and symbolism. Ancient beginnings. The earliest known version of a Cinderella-like story comes from ancient Greece. The Greek myth of Rhodopis, which was told by the historian Herodotus around 5th century BC, features a slave girl named Rhodopis who is taken to Egypt. After being bathed by a river and losing one of her sandals, the sandal is found by the king, who eventually marries her. The story bears striking similarities to the Cinderella motif, with the lost shoe serving as the key to her identity and destiny. This story from antiquity is thought to be one of the earliest iterations of the Cinderella archetype, in which the protagonist, despite her lowly status, ultimately finds her way to power and happiness. However, unlike the Western versions of Cinderella, Rhodopis does not have an evil stepmother or cruel stepsisters, and the story centers around fate and divine intervention rather than magical transformations. The Chinese version, Yeshin, another early version of the tale, appears in ancient China, where a story the most notable difference in Yeshin is the magical help she receives from a fish, not a fairy godmother. After her stepmother kills the fish, Yeshin is able to use the bones of the fish to receive help, much like Cinderella uses a magical object to transform. The lost shoe in Yeshin is not made of glass, but instead is a golden shoe, and the search for the girl is driven by the shoe's fit rather than the slipper's transparency. This Chinese version predates the European retellings and shares the theme of divine or magical assistance in overcoming oppression. It shows how the Cinderella motif was widespread, adapted, and embedded in different cultures, each adding its unique elements to the tale. Charles Perrault, The Birth of the Modern Cinderella. In Western literature, the version of Cinderella that most people recognize today was popularized by Charles Perrault, a French author, in 1697. Perrault's rendition, titled Cinderella or Cinderella, has become the foundation for most adaptations, including Disney's famous animated version. Perrault's Cinderella introduces many of the iconic elements we associate with the story today: the fairy godmother, the pumpkin carriage, the glass slipper, and the midnight deadline. Perrault's version is also notable for its moral lessons, which are clearly stated at the end of the tale. His Cinderella is patient, kind, and virtuous, which ultimately leads to her rewards. The story emphasizes the importance of virtue and grace, presenting a sharp contrast to the wickedness of the stepsisters and their eventual punishment. However, Cinderella's version is not without its darker elements. Though the fairy godmother provides magical assistance, the process of transformation is still rooted in themes of punishment and redemption. In some interpretations, the fairy godmother symbolizes the divine forces that reward the good while punishing the wicked. The stepsisters, in particular, are punished harshly. In one version, they are made to walk in iron shoes that are so painful they cause them to bleed, a vivid image of retribution that suggests the consequences of evil and selfishness. The Brothers Grimm, a more brutal version. The Brothers Grimm, famous for their darker retellings of folk tales, included Cinderella in their Grimm's Fairy Tales, first published in 1812. Their version, titled Aschenputtel, meaning Ash Girl, is more violent and unsettling compared to Perrault's lighter interpretation. In the Grimm's tale, the protagonist, also named Cinderella, experiences much harsher treatment by her stepmother and stepsisters. The Grimm's version focuses on Cinderella's enduring kindness and patience, but the story is filled with cruelty. The stepmother forces Cinderella to do the hardest, dirtiest work, such as sorting peas and lentils from the ashes, a task that reflects her subjugation. This version also introduces a supernatural element, a white dove that helps Cinderella with her tasks, offering assistance in her time of need. What sets the Grimm's version apart is the eventual punishment of the wicked stepsisters. In one version, the stepsisters try to deceive the prince by cutting off parts of their feet to fit the glass slipper. When they are caught, they are punished by having their eyes pecked out by doves. This grisly punishment highlights the story's dark morality, where the wicked are not only punished, but face gruesome retribution for their evil deeds. Symbolism in Cinderella, the hidden meanings. Like many fairy tales, Cinderella is steeped in rich symbolism that goes beyond the surface narrative of a girl seeking justice and love. The story touches on themes of social class, gender roles, and personal transformation, as well as societal expectations of virtue and beauty. The Ashes. In the Grimm's version, the heroine is known as Aschenputtel, Ash Girl, a name that symbolizes her humble, dirty status. The ashes she is forced to work in represent her low social position and the harshness of her life. But ashes are also a powerful symbol of transformation. The eventual rise of Cinderella from her ash heap into royalty reflects themes of resurrection and the possibility of a better future. The shoe. The glass slipper, or in earlier versions, the golden shoe, has also been the subject of much analysis. The slipper symbolizes both a test of identity and a form of recognition. In some interpretations, the slipper is a metaphor for feminine purity or perfection, a reflection of how the character's worth is often determined by external appearances. In many versions of the tale, the slipper serves as a kind of key to the girl's true identity, and is only when the slipper fits that her true worth is recognized. The magical helper, whether it's the fairy godmother, the white dove, or the fish, the magical helper plays a central role in Cinderella. This figure often represents divine intervention, protection, and guidance in moments of adversity. The magical helper's role is to assist Cinderella in overcoming her trials, which would otherwise be insurmountable. This figure reflects the larger cultural themes of destiny, fate, and the intervention of forces beyond human control, suggesting that sometimes an individual needs help from higher powers to change their circumstances. Cultural interpretations and modern reimaginings. Cinderella has remained an enduring part of cultural narratives, influencing countless adaptations in literature, film, and television. Modern versions of the story often emphasize themes of personal empowerment, making the princess into a more active, independent heroine. The story has been reinterpreted to reflect changing cultural norms, such as feminist readings that focus on Cinderella's agency and choices. In these versions, Cinderella's virtues are more actively defined by her actions, rather than her passive suffering and eventual reward. In some contemporary versions, Cinderella is no longer a passive recipient of a prince's love. She becomes the one who chooses her destiny, often breaking free from the constraints of her stepfamily and finding love on her own terms. These adaptations reflect the growing empowerment of women in modern society, where the traditional roles of the helpless damsel in distress are questioned. The enduring legacy of Cinderella. Cinderella is a fairy tale with ancient roots that have evolved over millennia to become a cultural staple across the globe. From ancient Greek and Chinese myths to the versions popularized by Charles Perrault and the Brothers Grimm, the story's core themes have remained remarkably consistent: oppression, transformation, and the triumph of good over evil. Yet, the ways in which Cinderella has been told, adapted, and interpreted reveal much about the societies in which the tales were created. The real story behind Cinderella is not just one of magic and fairy tale romance, it's a reflection of the human experience, with all its complexities, moral lessons, and darker undercurrents. As the tale continues to evolve and inspire new generations, it serves as a reminder that sometimes magic can emerge from the ashes, and even in most difficult circumstances, there is hope for transformation and a better future. The real story behind the Ugly Duckling. The story of the Ugly Duckling, written by Hans Christian Andersen, is one of the most beloved and poignant fairy tales of all time. It tells the story of a young bird who is shunned by others for its unattractive appearance, only to eventually hope, self-acceptance, and the idea that beauty and value lie beneath the surface. However, like many of Andersen's tales, the original story of the Ugly Duckling carries with it deeper themes of loneliness, self-doubt, and the journey toward personal discovery. Though its central message is one of transformation and triumph, The Ugly Duckling is not simply a fairy tale about a bird's physical appearance. At its core, the story is a profound exploration of identity, societal judgment, and the struggles of those who feel out of place or misunderstood. Hans Christian Andersen and his inspiration. Hans Christian Andersen, a Danish author and poet, is best known for his fairy tales, which have captivated audiences around the world for generations. Born in 1805, Andersen grew up in poverty and faced a difficult childhood. His early years were marked by social isolation, bullying, and a sense of not fitting in. These personal experiences had a profound impact on his writing, and many of his most famous fairy tales reflect themes of alienation, transformation, and the desire for acceptance. The Ugly Duckling was first published in 1843 and is a perfect example of how Andersen's own life struggles shaped his storytelling. The story's themes of feeling out of place, being judged by external appearances, and ultimately discovering one's true beauty mirror the challenges Andersen himself faced as an outsider in Danish society. As a young man, Andersen struggled with issues of self-worth, often feeling inadequate in comparison to those around him. This sense of being misunderstood and rejected is a central motif in The Ugly Duckling. Andersen's personal insecurities also contributed to his deep empathy for marginalized individuals. The Ugly Duckling, in many ways, can be seen as a reflection of his own inner turmoil as he grappled with being different and feeling unaccepted. His story of the ugly duckling finding its place in the world and transforming into something beautiful can be interpreted as a metaphor for his own journey towards self-realization and acceptance. The original story of the Ugly Duckling. At its core, the Ugly Duckling is a tale of transformation. The story follows a duckling that is rejected and ridiculed by other animals due to its awkward appearance, which makes it seem out of place among its peers. The poor bird is isolated, driven away by its own family, and spends the duckling grows and matures, eventually discovering that it is not a duck at all, but a swan. Upon realizing its true identity, the duckling transforms into a beautiful swan, gaining the admiration of all the animals that once mocked it. In Andersen's original version, the story is laden with emotion and a sense of despair. The Ugly Duckling's journey is not a straightforward path to beauty and happiness, but rather a struggle for survival, self-acceptance, and understanding. The duckling's loneliness and pain resonate deeply with readers because it reflects the universal human experience of being judged or misunderstood, particularly in early childhood or adolescence. The tale does not rush through the process of transformation. Instead, Andersen emphasizes the emotional and physical toll that the duckling's journey takes. The bird is often alone, wandering through harsh winters and enduring scorn from the other animals. When it finally discovers its true identity as a swan, it is a powerful and cathartic moment, but it is also one of self-realization rather than external validation. Themes of self-acceptance and transformation. At the heart of The Ugly Duckling is a powerful message about self-worth and the danger of judging others based on superficial qualities. The duckling is rejected not because of anything it has done wrong, but simply because it does not conform to the expectations of the other animals. It is ridiculed for being different, and this rejection causes deep emotional pain. However, as the story unfolds, the duckling comes to understand that its worth is not determined by its appearance or by the opinions of others. The message of the story resonates with anyone who has ever felt like an outsider or struggled with their own sense of identity. The idea that true beauty lies within and that personal growth often requires time and patience is a timeless lesson that continues to resonate with readers and audiences of all ages. In many ways, The Ugly Duckling is a coming-of-age story. The duckling's journey mirrors the emotional and psychological journey that many individuals undergo during their lives. The process of self-discovery, particularly in adolescence, can be painful and filled with uncertainty. But just as the duckling eventually discovers its true nature and transforms into a swan, people too can come to understand their own unique value and beauty, regardless of the judgments and expectations placed upon them. The duckling's transformation is not just about physical beauty, but about self-realization. The bird becomes aware of its true identity, and this knowledge allows it to shed the external perceptions of others and embrace its true self. This transformation symbolizes the importance of understanding and accepting one's own uniqueness and reflections. The Ugly Duckling can also be seen as a commentary on societal norms and the expectations placed on individuals, particularly in terms of beauty, status, and social conformity. The story critiques the superficial judgments that often determine an individual's value in society, whether those judgments are based on appearance, social class, or other external factors. The idea that the ugly duckling is rejected by the animals because it does not meet conventional standards of beauty reflects how society often marginalizes those who do not fit a certain mold. Whether it is due to physical appearance, race, gender, or socioeconomic status, many individuals experience the pain of being excluded or judged based on superficial criteria. In this sense, The Ugly Duckling offers a critique of social hierarchies and the way in which differences are often stigmatized or ridiculed. The story also reflects the transformative power of inner growth. In a society that often prioritizes outward appearances, The Ugly Duckling reminds us that true beauty is more than skin deep. The swan's transformation is a metaphor for personal growth, highlighting that beauty, whether physical or spiritual, comes from within, and that true worth is found in embracing one's authentic self. Anderson's legacy and the continued relevance of The Ugly Duckling. The story of The Ugly Duckling continues to be relevant today, particularly in a world where social media, beauty standards, and external judgments often dominate public discourse. In contemporary society, the pressure to conform to societal expectations can lead to feelings of inadequacy and self doubt, particularly among young people. However, Anderson's tale offers a timeless message of hope. Even if we feel misunderstood or out of place, our true beauty and worth are waiting to be discovered. The tale also offers a valuable lesson in the importance of kindness and empathy. The other animals in the story are quick to judge and ridicule the duckling, but the tale teaches us that we should be more compassionate toward others, especially those who may appear different or who are struggling with their own challenges. It reminds us that everyone has a unique value, even if it is not immediately apparent. In the modern world, The Ugly Duckling has been adapted in various ways, from children's books to animated films, reflecting its enduring popularity and universal appeal. The story continues to be a source of inspiration for individuals who are navigating their own journeys of self discovery and acceptance. In many ways, the story is not just about physical transformation, it is a profound exploration of identity, self worth, and societal expectations. Through the journey of The Ugly Duckling, Hans Christian Andersen created a story that speaks to the universal human experience of feeling out of place and the longing to be accepted for who we truly are. The story's message of inner beauty, personal growth, and self acceptance continues to resonate with people of all ages, offering a timeless reminder that we all have the potential to transform and discover our true value. The real story behind The Ugly Duckling is one of hope, resilience, and the power of self realization. It reminds us that no matter how much we may struggle or feel alienated, our true beauty lies within, and that sometimes the most profound transformations happen when we learn to embrace our authentic selves. The real story behind the Pied Piper of Hamelin. The story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin is one of the most enduring and mysterious folk tales in Western culture. It tells the tale of a town plagued by a rat infestation and the town's desperate attempt to rid themselves of the pests with the help of a mysterious piper who promises to lead the rats away. When the townspeople refuse to pay him for his services, the piper exacts a chilling revenge by leading the children of the town away, never to return. The story, though often told as a simple children's tale with a moral about keeping promises, has darker origins that speak to themes of greed, retribution, and the consequences of dishonoring contracts. While the moral lesson remains central in many modern versions, the real story behind the Pied Piper is far more complex and unsettling. From its historical origins to the haunting symbolism in the tale, the Pied Piper of Hamelin is not just a story of a man leading children away. It is a reflection of deeper societal fears, historical events, and the darker side of human nature. In this article, we will explore the origins and evolution of the Pied Piper of Hamelin, uncovering the real story behind this eerie tale and examining the historical and psychological factors that have shaped its meaning over the centuries. Origins of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. The first known written account of the Pied Piper story comes from the 13th century, specifically the town of Hamelin in Lower Saxony, Germany. The earliest references to the tale can be found in historical records from the 14th and 15th centuries, and they're quite different from the sanitized children's story we know today. In 1284, a major event occurred in the town of Hamelin that would later become the basis for the story. According to the records on story suggests more, mysteriously disappeared from the town. They were last seen often referred to as the Pied Piper because of his multicolored clothing. Despite efforts to search for the children, they were never seen again. While the details of the event remain unclear, this disappearance is the key historical event that likely inspired the legend of the Pied Piper. Over time, the disappearance of the children became transformed into the more familiar story of the Piper's revenge on the townspeople, who failed to keep their promise to pay him. The rat infestation, a metaphor for social issues. One of the most well-known elements of the Pied Piper story is the rat infestation that the Piper is hired to eliminate. In many versions, the townspeople are desperate to rid themselves of the rats, and the Piper, with his magical pipe, leads the rats out of town and into the Weser River, where they drown. On the surface, this seems like a straightforward part of the story, but it may also be a metaphor for deeper social issues in the town of Hamelin. During the time of the Pied Piper legend, Europe was dealing with the aftereffects of various social and economic crises, including the aftermath of the Black Death, which had decimated populations across the continent. The image of rats, often associated with filth, disease, and pestilence, could represent the threat of disease, as rats were known to carry the fleas that spread the bubonic plague. In this context, the Piper's ability to rid the town of rats can be seen as a symbol of an outside force coming to clean up a crisis or restore order. The fact that the town's elders failed to honor their agreement with the Piper may reflect the mistrust or dissatisfaction with the governing authorities at the time, who were seen as incapable of handling the challenges of disease, poverty, and death. The Piper's role in the story becomes even more significant when we consider the idea of an outsider taking control of a community's fate. He represents a force that is outside the ordinary systems of power and authority, someone who can take control in times of crisis and offer a solution that those in charge cannot. The Piper's Revenge, a tale of broken promises. At the heart of the Pied Piper story is the moral lesson about the consequences of breaking promises. After ridding the town of the rats, the Piper demands his payment, only to be refused by the townspeople. They offer excuses, promising to pay him at a later time, but fail to fulfill their obligation. In retaliation, the Piper leads the children of the town away, never to return. The Piper's revenge serves as a powerful reminder of the dangers of dishonoring agreements. In medieval society, contract word was seen as a serious transgression. In the case of the Pied Piper, the town's failure to pay the Piper for his services results in a punishment that is both extreme and irreversible. The Piper's revenge is not just about taking away something material, such as money. It is about the loss of innocence, the loss of the future generation. The children who follow the Piper represent the hopes and potential of the town, and their disappearance marks a permanent and irreversible loss. In this sense, the Piper's act of revenge can be seen as a reflection of the fragility of society and the consequences of ignoring the moral and ethical obligations that bind it together. Symbolism of the Pied Piper. The character of the Pied Piper himself is shrouded in mystery and symbolism. In many versions of the tale, the Piper is portrayed as a charismatic, almost supernatural figure who possesses the ability to control both rats and children with the magic of his music. His pipe becomes a symbol of power, control, and influence, a tool that he uses to assert dominance over the town and its people. The piper's role as an outsider is also significant. In some versions of the story, the piper is described as a stranger or even a foreigner, which adds an element of fear and distrust. This outsider status makes him a figure of both fascination and suspicion, capable of wielding power over those who initially reject him. His ability to manipulate others through music, persuasion, or supernatural means reflects the ways in which people in positions of power can influence and control the masses, often for their own gain. Additionally, the act of leading the children away is a potent symbol of the loss of innocence and the consequences of neglecting societal responsibilities. The disappearance of the children marks a break in the continuity of life and society, as the younger generation is taken away, leaving the town without its future. The townspeople's failure to honor their promises is thus not just a personal betrayal of the piper, but also a betrayal of the next generation, who are lost as a result. Historical and cultural interpretations. Over the years, many theories have been proposed to explain the historical basis of the Pied Piper story. Some believe that the piper's actions represent the effects of a plague or other deadly disease that swept through the town, killing the children, and that the piper was a leader or recruiter who took them away to start a new life elsewhere. Another popular theory is that the disappearance of the children may have been linked to the Children's Crusade of 1212, a disastrous event in which thousands of European children set out to reclaim the Holy Land from Muslim rule. Many of these children died along the way, while others were sold into slavery. The idea that the Pied Piper led children away could be a symbolic representation of this tragic historical event. Whatever the true origin of the story, the Pied Piper legend has evolved over the centuries into a cautionary tale about the dangers of dishonesty, the consequences of betrayal, and the consequences of failing to respect the terms of agreements. Its continuing popularity speaks to the universal themes of trust, betrayal, and the fragile nature of human society. Modern interpretations and relevance. Today, the story of the Pied Piper is often told in a more light-hearted manner, particularly in children's books and media adaptations. However, the darker elements of the tale, the piper's revenge, the disappearance of the children, and the moral lessons about promises and retribution remain central to its lasting impact. The Pied Piper continues to resonate with modern audiences, particularly in the context of issues like corruption, social justice, and the consequences of broken promises. In an era where trust in government, institutions, and individuals is often fragile, the story serves as a reminder that failure to honor one's commitments can have far-reaching consequences. Moreover, the Pied Piper remains a symbol of the power of influence, persuasion, and the ways in which individuals or groups can be manipulated by those in positions of power. The story's themes of alienation, trust, and retribution are still highly relevant in today's world, making the Pied Piper of Hamelin a timeless and thought-provoking tale. The enduring legacy of the Pied Piper. The real story behind the Pied Piper of Hamelin is far more complex and unsettling than the simple moral tale we often hear today. Its roots in historical events, social issues, and themes of trust, betrayal, and revenge give the story a haunting depth that continues to resonate with audiences centuries after it was first told. From its origins in modern-day interpretations, the Pied Piper of social contracts. At its core, the story of the Pied Piper serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of dishonoring agreements and the potential cost of failing to uphold one's obligations. It reminds us of the importance of integrity, responsibility, and the consequences that can arise when we neglect our duties to one another. In the end, the Pied Piper of Hamelin is not just a story about a man leading children away. It's a reflection of the darker forces at play in society, the fragile nature of trust, and the cost of betrayal. And it's a story that continues to captivate, challenge, and provoke thought in all who hear it. The real story behind Snow White. The tale of Snow White is one of the most enduring and recognizable fairy tales in the world. Its story of a beautiful princess, a wicked stepmother, and a magical kiss has captivated generations of readers and viewers. Most people are familiar with the Disney adaptation, where Snow White escapes the clutches of her evil stepmother, the Queen, only to be awakened from a poisoned sleep by a handsome prince. However, the real story of Snow White is much darker, with roots that extend far beyond the cheerful, light-hearted version we know today. Originally told by the Brothers Grimm in 1812 as part of their collection Grimm's Fairy Tales, Snow White was deeply influenced by the social and cultural dynamics of the time. The story has evolved and been sanitized over the centuries, but the original version contains themes of jealousy, revenge, and the loss of innocence. The real story behind Snow White is not just about a beautiful girl, a poison apple, and a kiss. It's about the complexities of beauty, envy, and the consequences of obsession. In this article, we will explore the origins of Snow White, its deeper meanings, and how the dark elements of the tale reflect societal issues that are still relevant today. We will also examine how the story has evolved over time and how its dark roots continue to inform the way we understand the world. The origins of Snow White. Snow White traces its origins to ancient myths and folklore, and its central themes can be found across a variety of cultures. The first known written version of the story came from Germany, as roots in older folk tales, many of which featured the concept of a young girl who was wronged or betrayed, often by a jealous woman. In these early stories, the emphasis was placed on beauty, youth, and innocence, and the jealous woman was usually a powerful figure, such as a queen or a stepmother, who sought to eliminate the competition. The themes of envy and the desire for control are present in many early versions of the tale, reflecting societal fears and anxieties surrounding beauty, power, and gender roles. The Brothers Grimm version of Snow White. The Grimm brothers' version of Snow White is the one most people are familiar with today, but even this version is significantly darker than the Disney adaptation. Published in 1812, the Grimm's tale includes not only the familiar elements, Snow White's beauty, the wicked queen's jealousy, and the poisoned apple, but also additional themes of cruelty and retribution. In the Grimm's version, the queen is much more malevolent. Her obsession with Snow White's beauty reaches a disturbing height as she orders the huntsman to kill Snow White, who is barely a child in the story. In the most chilling part of the tale, when Snow White's supposed death fails to hold, the queen tries to kill her again with a poisoned comb and later a poisoned apple. The queen's maliciousness is so extreme that, in the end, she is forced to dance in hot iron shoes until she dies, a brutal punishment for her wickedness. The story is a powerful allegory for the destructive power of jealousy. The queen's obsession with Snow White's beauty and her desire to eliminate her rival drives her to commit violent and extreme acts. This obsession with external beauty is a central theme in the tale, highlighting how societal values often place immense importance on appearance, leading to devastating consequences. The poisoned apple, a symbol of beauty and temptation. One of the most iconic and enduring elements of the Snow White story is the poisoned apple. In both the Grimm's version and in later adaptations, the apple represents a moment of temptation, a symbol of evil disguised as something innocent and desirable. The apple has long been associated with the concepts of temptation and desire, and its role in the Snow White story plays into these associations. The queen's use of the poison apple is an act of deception, as she offers it to Snow White, who is unaware of the danger. The apple's smooth, shiny appearance contrasts sharply with the deadly poison hidden within, reinforcing the idea that not everything that appears beautiful is good. The apple's dual nature and the consequences of trusting appearances. The apple also plays a central role in the theme of innocence and the loss thereof. Snow White, as a child, is portrayed as innocent and pure. When she accepts the apple from the queen, she loses that innocence, as the apple serves as a tool of deception and betrayal. This loss of innocence is often depicted in fairy tales as a rite of passage, signaling a shift from childhood to adulthood. But in Snow White, it is also a tragic fall from grace, as Snow White is rendered unconscious and helpless. The queen's jealousy and the cultural context. The theme of jealousy is central to the Snow White story, and the queen's obsession with beauty reflects societal preoccupations with physical appearance and youth. The queen's jealousy is triggered by her magic mirror, which constantly informs her that Snow White is now the fairest of them all. In this way, the mirror represents a societal standard of beauty that is both rigid and unforgiving. The queen's fixation on Snow White's beauty highlights the dangers of vanity and the destructive consequences of obsessive self-regard. In the Grimm's version, the queen's need for constant validation and her fear of losing her beauty to a younger, more innocent rival can be seen as a reflection of the gender dynamics of the time. Women were often valued primarily for their beauty and their ability to secure a marriage, and the queen's obsession with her own beauty can be interpreted as a commentary on how women's worth was frequently tied to their appearance and youth. The queen's jealousy is not just personal, but societal. In many ways, the queen represents a type of power that is dependent on maintaining her position at the top of the social hierarchy. The arrival of Snow White, with her purity and beauty, represents a threat to the queen's power. Snow White's innocence and youth challenge the queen's authority and force her to confront her own aging process, which leads her to acts of cruelty and violence. The role of the dwarfs and Snow White's awakening. In many versions of Snow White, the dwarfs play a significant role in her protection. They represent a kind of refuge or sanctuary from the outside world, where Snow White is safe from the queen's attempts to kill her. The dwarf's kindness and care for Snow White contrast with the queen's cruelty, emphasizing the themes of innocence, goodness, and purity. The dwarfs are often depicted as guardians of Snow White's innocence, and their protection helps her regain her strength and purity. When the prince arrives to awaken Snow White from her poisoned sleep, it is a moment of renewal and redemption. The prince's kiss, a symbol of love that transcends external appearances. While the prince is traditionally seen as a heroic figure in the tale, his role in Snow White's transformation is more symbolic than active. Snow White awakens not because of the prince's kiss alone, but because her true nature is finally revealed. In this way, the prince's kiss represents a recognition of Snow White's inherent value beyond her beauty. The darker themes of Snow White. At its heart, Snow White is a tale about the destructive power of envy and the dangerous consequences of vanity and obsession. The queen's jealousy, driven by her fear of losing her beauty and status, leads her to commit horrific acts, including attempted murder. The tale serves as a cautionary story about the dangers of excessive vanity and the importance of humility. Moreover, Snow White reflects societal anxieties about beauty, youth, and power. The queen's obsession with Snow White's beauty underscores the importance placed on outward appearances in society, where women's worth is often judged based on their physical attributes rather than their inner qualities. Snow White, by contrast, represents a kind of purity that is untouched by the corrupting forces of vanity and jealousy. Ultimately, the story of Snow White is a reflection of the complexities of beauty, jealousy, and the human condition. It is about how beauty, when idolized and pursued above all else, can lead to devastating consequences. It is a story about innocence and the loss of innocence, about vanity and humility, and about the dangers of allowing envy to control one's actions. The legacy of Snow White. The real story behind Snow White is much darker and more complex than the sanitized version we are familiar with today. Though it is often read as a simple fairy tale of a girl who finds love and happiness, it is also a reflection of deep societal fears about beauty, power, and jealousy. The queen's obsession with Snow White's beauty and her eventual punishment for her cruelty speak to timeless themes of envy, retribution, and the consequences of obsessing over outward appearances. The Snow White story continues to resonate with modern audiences because it speaks to the complex nature of beauty, innocence, and societal expectations. It reminds us of the importance of inner qualities and the dangers of valuing people solely for their appearance. Ultimately, Snow White is not just a fairy tale about a girl and a poisoned apple. It is a powerful exploration of human nature and the destructive power of jealousy and vanity. The real story behind Hansel and Gretel. Hansel and Gretel is one of the most well-known and enduring fairy tales, often considered a staple of European folklore. The story, first published by the Brothers Grimm in 1812, tells the chilling tale of two siblings abandoned in a dark forest where they encounter a wicked witch who plans to eat them. Using their wits, the children ultimately defeat the witch and return home, bringing the tale to a satisfying, if grim, conclusion. It is a story of survival, resourcefulness, and above all, the power of family. However, the true origins of Hansel and Gretel are far darker than the relatively light-hearted versions that children are familiar with today. The tale has roots in the harsh realities of medieval Europe, when starvation, famine, and fear of the wilderness were ever present. The story reflects deep anxieties about food insecurity, parental abandonment, and the brutal, unforgiving nature of the world. The witch, often seen as the primary antagonist, symbolizes much more than just an evil character. She is a reflection of the darker forces of greed, survival, and desperation. In this article, we will uncover the real story behind Hansel and Gretel, exploring its historical and cultural origins, the symbolism of the witch, the forest, and the breadcrumbs, and how the fairy tale reflects deeper societal fears and themes that remain relevant today. Origins of Hansel and Gretel. Hansel and Gretel has its roots in European folk tales, particularly German and Scandinavian traditions, where stories of abandonment, famine, and survival were common. The tale first appeared in the Brothers Grimm's fairy tales, but versions of it likely existed long before it was ever written down. The Grimm's version is the one that has endured through the years, but earlier variants show a more diverse treatment of the themes involved. Famine and starvation were key forces shaping the folklore of the time, and Hansel and Gretel is deeply influenced by these factors. The image of abandoned children in a dark, oppressive forest reflects the anxiety and uncertainty faced by families during times of hardship. The forest in the story is not just a backseat and where danger lurks at every turn. For the Grimms, the forest symbolized the wilderness beyond civilization, a space that could be both magical and terrifying, where children could become lost forever. In the earliest known versions of the tale, the children's abandonment by their parents was more explicitly connected to dire economic conditions. In these stories, parents, driven by poverty and the overwhelming pressure of feeding their families, sometimes chose to abandon their children in the forest. This reflects the brutal reality of life during times of famine, where families were often forced to make life or death decisions in the face of starvation. The choice to leave children in the woods was not a decision made out of malice, but out of a sense of hopelessness and desperation. The symbolism of the forest. The forest in Hansel and Gretel plays a central role in the story, and its significance goes far beyond a mere setting. In many traditional folk tales, forests were seen as places of mystery and danger, full of unknown creatures and hidden dangers. The forest represents the unknown, the wild, and the uncivilized. It is a place where human norms and laws no longer apply. For children like Hansel and Gretel, the forest symbolizes a frightening world beyond the protection of home and family. In the context of the story, the forest is a reflection of the fears of medieval society, where famine, disease, and war were ever present threats. It was a place where survival was uncertain and abandonment could lead to death. The story of Hansel and Gretel reflects the very real fear that children, particularly those of poor families, could be abandoned or left to fend for themselves in the wilderness, and the forest itself becomes a character in the story, a dark, forbidding entity that the children must navigate in order to survive. The concept of the forest as a threatening and mysterious space is not unique to Hansel and Gretel. Many folktales across Europe feature dark forests that serve as a setting for perilous journeys or life-altering experiences. The forest can represent a transition from childhood innocence to the brutal realities of adulthood, a place where the child must either grow stronger and wiser or be consumed by the dangers around them. In Hansel and Gretel, the children's journey through the forest is symbolic of their passage through the darker side of life, from which they emerge stronger and wiser. The witch, a symbol of greed and desperation. The witch in Hansel and Gretel is one of the most iconic and terrifying figures in the fairy tale canon. She lives in a house made of candy, a seemingly whimsical setting that contrasts sharply with her evil intentions. The witch is not just a malevolent figure. She is a manifestation of the fear and greed that can arise in times of scarcity. Her desire to eat the children is not just about consuming them physically, but about taking control of them, using them to satisfy her own hunger. The witch's house, made entirely of edible treats, represents the allure of indulgence and the temptation of excess. It is a symbol of false promises and the dangers of overindulgence in a world where survival is uncertain. The children are drawn to the house because it offers them what they most need, food. Yet, once inside, they find themselves trapped by the witch, a stark reminder that even the most enticing things in life may come at a terrible cost. The witch also represents the dark side of maternal instinct. While the stepmother in Hansel and Gretel is often portrayed as neglectful or cruel, the witch is a grotesque and warped figure of maternal power. She takes on the role of a motherly figure, nurturing the children with food and shelter, but ultimately plans to consume them. This perversion of motherhood adds to the sense of danger and dread that surrounds the witch. She symbolizes the distorted, destructive potential of maternal love when it is driven by unchecked desire and greed. Some interpretations of the witch have seen her as a symbol of societal forces that prey on the vulnerable, particularly women and children. In times of scarcity and hardship, it is often most vulnerable members of society, like children, who are left to fend for themselves, and the witch's role consume the weak, preying on their innocence and using them for its own ends. Breadcrumbs, a metaphor for hope and loss. One of the most poignant elements of Hansel and Gretel is the use of breadcrumbs to mark the children's path through the forest. Hansel, determined not to get lost, drops breadcrumbs behind him, hoping they will lead them back home. However, the breadcrumbs are eaten by birds, symbolizing how hope and plans can be easily the turning point in the children's journey. Their initial plan for escape has failed, and they are left to fend for themselves in the vast, uncaring wilderness. The breadcrumbs represent the fragile nature of hope. The children's attempt to mark their way home using something so small and insignificant underscores the vulnerability of their situation. The simple act of dropping breadcrumbs is a form of hope in the face of overwhelming uncertainty, yet it is also a symbol of the futility of such small gestures when faced with greater forces beyond their control. On a deeper level, the failure of the breadcrumbs to guide the children home reflects the theme of abandonment. They were left in the forest by their parents, and their initial attempts to find their way back are thwarted by the harshness of nature. The loss of the breadcrumbs signifies the loss of security, of family, and of the innocent belief that they could return to a place of safety. The conclusion: survival and triumph. In the end, Hansel and Gretel's ability to outwit the witch and escape the forest is a triumphant moment in the story. They demonstrate resilience, intelligence, and resourcefulness, turning the tables on the witch who had sought to consume them. This moment of victory is a reflection of the central theme of survival in the face of adversity. Hansel and Gretel, through their cleverness and bravery, defeat the witch and return to the safe witch. But the darker implications of the tale remain. The story is a reminder of the fragility of life, especially for children, and the dangers that lurk when families are pushed to their limits by poverty, starvation, and desperation. While Hansel and Gretel's victory is sweet, is also bittersweet, as it highlights the immense challenges they faced and the trauma they endured. In the larger cultural context, the story can be seen as a metaphor for the struggle for survival in a harsh and unforgiving world. The forest, the witch, and the breadcrumbs all serve as symbols of the many obstacles one must overcome in order to survive, whether they are physical, emotional, or societal. The enduring power of Hansel and Gretel. Hansel and Gretel is far more than just a story of two children outwitting a wicked witch. At its heart is a tale about survival, resourcefulness, and the darker forces that shape the human experience. The forest, the witch, the breadcrumbs. All of these elements serve as symbols of the challenges faced by children in a world that can often seem indifferent and hostile. The story's origins in a time of poverty and famine give it a depth and relevance that resonates even today. It speaks to the struggles faced by marginalized individuals, particularly children, who are forced to navigate a world that is often cruel and unforgiving. In the end, the triumph of Hansel and Gretel over the witch reflects not just their victory over one particular antagonist, but the broader struggle for survival and agency in a world that is constantly changing and filled with dangers. Ultimately,
for the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture, and the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Granger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Ultimately, Han's darkest challenges. Through its dark fairy tale elements, it reminds us that survival is often a matter of wit, courage, and the ability to hold on to hope, even when the breadcrumbs run out. The real story behind the boy who cried wolf. The story of the boy who cried wolf is one of the most well-known fables in Western culture. It is a short tale, typically told to children, with a simple moral. Lying can have serious consequences, and once trust is broken, it is difficult to rebuild. The classic version involves a young shepherd boy who falsely cries out that a wolf is attacking his flock of sheep. When the wolf finally does appear, no one believes him, and the wolf wreaks havoc on the sheep. While this moral lesson is important, the deeper origins of the boy who cried wolf reveal much more about the cultural and societal concerns of the time in which it was told. The fable touches on themes of truth, trust, authority, and even the fragility of social systems. What starts as a simple tale about honesty becomes a more complex story when we explore its historical context, psychological underpinnings, and cultural interpretations. In this article, we will examine the real story behind the boy who cried wolf, tracing its ancient origins, exploring its symbolism, and considering the broader lessons it imparts about society, communication, and human nature. Origins of the Boy Who Cried Wolf. The fable of the boy who cried wolf is often attributed to the ancient Greek storyteller Aesop. Aesop, who lived around the 6th century BCE, is famous for his collection of fables, many of which feature animals as protagonists and convey moral lessons. The story of the boy and the wolf appears in his works, and it has remained a central teaching story for generations. Although the fable was first documented by Aesop, similar tales about false alarms and the consequences of dishonesty can be found across various cultures, suggesting that the theme of trust and deception is a universal human concern. The version we are most familiar with, claiming that a wolf is attacking his sheep. When the villagers rush to his aid, they find that the boy is simply playing a trick. However, when a wolf actually appears and the boy cries out again, the villagers, no longer believing him, do not come to his aid. As a result, the wolf devours the sheep. The fable is often presented as a cautionary tale warning against the dangers of lying, especially when one's credibility is on the line. Yet, there is more to this tale than just a warning about the consequences of dishonesty. Symbolism in the boy who cried wolf. While the fable is most commonly interpreted as a lesson in honesty, it also contains deeper symbolism related to communication, authority, and the social contract. The story is not just about the boy's false cries for help, but about the breakdown of trust between the individual and the community. The wolf in the tale is often understood as a symbol of danger, but it also represents the unpredictable and uncontrollable forces that can arise in society. The boy represents an individual within the community, someone who is responsible for something, in this case, the sheep, and has a role to play in maintaining the well-being of the group. The villagers represent society, and their response to the boy's repeated false alarms reflects the way a community reacts when it feels betrayed or when trust is broken. The wolf represents the external threat to the community, something dangerous that is beyond the boy's control, but which is compounded by his earlier actions. The fable suggests that when individuals in a community repeatedly fail to be honest or reliable, they undermine their own ability to be believed when there is a genuine crisis. The villagers' failure to act when the wolf truly arrives is a stark commentary on how dishonesty can erode social trust. The boy, once a trusted member of the group, becomes a figure of ridicule and ultimately suffers because the group can no longer believe him. Additionally, the wolf is often seen as a representation of a lurking threat, one that appears when least expected. It is not always clear what the danger is, whether it is a natural threat, such as famine or disease, or a more psychological one, such as fear or instability. The moral of the story reminds the listener that the real dangers in life may not be the impact of dishonesty. The fable also speaks to the psychological effects of dishonesty, both on the liar and the people around him. On one level, the boy's actions are a form of attention-seeking behavior. He enjoys the attention and the reaction he gets when he cries out for help, but in doing so, he diminishes the gravity of a real emergency. This need for attention may stem from feelings of powerlessness or a desire to assert control over his situation. By crying, the boy takes on a position of power, manipulating the villagers into rushing to his aid, but he soon learns the consequences of his actions. For the boy, the moral lesson is clear. His lies make it impossible for others to trust him when it matters. But there is also a deeper psychological lesson here about the nature of human relationships. Trust is the foundation of any social system, and when that trust is broken, the consequences extend beyond the liar themselves. The boy's failure to understand this leads to his downfall. This aspect of the story touches on the fragility of human relationships and the importance of maintaining integrity within a community. The villagers, on the other hand, represent the collective reaction to dishonesty. They embody the skepticism and caution that arise when trust is violated repeatedly. In psychology, this is known as cognitive dissonance, the discomfort that arises when someone's behavior contradicts the expectations set by previous actions. The villager's failure to believe the boy when the wolf actually appears is a reflection of how difficult it can be to rebuild trust once it has been broken. No matter how urgent the situation may be, the villagers have already learned to disregard the boy's words, even when the stakes are high. Authority, social contract, and the breakdown of trust. Another layer of meaning in The Boy Who Cried Wolf concerns authority and the social contract. The boy is in a position of responsibility as the shepherd, and the villagers rely on him to take care of the flock. His cries for help represent an appeal to authority, but his deceit undermines the authority he was given. By lying, he invalidates his role and disrupts the functioning of the group. In any society, trust in roles and responsibilities is essential for the smooth operation of the community. The villagers' reaction to the boy's cries all individual, but the authority of the role they were fulfilling. The wolf in this context represents a crisis or disruption that reveals the vulnerabilities of the system. The failure of the villagers to heed the boy's genuine cry for help symbolizes the breakdown of social cohesion when trust and authority are undermined by deceit. In modern interpretations, this aspect of the fable resonates in a world where misinformation can have profound consequences. Whether in politics, media, or personal relationships, the tale reminds us of the dangers of dishonesty in the digital age. As we become more skeptical of the sources of information around us, the ability to maintain trust in societal institutions becomes more fragile. In The Boy Who Cried Wolf, the consequences of undermining trust are starkly illustrated, warning of the dangers of breaking the social contract. Cultural interpretations and relevance today. While the core lesson of The Boy Who Cried Wolf remains relevant, emphasizing the importance of honesty and the consequences of lying, the fable has been adapted and reinterpreted in various cultures over time. In some traditions, the fable is not just a simple moral lesson, but a way to address deeper concerns about the relationship between individuals and the community. In some versions, the boy's motive for crying wolf is not simply to deceive for fun, but out of a desire for attention, power, or the need for validation. This adds complexity to the story, transforming it into a cautionary tale about the nature of human desires and the need for connection. In modern society, the fable continues to resonate, particularly in the context of social media and the rapid spread of misinformation. With the rise of fake news, deepfakes, and digital manipulation, The Boy Who Cried Wolf has taken on new relevance. The idea of crying wolf in the digital age can mean anything from spreading false rumors to exaggerating crises for personal or political gain. Just as the villagers lose trust in the boy, people today are becoming more skeptical and wary of the truth, leading to a climate of uncertainty and distrust. The enduring legacy of The Boy Who Cried Wolf. The Boy Who Cried Wolf is much more than just a simple complexities of trust, authority, social responsibility, and the psychology of dishonesty. Through the boy's actions and the villager's response, the story speaks to fundamental truths about human relationships, the fragile nature of trust, and the challenges we face in a world full of uncertainties. The fable's lasting impact is not just because it's children, to be honest, but because it reflects deeper social and psychological dynamics that continue to shape human interactions. Whether in ancient Greece or the modern world, the story of The Boy Who Cried Wolf remains an essential reminder of the importance of integrity and the dangers of losing trust in a society where deception can have far-reaching consequences. The real story behind the fisherman and his wife. The tale of the fisherman and his wife is one of the most intriguing and thought-provoking stories in the world of folklore. The story, often associated with the Brothers Grimm, was first published in 1812 as part of the famous collection Grimm's Fairy Tales. The plot centers around a poor fisherman who, after catching a magical fish, is granted wishes that transform his life. His wife, dissatisfied with their newfound prosperity, demands more and more, ultimately leading to their downfall. While the fable is often told as a simple morality tale warning against greed and materialism, its deeper themes touch on the human condition, including the consequences of excessive ambition, the dissatisfaction with life circumstances, and the complexities of desire. The real story behind the fisherman and his wife is a reflection of societal values, the dangers of unchecked ambition, and the psychological impact of never being content with what one has. In this article, we will delve into the origins of the fisherman and his wife, explore its symbolism and themes, and examine how the story has been interpreted throughout history. We will also look at the lessons it imparts about the nature of happiness, greed, and the cost of ambition. The origins of the fisherman and his wife. The fisherman and his wife originates in European folklore, with early versions appearing in Germany. The Brothers Grimm included the story in their Grimm's Fairy Tales collection, where it gained significant popularity. The tale has parallels with other folklore traditions, with similar themes found in stories from different parts of the world, reflecting the universal human concerns about power, desire, and fulfillment. The story's plot is straightforward. A poor fisherman catches a magical fish, which promises to grant him any wish in exchange for its release. The fish for greater and greater things, ultimately leading to the loss of everything they had gained. The tale is a classic example of the be careful what you wish for motif, with the wife's insatiable greed causing her downfall. The roots of the story lie in medieval European traditions, where the tale of the fisherman and his wife likely symbolized common anxieties surrounding wealth, ambition, and social mobility. In medieval society, the gap between the wealthy and the poor was vast, and stories like this served as both cautionary tales and reflections on societal tensions. The fisherman's wife, who constantly demands more, embodies the dangers of ambition and the belief that happiness can be bought or obtained through material wealth. Themes of greed and ambition. At its core, The Fisherman and His Wife is a cautionary tale about greed. The story begins with a modest fisherman who is content with his life, but his wife, dissatisfied with their humble circumstances, urges him to seek more. When the fish grants their first wish, giving them a better house, this contentment quickly turns to desire for greater wealth and power. With each new wish, the wife demands more. First a castle, then a kingdom, and finally the power to control the sun, moon, and stars. The story illustrates how material desires, once fulfilled, tend to breed dissatisfaction and further desire. The wife's relentless pursuit of more leads to her undoing. What starts as a simple wish for a better life spirals into an insatiable hunger for power, culminating in the couple's eventual return to their original, impoverished state. This serves as a clear warning about the dangers of ambition without limits and the peril of placing one's happiness in external circumstances rather than within. The fisherman, though complicit in the initial wishes, is portrayed as a more passive figure, his desires more modest and grounded. He represents the voice of reason, or at least the awareness of the consequences of greed, but is often swayed by his wife's demands. His character reveals a common human weakness, the inability to resist the pressures and desires of those around us, particularly when faced with the promise of something more. The story suggests that, although ambition is natural, unchecked ambition can lead to ruin. The wife's inability to be satisfied with what she has and her increasing demands can be seen as a metaphor for the way society often pushes individuals to strive for more material wealth, status, and power. However, wife's desire for power, the wife's increasing demands, first for a larger house, then for a palace, and finally for the power to control nature, highlight the theme of unchecked power and its corrupting influence. The story echoes traditional narratives about the dangers of desiring too much power and control, a theme that has appeared throughout history, particularly in the context of monarchy and aristocracy. In some versions of the story, the wife's final wish, asking for the power to command the sun, moon, and stars, can be interpreted as a metaphor for the destructive nature of absolute power. The idea of a human being able to control natural forces like the sun and moon is, of course, an impossible and unrealistic desire. The wife's demand for such power reflects the human tendency to want to control things that are beyond our grasp. In her quest for ultimate authority and control, she fails to recognize that there are limits to what one can achieve, and when those limits are pushed, there are consequences. Her final wish, in which she asks for dominion over the elements, is a direct challenge to the natural order. It represents the extreme lengths to which the human desire for control can go, and the consequences of trying to transcend the limitations of human nature. Ultimately, the wife's relentless ambition leads to the collapse of the system she sought to control, and she and her husband return to their original state of poverty. The wife's desire for power also parallels the rise and fall of many historical figures and political systems. In the pursuit of control, many rulers have lost sight of the common good and the responsibilities that come with power. Instead, they become consumed by their ambition, eventually leading to their downfall. The fish, a symbol of the unseen forces. The magical fish in The Fisherman and His Wife plays a significant symbolic role in the story. The fish, which grants wishes, can be seen as a representation of the forces of fate, nature, or the supernatural that exist beyond human control. The fisherman's initial release of the fish and his subsequent fulfillment of his wife's wishes symbolize the human desire to gain access to something beyond one's ordinary life. The fish grants the couple's desires, but as the story progresses, it becomes clear that these wishes come with a price. The fish's ability to grant wishes represents the idea of the genie in a bottle, or the power of external forces to shape our destiny. However, control the fish's powers. He and his wife cannot control the outcome of their wishes. This serves as a reminder that human desires, no matter how great, cannot always be fulfilled in a way that leads to happiness or fulfillment. Additionally, the fish can be seen as a symbol of the unconscious mind or inner wisdom. When the fisherman first releases the fish, he does so out of kindness, without seeking anything in return. However, his wife's greed leads to the gradual deterioration of their fortunes. This suggests that when individuals listen to their inner desires and remain content with what they have, they can achieve true happiness. However, when these desires become corrupted by greed and ambition, they can lead to destruction. The moral lesson, the dangers of greed, the ultimate lesson of the fisherman and his wife is clear. Greed can lead to one's downfall. The story highlights how the constant desire for more can erode one's happiness and well-being. The wife's demands represent the dangers of materialism and the belief that external possessions or power can bring fulfillment. The lesson also speaks to the importance of contentment and gratitude. By failing to appreciate what she already had, the wife allowed her desires to spiral out of control. In many ways, the story mirrors modern concerns about consumerism, ambition, and the pursuit of wealth. In a world where success is often measured by material gain and power, The Fisherman and His Wife serves as a reminder that the pursuit of these things for their own sake can ultimately lead to disappointment and emptiness. True fulfillment, as the story suggests, is not found in endless acquisition, but in appreciating what we already have and understanding the limits of our desires. Cultural interpretations and modern relevance. Throughout history, The Fisherman and His Wife has been adapted and reinterpreted to reflect the changing values and concerns of different cultures. The tale has been told in various ways, from the simple moral lesson of a poor fisherman's journey to the fantastical elements of the magical fish and its granting of wishes. In contemporary society, the story remains relevant as a critique of materialism and the constant pursuit of power. The idea that our desires can lead to our undoing is something that resonates deeply in an era of consumerism, social media, and the relentless pursuit of wealth and status. In a world where external success is often equated with happiness, The Fisherman and His Wife challenges us to reconsider the true sources of fulfillment and satisfaction. The timeless power of the fisherman and his wife. The Fisherman and His Wife is more than just a simple tale about greed. It is a story that explores the complexities of human desire, the dangers of ambition, and the ultimate cost of wanting more than we truly need. Through the journey of the fisherman and his wife, the tale warns against the destructive nature of unchecked greed and ambition, urging us to seek contentment in what we have rather than in the endless pursuit of more. The story remains relevant today, reminding us that true happiness cannot be found in material possessions or power, but in the appreciation of what we already have and the wisdom to recognize when enough is enough. In a world that constantly pushes us to strive for more, The Fisherman and His Wife serves as a valuable reminder to slow down, reflect, and understand the consequences of our desires. The real story behind the Three Little Pigs. The story of the Three Little Pigs is one of the most enduring and beloved fairy tales of all time. Whether told in books, plays, or movies, the story continues to captivate audiences with its simple yet powerful message. Hard work, resourcefulness, and preparation can overcome even the most formidable of challenges. The basic premise is familiar to almost everyone. Three pigs build houses out of different materials: straw, sticks, and bricks, while a big, bad wolf tries to blow them down. The pigs who build their homes with the weakest materials, straw and sticks, are defeated by the wolf. But the pig who builds his house from bricks successfully outwits the wolf, ensuring his safety. While the version we know today has been sanitized and adapted for children, the origins of the Three Little Pigs are far darker, reflecting the harsh realities of survival, work ethics, and the importance of resilience. In its earliest iterations, the tale was used not only to entertain, but to teach important lessons about the consequences of laziness, the rewards of hard work, and the dangers of external threats, both the Three Little Pigs. We will examine how the story has evolved over time and the deeper meanings that lie beneath the surface of this seemingly simple fairy tale. From its historical roots to its modern day interpretations, The Three Little Pigs is a tale about perseverance, planning, and the rewards of effort in the face of adversity. The origins of The Three Little Pigs. The Three Little Pigs, as we know it today, was first published in its modern form by Joseph Jacobs in 1890 in English Fairy Tales. However, the story's roots extend far back into European folklore, where themes of protection, survival, and the struggle between good and evil have been told in various forms. The earliest known versions of the story were not written down until the 17th and 18th centuries, but oral versions of the tale have likely existed for much longer. In these early renditions, the pigs and the wolf were often replaced with other characters, sometimes even humans or different animals, depending on the region. In some versions, the wolf is less of an antagonist and more of a symbolic figure, representing forces of destruction that threaten the integrity of the individual or the community. The structure of the three little pigs reflects a common motif in folklore: the battle between the weak and the strong, the fast and the slow, or the unprepared and the prepared. These conflicts were often used to teach moral lessons about the virtues of planning, hard work, and resilience. In the case of the three little pigs, the pigs who build houses out of straw and sticks represent those who take shortcuts in life, relying on ease rather than effort. The pig who builds his house from bricks is the embodiment of diligence, persistence, and foresight, and his success underscores the value of careful planning and hard work. The earliest versions of the tale also had a darker tone, with the wolf being more threatening and the pigs more vulnerable. In some of the older versions, the pigs were not as clever in outwitting the wolf, and the story ended in tragedy for at least one of them. Over time, however, the tale was softened, and the focus shifted more towards teaching children about the value of hard work and perseverance, with a happily ever after ending. The wolf as a symbol of external threats. The wolf in the three little pigs is not just a literal threat to the pigs. It also represents the dangers and challenges that exist in the world outside the safety of home. Throughout history, wolves have been symbolic of many things nature's unpredictables, representing the dangers of the wild, and the pig, as a domestic animal, was seen as vulnerable to these forces. The wolf's repeated attempts to blow down the pigs' houses and its eventual failure when faced with the brick house symbolize the trials and challenges of life. The story suggests that adversity is inevitable and cannot be avoided, but it also implies that the way we prepare and respond to these challenges determines whether we will overcome them or be swept away. In a broader sense, the wolf represents external threats, whether physical, psychological, or societal, that seek to destroy the security and safety of the individual. The pigs, in their various attempts to protect themselves, embody different attitudes toward dealing with these challenges. The pigs who take the path of least resistance by building houses of straw and sticks are not adequately prepared for the dangers they face, while the pig who builds his house of bricks is ready to withstand whatever comes his way. This conflict between the pigs and the wolf mirrors the larger human struggle to protect oneself from the dangers of the world. The wolf, like many societal threats, is persistent and relentless, and the pigs must find a way to outsmart it, or else risk falling prey to it. The symbolism of the materials: straw, sticks, and bricks. The materials the pigs choose to build their houses, straw, sticks, and bricks, are highly symbolic and represent different approaches to life and problem solving. Each material can be seen as a metaphor for different strategies people use in facing life's challenges. Straw, the first pig's house, built from straw, represents a quick and easy solution to a problem. Straw is light, cheap, and easy to gather, making it an ideal material for someone who's looking for a fast, simple way to solve a problem. However, straw is also weak and flimsy, offering little protection. This represents individuals or solutions that are superficial or lack depth, often seeking convenience or shortcuts without considering the long-term consequences. The first pig's choice to use straw reflects the tendency of some people to avoid hard work or difficult decisions, opting instead for the easiest path. Sticks. The second pig's house is built from sticks, which are stronger than straw, but still lack the durability to withstand a serious threat like the wolf. Sticks can represent half-hearted efforts or solutions that are somewhat better, but still inadequate in the face of real challenges. This pig tries a little harder than the first, but still does not take the necessary steps to ensure long-term safety. The house of sticks is a metaphor for those who may take some initiative, but lack the perseverance or foresight to fully prepare for what lies ahead. Bricks. The third pig's house is made from bricks, the strongest and most durable material. Bricks represent hard work, planning, and resilience. This pig has put in the effort to build something that can withstand the test of time and any challenges that come its way. The House of Bricks symbolizes individuals who approach life with foresight, responsibility, and determination. The third pig's success emphasizes the importance of investing in lasting solutions rather than opting for easy fixes. The varying degrees of strength of the pig's houses illustrate a universal truth. Success is often a product of effort, preparation, and the willingness to take the time to do things right. The story teaches that quick fixes and shortcuts may seem appealing in the short term, but they often lead to failure when the real challenges arise. In contrast, careful planning and hard work provide the foundation for overcoming obstacles. The importance of hard work and preparation. One of the central lessons of the Three Little Pigs is the importance of preparation, hard work, and foresight. The third pig, who builds his house from bricks, represents the virtues of patience and perseverance. His willingness to take the time to build something strong and secure is rewarded, while his brother's haste and laziness lead to their downfall. The story's emphasis on the value of hard work and preparation resonates deeply with universal human experiences, effort rather than instant gratification. In the face of adversity, whether in the form of a wolf, fight and build a solid foundation, are the ones who emerge victorious. This message is particularly relevant in today's world, where shortcuts and instant solutions and the quick fix culture. The Three Little Pigs serves as a reminder that true success and fulfillment come from steady, consistent effort and long-term planning. The evolution of the Three Little Pigs. Over time, the Three Little Pigs has evolved from its darker, more complex origins into the cheerful and child-friendly version we know today. The story has been adapted and retold in countless forms, from books and cartoons to songs and films. One of the most notable adaptations is the 1933 animated short film by Walt Disney, which popularized the version of the pigs as happy-go-lucky, endearing characters. This version focuses more on the pigs' personalities and their interactions with the wolf, downplaying the deeper themes of survival and work ethics. Despite these adaptations, the core message of the story about hard work, preparation, and the consequences of taking shortcuts remains intact. The moral of the tale, which stresses the importance of diligence and foresight, continues to resonate with audiences of all ages. As such, The Three Little Pigs is not only a tale of adventure, but a timeless lesson on the values that can help us succeed in life. The timeless wisdom of the Three Little Pigs. The Three Little Pigs is much more than a simple children's story about three pigs and a wolf. At its heart, it is a timeless allegory about the importance of hard work, planning, and resilience in the face of adversity. The contrasting fates of the pigs, from the quick fixes of straw and sticks to the solid foundation of bricks, reflect the broader life lessons about the consequences of choices and the value of preparation. The story also speaks to the universal struggle to balance convenience with effort and the dangers of opting for the easier path when faced with difficult challenges. The Three Little Pigs reminds us that success, security, and happiness are often the result of careful planning and diligence, and that the rewards of hard work will stand the test of time, just like the sturdy house of bricks. The real story behind the Golden Goose. The Golden Goose is a beloved European folktale that has delighted audiences for generations. Known for its magical elements and its humorous twist, the story features a simple young man, a magical goose that produces golden eggs, and a series of absurdly greedy characters who, in their attempts to claim the goose for themselves, ultimately get their comeuppance. While its central theme seems straightforward, about the consequences of greed and the rewards of kindness, the deeper origins and meanings of the story reveal much more about the human condition, social dynamics, and the idea of good fortune. The earliest version of the Golden Goose was written by the Brothers Grimm and published in 1812 as part of their collection of folk tales. However, The tale itself likely dates back further, rooted in centuries of oral tradition. While it may appear as a simple fairy tale for children, the symbolism, themes, and moral lessons embedded within the Golden Goose reflect deeper cultural concerns about greed, desire, and the transformative power of generosity and humility. Origins and historical context. The tale of the Golden Goose has its roots in European folklore, with a notable presence in Germany, where the brothers Grimm collected and published many folk tales. The Grimm's version of the story was included in their Grimm's Fairy Tales collection in 1812, but the folk tale's origins extend much further, likely reaching back to pre-modern times, when oral traditions played a crucial role in transmitting stories from generation to generation. In The Golden Goose, a poor young man discovers that a seemingly ordinary goose lays golden eggs. This miraculous event sets off a series of interactions with other characters who are motivated by greed and a desire for personal gain. The greedy characters are drawn into the story through their own actions, trying to seize the goose or the gold, but they are ultimately outwitted by the humble and kind-hearted protagonist. Over time, the tale has been simplified and adapted for children, often focusing particularly the one made famous by the brothers Grimm, has significant cultural and moral undertones. At its heart, it reflects the universal theme of greed, how it consumes people, blinds them to the consequences of their actions, and ultimately leads to their downfall. The magical goose is a symbol of unexpected fortune, but it is also a reminder of how greed can warp good fortune into something destructive. The deeper cultural context of the Golden Goose reveals how it was used as a cautionary tale about social mobility, the consequences of desire, and the transformative power of generosity. The tale illustrates how greed disrupts the balance of society, creating conflict, while kindness and humility bring about resolution and harmony. These themes are still relevant today, making the story of the Golden Goose a timeless classic with moral implications that resonate in various cultures. The symbolism of the Golden Goose. The golden goose in the story is undoubtedly the central symbol, representing both literal and metaphorical ideas. On one level, the goose is a magical creature that lays golden eggs, providing wealth and prosperity. In the context of the tale, it can be seen as a symbol of unexpected good fortune, something that appears out of nowhere and has the potential to change the protagonist's life. However, the golden goose is also symbolic of the dangers of greed. The goose's magic is rooted in its ability to produce something precious, but it is also a limited resource. When the protagonist shares his good fortune with others, it is met with jealousy and greed. The idea that the goose continues to produce golden eggs only until it is taken for granted or exploited serves as a warning about how good fortune, when mishandled, can be squandered or corrupted. The golden eggs themselves are symbolic of wealth, material success, and the temptation to focus solely on material gain. The fact that the goose produces the eggs with no apparent effort, only through its natural, magical abilities, highlights the contrast between true value, which comes from care, respect, and patience, and the superficial allure of instant gratification. Moreover, the goose's gift can be seen as a symbol of the unexpected rewards that come from generosity and kindness. In many versions of the tale, the young man's humble, kind-hearted nature allows him to receive the goose, whereas the greedy characters around him attempt to steal it. This suggests that material rewards are not only about luck or external factors, but also about the attitudes and actions that one brings to life's challenges. The characters. Greed versus generosity. The characters in The Golden Goose are clearly divided into two categories: the greedy, self-interested figures and the kind, humble protagonist. These characters serve as embodiments of the two main forces at play in the story: greed and generosity. The young man, the protagonist in The Golden Goose, is typically portrayed as a poor, humble young man often referred to as simpleton in earlier versions of the tale. His innocence, kindness, and lack of greed make him an ideal candidate to receive the magical gift of the golden goose. Unlike the greedy characters in the story, the young man does not act out of self-interest or the desire for wealth. Instead, his goodness and willingness to help others set him apart, and he is ultimately rewarded with fortune. The young man's kindness often leads to moments of unexpected fortune. For example, in many versions of the story, his willingness to share or assist others, such as helping someone in need or treating them with respect, eventually results in his receiving the goose. His actions highlight the moral lesson that true prosperity is not just about material wealth, but about cultivating virtues like generosity, humility, and selflessness. The greedy characters. In stark contrast to the protagonist, the other characters in the story are defined by their greed. These figures, often represented as the young man's family members, neighbors, or townspeople, are obsessed with the golden eggs and will stop at nothing to seize the goose for themselves. Their relentless pursuit of wealth makes them blind to the consequences of their actions, and each one, in their greed, is either trapped, humiliated, or otherwise undone by their attempts to control the goose. The greedy characters in The Golden Goose are often portrayed as comical in their absurdity, highlighting the foolishness of excessive desire. They are frequently portrayed as becoming ensnared in the goose's magical power, either physically or mentally. Their failure to understand that wealth should be handled with care and respect often results in their own undoing. The tale as a cautionary story as of unchecked desire. The story emphasizes that material wealth, if pursued for the wrong reasons or obtained through selfish means, can lead to ruin. The tale suggests that the pursuit of wealth and power, when done without consideration for others, will always backfire. The greed of the townspeople who attempt to take the golden goose for themselves is a warning against the destructive power of envy. While the protagonist, through kindness and tragic or absurd ends, often physically trapped by their own desires. The story highlights that the pursuit of wealth for its own sake is both dangerous and foolish, and that true fulfillment lies not in material possessions, but in the ability to share and be generous with what we have. The Golden Goose and the magic of generosity. In contrast to the greedy characters, the protagonist's generosity is highlighted as a key virtue. Unlike others, he does not attempt to use the golden goose for personal gain, and his kindness toward others serves as the key to unlocking his good fortune. This sets up a moral framework that suggests wealth, magic, or success should be shared and used for the benefit of others rather than hoarded for selfish purposes. The story implicitly questions the societal obsession with wealth and status. It challenges the notion that material success should be the end goal, suggesting instead that generosity, respect, and kindness are the true measures of a person's worth. Through the protagonist's virtuous actions, the story encourages readers to focus on what is truly valuable in life, not gold or material wealth, but virtues that foster community, connection, and well-being. Modern interpretations of the Golden Goose. While the core moral of the Golden Goose remains relevant today, the story has also undergone adaptations in modern times to reflect contemporary concerns. In modern versions, the tale might focus less on magical realism and more on practical lessons about how wealth is earned, used, and shared. The idea of the golden egg could be interpreted symbolically that, when used wisely, can bring prosperity not only to the individual value of hard work and ingenuity, rather than relying on magic or luck. In such versions, the protagonist's kindness and his approach to life may be framed in terms of moral fortitude and the ethical ways in which one achieves success. These versions also delve deeper into social issues like income inequality, the pursuit of fame, and the importance of ethical decision-making. The enduring legacy of the Golden Goose. The Golden Goose is more than just a whimsical tale about a magical bird and its golden eggs. At its core, it is a story about the consequences of greed, the rewards of generosity, and the power of kindness in the face of material desire. The goose itself represents not only fortune and wealth, but also the precariousness of such treasures. Through the protagonist's journey, the tale teaches that true success is not measured by material wealth, but by one's character and ability to act with integrity. The story of the Golden Goose endures because it speaks to universal human concerns: greed, generosity, and the impact of our desires. Whether told to children or adults, the tale continues to provide valuable lessons about how we engage with wealth and the importance of sharing and kindness in the pursuit of a meaningful life. In a world where the temptation to accumulate wealth and status often drives people to acts of selfishness, the Golden Goose serves as a timeless reminder that the greatest riches lie not in gold, but in the goodness of our actions and the relationships we nurture. As we've seen throughout our journey into the real stories behind famous folk tales, these timeless tales are much more than the simplified, child-friendly versions we often encounter today. Beneath the layers of magic, adventure, and happy endings lies a complex world of deeper meanings, darker truths, and moral lessons that have evolved across cultures and generations. What makes these stories so enduring is their ability to speak to universal human experiences, our struggles with greed, jealousy, love, and survival. The real stories behind these folktales often reflect the anxieties, values, and fears of the societies from which they originated. Little Red Riding Hood, for example, began as a cautionary tale about the dangers lurking in the world, especially for young girls. Similarly, Cinderella, with its themes of transformation and resilience, draws on older traditions of social mobility and the harshness of life's inequalities. Meanwhile, Hansel and Gretel's Dark Forest mirrors the dangers of famine and child abandonment, and the Pied Piper of Hamelin encapsulates the harsh reality people to understand and navigate the complexities of the world around them. The elements of magic, transformation, and good versus evil are deeply symbolic, reminding us that the challenges we face, whether physical, emotional, or societal, often require us to be clever, brave, and true to ourselves. In these tales, the characters who succeed are the ones who are resilient, virtuous, or who learn valuable lessons along the way. Even though we may find ourselves drawn to the simpler, sanitized versions today, it's important to remember the real stories behind these folktales. They carry with them lessons that are just as relevant now as they were hundreds of years ago. Whether it's the power of truth in the boy who cried wolf, the importance of preparation in the three little pigs, or the dangers of unchecked ambition in the fisherman and his wife, these stories remind us that the way we approach life and the choices we make can have lasting consequences. So, next time you read or hear one of these beloved stories, take a moment to reflect on the deeper meanings behind them. After all, the real stories behind famous folktales offer us more than just entertainment. They offer wisdom that can guide us through our own lives. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the hidden truths of these famous tales. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more deep dives into the real stories behind the legends that have shaped our cultural imagination.
Descent into the underworld at night. It was during this nighttime journey that superstitions surrounding death, the afterlife, and the spirits of the deceased flourished. One of the most well-known Egyptian superstitions involves the idea of Ka, life force, and Ba, soul. Both Egyptians buried objects such as statues, jewelry, and amulets with the dead to protect them in the afterlife. Omens and magical beliefs Superstition and magic were woven into the fabric of daily life. Ancient Egyptians believed that omens, often in the form of animals or natural phenomena, could predict the future. Cats, revered as sacred animals, were believed to have magical powers. Killing a cat, even by accident, was considered a terrible omen and was punishable by death. Cats were also associated with the goddess Batet, the protector of home and fertility, which reinforced their status as sacred animals. Another common superstition involved the use of amulets. These were often worn as necklaces, bracelets, or sewn into clothing. Amulets shaped like scarabs were especially popular, as they were believed to have the power to ward off evil spirits and bring good luck. The scarab beetle, in particular, was associated with the sun god Ra and the cycle of life and rebirth. Superstitions in the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that the journey to the afterlife was fraught with dangers. The dead had to navigate through perilous realms, where they might encounter threatening gods or spirits. To help the deceased in this journey, the living would often recite incantations from the Book of the Dead. These texts were designed to protect the soul from evil forces and ensure a peaceful passage to the afterlife. One of the most famous superstitions surrounding death in ancient Egypt involved the fear of the Apep, a giant serpent that symbolized chaos and was said to lurk in the underworld, threatening the sun god Ra's daily journey. Egyptians would often perform rituals and chant protective spells to ensure that Apep would not disrupt the cycle of life and death. Superstitions in ancient Greece. The ancient Greeks, like the Egyptians, were heavily influenced by religion and the supernatural. Greek mythology is filled with gods, demigods, and monsters that were believed to affect the fate of mortals. The ancient Greeks were particularly concerned with omens, signs from the gods, and the influence of fate on human lives. The influence of the gods. The Greek gods were not abstract, distant beings, but rather entities that had direct control over the lives of humans. Superstitions often revolved around gaining favor or avoiding anger from these gods. For example, the goddess Athena was associated with wisdom and victory, and it was believed that carrying a small statue or symbol of Athena would bring good luck in battle. One well-known superstition involved the goddess Artemis, who was associated with the moon, hunting, and childbirth. People believed that encountering a wolf in the wild was a bad omen, symbolizing bad luck or misfortune. Artemis, being a protector of women and children, was thought to be offended by such encounters, leading to a belief that sacrifices and rituals needed to be performed to appease her. Omens and divination. The ancient Greeks were deeply fascinated by divination, interpreting signs and omens from the natural world. One of the most common practices was augury, which involved interpreting the flight patterns of birds. The Greeks believed that the movements of birds were messages from the gods. For example, a crow flying to the right was seen as a sign of good fortune, while a raven flying to the left was an omen of disaster. The Greeks also practiced oracle divination, where a priest or priestess would channel messages from a deity, most famously the Oracle of Delphi, who was said to receive visions from the god Apollo. These prophecies were highly sought after, and many ancient Greeks would travel great distances to seek advice from the oracle, hoping that the gods would reveal their future. Superstitions and the role of numbers. Ancient Greeks were very conscious of numbers and their significance. The number 3, for instance, was considered a powerful and auspicious number, linked to the triple goddess Hecate, who was associated with magic, the moon, and crossroads. The number 3 also had divine connotations, seen in the 3 major gods of the Greek pantheon: Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Conversely, the number 4 was sometimes seen as unlucky. This was linked to the belief that the 4 corners of the earth represented a boundary between the known world and the unknown, and crossing that boundary was considered dangerous. Superstitions in ancient Rome. The ancient Romans shared many superstitions with the Greeks, as both civilizations were part of the same Mediterranean cultural sphere. However, the Romans had their own unique beliefs, particularly that each person's life was predestined and that certain events were unavoidable. However, it was possible to influence fate through rituals, prayers, and sacrifices. The concept of good fortune was important to the Romans, and many superstitions were designed to bring good luck or ward off evil. One superstition that was prevalent in Rome involved the practice of augury, which involved interpreting the behavior of birds, particularly the flight patterns of certain species. Romans also believed that omens could be found in the behavior of animals such as snakes and dogs. A snake slithering across one's path was thought to be an omen of misfortune, while a dog barking at night was a sign of a forthcoming tragedy. Rituals and protection from evil. The Romans believed in the importance of purification rituals to ward off evil spirits and bad luck. These rituals included making offerings to household gods known as the Lares and Penates, who were thought to protect the family and home. People would also hang bulla, small amulets, around their necks as a protective charm for children, especially newborns. The bulla was considered to safeguard the child from evil spirits and bad luck, and was typically worn until the child reached adulthood. Another Roman superstition involved the use of the evil eye. This belief, which still persists in many cultures today, held that envious or malicious individuals could cast a harmful spell upon others with just a look. To protect themselves from the evil eye, Romans used amulets known as fascinum, which were often shaped like phalluses and were thought to ward off malevolent glances. Superstitions and cultural continuity. As we explore these ancient superstitions, we can see a common thread running through all three civilizations: a deep desire to control and understand the unknown forces that govern their lives. From omens and divine will to protective rituals and magical practices, ancient cultures developed elaborate systems to cope with uncertainty, and these beliefs helped shape their worldviews. What's fascinating is that many of these ancient superstitions continue to influence modern culture. For example, the belief in the power of cats, particularly black cats, has persisted through the centuries and remains prevalent in many societies today. The number 13, once considered sacred in some cultures, is still viewed as unlucky in many parts of the world, particularly in the West. The use of amulets and charms, protective symbols, and the belief in fate are also practices that transcend ancient times. Today, people still carry luck or attracting good fortune. Superstitions and religion. Superstitions and religion are often intricately intertwined, with the supernatural serving as a bridge between human beliefs and divine will. Throughout history, religions have sought to explain the mysteries of life, death, fate, and the cosmos. But alongside these spiritual frameworks, superstitions have flourished, often growing from ancient rituals, religious taboos, and the belief in omens and divine intervention. In this section, we explore how religion has shaped and perpetuated superstitions, examining the role of divine forces, sacred symbols, and religious practices in the development of superstitions across different cultures. From ancient times to modern day beliefs, religion and superstition have created a complex relationship that continues to influence human behavior and rituals. The intersection of religion and superstition in ancient civilization. Stages of human civilization, religion was often intertwined with superstition, where people believed that the gods controlled every aspect of their lives. Natural disasters, the birth of children, the seasons, and even personal fortunes were all seen as the direct result of divine will or anger. Ancient Mesopotamia, the gods' wrath and favor. In Mesopotamian cultures, the gods were viewed as omnipotent beings capable of affecting every part of life. Superstition desire to appease the gods and avert their wrath. The Babylonians, for example, believed that certain omens, like the appearance of unusual animal behavior, celestial events, or dreams, were direct messages from the gods. Temples to gods like Marduk, Ishtar, and Enki were not just places of worship, but were seen as sanctuaries to invoke divine protection. Rituals, sacrifices, and prayer were regular practices to ward off bad luck and attract blessings. Ancient Egypt, superstition as a religious practice. In ancient Egypt, religion and superstition were inseparable. The Egyptians believed in an afterlife where the soul would be judged by the god Osiris. To ensure a safe journey, people placed significant emphasis on rituals, which were believed to protect the living and the dead. Superstitions about the afterlife, including fear of curses from the gods or ancestral spirits, led to the widespread use of protective charms and rituals. The role of divine punishment and favor in superstitions. Many superstitions are deeply rooted in the belief that divine forces can either punish or reward individuals, families, or entire societies based on their behavior. This belief can be traced back to ancient religious teachings and has persisted in various forms through the centuries. Judaism and the fear of divine wrath. In ancient Judaism, one of the key beliefs was that disobedience to God's commandments could result in punishment. The Ten Commandments, the laws of Leviticus, and various sections of the Hebrew Bible describe punishments for violating divine laws, ranging from disease to death. Superstitions arose around these warnings, where people believed that disasters, such as famine or plague, were signs of God's anger. Many rituals, including the sacrificial offerings of animals, were designed to appease God's wrath and bring blessings to the community. For example, the superstition of wearing certain symbols or keeping specific rituals, such as avoiding certain foods or engaging in ritual washing, was believed to protect individuals and families from divine retribution. The kippah, yarmulke, and mezuzah, a small scroll containing Hebrew scriptures placed on the doorposts of Jewish homes, became symbols of divine protection against misfortune. Christianity, the power of prayer and the fear of damnation. Christianity has historically shaped numerous superstitions around prayer, saints, and the fear of divine punishment. In the early Middle Ages, many believed that specific prayers or saints could intercede with God to avert disasters, illness, or bad luck. For example, the saint of a particular region or profession was often called upon for protection, and people would carry relics or amulets associated with these saints for good fortune. The fear of damnation was also a powerful driver of superstition in Christian society. Many believed that certain actions, like breaking religious laws or engaging in immoral behavior, could result in eternal damnation. This belief led to superstitions surrounding confession, penance, and absolution, where people would perform rituals to secure their place in heaven or avoid hell. Religious symbols have long been associated with power and protection against negative forces. In many cultures, sacred symbols not only represent spiritual beliefs, but also serve as tangible objects believed to bring good luck, prevent misfortune, or protect against evil. The cross in Christianity. In Christianity, the cross became a central symbol of faith and salvation, and many Christians have used it as a means of protection. The image of the cross is commonly displayed on homes, vehicles, and personal items. It is also used in rituals like blessing water, food, or even individuals as a way to ward off evil. The superstitious belief in the power of the cross as a protective symbol persisted throughout the centuries, especially during times of war, disease, or social unrest. The Star of David in Judaism. In Judaism, the Star of David, or Magen David, has served not only as a symbol of Jewish identity, but also as a symbol of divine protection. Superstitions surrounding the star include the belief that it has the power to ward off the evil eye and provide spiritual and physical protection for the wearer. People often wore Star of David amulets or had them displayed in their homes to ensure safety and good fortune. The Eye of Horus in ancient Egypt. The Eye of Horus, an ancient Egyptian symbol of protection, was considered a powerful amulet against evil forces. It was believed that the symbol would bring good health, protect against evil, and provide guidance through life's challenges. Egyptians carried the symbol in the form of jewelry, tattoos, and charms, reinforcing its role as a religious and superstitious safeguard against harm. Superstitions and religious rituals. Religious rituals themselves often contain elements of superstition, blending the sacred and the magical. While many rituals are intended to honor the divine or foster a deeper connection with spiritual beings, some are also seen as necessary for invoking favor, averting misfortune, or fulfilling divine will. Sacrifices and offerings. In many ancient and medieval religions, sacrifices were performed to appease the gods and avoid punishment. Animal sacrifices, food offerings, and even human sacrifices were believed to ensure that the gods would protect or bless the people. In ancient Greece, for example, sacrifices were made to gods' daily life. In the Abrahamic religions, sacrifices evolved into offerings of prayers, alms, and symbolic acts. In Christianity, the act of giving alms was seen as a way to earn divine favor, while in Islam, fasting during Ramadan and giving to charity, zakat, are considered to bring spiritual benefits and protect the faithful from evil influences. Exorcisms and spiritual cleansing. Exorcisms, spiritual cleansings, and purifications are practices found across many religions, intended to remove evil spirits or negative influences. Christianity, Islam, and traditional African religions have long histories of exorcism practices, with individuals believed to be possessed by evil spirits needing to undergo purification rituals. These rituals often involve prayer, the use of sacred texts, and the invocation of holy figures to drive away malevolent forces. The superstition behind these practices is rooted in the belief that spiritual forces, both good and evil, play a direct role in human health and well-being. People believe that through proper rituals, they could remove bad luck, illness, or curses, restoring balance and protection to the individual or community. Religion and superstition in the modern world. Though we've moved far beyond the religious frameworks that dominated ancient societies, the relationship between superstition and religion remains as relevant as ever. In contemporary times, religion continues to shape people's understanding of fate, fortune, and divine will. Modern practices, particularly in folk religions and popular spirituality, maintain elements of superstition that have evolved from their religious roots. Folk religion and superstition. Folk religion refers to traditional beliefs and practices passed down through generations, often incorporating elements of superstition. In many cultures, folk religion blends indigenous beliefs with the major religions of the region, creating a unique mix of rituals, charms, and protective practices. For instance, in Catholicism, folk superstitions about saints, holy water, and blessings still persist, especially in rural areas where people turn to religious symbols for protection. The persistence of superstitions in Christianity. Even in modern Christianity, superstition still plays a role. For example, some Christians continue to believe in the power of relics, holy water, and saintly intercession. The superstition surrounding the act of crossing oneself or wearing a religious symbol like a crucifix is believed to offer protection against evil and harm. In times of crisis, prayer and invoking God's protection become deeply intertwined with superstitions about divine will and intervention. Superstition in contemporary popular culture. In contemporary society, superstition is often found in connection with religious symbols, practices, and rituals. For example, astrology, which draws on religious and mythological themes, continues to be a popular belief system. People often turn to astrological signs, tarot cards, and numerology as forms of divine guidance or protection, which are modern-day manifestations of ancient superstitions. Psychological theories. Superstitions have long been a part of human culture and society, and psychologists have proposed various theories to explain why they are so pervasive. The belief in superstitions, despite the lack of empirical evidence, can be attributed to cognitive biases, emotional needs, and the human tendency to seek patterns in an otherwise unpredictable world. In this section, we'll explore the psychological theories that explain the persistence and appeal of superstitions, from cognitive psychology and behaviorism to evolutionary theories and social learning. Cognitive biases and the need for control. One of the core reasons people cling to superstitions is rooted in cognitive psychology, the way our brains process information, interpret the world around us, and seek patterns. Several cognitive biases contribute to the formation and perpetuation of superstitions. The gambler's fallacy. The gambler's fallacy is a cognitive bias where individuals believe that past events influence future outcomes in a way that defies statistical probability. In the context of superstitions, this manifests as the belief that if something has happened a certain way before, it will continue to do so. For example, a gambler might believe that a streak of bad luck in rolling dice will be followed by a streak of like lucky charms or rituals that a person believes will influence the outcome. Illusion of control. The illusion of control theory suggests that people engage in superstitious behavior because they believe they can influence outcomes that are beyond their control. For instance, wearing a lucky shirt to an important job interview or sporting event is a way to feel that they can influence the outcome, even though the outcome is governed by a multitude of external factors. This need for control in unpredictable situations is one of the primary reasons that superstitions are so powerful and persistent. Confirmation bias. Confirmation bias occurs when people seek out information that supports their existing beliefs and ignore information that contradicts them. This bias contributes to the persistence of superstitions, as individuals tend to remember instances when their superstitions worked, e.g., their lucky coin brought them good fortune, while dismissing instances when the superstition had no impact. This selective memory reinforces the belief that the superstition is effective, leading to a cycle of confirmation and repetition. Pattern recognition and agency detection. Humans have evolved to be highly sensitive to patterns, a trait that was advantageous for survival. Our ancestors who could detect patterns in nature, animals, or environmental changes were more likely to survive and reproduce. This tendency to recognize patterns, however, can lead to false positives, where we see patterns in random events or unrelated phenomena. Apophenia and pareidolia. Apophenia is the tendency to perceive meaningful connections in random or unrelated events. Pareidolia, a specific type of apophenia, refers to the tendency to see familiar shapes or faces in abstract patterns, such as faces in clouds or in the arrangement of objects. In terms of superstition, people might interpret a series of coincidental events, like finding a penny on the street after thinking about financial struggles, as thoughts or actions. This tendency to link unrelated events is a core feature of many superstitions. For example, people may interpret a black cat crossing their path as an omen, despite the fact that black cats, like all cats, cross paths with people regularly. The mind creates patterns where none exist, reinforcing the belief in supernatural causes and omens. The agenticity bias. The agenticity bias refers to the human tendency to attribute events to a purposeful agent, such as a god, spirit, or other supernatural force. In an uncertain world, people often prefer to believe that there is an intentional cause behind events rather than randomness or chance. For instance, if a person is successful in a task after performing a specific ritual or carrying a lucky charm, they may attribute the success to the supernatural influence rather than their own efforts or external circumstances. This bias is particularly strong in situations where outcomes are ambiguous or difficult to control. For example, during uncertain events such as tests or sports games, people often resort to superstitions because they feel that external forces are influencing the outcome. Emotional needs and coping mechanisms. Superstitions often serve as emotional coping mechanisms in times of stress, anxiety, or uncertainty. When people face events or situations beyond their control, such as illness, financial difficulties, or personal challenges, superstitions can provide comfort and a sense of security. Anxiety reduction. Superstitions can act as a way to reduce anxiety by creating a sense of order in a chaotic world. When people engage in a ritual or perform a superstitious act, they may feel more in control of their circumstances, which can reduce feelings of helplessness. For example, athletes may engage in pre-game rituals like wearing the same socks or touching the same object to feel a sense of control over the outcome of the game, even though their performance is largely influenced by factors beyond their control. The need for certainty. Humans have a deep psychological need for certainty and predictability. The presence of uncertainty can lead to stress and discomfort, especially in situations that carry high stakes. Superstitions help provide certainty by offering the illusion of control or predicting future outcomes. In uncertain times, people may rely on these practices to alleviate the discomfort of not knowing what will happen next. For example, someone facing an important job interview might wear a lucky outfit or repeat a prayer, believing that these actions will increase their chances of success. Even if these actions don't actually influence the outcome, the belief in their power can reduce anxiety and provide emotional relief. Social learning and cultural transmission of superstitions. Superstitions are not only shaped by individual psychological factors, but also by social learning and cultural transmission. From a young age, people are taught certain superstitions by their family, community, or culture. These beliefs are passed down through generations and are often reinforced through social norms and expectations. Observational learning. Observational learning or modeling is a powerful way in which superstitions are transmitted. When a child observes their parents or peers engaging in superstitious behavior, they may come to believe that these actions are meaningful or necessary for achieving a desired outcome. For example, if a child sees their parent knock on wood after making a statement, they may adopt this behavior, believing it will prevent bad luck. This type of learning is reinforced by the social environment. In a culture where certain superstitions are common, such as the belief in lucky numbers or the avoidance of certain actions, individuals are more likely to engage in these behaviors themselves, further perpetuating the superstition. The role of social norms. In some cultures, certain superstitions become deeply embedded in social norms. For example, in many societies, it is considered bad luck to walk under a ladder or to open an umbrella indoors. These beliefs become ingrained in the culture and are passed down from generation to generation. Social pressure to conform to these norms can reinforce superstitions, making them or to avoid social ridicule. Every game, not necessarily because they believe it will bring good luck, but because it is an ingrained part of the team's culture. Evolutionary theories. The adaptive nature of superstition. Evolutionary psychology provides another perspective on why superstitions have persisted across cultures and time. From an evolutionary standpoint, human beings have evolved certain cognitive mechanisms that promote the survival of the species. Some researchers argue that these mechanisms, while adaptive in many ways, also predispose humans to develop and maintain superstitions. The evolutionary advantage of pattern recognition. As mentioned earlier, humans have evolved to be highly sensitive to patterns. This ability was advantageous for early humans who needed to recognize patterns in the environment to avoid dangers, such as predators, or secure resources, such as food and shelter. However, this heightened sensitivity to patterns can sometimes lead to false positives. where people perceive patterns in random or unrelated events. Superstitions often arise from these false patterns. For example, early humans who believed that certain actions, such as a specific ritual or the use of a charm, would bring good weather or success in hunting, may have had an advantage in surviving and thriving. Over time, these behaviors became ingrained as part of the culture, even though the rituals had no real connection to the outcomes they were believed to influence. Superstitions as a byproduct of cognitive evolution. Another evolutionary theory suggests that superstitions are a byproduct of cognitive mechanisms that evolved for other purposes. The human brain is wired to make quick decisions based on limited information, and this often involves jumping to conclusions about cause and effect. This is useful and lead to superstitions in non-threatening situations. For example, if an individual experiences a string of positive events after performing a specific time, this association reinforces the superstition. Wow, we've really unpacked a lot today, haven't we? From ancient Egypt and Greece to the powerful psychological theories that explain our modern superstitions, it's been a journey through history, culture, and the inner workings of the human mind. We've learned that superstitions aren't just about believing in lucky numbers or avoiding black cats. They're about much more. They reflect our deep-seated need for control, our search for meaning, and our emotional responses to an unpredictable world. We've discovered that superstition has existed for thousands of years, helping ancient societies explain the forces beyond their control, like fate and the will of the gods. As societies evolved, so did these beliefs, finding their way into our everyday lives and continuing to shape our actions, even in the modern world. But why do we still hold onto superstitions today? It's easy to dismiss them as relics of a less rational time, but what we've found is that they are deeply embedded in human psychology. From our cognitive bias and cope with anxiety, these superstitions are more than just irrational beliefs. They are our way of dealing with uncertainty and creating a sense of security in a world that feels out of our control. Think about it for a second. Have you ever experienced a moment of anxiety or uncertainty, whether it's before a big event, a stressful situation, or even something as simple as a job interview, and felt the urge to reach for something familiar, something that could help you feel more in control? Maybe it's your lucky shirt, your favorite prayer, or even that small talisman that you've carried with you for years. These rituals, whether we recognize them or not, offer us comfort. They give us a semblance of control when everything else seems unpredictable. Superstitions can also be tied to our social bonds. The way our families, communities, and cultures pass down beliefs is significant. From the rituals we observe together to the shared stories about luck or fate, we are continuously influenced by those around us. It's incredible how social norms can shape what we believe, what we do, and why we do it. Whether it's keeping your keys in a particular place for good luck or following the tradition of tossing coins into a fountain, these behaviors can become almost automatic, ingrained into our daily routines and connected to our deepest emotions. And yet, while superstitions may seem irrational on the surface, we've learned that they serve a very real psychological purpose. They help us cope with uncertainty, reduce anxiety, and create the illusion of control. Even in the digital age where we have access to more information than ever, we see it in astrology, in online fortune readings, and in the continued use of lucky objects for important events or decisions. So now I want to hear from you because this is where the real fun begins. I'm curious, what superstitions have you grown up with? Do you still follow any superstitions? Or have you noticed how often they pop up in your life? Maybe you have a lucky ritual before every important test, or perhaps you have a specific talisman that you carry when you're facing a tough situation. Or maybe there's a superstition from your family or culture that you've always found fascinating or funny. Drop your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to know what superstitions you've observed and whether you think they actually have an effect on your life. Let's get a conversation going about the ways these beliefs influence our everyday choices and actions. Have you ever had a moment where a superstition seemed to work, or perhaps a time when you questioned whether it was all just coincidence? And if there's a specific superstition or belief you want me to explore in more depth in a future episode, don't hesitate to let me know. Your feedback is what helps shape the direction of these videos, and I'm always excited to dive deeper into the topics that you care about. If there's a particular superstition from history or a cultural practice you'd like to see discussed, or even a modern day superstition that intrigues you, just leave a comment and I'll consider it for future content. I've got some exciting ideas coming up for future episodes, and I can't wait to continue exploring the strange and fascinating world of superstitions with all of you. But before you go, make sure to hit that like button if you enjoyed today's deep dive, and don't forget to subscribe so you can stay updated on new episodes. Oh, and ring the bell so you'll be notified when the next video drops. Because trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming next. Thank you so much for joining me today. Superstitions are more than just old wives' tales. They're deeply rooted in our psychology, our culture, and our search for meaning. Let's continue this journey together and uncover even more about these strange and wonderful beliefs. Until next time, may your lucky charms always be in your favor.
That's delicious, huh? Love you.
The single most significant development over the course of the past 500 years in terms of cultural influence, technological innovation, and social transformation has been the emergence of modern science. I would further argue that the advent of modern science is equally unparalleled in terms of philosophical, metaphysical, and religious significance as well. For many, science has come to represent the dawning of a new era, the ascent of humanity out of an age of blind dogmatism and into the clear daylight of procedural rationality and empiricism. Humanity, so we were told, would no longer be bound by blind adherence to institutionally sanctioned beliefs about an imperceptible and unknowable world, which was guarded and mediated by an elite clergy of professional knowers of the divine. Science came to represent the very Protestant conviction in personal access to the profound truths of the cosmos, and the very humanist conviction in the ultimate value of human freedom. And yet, over the course of the past century, and the decades following the Second World War in particular, science has come to paint itself into more and more corners. The unyielding optimism of the Enlightenment, that nature itself was intelligible and available to reason and empiricism, has gradually come to fall by the wayside as science has found itself pounding against immobile walls, which we are seemingly unable to cross. The empiricist conviction in the epistemological primacy of human experience has come to be replaced by an almost religious conviction that our access to the deeper truths of the world must be mediated by titanic, exorbitantly expensive machines. Machines which produce arcane graphs and numerical figures which can only be understood by an elite clergy of professional knowers of the science. Machines which, furthermore, have theoretical presumptions built into their very hardware and software. The great scientific monuments of the postmodern world have become the self-confirmation engines of a new form of technological mysticism. The rationalist conviction that nature and the human intellect share in an underlying order, which facilitates the comprehensibility of the world, has likewise come to be seen as a naive misunderstanding. Instead, we are now told that our cognitive faculties are imperfect machines which have been haphazardly assembled by the blind watchmaker of algorithmic natural selection, and therefore that our cognitive faculties are oriented towards truth only insofar as truth serves the end of survival and reproduction. Our minds are thus said to be no more than a kind of impenetrable screen or display, which provides us with depictions of the world which needn't accord with what the world is actually like. The ultimate truths of nature, in other words, needn't accord with what we can actually see and touch with our ordinary experiences. Consequently, the truths of science have now become yet another imperceptible world, and our communion with that world must therefore be mediated by those who have undergone the occult initiations of arcane mathematics. The age of profound breakthroughs in scientific understanding has seemingly come to a close, and science itself, now a fully institutionalized system of authorized beliefs, now dresses itself in the aura of prestige, which it borrows from a lineage of long-dead celebrity geniuses. Credibility, not comprehension, has become the new currency of post-war science, and through these transformations, science has become transfigured into a perverse mirror image of itself, which embodies all of the sins which it has so confidently accused religion and spirituality of being guilty. What I will be arguing in this video is that this process, by which science has come to be inverted into a parody of itself, is not an accident, nor is it simply a result of the corrupting influence of money and corporate capitalism, as significant as that influence may be. Rather, this inversion was inevitable because of the deeply rooted incompleteness of the epistemological foundations which have grounded and guided the development of science since at least the 17th century. The descent of science into obfuscation and dogmatism, which we are witnessing, is the ultimate logical consequence of an underlying conceptual incoherence within the modern scientific worldview itself. This is a problem which will not and cannot be solved by even larger particle colliders, more advanced orbital telescopes, or mind-warping mathematical toys, or indeed by theories which stray even further from what is available to the concrete, tangible human experience of nature. This is a This is a problem which can only be solved through a very serious reevaluation of the epistemological and ontological premises of science, which have now come to be unspoken and undressed implicationless notion of the scientific method. In order to find its way out of the labyrinth it has constructed around itself, science must actually address its own metaphysical presuppositions, and that is the endeavor which we will now be setting ourselves upon. In order to plunge into the roots of these issues, we must begin with human experience, the inextricable and ultimate epistemological ground of scientific empiricism. During what follows, I want us to keep a number of central questions in mind. What is experience? How can our experience provide us with access to the truths which which condition the possibility of such experience, and most significantly able to recognize the patterns which we find within our experiences. Within his 1929 text, Process and Reality, the British mathematician and metaphysician Alfred North Whitehead attempted to lay the groundwork for a new way of conceptualizing the cosmos by reimagining the relationships between nature, consciousness, and the transcendental. In doing so, Whitehead conjectured that reality itself was fundamentally composed of self-generative, animate processes, or, put more simply, that the basic constituents of reality are not inert physical masses, but rather organisms. Whitehead tells us that organisms are themselves intricate, self-metamorphic, and purposive complexes of prehensions, or experiential relationships. All basic elements of the world, that is to say, are complexes of feelings. Such experiential relationships are brought together and synthesized through a process which Whitehead refers to form a singular droplet of experience, a defined and concretized event which is then incorporated into the living body of the past. Whitehead details 4 primary types of prehensions within process and reality. But for our present purposes, we will focus on Whitehead's distinction between conceptual prehensions and physical prehensions. Conceptual prehensions are experiences of forms as such. These forms, or eternal objects, can be understood as patterns or as structures of possible relationships. As organic processes self-generate, they feel such forms and then selectively incorporate these potentialities into their own emerging morphologies. The forms ingress into the organism and thereby become participants in the stream of becoming that is the organism. Within my own idiosyncratic philosopher jargon, I have used the terms noemata, shamelessly lifted from Edmund Husserl, to refer to such conceptual experiences. On the other side of this polarity, we then have physical prehensions. Whereas conceptual prehensions facilitate the inheritance of the past, to be incorporated into the bodily composition of the past. Seen in this way, the physical world can thus be understood as the world of the present and the past. When we look at our own bodies, what we find are continuous chains of memories. Every cell is the inheritance of a past cell division. Every scar is the inheritance of a past injury. Every breath and heartbeat is the remembrance of physiological events which connect us with the deepest roots of life on Earth. Generally, we presume that our experience of the world is the experience of the present moment. And indeed it is, if we are considering our experience as a unity which consists of both physical and conceptual aspects, both sensorial and noetic dimensions, that is to say. However, if we limit our focus to the merely sensorial dimension of physical prehensions, then what we find is that such sensations are by definition experiences of events which have already occurred. Even light takes time to propagate, and thus our visual experience of the world around us is always the experience of moments which have already happened. We do not see the sun as it currently is, but as it was approximately 8 light minutes ago. For much closer objects,
if only that was natural, huh?
A much smaller duration, but it is never 0. This is likewise the case with other sensory faculties such as touch.
You guys realize you're going to get caught, right?
If we reach out and place a hand upon an
You're going to burn in hell,
table,
like in your lifetime soon.
We are experiencing an entirely static entity in the immediate present. In reality, however, there are no such things as static objects nor static instances of time. The table is composed of a myriad of self-generated processes, the same as your own body.
I'm voluntarily being quiet.
Stasis, because in the case of the table,
so shut the fuck up, asshole. You haven't won anything. Leave me the fuck alone.
Same way, moment to moment. what our sensory
Stop trying to show off. Oh, I got him to shut the fuck up. No, I got you to fucking burn in hell pretty soon. I reported your address and your fucking face to the
decisions that have already been made, particularities which have been selected.
What, you shut off your friend still?
Phase spaces of
Yeah, fuck you. You're gonna burn in hell.
Constitute the conceptual or noetic domain. To use the terminology of the physicist David Bohm, who we will be returning to later, our senses encounter the explicate order.
Well, what?
Which is
What do you have to say for
physical,
yourself?
Implicate
Fuck you.
order. To use my
Burn it out.
jargon,
Stop fucking with
the
me, dude.
sensorial realm is the unfolding of the noetic realm, as nebulous, indeterminate feelings of possibility are woven together into the concrete, decisive moments of the past. From this, we can begin to see that there is an intimate and fundamental identity between sensation, corporeality, and memory, the inheritance of past moments of becoming. Furthermore, we can also begin to distinguish between physical inheritance and noetic inheritance. We don't commonly use the word memory to refer to our
There's no such thing as coincidence. I'm not a coincidence master.
Around us, but rather to the recreation of past events within our minds. Such recollection reaches into the past almost as though the past itself were characterized by a kind of quasi-spatial depth. More recent events are experienced.
I'm a synchronicity master.
To us,
that's called being magic as fuck.
Older events are more distant. Unlike physical sensations, recollections are not bound by the relations of geometrical space. I don't necessarily need to be physically close to the place where a past event occurred in order to remember it. The noetic or implicate realm is one in which all things are, in a
it's
sense,
like, well, we've killed him before, so what the fuck ever, dude?
By spatial distance.
You've killed me before.
So here we can qualify our previous.
At least you think you have, right?
Saying that physical sensations,
but I'm still alive.
Are the inheritance of the immediate.
You should stop fucking with me.
And such immediacy requires a kind of unbroken continuity.
Well, you've done it to someone else. I don't fucking care what you've done to someone else.
Happened to you when you were a child, then this
they're still alive, right? Or if they're not, and I'm pretty sure they're a cop. Means that they're definitely losing their job and burning hell.
The physical world, therefore, is a thin surface or shell, which encompasses much deeper fathoms of corporeal memory.
No, they're fucking, they have money. They work with the cops. They're trying to pull a frame job, but they can't.
Feelings which
they're just being threatening.
Together into chains which we can describe in Aristotelian terms of efficient or material causation.
Why can't they? Because I'm working with the NSA now.
The formal and final causation
which they pretended to be working for.
Noetic. Physicality is the inertia of repetition, whereas the noetic realm represents the continuity of habit. In 1704, Isaac Newton published Optics, a treatise on the reflections, refractions, inflections, and colors of light. The publication of the Optics was a monumental moment in the development of modern science, most significantly in the manner by which the optics would come to solidify the presumptions of reductionistic materialism as the central paradigm of scientific inquiry as a whole. Newton's experiments showed him the manner by which prisms are able to create spectrums of color, and this led him to theorize that all colors are in fact contained within white light. As a scientist, Newton used his experimental methodology as a way to catalog a variety of luminous phenomena and thereby to begin developing a scientific hypothesis which could account for these various instances. Newton's empiricism was greatly influenced by the epistemological mode of thought which was canonized by figures such as John, secondary qualities and primary qualities of the entities which we experience empirically within the world. Lockean empiricism holds that secondary qualities are the subjective impressions as a way to disclose the primary qualities of the world which were believed to be objectively real. Building upon the Cartesian division of mind and
No, you're not
matter,
getting away with
British
it.
Scientific
No, you're not.
empiricism presumed that the objective reality
It seems like you are, but you're not.
must consist of were regarded as
No, every person you've ever met, you will get in
and
trouble
thus
for.
lacking in
I'm
the objective
making sure of it.
reality.
And they're big numbers
This
on some of these people.
distinction between the subject
Big old
and
numbers, huh?
was the distinction between mind and matter.
Like 100
Early British
or more.
empiricism, matter was understood
People that some of these people have fucking hurt
synonymous with
in horrible
physicality.
fucking ways.
In other words, the objectively real properties of the world, which were believed to reside beneath empirical
And
phenomena,
they think that they're just going to get away with it again and again and again.
That is,
It's like every time someone goes missing in this fucking county, it's these fuckers.
Form physical objects with objective properties such as mass, hardness, length, width, and depth. Unlike
No, it's literally, it's these fucking friends.
phenomena, these
Those fuckers
physical
over there.
properties were
Those
presumed
fuckers
to
over there.
exist in
And
a
yeah,
manner
some other
that
fuckers
was
around here.
entirely independent
They work
of
for.
human consciousness. Much as the Platonists had searched for the universal through dialectical thought, the British empiricists now sought the universal within
How you doing,
properties
Garfield?
of the world, which were believed to exist independently of particular subjective experiences of the world. Physicality itself had effectively come to perform as a contextualized by this metaphysical purview. Newton would come corpuscles consisted of many different sizes, and that his prism generated a spectrum of color because of the way in which it was able to look. In attributing the behavior of light to these hypothetical corpuscles, Newton was striving to ascertain the objectivity, which he was the manifest.
Now they're like, how are we going to control his body language as much as we can
to
try and make it seem like he's lying if we have to take him to court? They can't. They think they can control my lip right here and my hand and me itching my nose as if that means I'm lying. No, what means you're lying is when you're fucking lying, you fucking cop.
Sensations must consist in material objects with physical properties.
No, they're really that good at hypnotists.
Imagine the corpuscle
Good for fucking them. That's what happens when they come in your house and they fuck with you when you're sleeping.
Because Newton was presuming that the objectively real
And worse
properties of
than
the
that,
world
and worse than that,
of
search their fucking houses and you will be
defined
fucking
by
disgusted.
symmetrically extended surfaces. But as we have already begun to see, physicality itself is composed of sensations. In attempting to account for the sensory phenomena of light and color by postulating the existence of imperceptible corpuscles, Newton was suggesting that what lay beneath those sensory phenomena was just more sensory phenomena. Additional sensory phenomena which were unavailable to Newton's senses by definition. In his discussions of the nature of light, Rudolf Steiner asks us to imagine that we are in a completely empty void.
Yep, that house right there, this house right here, that house over there, and that house over there. Search them and see what the fuck you find. Probably something horrible.
An endless expanse of darkness. We are then asked to imagine that there is a source of light behind us, such that the light is streaming past us and into the empty void. In this scenario, would you actually see the light? You would not, because there is nothing for the light to illuminate. And the light itself cannot be illuminated, as the light itself is the condition for the possibility of illumination. In other words, everything you have ever seen has been the activity of light, but you have never seen light itself, because you cannot see light itself by definition. We can further generalize this insight by realizing that light is but one modality of electromagnetism, or
Hey, Garfield, they still want to eat you, I think.
the repulsion which separates physical objects is also a result of magnetic or electrostatic repulsion. The feelings of physical contact which you experience with your body are also the activity of such etheric dynamics, as etheric phenomena are the mediators of all sensory experiences, all observations of the physical world. As such, we can begin.
How many $1 million is Garfield worth, guys?
Corpuscular theory of light was not only
How many
an
hundreds
abandonment of
of
scientific
what?
empiricism, but also the initiation of an inescapable infinite regret. If we are to follow Newton's reasoning and conclude that light must in fact consist of in scientific understanding of light, Even if we could observe these hypothetical BBs using some sort of detector, then those detections would themselves be empirical, sensorial phenomena which would stand in need of explanation. Would we not be forced to conclude that the behavior of these light corpuscles must be explained by even smaller corpuscles? If so, then it's there. The reason would need to necessitate an infinite regression of ever smaller BBs, which are ever further removed from the concrete reality of empirical observation, the concrete reality of the human experience of nature.
They're fucking nervous, I can tell.
To presume that eventually we would finally arrive at the smallest possible corpuscle.
Because most people, when they're fucking like this, they can trigger them immediately.
Reason,
they kind of can with me, but not really.
These are the ones which we don't need to explain through the
they don't forget that they're right over there.
Even smaller BBs. This way of thinking about nature has become so thoroughly
people doing this with their hands right now,
institutionalized within modern academic science.
I fucking hate them.
Regard it as simply
they try to control my body language and everything because there's like 40 of them working on me right now.
Be tempted to ask, how else could we possibly understand the natural world?
And they've all like tortured me.
What else could possibly explain the phenomenon of light if
basically
not some sort of physical object?
And they're all going to be captured. Some of them make a lot of fucking money and are known people.
Over the course of subsequent centuries, resolved this underlying
with careers and everything. If they're going to lose. No, you're going to lose your career. You're going to lose your house.
If we look closely,
you're going to lose everything.
Seeming paradoxes of quantum theory,
and I'm still going to have my cat and my freedom, and you guys will be in prison.
Which we have souls of the last traces of physicality, to such an extent that these so-called particles are now little more than equations which point to nowhere. The underlying Newtonian
and that goes for anybody trying to take my fucking son Garfield from me.
Contemporary physics presents us with a chaotic array of supposedly visions and lists of exotic, unobservable entities, and we are then told that science is unable to give a coherent.
You kind of thought you what? Shut the fuck up, dude.
These equations actually
and let me listen to my podcast this morning.
So-called particles actually are. As will become as we continue, what has happened here is the ideological transformation.
Now, I can hear this fucker in the red house basically in my head saying this and that and this and that and this and that and this and that because he's a fucking vampire.
Look more closely at the phenomenological implications of the Newtonian theory. What we find is that the Newtonian optical system cannot actually account for the very phenomena.
And I wasn't so confident in the fact that the dude was fucked up. I wouldn't say it out loud all the time.
The same light can appear to be different colors depending upon context, a fact which we can clearly see in a variety of so-called illusions. If a given color
and there's a cat screaming over there.
Type of corpuscle, then the same light should always appear to be the same color regardless of context.
I'm like, where the fuck is that coming from?
Subjective or qualitative stamp which the human mind stamps onto the physical data presented by the corpuscles of light. Somehow we must presume that the purely objective data input of these.
Everyone's like, oh, Taran must be crazy. No, there's fucking cat noises right behind you.
Which are applied by the human mind. Newton's theory of color turns out not to be a theory of color at all, as the actual phenomenon of color is drained from nature itself and relegated to the mysterious inner workings within the darkness of the.
Why? Because I'm that big of a fucking deal to this person, I guess.
Understanding of light gives us a rain check on.
Because I want to take their freedom. Because they're evil.
The implicit promise that eventually some kind of advanced neuroscience, cognitive science, can finally tell us what color actually is and why color phenomena appear as they do. Within such a materialistic mode of thought, nature itself is denied the experiential vibrancy which characterizes our actual empirical contact with it, as the qualitative aspects of reality come to be relegated to the seemingly impenetrable inner world of perspectival subjectivity. the striking incompatibility between such materialistic metaphysics and the naturalistic empiricism, which was understood to be the epistemological foundation of the scientific worldview.
guys, so
Matter and memory, Bergson highlights the way in which matter
guys,
is
so
presumed to be that which lies
Shall I
beneath the
tell you?
experiences of the
No.
world, that which is truly objective, which conditions the merely subjective sensations we have of the world. But if this is indeed the case, then mustn't this necessarily imply that we never actually observe matter empirically? If empirical observations are subjective experiences, then matter itself must be something which is beyond the reach of empirical science by definition. One might then be tempted to conclude some sort of anti-naturalistic idealism, that there is no concrete, substantive reality which preconditions our empirical experiences. But such reasoning then runs up against a major problem. If sensory observations are the only real constituents of the world, then why do objects seem to persist and maintain themselves independently of our observations? We could say that these objects continue to exist, but it really doesn't tell us anything about why the natural world remains consistent in the way that it does. To say that physical objects are at some level really just thoughts may be true in some sense or another, but it is an explanation which lacks the degree of resolution which we need in order to really unravel the mysteries of mind and matter.
The habits
Bergson suggests that we instead look more closely at what the world actually presents to us.
There's no laws.
If we are being true to the principle of empiricism,
there is a few.
Then we find only two
Most of our laws
within the sensory world.
Our habits
we have
of nature.
Actual experiences on the one hand, and on the other, we have
you get to know nature
experience.
like I know nature.
When I look at or touch an object,
she may even
stone,
alter
my
some
mind
for you.
Aggregates a range of experiences, and our minds thus come to perceive the object as a composition of potential events. The surface of the stone consists of a range of potential points of physical contact between the stone and other objects. The weight of the stone consists in possible instances of weighting, as it were, possible events which might happen if the stone were dropped or if we attempted to throw it. If I place the stone in a box, we don't presume that the object has ceased to exist simply because I am no longer observing it, because the structure of possibility itself continues to persist, and those possibilities could be actualized once more if I were to simply take the stone out of the box. What Bergson shows us here is fundamentally the exact same insight which we see within the works of Alfred North Whitehead, that the physicality of an entity consists of a phase space or field of possible physical interaction.
Yeah, really.
Possible.
What we can thus words all the time, like for that the days of the week and months and shit.
Yeah, the word matter must be such complexes of potential intersubjective events. If we presume the word matter to refer to something purely objective, then we have rendered matter as something which is, by definition, unobservable, and thus, by definition, beyond the bounds of scientific empiricism. If we are to ever get underneath our subjective experiences of the world, then we must be far more radically empiricist than materialism can allow for. We must be able to see that the boundary between the purely subjective and the purely objective is an abstraction, which we have artificially imposed upon a fundamentally intersubjective reality. One philosopher and naturalist who saw these fatal shortcomings of Newtonian materialistic science was Johann von Goethe. Within his theory of colors, published in 1810, Goethe adopted a far more radically empirical approach to light, darkness, and color. Goethe carefully cataloged a vast array of distinct color phenomena, and in doing so, came to see that colors did not simply arise through the division of white light, but rather through the dynamic interplay of light, darkness, and human awareness. Rather than resorting to the conjecture of imperceptible entities in order to explain the phenomenon of color, Goethe instead insisted upon remaining within the phenomena themselves. Goethe tells us, look not beyond the phenomena for a theory. The phenomena themselves are the theory.
I don't know.
Though the statement might seem paradoxical to the modern mind, when we look to Goethe's phenomenology of color, this is exactly what we find. Goethe carefully accumulated a wide range of color phenomena and documented the various ways in which these phenomena are interrelated with one another. Within Goethe's analysis, yellow is shown to be the experience of light through the medium of darkness. Blue is shown to be the experience of dark, while green is the dominance of light over yellow. Conversely, magenta is the dominance of darkness over blue, and cyan is the dominance of light over blue.
That's definitely some colors that I enjoy.
Into magenta, cyan, and yellow, while beams of light become red, green,
when you're a formscaper like me, you know that colors are more fundamental.
Theory, then, is not the conjecture of imperceptible, imagined physical objects such as corpuscles. Rather, it is simply the structure of relationships between the actual phenomena themselves.
Like, no, colors are just an illusion.
Accurately accounting for the
colors,
various phenomena and the conditions for their emergence, an overall pattern of possible phenomena comes to take shape.
I'm pretty sure colors came first.
Primordial form, which Goethe refers to as an orphenomen. What we see here in Goethe's color wheel is a structure of possible relationships.
Johann von Goethe's
manifestations which are implicated within the very possibility of conjugating light and darkness. For those with eyes to see, what we have here is a harmonic object which conditions the phenomenological makeup of color.
And yes, cats can see
crucial here
more colors than you can.
Refers to this harmonic object as a primordial phenomenon rather than simply a Platonic form.
Dogs.
Within this choice of terminology is implicated the entire metamorphosis of Western
dogs
metaphysics.
Is pretty close. Humans have a little better eyes than dogs do.
Unlike Newton's corpuscle,
but it doesn't matter because dogs are some fucking gangster noses.
Goethe's orphenomen of color is something that we can actually.
No, they can smell colors.
It is not something that we arrive at through a process of disembodied logical inference, but rather a pattern which we come to see within the sensory phenomena themselves. We see the phenomena with eye.
Fucking smell monster.
We see the orphenomen with the psyche. But unlike Platonic forms, the orphenomen is actually experienced in the world, or rather within the interiority of nature, which is disclosed to us as we render the manifest transparent and thus intelligible. Goethe applied the same methodology to other fields of science as well. Within his Metamorphosis of Plants, Goethe likewise catalogues a vast array of botanical phenomena. In doing so, Goethe came to see that the development of all flora phases of expansion and contraction.
Smoking these,
Quote, from the seed to the highest development of the stem, we first observe an expansion. Then we see the calyx emerge by way of contraction, the leaves by way of expansion, the reproductive organs once again by way of contraction. And we will soon witness the greatest expansion in the fruit and the greatest
That's why you're still alive
in the seed.
You shouldn't be.
In these 6 phases,
that's not why I'm
nature
still alive,
ceaselessly performs the eternal labor of reproducing the vegetated kingdom.
I'm still alive because I'm protecting Darkfield.
End quote. Rather than regarding each plant's form which is achieved through development, Goethe instead sees each organism as a sequence of transitory developmental phases. The process of metamorphosis is not simply the realization of a final form, but rather each organism is a process of cyclical metamorphosis. Moreover, Goethe comes to see within each of the various phases and constituent organs that constitute the organism, we find that the whole of the organism is implicated. Conversely, within the whole, we find the implication of all the various constituents. As suggested in our previous video on musicology, this perception of noetic within sensorial parts is fundamentally the exact same process which we find within the experience of musical forms. An isolated frequency is not a tone, regardless of what the frequency is. The vibration has no tonal character until it is contextualized within relational patterns. When we observe such patterns within musical harmony, what we find is that each tone only is what it is in relation to the other elements which constitute the harmonic object, which we are actually perceiving as music. Likewise, Johann von Goethe found that each organ structure and phase of a plant could only be properly perceived insofar as it was understood as causality. Goethe came to see that within all flora contained the implication of an even greater whole, a universal archetype of plant life itself, which Goethe came to refer to as the Orpflanz, the primordial.
But they are prophetic.
During a meeting of the Jena Natural Research Society in 17 way to Schiller's residence. Therein, Goethe took a pen and paper and sketched for Schiller an image of the primordial form of plant life, which he claimed to have observed through his study of botany. Schiller responded by saying that this Orpflanz was not an observation, but rather an idea. To which Goethe responded that he was very fortunate to be able to see ideas with his own eyes.
I understand, Goethe.
Is immensely significant.
See ideas with your eyes. Can you do that?
That nothing is hidden from us by our experiential contact with the world. If we are failing to see the formative contents of reality, then this is because of our inability to recognize the ideational or noetic elements of reality.
Like Goethe could? Not quite, not yet.
Experiences are manifestations of. Moreover, it highlights the manner in which Goethe's phenomenological naturalism is not simply a regression into a pre-modern form of Platonic epistemology and metaphysics.
Kind of is, though.
Within traditional forms of Platonism, forms are understood to be static, timeless.
It's a little bit of regression, not expansion.
As with virtually all forms of
pre-modern forms of Platonism.
The Platonic conception of reality.
Or even pre-Platonic conceptions of reality.
Polarity of transcendence and immanence. Within such a cosmology, the transcendental
integral consciousness
realm is regarded as that of ultimate perfection and purity, while the immanent natural world is regarded as a realm of imperfection and impurity. The Platonists believed that perfect things must be simple, and that complexity was therefore a characteristic of the fallen world of appearance. It was further understood that perfect things $433 last month. As change was believed to result from a sort of intention or incompleteness, which was incompatible.
How the fuck do you expect me to pay for this stuff? You don't make any money.
Thus, Platonic
how do you expect me
itself
pay for
fundamentally
this?
Transcendentalist in nature. True knowledge was understood to be that which was ascertained.
Turning on the fucking broiler.
It's not that expensive.
Manner.
I told you the ripping out.
$433 fucking dollars, dude.
They turned it off and on. Smoke in the morning.
Unchanging.
Oh, so
that's $400.
You want to pay hundreds of dollars for a lighter?
Purity of nature.
Well.
Because you can't keep track of your lighters.
No, they don't.
As the realm of
that's a lie.
No, it's not a lie.
You lose them. And then you turn the stove off.
No, it's not true.
You're fucking such a lying bitch.
No, I'm not.
In order to overcome
I know you
the
did.
fallenness of nature.
Absolutely.
Not a big fan of yours personally.
Knowledge of the forms could not be ascertained by
naturalistic
no, I'm not.
Empirical investigation.
I'm ripping out
it was
the fucking
understood that the realm of appearance was a mere
rip out my only way to cook food. Do that now.
That's right.
Which was the
I give you lighters. I gave you 5 fucking lighters.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You took the last one back.
Contingency and chaos. And
you're a liar.
No,
all you do is lie, Taran.
Pretty sure it's all you do.
No, it's all you do.
No, it's not even what I did.
I buy you lighters. I buy you a 5-pack of lighters.
You did not buy me a 5-pack of lighters.
You lose them all.
You lie. You're lying.
You lose them all.
You're lying. If you bought me anything like you were supposed to do some of that money,
I buy you fucking lighters. I fucking cook you barbecue chicken. I'm such a fucking lying bitch, huh?
You made me some chicken. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Fuck you.
And the way that such
You're
development
fucking
come to
costing me
understanding of
an incredible amount of money.
Oh yeah, am I?
Yeah. Do you fucking make any money?
Do not lean behind me, Dad.
Hit me. You're gonna hit Dad, you broke my fucking bowl. You broke the cat's bowl. Go to fucking jail. No, go to jail, Dad. You do not hit my cat like that. Yes, I decked you. You fucking deserve to die.
Human beings felt their inner voice to be something.
No, he's a drunk prick. He's been treating me this way my whole fucking life.
But rather, we find
calm down, Garfield.
Indication that the inner voices were believed to be the voices.
Now my cat's bowl's broken. My dad should go to fucking jail. He struck me again and again and again. And guess what? I tapped him on the chin. And he shut the fuck up, didn't he?
And it is during this time period that we also find the birth of virtually all of the major universalistic spiritual traditions, such as Taoism.
No, you don't come in here and lean over me and start hitting me.
Buddhism.
No, fuck you, asshole.
This simultaneous worldwide.
You didn't go over here and knock over my fucking tobacco, dude.
By the philosopher.
You don't break my stuff. No, I don't have any money, right? You don't come in here and break my shit. You don't freak out my cat. I don't have any respect for you, Tim Miller. No, you're a fucking asshole and have been an abusive father my whole life. You took money that was for me partially, and you're spending it on all on booze.
Pre-axial forms of spirituality tended to understand human ontology.
You even told them you gave me something. You're lying.
And kinship. A person was understood to be fundamentally defined by.
Guess what? You did it all on camera too.
Relationships.
You're fucking lucky it didn't spill that. Because then now another what? $300 you owe me.
There was not yet any substantial understanding of the human soul as something defined by consciousness in an abstract, transcendental manner.
About that little chain.
Human spiritual traditions tended to be rooted in notions of entity.
They broke the fucking crystal ball. That was $50, Dad. I'll take that now.
As such, or in terms of the relationship between the individual human being and divinity in a truly cosmic, universal sense. What we see here is therefore a dual motion towards a more individualistic sense of human ontology, as well as towards the transcendental in contrast to the immanent. In light of Julian Jaynes' insight into the development of the human inner monologue, we can also see that these transformations occurred following the internalization of the inner voice. As the inner voice or dialogical psyche came to be incorporated into the human ego, we came to feel that our inner voice was something that we were actively doing, rather than something that was happening to us from outside of the thin membrane which divides ego from world. Our sense of self-agency came to intensify, and so too did our sense of being and individuality, which was not reducible to imminent relationships of ancestry, kinship, or geography. The human ego, therefore, came to expand in the sense that it came to incorporate more of the human ontological makeup into itself, but it also came to contract in the sense that the ego was now felt to be even more localized within the consciousness of the human individual. This greater contractedness of the human ego thus resulted in a greater sense of alienation between the human ego and the natural world. And this transformation therefore demanded the emergence of new spiritual traditions, which were able to contend with this greater sense of individual alienation.
Yeah, George, you broke your fucking bowl.
More transcendental sense of human subjectivity. Within the Apology of Socrates, we see the full implications of the emerging dialogical ego, as well as the acute conflict between post-axial and pre-axial forms of spirituality. The Socratic method involved using dialogue as a means to teach individual human beings how to discern truth from falsehood for themselves. Socrates boasted that this method could teach even slaves how to discern.
And you know what? That was said by these assholes that called out this morning, and I know it.
Only their own mind.
Because they're master hypnotists, and Tim Miller's a fucking dumbass.
Socrates, the way in which the dialogical ego resulted in a.
No, I'm pissed off about Garfield's fucking bowl, and you guys know I would be.
Agency. Pre-axial spirituality
magic powers.
Not a matter of discerning truth through the agency of individual human intellects. Rather, divine truths were passed down
trying to get Garfield just now
to initiates. The initiate simply accepted what was passed down to them, and therefore such spiritual traditions came to evolve in a largely social, transpersonal manner. There is no individual human being who could claim.
What did he do? Took a big old swing at me. What's he doing? Laying over the back of me. So I pushed. I said I could strike you right now. I pushed him back,
mimetic,
and then he started striking.
Personal fashion in which the individual human intellect had a very minimal role to play.
So what did I do? I tapped him back.
Philosophy, on the other hand, indicated that divine truths needn't be simply passed down through tradition, but rather might be actively discerned by the individual human mind.
That was my bong, Dad.
Of Athens, quite understandably, saw this as immensely dangerous, as they saw that such individuals
how much money? You need to turn the stove off and on?
Result in the breakdown of the traditional beliefs, which
you know what the bowl cost me, Dad?
Athenian social order.
Hundreds of dollars.
This malleability of the human ego is something that we can see at work in the conditioning of professional athletes. For most of us, we feel the activity of our hearts to be outside.
No, that wasn't yours. That was mine.
Membrane.
No, that was mine.
We feel our hearts to be.
No, I actually have stuff too. You take it from me.
Our heartbeats to be something which is happening.
Like my son George. You tried to as well, right?
Controlling through our.
Like Garfield, you're trying to, right?
Nonetheless,
like my fucking humanity, right?
Rigorous biofeedback conditioning.
Bring the cops here.
To exert an astonishing degree of control over their own heart rates. The activity of the heart is, at least to a degree, thereby incorporated into the ego of the athlete. But the incorporation of the inner voice was not enough to fully complete the internalization of psychical, conceptual activity into the human ego complex. Two more phases of internalization would have to occur. And we see the first of these phases emerge. Renaissance, we see the emergence of perspectivity and spatiality in visual art, a development which is of immense metaphysical significance. Perspectival art is distinct from earlier.
How much it cost? Not that much.
So far as it implicates.
But yeah, way more than it should, because I told you what's going on with them in the fucking power.
Forms. When we look at a perspectival painting, the implied inner space.
So when our power book is investigated now,
indicates a specific
you guys will get in trouble.
Perspectival vantage point of the viewer. The Mona Lisa, for example, is not simply gazing out into some unseen world. Rather, she is looking directly at you, the viewer, as though the frame of the painting itself were a sort of window. Within this implication of the subject, we also find the motif of interchangeability. The Mona Lisa is looking into the eyes of whoever happens to be looking at her. Every viewer is interchangeable with every possible viewer. And what this indicates is a kind of leveling out of human subjectivity, which could have only been conceivable in the wake of Christianity. We see this motif of interchangeability further elaborated in the principle of relativity within natural science, initially conceptualized by Galileo and then further developed later by Newton and most recently by Albert Einstein. The so-called laws of physics came to be seen as necessarily uniform, acting upon all locations within space in the exact same manner. Insofar as space is understood to be a perfectly homogeneous emptiness of pure potentiality, then we can say that space itself per se, but rather only location, which was not considered to be uniform and homogeneous in such a manner. In subsequent centuries, this motif of uniformity and interchangeability would be elaborated ever further within the emergence of engine technologies, which implicate the notion of energy as a kind of invisible quasi-fluid substance, which remains a uniform principle of action even as it passes through various mediums and forms. Later still, we see this principle of uniformity expressed even more strikingly in the development of interchangeable parts through the assembly lines of the Industrial Revolution. Ultimately, all of these transformations are outgrowths of yet another process by which the human ego complex has incorporated different aspects of the human ontological makeup into its own structure. while the axial age saw the incorporation of the inner dialogue into the human sense of self-agency, the perspectival revolution likewise saw the incorporation of private, personal subjectivity as such.
Yeah,
human
shouldn't think
beings
you can
came
talk
to
to
experience themselves
talk to your dad
to
like that in
actually
front of you.
be their own sense of subjective interiority. We came to identify ourselves with our own immanent experientiality. Within the modern world, we might find it almost inconceivable that we could feel ourselves to be anything other than our own subjective awareness. But if we look to previous ages, what we find is that this is in fact a very recent metaphysical development.
Treat me the same way when I was Garfield's age, huh?
Aristotle would have never identified the ontological
But now I get you
core
back
of
on
the
that.
being as subjectivity, as that which experiences
Doesn't feel
the
good, huh?
world immanently. Yet with Descartes, we find the proclamation of "I think, therefore I am," a statement which, in an even more modern sense, we could render as "I experience, therefore I am." Consciousness itself comes to be equivocated with a capacity for experience, and the essence of human existence thus comes to be understood as the personal, private interiority of immanent experience. It is only through this internalization of experientiality that Descartes was able to conceptualize nature as a duality of subjective mental interiority and objective inanimate exteriority. This bifurcation of mind and matter, which has proven to be the most central motif of modern science in terms of ontology and epistemology, is grounded in a specific developmental phase of human consciousness, which alone remains incomplete. Even in Descartes' meditations, thought remains conceptualized as the perception of clear and distinct ideas. In other words, Descartes still conceived of ideas or concepts as something within the world, not something which is generated by the human ego. Within the purview of modern consciousness, it seems almost tautologically obvious that the conceptual contents of experience are actually provided by the human psyche, rather than something which is simply given within our experience. But as we look to previous epochs, we once again find that this is a jarringly recent development. Quote, "And as there is evidently nothing subsisting in disconnection from extended, that is, physical objects perceived by the senses, the thoughts are within the perceived forms, as are the abstract predicates and the various states and affectations of the things perceived." Aristotle on the soul. As this example from Aristotle illustrates, within antiquity,
people love pointing to the Bible and saying, "Oh, it says respect thy father and mother." Well, guess what?
Primarily within a transcendental
Same verse.
realm, within which
Well,
they
that
are
part.
perceived by the human mind. Forms, ideas, or concepts are not yet seen as contents of human experience, which are actively employed by the human psyche as a means of synthesizing sensory experiences into intelligible unities. But within the early modern period, we begin to see the first germs of yet another transformation of human consciousness, one which, once again, manifests as an internalization of that which was once experienced as external. John Locke tells us that there is nothing within the psyche that was not first within the senses. The first intimation that ideas are somehow absorbed into
love thy
the
neighbor
psyche from the world. Shortly thereafter, Leibniz will qualify Locke's proclamation. Quote, "Nothing is in the intellect that was not in the senses, but make an exception, nothing but the intellect itself. The soul contains being, substance, the one, the same, cause, perception, reasoning, and many other concepts
the last shall be
that
first,
the senses cannot
first,
provide."
last.
Leibniz, New Essay on Human Understanding. Those familiar with the history of Western philosophy will see that in this qualification of Locke, we find already all of the basic elements which will eventually come to form Immanuel Kant's transcendental idealism,
So I know the fuck I am. How the fuck I seem.
But before moving forward to look at the significance of Kantian epistemology within this narrative, we should first
But I know that I'm right.
Scope in order to take note of just how drastic and palpable this internalization of conceptualization has truly been. There were no songwriters or novelists within the world of antiquity. Songs and myths were created in a transpersonal, evolutionary manner by culture forms, not individual human beings, and individuals instead served only as vehicles for that which was produced by the human life world in communion with the natural and transcendental domains of reality. Notion that the individuality of a human person is a wellspring created conceptual power was as alien to the ancients as were combustion engines and electrical grids. Creativity was understood to be a faculty of the divine, not of ordinary human beings. The word creativity is so common in the modern English vocabulary that we might assume that it is a word which has been with us for many centuries. We can find the word create as early as the 14th century.
Well, typically worse than reports and they're full of shit.
The word creativity itself, however, was initially introduced to the English language by none other than Alfred North Whitehead in 1907, a date which seems almost impossibly recent, given how central the notion of creativity has become within late modern
714 Garfield.
Plato, despite his incomparable genius, was unable
I'm really sorry about your bowl. That really fucking puts a damper on my plants. It pisses me the fuck off, woman.
Life world. The true nature of the forms was revealed through dialogue, through ascertaining the true meaning of the words which were provided to the human being by the society.
Bitch back here with all the plants.
There was no real possibility that Plato could have divorced the concept of goodness from the implicit meaning of goodness as a linguistic object. Plato could not have conceived that the true form of the
now my cat doesn't have a bowl to eat at. Oh, there's a little cat bowl. The little one.
Goodness,
they had a big giant one that George had of every fucking day. That was really special to me. More special to me than you are, Dad, at this fucking point.
A concept is the soul of a word, and within the mental consciousness structure of the axial age, only the bodily components of thought are seen to have been
George and Garfield always have
the human ego. Conceptualization
you can't
is
fucking
still
stand
yet
it.
something which happened to us, not something which we felt ourselves to actually do at an individual level. The possibility that philosophy and spirituality might come to transcend the bounds of specific culture forms remained an as yet unrealized glimmer upon the horizon. In the modern world, by contrast,
my cats,
to conceptualize
in a way,
power
always
of the human ego to be as mundane as sliced bread and haircuts. We fully expect our songs, myths, and scientific theories to be ideational constructs which are produced by the creative authorship of an individual human ego. Coining a new word or using words in new ways in order to articulate a novel constellation of conceptual contents is a commonplace occurrence. But although this transformation has allowed for a profound expansion of individual creative power, it has also come to present us with an equally immense danger.
My dad's getting this
Scottish philosopher David Hume, following in the footsteps of John Locke, would come to bifurcate human knowledge into two distinct categories: matters of fact and relations of ideas, a division which we now refer to as Hume's fork. Much like Isaac Newton and unlike the philosophers of antiquity, Hume regarded human experience in a purely sensationist manner. That is, Hume saw the human experience of the world as fundamentally consisting in sensory experiences of physical properties. Concepts, therefore, were understood to be generalizations of sensory experiences. This led Hume to regard conceptual knowledge as purely a matter of relating ideas to one another. We can know that if all men are mortal and Socrates is a man, then Socrates must necessarily be a mortal. This knowledge, however, pertains only to how these ideas relate to one another. It doesn't actually tell us whether all men are actually mortal or if Socrates is actually a man. And therefore, this conceptual knowledge only tells us about how these ideas interrelate. Matters of fact, conversely,
my pinky.
Which
No, I tapped with my pinky.
Whether Socrates is actually mortal or not is something which I have to actually look to the world in order to discover. Although Hume's division of sensory and conceptual knowledge might seem rather intuitive, it opens before us a fathomless abyss of metaphysical nihilism. Generalization supplied by the human mind. This raised a rather ominous question. How can we ever actually justify any sort of generalization about the natural world? I might be able to conceptual nor sensorial knowledge can allow me to justify the claim that the sun will rise tomorrow. I have not seen tomorrow yet, and my sensory experiences do not allow me to perceive a regularity of nature, which could ensure that the sun will in fact rise again. Human sensory experiences, in other words, never actually encounter any supposed laws.
I remember this one goes.
Within this sensationist understanding of experience, we can only infer such laws through generalization. And conceptual knowledge does not allow
us was Taran on camera again doing it?
Generalizations are actually justified.
So yes, indeed he was.
Here we find the exact same problem of inductive
how this one goes,
differential reasoning, which logic of scientific discovery.
Mostly, I'm not
coined the notion of falsifiability, and thus laid the groundwork for virtually all scientific apologetics following the Second World War. I can say that every swan I've encountered thus far has
not as much
white,
as Tim Miller should be.
But in order to claim that all swans are white, I need to be able to justify this generalization. I have to posit some regularity of nature which can guarantee that we will never encounter a black swan.
A lot of it, guys.
However, if logic can only tell us how types of ideas relate to one another, and if empirical experiences are understood to be no more than sensations of particular instances, then we lack any epistemological grounding for such a universal claim. David Hume, for his part, was perfectly willing to concede that such generalizations are never truly justifiable. We make such generalizations, Hume argues, purely on the basis of cultural habits or customs, and therefore all scientific knowledge must be regarded as irrational and culturally relativized. Within such a Humean framework, there can never truly be such a thing as scientific knowledge. During the early 20th century, Karl Popper would then attempt to maintain all of basic metaphysical presuppositions, while nonetheless creating an epistemological framework which could allow for the rationalization of scientific theories. In keeping with Hume, Popper would argue that inductive generalizations are never truly rational, but would argue that scientific theories are nonetheless logical, insofar as they are falsifiable. Popper argued that scientific logic operated not through the affirmation of theoretical generalizations, but rather through the pruning away of falsified claims. Theories which made claims about the world could be disproven, and thus science could advance by discarding theories which had been falsified and maintaining theories which had not yet been falsified. Scientific logic would therefore operate in a manner analogous to Darwinian natural selection. Theories which were falsified would be eliminated, thus leaving only theories which were more robust. Although this framework would never allow us to actually say that a scientific theory was true in any positive sense, it could at least allow us to claim that a theory was less false than those that had been eliminated through falsification. Through this reasoning, Popper was able to present science as though it were not in need of any metaphysical or ontological grounding whatsoever. As long as we were willing to abandon the notion of genuine scientific truth, then we could do away with the need to justify any sort of positive, affirmative belief in a scientific theory through the justification of claims about the metaphysical composition of reality. It was through this Popperian apologetics that science would come to divorce itself from philosophy at large following the Second World War. Metaphysics could be abandoned and philosophy could be essentially relegated to the role of being the baggage carriers of the scientific enterprise. The problem with Popper's brand of scientific apologetics, however, is that it is ultimately no more than a hat trick, which is only able to operate through obfuscation and misdirection. If I have a scientific theory which makes a generalization about the nature of electrical circuits, for example, it is not enough to simply claim that my theory turn on as opposed to killing everyone within a 4-block radius. Then I need to actually believe that the theory will remain unfalsified when I pull the activation lever. If we actually follow Popper's reasoning consistently, we find that even though our current theory might have survived falsification while other theories have failed, we still have no reason whatsoever to believe that the generalizations made by the current theory will continue once I pull the lever. Just as Humean reasoning tells us that the sun might fail to rise tomorrow, Popperian reasoning tells us that we have no reason to believe that the electrical circuits will behave in accordance
tobacco you
with
wasted?
current theory rather than one of the
You gonna replace my bowl?
Previously
I didn't take it to your shit. You break my stuff.
Really going to concede that we cannot justify positive belief in any.
Okay, well, I guess that's the new hole in the wall that I did make.
To act upon a falsified
Everything else,
theory as
not me.
An unfalsified one. After all, why shouldn't it be the case that our observer, if we are discarding all
now it's broken. That was Garfield's fault.
About the nature
now
of
it's
the
broken.
world, then we may as well just flip a coin when deciding which theory to actually.
You do that all the time when you're drunk. You blame it on me.
We actually put
I don't break your fucking dishes. You break your fucking dishes.
As it were, we find that Popper leaves us in the exact same position that Hume left us in during the 18th century. With no
except for the dishes that this bitch is broken over here with her fucking heat
the
tricks.
Sun will continue to rise, or that any regularity of nature.
Yep, by wasting my power.
Karl Popper.
And then again, what is it?
As Popper's falsificationism has served
my
as
world
one
goal,
of the most fundamental apologetic and epistemological groundworks of modern science since the end of the Second World
Because I'm annoying.
War. As modern science has
technically, right? I'm annoying. Was that your official reason?
Ideologically rigid and Immanuel Kant.
No, they use
Popper, Kant saw
for everything.
Much more deeply into the true core
find what the
of
truth
this
is.
epistemological.
Like, how did they do that? They just guess. What feels good to those
skepticism
fucking assholes?
And what's overcoming this nihilistic abyss.
Well, my dad told me one time.
In his attempt to address this issue, Kant would further unfold Hume's fork into a quadrant. Rather than simply distinguishing between matters of fact and relations of ideas, Kant would introduce a second dimension to this scheme, one which distinguished between what knowledge was about as well as how the knowledge is justified. For the aboutness of knowledge, Kant gives us two categories, the synthetic and the analytic. Synthetic knowledge is knowledge about the natural world. It is that which must somehow
back to Immanuel Kant for now.
The disparate array
you guys just can't
of
fucking leave me alone.
Observations from a blooming, buzzing confusion into coherent understanding. Analytic knowledge, conversely, is about how concepts logically relate to one another, much like Hume's notion of relations of ideas. For the justification of knowledge, Kant gives us the a priori and the a posteriori. A posteriori knowledge is that which is derived from experience and thus justified on the basis of what we actually encounter empirically within the world. A priori knowledge, conversely, is that which is justified prior to such experience. It is that which we can know as a matter of principle, or which does not require observational evidence. This then gives us a fourfold epistemological structure, consisting of the synthetic a posteriori, corresponding to Hume's matters of fact, the analytic a priori, corresponding to Hume's relations of ideas, and two additional categories, the synthetic a priori and the analytic a posteriori. The primary focus of Kant's epistemological endeavor would be the synthetic a priori. knowledge about the world which is known prior to our experience of the world, rather than attempting to subvert the abyss of Humean nihilistic skepticism by arguing in favor of the world itself through his notion of the synthetic a priori. Kant argued that due to the fundamental nature of human consciousness, philosophy could come to discern the necessary conditions from a blank slate, which simply absorbed raw information from the world, as Locke had done. Kant saw that the human mind
I'd rather my siblings came here.
Necessary and
got the house, not your girlfriend.
Role in the organization of sensory perceptions, such that sensory stimulations are actually able to be synthesized into coherent, intelligible experiences. These conditions for the possibility of experience, Kant tells us, are the synthetic a priori categories. Organizational principles such as causation, time, unity, and difference, which allow our sensorial perceptions of the world to be organized in coherent ways. Without such organizational structures of the human mind, human experience as we know it would simply be impossible. Kant then argued that because we are able to discern these initial organizing faculties in advance of experience, through consideration of the necessary conditions for human experience as such, Kant argues that we can indeed have knowledge that the world will always manifest in a manner that is consistent and uniform in relation to these organizational principles such as space, time, and causality. This knowledge is possible, however, not because of what we are able to know about the world in itself, but rather because of what we can know about how the world is rendered by the human mind. However, Kant's metaphysical turn also necessitated a further bifurcation of the world. Now, between the world as it is structured through the organizational activity of human experience, that is, the phenomenal realm, and the world as it is in itself, the noumenal realm. The synthetic a priori seemed to allow for a grounding upon which knowledge of nature could be built, but this was only possible insofar as it was presumed that human consciousness never actually encountered nature conditioned by the essence of the human mind, and thus the human mind itself came to be understood as a sort of metaphysical barrier, which we could never, even in principle, step outside of in order to bring ourselves into contact with reality.
No, it was a crystal ball.
Was presumed to lie
a bunch of cool designs in it that I've been beating George with for 5 years.
The world.
You almost hurt my son Garfield in the process.
And thus from empirical science.
Got him wet.
We were now trapped within Plato's cave, which was now revealed to be none other than the cavernous interior of the human skull.
What? So you can get one on me?
This Kantian paradigm would allow
into my face so you call the cops again? Cool.
About how
I was waiting for that on camera.
Must appear phenomenologically.
So I can get you out of here. Get that DUI on you.
But it would not allow us to then compete through this Kantian turn. The objectivity of naturalistic knowledge itself came to be sequestered within the dark, mysterious confines of human subjectivity. Within the context of the see that our internal caverns were beginning to become almost unbearably crowded and claustrophobic.
I've never done anything that bad in my life.
In the wake of the Kantian Copernican revolution. But Kant's reasoning also leaves us dangling over the abyss of anti-realism, which it attempts to save us from. A priori categories are no more than David Hume's habits or customs. We would find ourselves exactly where we began, and as we have already touched upon briefly in this video, it does indeed seem to be the case that even seemingly fundamental categories such as time and space can be far more metamorphic and self within the prison of private human subjectivity, with only the reassurance that we all just happen to be locked in the same type of prison. All scientific knowledge is rendered as little more than psychological knowledge about how the world appears to us on the basis of what our cognitive faculties happen to be, with the only real hope of true objectivity resting upon presumptions about the way in which we are universally limited by our cognition. But Kant's subjectivistic metaphysics leaves us with one stone yet unturned. The mysterious force. the analytic a posteriori. This analytic a posteriori would represent knowledge which is about relations of ideas, but which is ascertained and justified through experience. Kant himself shows hardly any interest in this hidden force, spending only a few brief statements upon declaring that such knowledge is conceptually impossible, even in principle. But now let us recall Johann von Goethe's response to Schiller's rebuking of the phenomena as mere ideas. Very well, then I saw an idea with my own eyes. Goethe further elaborates his methodology as follows. Quote, when I see an object before me which has come into existence, wonder about its genesis and measure out the course of its becoming as far as I can follow it, I become aware of sensory experiences, which I cannot perceive next to each other, but which I must make present to myself in memory as a certain ideal whole. At first I am inclined to imagine distinct steps, but since nature makes no leaps, I am finally compelled to intuit a sequence of uninterrupted activity as a whole by negating the individual parts, but without destroying particular sensory experiences derived from observation, and synthesizing them through the active, purposive involvement of his own conceptual faculties. Through this synthesis, the discrete and separated sensory impressions of physical manifestations are thus revealed to be particular activities of the more general and ontologically substantial.
A little bit, maybe I'll go to the park. But guess what? Probably not.
Or as Jean
because
would
communication
say,
needs to be open. Garfield.
The orb flans is the most wonderful creation in the world, for which nature
Dad, you got a phone?
should envy me. With this model and its key, one can invent plants ad infinitum and are not, as it were, artistic or poetic shadows and fancies.
You gonna help me out?
But
No.
have an inner truth.
Have you been? No.
Necessity. The same law may be applied.
What'd you spend your money on? Booze.
That lives forwards and backwards. The plant is only ever leaf. End quote. The orb flans is, in other words, not merely a simple Platonic form or mathematical object. It is a phase space of possible formative processes.
How much money on booze? A lot.
Defined through the conjugation of a range of more basic compositional motifs. Expansion and contraction, ascent and descent.
Everything I do is on camera, guys.
Recurs as fundamentally.
No, when I'm not on camera, what am I doing? Pissing, sleeping, or going to church.
Inextricably composite.
Pissing, sleeping, going to church, or going to the neighbor's house, get some food.
Moreover, the orb flans is not simply a static ideal in the more traditional Platonic sense. Recall again that Platonic philosophy regarded the world of forms as one of being.
Other than that, I'm being recorded.
As change was considered to be a result of imperfection, which was incongruent with the crystalline purity of the transcendental realm as the Platonists conceptualized it. Goethe's orb flans, by contrast, is fundamentally metamorphic. It is as much as an eternal object. What this all reveals, then, is that Emmanuel's objectivistic and relativistic labyrinth, which he was inadvertently wandering deeper into through his treatment of the synthetic a priori. Much like Locke, Hume, and Newton before him, Kant had presumed that our infinitude is the sensorial. With Goethe, however, what we see is the germination of what will come to be the fruits of the gradual process of psychical interiorization.
No, I'm getting low on stuff.
We have examined
it's not cool. Of course, it's
while the sensory faculties of the human body allow for contact with the sensorial bodily activities of the natural world. The conceptual faculties of human consciousness can allow us to synthesize them. We come to see the noumen, which lies are not simply thought, but now actively perceived, not with physical human eyes, but rather with the human mind. As Kant himself was well aware, this synthesis of sensorial experience is a universal faculty of human cognition. In order to even perceive a seemingly mundane object as an object, our minds must be able to cohere our disparate sensory perceptions into a unified mental image. In order for our experiences to constitute a world at all, rather than an incomprehensible maelstrom of disjointed sensations, we must be able to experience the numinous, noetic, compositional elements which generate and inform the particulars. During previous epochs of human psychical evolution, however, this process of noetic perception occurred in an almost entirely unconscious manner.
Have I threatened you out? Yeah.
Conceptualizing faculty of the human organism had yet to be incorporated into the human ego and a sense of human self-agency. Despite his proto-scientific dispositions, Aristotle, for example, could not have possibly come to perceive the orphlons as being his own noetic faculties in such a way as to reveal the
not from me. I've already said it's a spiritual threat
in the world, which were not already disclosed by the structure of the Hellenistic form language.
Not a terrorist threat.
As we have already noted, Aristotle saw the conceptual contents of experience as supplied by the world,
I worship her,
not by the human mind. But in reality, what this implies is that those like transpersonal processes, which yet remain outside of Aristotle's own sense of personal agency, it is to be liberated from the confines of a particular linguistic superorganisms which condition the life worlds within which we reside. Unlike with modern philosophers like David Hume or Immanuel Kant, there simply was no possibility of cultural relativism within the philosophy of antiquity. Simultaneously, however, there was also not yet the possibility of seeing that the conceptual content of our cultural language games might reveal only limited aspects of the underlying reality which they disclose. There was not yet any possibility of perceiving the multidimensionality of the numinous.
All the symptoms.
The conceptual synthesis of human experience was something that was done rather than by us, as it were. And even today, this process is one which still occurs unconsciously, insofar as it has yet to become conscious. We might pretend to doubt that the sun will rise tomorrow, or that fallen trees make sounds in empty forests. But in reality, it is virtually impossible to actually behave as though we genuinely lack such knowledge, because, whether we realize it or not, we are always already perceiving the compositional forces which shape our reality. Human empirical perception is not and cannot be the mere sensation of merely physical particulars. In my most recent video essay, we examine the way in which the perception of musical form is in fact the most archetypal exemplification of this imaginal noetic insight which we also see within Goethean naturalism. The human experience of music is not the experience of frequencies, mathematical ratios, or even
so when I say I barely have any free will at all,
it is the perception of harmonic
restructured my brain,
which are structures
where I'm just stuck doing this shit all the time.
Gestures. Tones only are what they are within the formative complex, which is the song,
I hate being embarrassed.
The numen, the orphanome.
I got there.
These harmonic objects are not made up of microscopic physical BBs.
6, 7.
They are made up of conscious experiences, which synthesize the diversity of basic formative elements into organic unity.
You know, you don't miss.
We are able to let go of the Newtonian fantasy of ever more microscopic physical entities bouncing around in the void, and instead carefully attend to the actual relationships between sensory phenomena. Then these relationships appear into holistic organic totalities, which
just like that,
need to be the harmonic objects which generate the sensorial world. But of course, we must also realize that in order for a song to actually be played, its underlying numen must be conceptually experienced by the human psyche.
On camera, skipping.
Enacted through the motions
but
of
we
the
can
human
fix
body.
That later.
The orphanomen must
Does he do that all the time?
Merely ideas which spring into existence from some timeless Platonic heaven and then begin to mold the world as they see fit.
With the weather,
for conceptual complexes
that's what I want. Typically,
participate in the world, they must be mediated by consciousness. No matter where we look within the world or within our own awareness, we find no exception to this. Conceptual contents must be felt in order to be enacted. Let us look once more to Goethe's color wheel. Here we must ask ourselves,
because we dance
if
together.
the various compositional
No, I don't tell her what
elements
to do.
which together compose this nument
dance
were
together.
already present and unified within nature before they were disclosed by Goethe's imaginal activity, then what, or rather who, must have been responsible for enacting this synthesis which resulted in the organic harmony which Goethe came to reveal? Unless we are to, then we are left with only one genuine answer to such a question. The harmonic compositionality we find within light, darkness, color, plant life, and nature in general must be the results of conceptual activities.
The real
noetic
general order
experiences which
distributor.
form not only the
Nature
human
herself.
psyche, but also ideational beings, which do not adhere within specific bodily
Mother Nature.
manifestations.
Or for
What we
Kim,
are seeing when we
number
look upon
9
the color
or 10.
wheel
10.
is not a mere idea, nor is it a mere scientific model. It is a rendering of the noetic composition of the eidolons, which work to breathe life and light into the metamorphic processes of nature. Or, put more simply, our depictions of the or phenomena depict the morphologies of spiritual hierarchies. Within physicalist ideology, it is presumed that thoughts are little more than physical computations which are performed by brains which are conceptualized as being akin to immensely complex, squishy calculators. If we actually attend to the phenomenology of our own experience, however, we find that our consciousness consists of two distinct poles, the physical and the conceptual, or rather, the sensory and the noetic. Whereas sensations are localized within extended geometrical space, strained in such a manner. The experience of a pinprick directs us towards a specific location within space, whereas an experience of the form of the circle, by contrast, is in effect everywhere.
Basically,
and
finally.
nowhere. What this then implies is
Low,
that
low on tobacco.
interactions
Push it over.
as Henri Bergson and
throws all his butts away.
show us in their examinations of memory. Such noetic interactions need
Help me out.
require proximity within temporal sequences either. Physicalist ideology must insist that somehow, someday, there will finally be an explanation of thought, which can be rooted entirely within the physiological functioning of the human
749.
brain. At which point it will finally be revealed that our thoughts are no more than nervous impulses, and the non-locality of conceptual feelings will finally be revealed to be an illusion, as we learn that our thoughts and imaginations are indeed occurring within specific networks of neurons. Until that day comes, however, this physicalist dream is no more than a fantasy, one which completely disregards the empirical reality which we actually find upon examining our own experiences of our own inner worlds. Once again, we find here that the maintaining of physicalist ideology and the existence of sensory phenomena which or computer simulations, we are seeing the activities of thought. In order to actually understand such manifestations, we must perceive the thoughts which gave rise to them. Our understanding, in other words, must be noetic recognition, which sees through the markings on paper, lights on screens, or vocal utterances. Likewise, to see a thought within neural activity must be to see the conceptual contents which generated those sensorial patterns. The physicalist interpretation of thought inverts this by presuming that we could somehow come to observe the generation of thought by the physical activities of neurons. No matter how much neural activity we observe, however, this act of physical thought production will always be unobservable by definition, as the thoughts which are eligible to sensory impressions alone. This presumption that human sentience and cognition are spatially localized within the physical nervous system is no more than another outgrowth of the same incomplete reasoning which led to the Newtonian corpuscular theory of light. With noetic perception, there is no need for the positing of unsensible phenomena. The truth of the phenomenal is perceived through recognition of such patterns. or, to borrow a phrase from Ludwig Wittgenstein, has long been looked upon with suspicion and disdain by physicalist ideology, with one notable exception: the much lauded and ever obfuscated realm of quantum mechanics. But at this stage, we can clearly see that the allegedly inexplicable and incomprehensible paradoxes of quantum theory are simply the result of an attempt to understand the conditions of physicality within a framework which lacks any concept of the supraphysical. There have, however, been certain scientific thinkers who have managed to perceive the true significance of the distinction between the localized and the supralocal. One such figure was the American theoretical physicist and metaphysician David Bohm. Through his studies of electromagnetism and plasma phenomena, Bohm came to see that even the more mundane features of the physical world necessarily implied the existence of a realm which lay within the sensorial, what Bohm would come to refer to as the implicate order. Bohm saw reality as characterized by an interdependent polarity of implicate and explicate domains of existence. The implicate order is one in which all things are enfolded into one another,
No, it's clearly alive, making decisions.
into a unified tapestry within which interactions and influences are not mediated by spatial proximity, but rather are the results of the intrinsic symbiosis of all beings. The explicate order, in contrast, is the realm of separation and geometrical extension. It is the sensory, corporeal world which arises from the unfolding of the infolded, implicate realm. Quote, the essential feature of the implicate order is that the whole universe is in some way enfolded into everything, and that each thing is enfolded in the whole. In the implicate order, everything is connected, and each part of the universe contains information about the whole. In the explicate order, things are unfolded and are seen as separate and distinct. In the implicate order, things are enfolded into one another and are fundamentally connected. The explicate order emerges from the implicate order through a process of unfolding, and the implicate order can be seen as the deeper reality underlying the explicate appearances. David Bohm. Bohm's implicate realm, in other words, is the world of noetic feelings, or phenomena, and the eidolons which they give shape to. It is, put more succinctly, the pleroma, the compositional, formative domain of reality which materialistic science has been blindly and inadvertently stumbling into since the days of Isaac, visible to those who have eyes with which to see. Another immensely significant figure within this narrative, and one who was greatly influential for David Bohm as well, is the biologist and philosopher of science, Rupert Sheldrake, whose theory of morphic resonance contributes yet another crucial dimension of the tapestry we are attempting to weave together here. We have explored the theory of morphic resonance in far more detail in previous videos, and I will be leaving a link to my dedicated exposition of this theory below. But here we will be focusing primarily upon the metaphysics. Rupert Sheldrake's work began within the realm of developmental biology, wherein he came to see that the gene-centric physicalist understanding of life was unable to adequately account for what we actually find within the development and behaviors of biological organisms. Inspired by Henri Bergson's philosophy of habit and recollection, Sheldrake came to reconceptualize the notion of morphogenetic helix structure and the subsequent emergence of the neo-Darwinian synthesis.
Yes, me
Sheldrake saw that this notion of logical world,
but you'd be surprised what was.
The gene-centric ideology of neo-Darwinism maintained that biological forms were akin to computer programs, and that the programming language of life was somehow encoded within the sequences of DNA found within living cells. DNA sequences facilitate the production of protein molecules, which are the basic tools which living cells use to differentiate into specialized roles and perform specific functions. The neo-Darwinists, therefore, held that all phenotypic traits could be understood as resulting from the activities of distinct proteins which were synthesized by DNA. This presumption would come to be so thoroughly entrenched within biology that the term gene, meaning a heritable trait, came to be effectively synonymous with the notion of DNA sequences. What Sheldrake found within his early research, however, was that explanations which relied upon this framework, systems which were believed to be responsible for the emergence of morphological differences, were often identical between organisms with very different phenotypic traits, thus begging the question as to why the same proteins might result in different developmental outcomes. Something had to be missing, and the only explanation offered by the neo-Darwinian framework was that some other protein functions, ones which have not actually been observed empirically, must somehow be responsible for these differences. Sheldrake's theory of morphic resonance conjectures that these developmental differences are not primarily caused by different kinds of proteins or the DNA sequences which produce them, but rather by a kind of memory, which is inherent to all self-organizing, organismic systems throughout nature. Rather than being contained within sequences of DNA, this memory must be fundamentally non-local. Organisms are less like computer programs, which are deterministically driven by a DNA code, but rather are more akin to radio receivers, which are able to tune into different formative possibility spaces on the basis of similarity. Organisms resonate with similar developmental decisions, similar patterns of behavior, or indeed similar patterns of thought. And this resonance thus allows the organism's physiological and behavioral development to be guided through the navigation of a kind of composite image, which consists of all the various forms which the organism comes into resonance with. These morphogenetic fields, I have argued, are therefore the noetic phase spaces which underlie and condition the manifestations of biosenses. Morphic fields are non-local because they are fundamentally noetic rather than corporeal. They are structures of consciousness and potentiality which reside within the noetic, implicate realm of the pleroma rather than within the sensorial, explicate realm, which is the consequent activity of the pleroma. Morphic resonance must be a crucial feature of any esoteric or noetic science for a number of reasons. Morphic resonance shows us yet another way in which esoteric science comes to diverge from pre-modern forms of esoteric philosophy such as Platonism. The Platonists saw the corporeal world as a consequence of the transcendental realm, but this relationship was in no way mutual. The transcendental world was understood to be one of pure, immobile, and eternal objects, which were not subject to alteration. The notion that the activities of the mundane world could affect the gods would have been regarded as patently ridiculous. But morphic resonance shows us that there is indeed a sort of reciprocity between the corporeal and the noetic. The orphenomenon of plant life in general might be in some sense eternal, but when we look to the orphenomena of specific species of plants, we find much more specified possibility spaces and structures of relationships which are synthesized through resonance and memory, through the activities of the procedural manner. The eidolons which give shape to specific biological species, in other words, are not simply personified eternal forms. They are formative complexes, which are shaped through the transmutation of the past into the descent of light into matter, but also the incandescence of matter into the pleroma. Furthermore, Sheldrake's theory also implies that the imaginal perception of the orphenomena, which we see exemplified by Johann von Goethe, is itself a kind of sympathetic, or rather empathic resonance. Through this imaginal faculty, our own inner noetic worlds come to tune into the formative, noetic beings which generate and guide the becoming of the world which lies beyond us. This imaginal resonance, in other words, contains the power by which we are able to transcend the boundaries which seemingly divide the inner from the outer, the path by which we must escape the Kantian, subjectivistic labyrinth is one of empathy. As empathy is not merely an emotional affect, but rather an epistemological faculty of truly cosmological significance. This empathic resonance is the means by which we come to see the interiority of the sensory world, and it is the means by which we come to see into the inner fathoms of other human beings. Our capacity to overcome the abyss of epistemological nihilism which lies beneath us, and our capacity to overcome the subjectivistic boundaries which divide us from one another are interwoven within a singular, ultimate destiny of human awareness, and by extension, the destiny of life on Earth as a whole. Morphic resonance also shows us that formative influences occur on the basis of similarity. Elements of the past which are more similar to a present moment will exert more influence in constricting the possibility space which an organism is navigating. This once again illustrates the underlying polarity of the noetic and the corporeal. The corporeal realm itself is more than the physical and sensorial. Fundamentally, the corporeal is the past. Bodies are living complexes of memory, and this memory is carried forward by the inertia of the past. That which is already concretized will strive to maintain itself, and it achieves this through the constriction of the noetic. The corporeal poles of organisms are characterized fundamentally by separation and habituation, difference and repetition, to borrow a notion from Guy Deleuze. The noetic, conversely, is characterized by unification and creativity, synthesis and genesis.
Imagine never paying for groceries again. From now to March 31st, every time you shop and save using the Grocery Outlet app, you get a chance to win free groceries for life. You can see all the incredible deals we have in stock, like fresh produce, premium meats, and all your favorite brands. Don't wait. Shop with the app today at your neighborhood grocery outlet for your chance to be one of the 2 winners who will receive $500 monthly for 40 years. No purchase necessary. Restrictions apply. Many will enter. Few will win. See groceryoutlet.com for
The implications of these ideas are immensely far-reaching and extend from developmental biology and chemistry into the psychological realms of ritualistic practices and addiction. All things are interwoven with one another, and it is through this dynamic symbiosis that cosmic creativity is able to continually realize itself. Consciousness, in other words, is always collective consciousness in its innermost essence. The world as it is presented to us by the ideology of mechanistic materialism is one in which meaning itself has been entirely drained from the world and relegated to the inner privacy of the human psyche. Here again, we can see that this interiorization is a consequence of the Renaissance. In ancient form languages, written scripts were typically used to signify both linguistic concepts as well as numerical concepts. Letters, in other words, were also numbers. What this indicates is that for ancient peoples, the quantitative aspects of reality were regarded as a subspecies of qualitative aspects. Numbers were a specific species of quality, as there was not yet any distinction between physicality and consciousness. Yet, beginning around the early 13th century, a time period which is immensely consequential in this narrative for various reasons, European intellectuals first began using Arabic numerals in systematic ways. Unlike Roman numerals and other forms of alphabetic numeration, Arabic numerals were much more thoroughly divorced from the qualitative significations of ordinary language, and thus facilitated the emergence of scientific physicalism from medieval alchemy. Arabic numerals also brought with them the concept of zero, a concept which would foreshadow the mystical revelations of the divine abyss or transcendental darkness, which we see in figures such as Meister Eckhart, Angela of Foligno, and Hodewijk of Antwerp during the same time period, and which we would later see developed philosophically by figures such as Friedrich Schelling and Martin Heidegger. This discovery of the archetypal void or abyss mirrors the interiorization of subjectivity into the human ego. The discovery of the blank canvas of private, internal experientiality goes hand in hand with this discovery of outer darkness, which which would later become reified into the modern notion of furthermore, one of the most central aspects of this process itself from the world and into the human ego. Prior to the European scientific, or rather physicalist revolution, it was simply taken for granted that meaning is a quality which is found in the world, not merely a subjective affect which human beings project onto a meaningless, inert reality. This internalization would grant human beings a creative power which was once only attributed to the divine, namely, the power to actively participate in the creation of meaning. But this newfound power would come at a cost, insofar as it would necessitate that modern consciousness rediscover the meaning which is inherent within nature in the wake of the physicalist deanimation of the world. One of the most significant figures in this rediscovery would be the pioneer of psychodynamic theory, Carl Jung. In his profoundly adventurous explorations of the human psyche, Jung came to find recurring motifs known as archetypes, which he saw to be laden with symbolic imagery, narrative significance, and emotional powers. Through his research, Jung came to see that these archetypes were more than just fantasies, but rather that they represented the most basic elements of the processes by which the human psyche is able to continually generate and regenerate itself. What Jung discovered was that the human sense of selfhood is fundamentally holistic, organismic, and narrative in nature. Moreover, Jung also came to see that these archetypes could not be explained by the mere absorption of cultural ideas alone. Though some of these motifs were certainly laden within the cultural fabrics within which individuals were situated, Jung nevertheless found that certain images, motifs, and narrative structures tended to recur independently of whether or not there was any indication that an individual could have come into contact with these themes through mundane cultural transmission. In the early days of his career, Jung's approach to the archetypes and collective unconscious would largely attempt to adhere to the physicalist notion that these meanings must be localized within the human mind. Jung stated that the bizarre recurrences and synchronicities which he discovered were ultimately no more than features of internal human psychology, which then conditioned human behaviors and the human interpretation of the world. As his career progressed, however, Jung would increasingly come to see that such explanations were hopelessly inadequate to the phenomena which he sought to understand. Jung increasingly came to see that the collective unconscious must be more than a mere current of cultural transmission, that synchronicities must be much more than mere meaningful coincidences, and that the archetypes are found within the world itself, just as much as they are found within the dark interior of human subjectivity. Though Carl Jung himself tended to be very hesitant to advocate for any explicit metaphysical interpretations of his work, here we can offer a much more thorough understanding of these phenomena. By bringing Jungian psychodynamics into dialogue with the insights provided by figures such as Goethe, Whitehead, Bergson, Bohm, and Sheldrake, we can understand that the collective unconscious is in fact the implicate, noetic realm. It is, as Carl Jung himself would indicate in his later works, the pleroma. Meaning is not simply a means by which the human mind constructs narratives about the world. Meaning is narrative morphology, and the world we find ourselves within is one which is characterized just as much by narrative logic as by the logic of physical mechanics. Building upon the insights which we have explored thus far, we can go even further, in coming to see that narrative logic is actually more ontologically fundamental than mechanical logic. Though the interiorization of meaning has in many ways resulted in the world seeming to be drained of its sense and purpose, the ultimate significance of this process is that it is yet another condition for the possibility of genuine human freedom, that the individual human self can come to be an active, creative agency which is able to co-participate in the shaping and reshaping of reality. Within modern academic blathering, it is extremely common to encounter nonsensical statements like, is not locally real, or some other variation which suggests that our experience of the world does not actually bring us into contact with reality, that our experience effectively amounts to no more than a curated heads-up display or user interface, which forever bars us from actually encountering nature as it actually is. Although these proclamations tend to be clumsily dressed in the language of modern neuroscience or quantum physics, it is nonetheless blatantly obvious that these statements are no more than restatements of the Kantian dismemberment of the phenomenal and noumenal domains. Modern academics are very eager to make such pronouncements because such a nihilistic epistemology fits rather neatly into the modern ideological position that scientific theories no longer need to actually accord with our experience of the world. In other words, theories no longer need to actually be empirical, but only mathematical. How very convenient. But if we are to take seriously the metaphysical implications of empiricism itself, then we can come to see that this Kantian anti-realism is in fact yet another outgrowth of the Cartesian bifurcation of mind and matter. We never actually encounter anything that is purely objective by definition. As all empirical observations are necessarily, then we must conclude that the composition of reality itself is fundamentally experiential. Our awareness is not a purely subjective screen which forever divides us from an unknowable and unreachable world, because the world itself consists of fundamentally intersubjective feelings. The mantis shrimp is an organism with several astounding features which make it a favorite of popular science journalism. Among these is the fact that the mantis shrimp has far more color-sensitive cone cells in its retina, 13 more than the human eye. Some have therefore inferred that the mantis shrimp must be able to experience types of color qualia, or subjective color experiences, which the human organism simply does not have access to. This notion of qualia derives from the physicalist presumption that the objective features of reality are quantitative properties, or quanta, while subjective experiences are the qualitative stamps which our consciousness impresses upon inputs of physical information, such as waves or particles of light. What this would imply then is that the additional cones of the mantis shrimp retina indicate that mantis shrimp consciousness possesses qualitative stamps which our minds do not employ. Just as, allegedly, it is not possible to explain to a blind person what the sensation of redness is like, we are likewise unable to know what other sorts of color qualia might be found within the subjectivity of the mantis shrimp, which is effectively a black box which we are forever barred from by the insurmountable divide between the subjective and objective aspects of reality. But let us now take a close look at color itself. Here we have two diagrams, destructive interference of colors. So now let us actually take a moment to ask ourselves, what could the mantis shrimp possibly see here which we might not see? Where exactly would these additional color qualia be hiding? Might there be a third diagram which we are missing, which represents neither constructive nor destructive interference, but rather some mysterious third option? If we now look to the color wheel, one possibility does come to light, that the color wheel might be divided up with varying degrees of resolution. When we increase or decrease the resolution of the color wheel by implementing more nuanced color variations, we are not adding additional color qualia which go beyond the principles of constructive and destructive interference. We are rather introducing more subtle gradients between the colors which are already implied by the underlying geometry of color phenomenology itself, the orphenomen. What this then implies is that there are not and cannot be any color qualia within the mantis shrimp's mind which human beings can never access or understand, because color phenomena are not hidden within nervous systems. Color phenomena are actually in the world, and our visual organs are what allows us to distinguish between different gradients of these phenomena. There is no unknowable color qualia which the mantis shrimp has access to, because the additional cones of the mantis shrimp retina can only be organs of differentiation, not of adding qualia to quanta. When you ask a child why leaves are green, the child is very likely to say something like, there is green in the leaves. When you ask an adult the same question, at least in modern times, the person is very likely to say something about our minds use. Once we begin to untangle the metaphysical knots which have been tied around us by the Cartesian bifurcation of mind and matter, we can begin to see that the child's explanation is actually the more accurate. The greenness is indeed within the leaf.
They can show off some more.
In order to truly understand color phenomena or any other phenomena as the intersubjective components of the world, we must be able to understand the fundamental relational nature of such harmonic composition. Phenomena are always defined through relations of difference, similarity, relevance, and association. Modern physicalist science offers us no explanation as to why the experience of redness appears to us as it does. Undergrad philosophy students often like to ask, what if my red is your blue? Perhaps when you look at the sky, you actually see the qualia which I experience when looking at the setting sun. How would we ever know whether our qualitative experiences are the same or even comparable to one another if such qualia are forever hidden within the black boxes of consciousness? Through the method of phenomenological naturalism, however, we can actually begin to understand what redness actually is. As Goethe's phenomenological experiments illustrate, color emerges through the dynamic conjugation of light and darkness. Yellow emerges as light is mediated by darkness, while blue emerges as darkness is mediated by light. Here already, we can see the fundamental incompatibility between the reality of color which nature reveals to us and the Newtonian modern physics, for that matter. When we look at darkness through an illuminated medium, the darkness manifests itself as
everyone does. Blue. It's like your trash.
We remove the darkness.
I want your trash. They're like, no, it's my trash.
Blue vanishes. The only recourse for materialism is, of course, to say that the blue is merely an illusion.
You need trash, go work. I'm like, I can't work. I need the trash.
The unreachable confines in the project of actually understanding the color phenomenon by deferring it to some fantasy.
How much food do you throw away?
In which neuroscience can finally
a lot?
Do what physics cannot.
I'd eat every scrap.
But if we forego such deference and remain with the phenomena, as Goethe insists that we do, then we can begin to see that the reality itself is not composed of BBs.
I don't waste any.
Rather of processes, which are fundamentally intersubjective and relational, all the way down to the core. The experience of the color does not occur within the so-called circuitry of the human brain.
I'm going to try to beat my ass, dude.
Within the world. And the role of the human body is the dividing of our consciousness into more narrow streams, which are able to attend to the specific, concretized moments which form the corporeal realm. The body, in other words, is a prism, which acts to differentiate a more fundamental noetic unity. There are no particles of darkness which must pass through the glass in order to reach our physical eyes and allow us to see the darkness as blue. The noetic pole of our consciousness is non-local.
Now, people are so much different when they're drunk and stoned.
Already reaching through the glass and into the darkness beyond it. And the darkness is likewise reaching back into us. Darkness alone is seen as homogeneous emptiness. But recall again that light itself is also invisible to the senses. It is the invisible condition for the possibility of visual sensation. It is only through the interplay of light and darkness that the corporeal world comes to be illuminated. Within these color experiments, a cone is first illuminated from the left and right by white light. As one would expect, the result is two shadows, both gray. When a green filter is added to the left illumination, the cone is bathed in green and projects a black shadow. When the right illumination, still projecting only white light, is activated, the gray shadow is transfigured into magenta, the polar counterpart of green. We can continue these experiments by varying the most fundamental elements of formative power. It facilitates the formation of images, which are disclosed to our sensorial faculties. This formative activity, however, can only take place if there is a formlessness, which can come to be informed. This formlessness is what we call darkness. As Goethe's experiments illustrate, darkness is not simply an inert absence of light, but rather is a substantial medium, which can be transfigured through its interaction with light. What this all implies is that the transformation of gray shadows into colored shadows is not a curious optical illusion. Rather, it is a phenomenon which reveals the underlying archetypal character of all color, all illumination in general. When we shut out all light from a room, what we are left with is pure darkness. But of course, we know
guys,
that
you don't do everything.
in the room do not cease to exist.
Some things are just random.
Of course, and we
But most of the bad shit you seem to be responsible for.
Remain the same color. That the redness of the
but none of the good
apple
things
is still there.
So what if you weren't trying to do bad things the whole time to all of us?
But here again, we would be leaving the phenomenal empirical
No, these humans.
world and into a realm
No, these humans that work for the government.
Of
no, all they try to do is bad shit.
If we are to remain with the empirical reality, we should instead conclude that in
not all of them, not even close, but a lot of them do.
All other objects are in fact black. Insofar as the apple remains red, it does so within our inner imaginal worlds, within the noetic realm, not the corporeal. By simply attending to the reality
a lot of them are just stressed out.
Confronts us in an
I understand that too.
way, the world reveals to us a fundamental affinity of darkness and materiality. Within physicalist cosmology,
but a lot of government employees are fucked up.
Seemingly accidental intimation within the notion of the black hole, a notion which in previous videos we have already shown to be utterly inundated with inadvertent archetypal connotations. The black hole seems to symbolically suggest an underlying truth of matter, that the final, purest form of matter is in fact darkness itself, that there is a fundamental unity of
turns out the local one's worse than the better
and gravity. The modern notion of matter is derived from the more ancient notion of substance, which was understood to be the archetypal corollary of form,
of a system,
the transcendental realm. Materialistic science has long presumed that matter must consist of some inert, inanimate objects which are characterized by the purely physical properties of mass and extension through physical space. But in searching for this fantasized substrate of raw physicality, what science has instead discovered are distributed auras or fields of potential activities. What science has unwittingly discovered is the insight that matter is in fact the informing of formlessness, the shaping of the primordial, undifferentiated clay of pure being, pure oneness, pure stillness, what the 13th century theologian Meister Eckhart would have described as the groundless ground of all existence, the no-thingness which is sculpted into the corporeal world. The corporeal body of the leaf is molded from this darkness by the leaf's noetic, luminous pole. Its body is formlessness given form, darkness given shape, texture, extension, and color. Just as the interplay of green gave rise to a magenta shadow within our previous experiments, the green of the leaf is the transmutation of the darkness which is contained within the leaf into color. Color is the revealing of the texture of bodily darkness through the image-forming power of light, that is, the illuminating power of the noetic. Returning to the question of
go really far, actually.
We can first note that red emerges through the intensification of yellow. The yellow sun and the sky is light mediated by the darkness of the turbid atmosphere. But within this mediation, light and darkness remain equally balanced. As the sun descends upon the horizon, we see orange and finally red, as the darkness of the intimacy into materiality. It is the intensification of separation. All life emerges through division. The primordial oceanic unity of the uterine embryo is one in which there is not yet any sense of distinction between self and world. There is only the oneness of the womb. Through the process of birth, this Arcadian oneness comes to be divided, as a boundary comes to form between the fragile, helpless body of the infant and an external world, which is no longer self, but rather an ambiguous other. Blood, and therefore redness, is of course a central element within the process of birth. Within the animistic or shamanic culture forms of pre-civic humanity, it was said that women ceased to menstruate during pregnancy as the blood of the womb was being used to form the body of the infant. Within ancient burial practices, red ochre, understood to be the life generative blood of the earth, was used to ensure the rebirth of the dead. The separation of redness is an archetype of paranoia and anxiety, as this division places us in confrontation with ambiguous and potentially hostile otherness. But it is also an archetype of generative and regenerative power. A living body strives to maintain the boundaries which divide self from world, as the permeation of those boundaries can result in injury or even death, physical or psychological. The power of the redness archetype within the blood thus facilitates the maintaining of such boundaries through regeneration, as well as the impulses of anxiety, fear, determination, and rage, which are so often crucial for survival. Within red ochre, or the red bricks of modern homes, we see more earthen shades of red manifesting as a sense of nurturing warmth and regenerative vitality. Within sharper shades of red, we see indications of alertness, danger, fear, intensity, and, of course, sexuality. The anxiety of separation can implore us towards self-preservation, but it can also drive us towards the resolution of this anxiety through sexual conjugation. Sexual activities allow for the releasement of this tension and friction between self and world, as this boundary is voluntarily dissolved. The orgasm is indeed the little death, as it is fundamentally a reversal of the division which occurs through childbirth. We might more accurately call it the little unbirth. Blue conversely evokes feelings of calmness, serenity, and disengaged nocturnal reflection. Blue is rare in nature. Seen primarily within the sky and ocean, it represents the boundary between the manifest, divided world and the world of idyllic, transcendental oneness. Blue is thus evocative of the fantastical and the magical. It is indeed, as Goethe tells us, darkness mediated through light. The darkness experienced is the primordial oneness of the womb, which is now no longer an imminent bodily actuality, but rather an idyllic, symbolic object. A lure which draws us forward from the world of formative forces. I need to make this as clear as possible because the point I'm about to make is absolutely crucial. I'm not saying that these archetypal elements are associated with an arbitrary subjective qualia or mental stamp, which we happen to refer to as redness. What I'm saying is that the experience of redness is the experience of those archetypal qualities, which are themselves in the world, just as much as they are within human consciousness. Redness and blueness are polar counterparts. The reality of the one necessitates the reality of the other. So, to answer the lingering questions of the philosophy undergrads, no, your blue is not my red, because there is no your blue or my red. Those phenomena are the basic, elementary constituents of our world, not the inaccessible, arbitrary symbols of a private language game. There is only our red, only our blue. Johann von Goethe regarded his color theory as his most important scientific achievement, and he was far more correct about this than even he was able to realize. The color wheel is about more than just colors, or rather, colors are about far more than we tend to realize. Goethe's color theory is a window into the entire universe of formative powers which give shape to reality. This formative, noetic realm is not something additional which rests on top of a more truly objective substrate of physical, quantitative properties. Rather, the contents of this formative realm are the very conditions for the possibility of physicality. Feelings of potentialities ontologically precede the feelings of manifest particulars, which constitute the immanent corporeal world. Modern science has tied itself in innumerable knots in attempting to explain the conditions of physicality by positing the existence of unseen physical objects. This project is both misguided and ultimately futile. Insofar as modern science has come to acknowledge this inadequacy, it has simply abandoned ontology altogether, in suggesting that our silly monkey brains are just too dense to ever comprehend the underlying nature of the world in a self-consistent and intellectually satisfactory manner. These so-called scientists tend to suggest that mathematical toys are the best that we can do, as our empirical experiences of the world amount to no more than a user interface which need not accord with what the world is actually like. Modern science, and in particular modern physics, has succumbed to the most ineffectual and degenerative form of Kantian anti-realism. They hand-wave reasonable frame themselves in opposition to. Modern science necessitates empiricism and naturalism. The unknowable BBs posited by modern science have been ever further stripped of their physicality. Until now, they are little more than symbols associated with numerical figures and measurements made by machines, which are as far removed as one can even imagine from the empirical reality of direct human experience. The belief that these mysterious symbols and numbers might actually represent an unseen physical world was an act of blind adherence from the very beginning. The very same blind faith for which science aspired to be the cure. We do not need to wait with crossed arms for some messianic genius to give us the long foretold theory of everything, which will finally rescue science from the branch which it is so eagerly sawing off. All of the basic components placed over the course of the past 2.5 centuries. All that nature is hidden.
Welcome back to Esoterica. I feel strange because I've taken the past couple of weeks off, whatever taking them off. But I'm happy to be sort of jumping back on the horse this week.
You're reading broccoli.
With my good friend. I was really happy to, I threatened everyone that I was going to do this episode when I first did the episode on university sorcery. And if folks haven't seen that episode, you may want to check it out as well as sort of a companion to this. This as a commentary, we're going to be going through the actual condemnations one by one with a kind of live commentary because of Dan and I's love of commentary literature. So we're bringing it into the 21st century, and then getting into and kind of talking about the historical, philosophical, magical context to a lot of these condemnations. Because if you've been hanging around Esoterica long enough, that one of the things we always reiterate is that condemnations are always indicators of.
Does he make my life much more difficult, Garfield? Yeah.
You get a list of
20 Do I hate him for it? No.
And you're getting a list of 20 odd things.
No, but love him more.
Or derangement.
Same.
Or derangement, yeah.
For this,
no, right.
In this case.
No, I think the evidence really strongly indicates that these are really close to that really do speak to what was going on in the university environment at the time. I guess the first thing that I'd want to comment, and Dan and I have a couple of preliminary comments before we get into these.
Do I say, hey, Garfield, go be homeless and die under a bridge? No, I do not. Say, Garfield. I know you're basically wild and I got you. Still can be sometimes. But I love you to death. And I'll fight for you to the end. My dad stopped saying that when I was about 12. I paid it. Paid for it.
And those other people are people like the Go-Yo. These are people who are students, riotous students, killing people, getting into fights, getting their tonsure shaped, they can like get around the law, gambling, engaging in sex work with sex workers. I mean, this is a riotous world.
Why not? Over what you saw, something you saw on television, maybe? Which is way less accurate than basically anything you see on YouTube. Pretty much. Including especially the news. Wiki comments, we'll talk later. 842.
The single most significant development over the course of the past 500 years in terms of cultural influence, technological innovation.
No, we're always trying to prove people wrong. We never spend the same amount of time trying to prove them right.
Religious significance as well. For many, science has come to represent the dawning of
If we did, then we would, and then we couldn't prove them wrong.
An age of blind dogmatism and into the clear daylight of procedural reality and empiricism. Humanity, so we were told, would no longer be bound by blind adherence to institutionally sanctioned beliefs about an imperceptible and unknowable world, which was guarded and mediated.
So if you can't prove me wrong, can you prove me right? Yeah. Assholes.
Came to represent the very Protestant conviction in personal access to the profound truths of the cosmos and the very humanist.
Where is the Savior?
And the ultimate value of human
I already know.
freedom. And yet, over the course of the past century, optimism of the Enlightenment, that nature itself was intelligible and available to reason and empiricism, has gradually come to fall by the wayside.
No, it's really like
science
this, guys.
has found itself pounding
What do you guys
against
think?
immobile walls, which we are seeing.
Community college and blah, 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 and blah,
The
blah, blah,
empiricist
right?
conviction in the epistemological primacy of human experience has come to be replaced by an almost religious
But what do you know about
conviction
experience,
that our
right?
access to the deeper truths of the world must be mediated by titanic, exorbitantly expensive machines which produce arcane graphs.
Not even really recording right today, but I don't really care because it is.
By an elite
Because the computer's recording.
Knowers of the science. Machines, which
Come get it.
More have theoretical presumptions built into their very hardware and software.
This is the first episode of
Cool, nice one.
Scientific
Annoy me
monuments
a little
of
bit.
the postmodern world have become the self-confirmation engines of a new form of technological mysticism.
I'll watch this one later.
The rationalist conviction that nature and the human intellect share in an underlying order, which facilitates the comprehensibility of the world, has likewise come to be seen as a naive misunderstanding. Instead, we are now told that our cognitive faculties are imperfect machines which have been haphazardly assembled by the blind watchmaker of algorithmic natural selection, and therefore that our cognitive faculties are oriented towards truth only insofar as truth serves the end of survival and reproduction. Our minds are thus said to be no more than a kind of impenetrable screen or display, which provides us with depictions of the world which needn't accord with what the world is actually like. Truths of nature, in other words, needn't accord with what we can actually see and touch with our ordinary imperceptible world. And our communion with that world must therefore be mediated by those who have undergone the occult initiations of arcane mathematics. The age of profound breakthroughs in scientific understanding has seemingly come to a close, and science itself, now a fully institutionalized system of authorized beliefs, now dresses itself in the aura of prestige, which it borrows from a lineage of long-dead celebrity geniuses. Credibility, not comprehension, has become the new currency of post-war science, and through these transformations, science has become transfigured into a perverse mirror image of itself, which embodies all of the sins which it has so confidently accused religion and spirituality of being guilty. What I will be arguing in this video is that the science has come to be inverted into a parody of itself, significant as that influence may be. Rather, this inversion was inevitable because of a deeply rooted incompleteness of the epistemological foundations which have grounded and guided the development of science since at least the 17th century. The descent of science into obfuscation and dogmatism, which we are witnessing, is the ultimate logical consequence of an underlying conceptual incoherence within the modern scientific worldview itself. This is a problem which will not and cannot be solved by even larger particle colliders, more advanced orbital telescopes, more mind-warping mathematical toys, or indeed by theories which stray even further from what is available to the concrete, tangible.
Welcome to the Nissan Now sales event. Drive the all-new Kicks, the sporty Sentra.
This is a problem which can only be solved. Science, which have now come to be unspoken and unaddressed implications within the nebulous notion of the scientific method, in order to find its way out of the labyrinthical presuppositions, and that is the endeavor which we will now be setting ourselves upon. In order to plunge into the roots of these issues, we must begin with human experience, the inextricable and ultimate epistemological ground of scientific empiricism. During what follows, I want us to keep a number of central questions in mind. What is experience? How can our experience provide us with acts? Most significantly, how are we able to recognize? Within his 1929 text, Head attempted to lay the groundwork for a new way of conceptualizing the cosmos by reimagining the relationships between nature, consciousness, and the transcendental. In doing so, Whitehead's basic constituents of reality are not inert physical masses, but rather organisms. Whitehead tells us that organisms are themselves intricate, self-metamorphic, and purposive complexes of prehensions or experience feelings. Such experiential relationships are brought together and synthesized through a process incorporated into the living body of the past. Whitehead details 4 primary types of prehensions within process and reality. But for our present purposes, we will focus on Whitehead's distinction between conceptual prehensions and physical prehensions. Conceptual prehensions are experiences of forms as such. These forms, or eternal objects, can be understood as processes self-generate. They feel such forms and then selectively incorporate these potentialities into the organism, and thereby
The organism complexifies with time as things grow into it, and it grows into itself.
Book 6, Church of Light, The Sacred Tarot, Chapter 1, Serial Number 48, Albert Benjamin,
Go figure.
Traditions of all lands and all peoples. Often it is used merely as referring to the esoteric doctrines of the Jews, but in its broader sense it includes also the secret doctrine of other races. This secret doctrine, common to many lands, was jealously guarded from the profane and was never permitted to pass in this sense. The sacred books of the world, including the Avesta, the Vedas, and the Bible, are large interpretation. In fact, there are usually several interpretations possible, each more inner version revealing a deeper truth to those who have advanced along the path far enough to comprehend it. The Kabbalah has two divisions, the written Kabbalah and the unwritten Kabbalah. Of the unwritten Kabbalah, S. Della McGregor Mathis, in his Kabbalah Unveiled, says, the term unwritten Kabbalah is applied to certain knowledge which is never entrusted to writing, but communicated orally. I may say no more on this point, not even whether I myself have or have not received it. The author of these lessons is not so modest about his acquaintance with the unwritten Kabbalah. He has received it fully, and has also investigated the written traditions of the Jews and of all other peoples, having had much influence in shaping the world's thought. And this seems to be in symbolical language, with purposeful blinds and subterfuges to confuse the uninitiated, so that of the few who undoubtedly exist at the present day who have received it, most remain in as much ignorance of its true interpretation as the majority of students do after studying the more accessible written Kabbalah. This unwritten Kabbalah has been transmitted only through certain secret schools. Those receiving it well merit what is given to them. They are left to their own devices in the matter of interpretation. And because the real keys to its interpretation, astrology and the tarot, have been largely ignored or distorted, they have floundered sadly in arriving at its meaning. Whether written or unwritten, the Kabbalah is a philosophy correlated to esoteric astrology as exemplified by the tarot, and it can only be comprehended fully by those who perceive the true relation between astrological energies and their pictured tarot exemplification. The Kabbalah of the Jews. Because the Jewish Kabbalah has been the source of inspiration to so many alchemists, metaphysicians, occultists, and mystics, it deserves special attention, and the remainder of the lesson will largely be devoted to it. It has three main divisions: A. The practical Kabbalah. B. The literal Kabbalah. C. The dogmatic Kabbalah. A. The practical Kabbalah treats of ceremonial magic and includes the making of magic circles, wands, swords, and pentacles, and the use of inscriptions and symbols for performing wonders. It deals with necromancy, sorcery, exorcisms, sigils, enchantments, and communications with angels and devils. Accessible books treating of this subject are the 6th and 7th Book of Moses, the Greater Keys of Solomon King, and the Lesser Keys of Solomon. Needless to say, as set forth in and all such practices are highly dangerous, and innocence is no protection to those who dabble in such matters.
The cops too.
B. The literal Kabbalah is so written that the letters and numbers and words must be transposed to perceive the meaning. It is a work really written in code and must be systematically decoded to have any value. And the code in which it is written and which must be used to decipher it takes three different forms as follows. 1. Gematria. In this system, words of the same numerical value are used as symbols of each other, and phrases of the same numerical value are employed to explain each other. And as
they told them they could get away with
number, this number is also obtained and used by adding the numerical value of the letters of a word or phrase. 2. Temuradis is a code in which, according to prescribed rules, certain letters are substituted for other letters. In addition to this permutation, the form of the letters
felony conspiracy in and of itself.
And the variations in spelling all have a hidden meaning, and for important matters, anagrams are employed. 3. Notaricon. In the practice of this, abbreviations are extensively used. Every letter, for instance, may be taken as the abbreviation of a word, and a single word expanded into a sentence. Or the first letters, or the medium of every word in a sentence may be used to construct one word that conveys the mystical import it is desired to impart. But even after, though determining just what code has been used, having translated the literal Kabbalah into ordinary language, it still presents the matter in the form of universal symbols, which, while quite pregnant with meaning to those who understand this universal language, is merely a collection of babbling allegories to one ignorant of the
I mean
power of
nothing by it.
astrology.
I just know why they're powerful.
The dogmatic Kabbalah. This division of the Jewish secret doctrine has for chief elements, each embracing more or less numerous commentaries which were written at different times by different writers. 1. Sefer Yetzirah. 2. Sefer Sephiroth. 3. Ask Metzareth. 4. The Zohar. Yet none of what is now called the Jewish Kabbalah was placed in writing before the beginning of the Christian era. We are seriously informed by commentators that it was first taught by God to his select angels who formed a school in paradise. Then, after the fall, the doctrine was communicated to man that by its means he might regain his lost estate. From Adam it passed to Noah, then to Abraham, on to the Egyptians, from whom it reached Moses. Moses was further instructed regarding it by an angel during his 40 years in the wilderness. Then Moses injected its doctrines covertly into the first 4 books of the Pentateuch and initiated Taran and the 70
God's chosen
elders
people,
into
not
its
necessarily,
From
but in a way.
According to this tradition, it was handed down through an unbroken line of priesthood succession, which included David and Solomon, to the time of the destruction of the Second Temple, when, for the first time, it was committed to writing. This account, due allowance being granted to its symbolism, conforms rather closely to the traditions regarding the line of descent of the secret doctrine as recorded by initiates of other than the Jewish race. It is held by this tradition that once the earth had a very different climate, warm and mild, and that the people of the Golden Age, like those in Jewish paradise, were free from strife and needed to take no thought as to what they should eat or what they should wear. So pure were they that they had constant communion with the angels. But gradually changing climatic conditions, in which life became increasingly severe, coarsened the bodies and the minds of the people of the earth. And finally, so terrible was the struggle for survival with the advent of the Age of Iron, when a glacial sheet covered most of the northern hemisphere, that man was forced to eat the flesh of animals to avoid starvation. And thus descending to the plane of a carnivorous creature, the increasing activity of his animal soul cut off his ability to communicate with still higher entities. He no longer could get his information direct from the angels, because he had become too selfish and coarse to be able to tune in on their vibrating rates, and he must, perforce, get whatever he wished of the secret doctrine from those of his race who had preserved the tradition from an earlier time. This Kabbalistic knowledge was a teaching concerning the origin of the universe, man's proper relationship and all other entities, why man entered material conditions, and how he might, through partaking of the tree of good and evil, ultimately regain his spiritual estate and also partake of the tree of life, and so attain self-conscious immortality. From the children of the tradition relates, this information was handed down by word of mouth, as allegorical stories, to more material times. And thus it came to be an essential part of the wisdom for which the ancient lands of Atlantis and Mu are renowned. Before the last cataclysm, in the Bible referred to as the flood of Noah, when the last of these 2 older continents sank, the priests of stellar wisdom, perceiving through astrological cycles the approach of such a disaster, had encouraged the establishment of colonies in what later were to become the 7 ancient centers of civilization: Egypt, India, Crete, Peru, Mexico, China, and Chaldea. And to these colonies then established, that the ancient spiritual wisdom might not perish from the earth, they sent those who were familiar with it. Just when the colonies of Atlantis or Mu reached their various outposts is not clearly defined. But in Egypt, Moses, educated by the priesthood, came down to their teachings, and in his wilderness wanderings received further communications from higher intelligences, all of which became a part of the doctrine held by the Jewish priests and handed down to later times in the form of abstruse allegories. It seems certain that none of what now is known as the Jewish Kabbalah was written until after the commencement of the Christian era. The first to place any of this traditional knowledge in writing is repeated in Ben
keeps trying to get my son Garfield from me. Violently.
Israel B. Elisha wrote about 121 AD. And Simon B. Jokai, another Talmudist, the supposed writer of the Zohar, appeared about 150 AD.
That's how you guys speak. Cool.
However, as a matter of historical research, it is found that the Kabbalah first put in an external appearance in the 7th century, apparently through Neoplatonist and Neo-Pythagorean channels. The main body of the Zohar seems to
My
be
neighbors.
unknown, except in the
Well, they care
separate
about
schools,
property
until the 13th century of our era.
and their own comfort.
The early writings on the Kabbalah include a work called Palaces, describing God's throne and his angelic
Not all of
household,
them.
a work
A lot
of
of
the
them did.
dimensions of deity, and the alphabet of Rabbi Akiba. In this letter, each Hebrew letter is taken to represent a primordial spiritual idea. The Sefer Yetzirah. In the 8th century, the Sefer Yetzirah put in an external appearance. It is a complete philosophical system divided into 33 brief sections, which in reality based upon one of the 12 zodiacal signs, one of the 10 planets, one of the 10 numerals, or the seal of the earth. The work opens with the statement that there are 32 parts of secret wisdom.
Hungry kitty.
These are further elaborated in a
Want some
commentary
food?
called the 32 Parts of Wisdom,
That's delicious.
written in 32 brief sections. Abraham.
Yeah, well,
The key to its
all right.
meaning is the manner
Another
in
cat
which
bowl.
it is divided
Thanks,
into
Precious,
chapters.
for that donation.
As in all, there are 6 chapters. The formation of the universe is to be explained through a study of the number 6. This number,
Love
as
you,
reference
Precious.
to Arcanum 6 indicates, has
But
for
George's
divinatory
bowl got broken
significance the
finally.
word temptation, and in
Might have
numbers
been
indicates
stolen.
the oscillation of
Honestly.
unequilibrated forces in their action and reaction. Astrologically,
Now I can
it
go there
corresponds to
and play
Venus,
with his
the
grape.
planet of love. Therefore, according to the system upon which the Sefer Yetzirah is to be interpreted, the idea is conveyed that the infinite was tempted into expression through
No,
the
it's
desire
not.
to
You
love.
want me to keep it?
The
I don't
supernal
have
mind,
it.
that it might enjoy love, brought forth the manifest
bending you?
universe.
Never.
Of these 6 chapters, the first contains 12 sections, which, of course, correspond to 12 zodiacal signs. The second chapter has 5 sections, and the third chapter has 5 sections.
Do I know who I'm calling to? I
Thus,
say
these
hello
2
to Ray.
chapters represent the universal man divided
course
as
I do.
male and female, the number of man being 5 and the number of woman being 5, and together these numbers embracing the 10 numerals of the decade. The fourth
Well, I got the
chapter has
sun
4 sections,
with the
each
stars,
representing one of the formative attributes of the septenary, corresponding to the 4 negative planets Saturn, Venus, Moon, and Mercury. Fifth chapter has 3 sections, each representing one of the 3 active principles of the septenary, corresponding to Sun, Mars, and Jupiter. The 6th chapter contains the remaining 4
trying to
sections,
get away with it, huh?
representing one
Yeah,
of the
they're
3
lying.
remaining planets of the
They're
chart,
lying to you.
Uranus, Neptune,
They're evil.
Pluto, and the
They
seal
can
of
do more than
Earth,
letting
which
on.
synthesizes these 32 numbers and astrological forces into a single grand unity. Masonry and the Tarot are
Magically,
both
they say
founded upon
technology, I know.
33 universal principles. These are rather unsatisfactorily set forth in Kabbalistical code in the Sefer Yetzirah. They bear a correspondence in human anatomy to the 24 vertebrae plus the 9 ankylosed bones that form the
They got a
base
cat
of the
looks similar to
spine.
mine.
In the widest sense, deity is the 33, or unifying principle.
In any of his
Thus,
dimensions.
we have the doctrine set forth Kabbalistically that deity, all potential
now
and
fucked
alone,
up,
was
tortured,
tempted into an
likely.
expression of his love, and this formative power became diversified into the 32 principles through which his love is realized. The letters. In the Kabbalistical
Maybe
system,
shade.
each Hebrew letter is not only a number, but in addition represents an idea. Just what the idea is which is thus associated with each letter, it is a function of the tarot to reveal. The Hebrew alphabet as a whole contains 22 letters. These are divided by Kabbalists into 3 principles were formed. Then there are 7 double letters, and finally 12. Aleph represents the plane of spirit, Mem relates to the astral world, and Shin to the physical where all is given form. Thus do the 3 mother letters correspond to ego, soul, and body of the universal man. Certain other letters are sometimes aspirated and sometimes not, and are thus called double letters. As there are 7 planets and 7 active attributes in nature, so are there 7 double letters,
Not
Bet,
really.
Gimel, Dalet, Kaf, Pe, Resh, and Tau. And as there are 12 zodiacal signs, so
Don't
there
even worry
are
about
12
it.
single
Just don't
letters,
use it.
although in detail they do not correspond to them. He, Vow, Zayin, Cheth, Tes, Jod, Lane,
I don't even know
Nun,
words either.
Samek,
Are we all
Ayin, Sadi, and Quoth. And now we arrive at a point which may easily prove somewhat confusing to the student.
Basically,
It is the numerical equivalent of the Hebrew letters and of the corresponding English letters.
for bonus as well.
They were originally
He's
hieroglyphics
up
for
there.
the spiritual
Yeah,
ideas
you put it in.
represented by the corresponding major arcanum of the tarot.
Make it here.
These, in
Space.
turn, being correlated spiritually to astrology. Each letter, thus, expressed a number, some number from 1 to 22, which had the same thought vibratory rate as one of the 22 astrological
As
influences.
you're cutting it apart, dividing
But
the
these
darkness
letters
and the
coming
waters.
into use by those
Beginning.
uninitiated in this spiritual and vibratory relation naturally were subject to conventionalizing influences. And furthermore, those who sought to make translations from Hebrew into the English language had no knowledge of the vibratory rate of the letter and no care for its spiritual correspondence. Consequently, translators have made use of equivalents which, although convenient for them, are not at the same vibratory rate. Therefore, to preserve the true numerical value of each square-formed letter, occult students have continued to use their original numerical significance rather than those established by later conventional use. And in deriving the English equivalent of a square-formed ancient letter, in those cases where translators have substituted an English letter with a different thought vibratory rate, occult students use a true vibratory equivalent. Thus the Hebrew Taran serpent is translated conventionally as T. But not only is T in the form such it has the significance of 22 and not 9, and 9 has the vibration, the serpent, the spiral of life, being the deific number. This translation of T and TH is the outstanding difference between conventional translators and occult students. But it should be understood by those who study the Kabbalah and the Tarot that in such studies the real vibratory rate of a letter is the important thing in determining its correspondence in another language, and that the English equivalent of each square-formed letter has been tested out on this basis. The correct numerical and English equivalent of each square-formed ancient letter will be found in a table at the front of this booklet. And that the student may also have the conventional, and therefore exoteric, significance. A list here follows. 1. Aleph, A, means ox. 2 means house. 3. Gimel, G, means camel. CH, means fence. 9.
I'll listen to this tonight, because that's a long one. Brotherhood of Light. Kabbalah. Shit is intense. Like, man, I can't even concentrate that long, and they're like, man, I know this and that and this and that and this and that detail about the Bible, and you're like, okay, these are the people I need. What do you know that I don't know? Because I know some secrets. Not a bunch of people telling me I'm wrong. People can say, okay, I see your point of view. Now, how am I right and how are you right too? Definitely my dad coming here and call me a pathological liar, because that's what he is to me.
My own idiosyncratic philosopher jargon, I have used the terms noemata, shamelessly lifted from Edmund Husserl, to refer to such conceptual experiences. On the other side of this polarity, we then have physical prehensions.
See what I mean?
Whereas conceptual prehensions facilitate the ingression of forms, physical prehensions instead facilitate the inheritance of the past. Physical prehensions are, in essence, sensations. They are feelings of events, past droplets of experience which have already occurred and with bodily composition of the past. Seen in this way, the physical world can thus be understood as the world of sensation, a world consisting in points of contact between the present and the past. When we look at our own bodies, the inheritance of a past injury is if we are considering our experience as a unity which consists of both dimensions, that is to say. However, if we limit our focus to the merely sensorial dimension of physical prehensions, then what we find is that such sensations are by definition time to propagate, and thus our visual experience of the world around us is always the experience of moments which have already happened. We do not see the sun as it currently is, but as it was or duration, but it is never zero. This is likewise the case with other sensory faculties such as immediate present. In reality, however, there are no such things as static objects nor static instances of time. The table is composed of a myriad of self-generative processes, just the same as your own body. You encounter the illusion of stasis because in the case of the table, these processes are simply repeating themselves in essentially the exact same way moment the conceptual realm. The discrete, already determined events of the past which our senses detect are decisions that have already raised spaces of possibility which constitute the conceptual or noetic domain. To use the terminology of the physicist David Bohm, who we will be returning to later, our senses encounter the explicate order, which is the activity of the
Where'd yours go? Your voice going away again? Stick your voice again? They do that to Garfield.
Furthermore, we can also begin to distinguish between physical inheritance and noetic inheritance. We don't commonly use the word memos to refer to our sensory interactions with the physical world around us, but rather to a recreation of past events within the mind. Such recollection enters into the past almost as though the past itself was characterized by a kind of quasi-spatial depth. More recent events are experienced as closer to us in a sense, while older events are more distant. Unlike physical sensation, to be physically close to the placate realm is one in which all things are, in a sense, unified into a sort of singularity, rather than being divided by spatial distance. So here we can qualify our previous assessment by saying that physical sensations are the inheritance of the immediate past, and such immediacy requires a kind of unbroken continuity. If you forget later on, if your physical body stops working, your body can't simply remanifest itself surface or shell, which encompasses much deeper fathoms of corporea of repetition. Whereas the noetic realm represents the undecidedness and indeterminacy of conscious agency, physical represents the continuity of habit. In 1704, Isaac Newton published Optics, a treatise on the reflections, refractions, inflections, and colors
What's the mind
of light.
on, guys?
The publication of the Optics was
If
a
it's not physical
monumental
in some way
moment in the development of modern science, most significantly in the manner by which the optics would come to solidify the presumptions of
God's sitting up on the clouds,
materialism as the central paradigm of scientific inquiry as a whole. Newton's experiments showed him the manner by which prisms are able to create.
What substrate is that on? A physical one, even if you can't see it all the time.
That all colors are in fact contained within white light.
What are these other? What's dark matter?
Newton used his experimental methodology as a way to catalog a variety of luminous phenomena, and thereby to begin developing
what if I can see it sometimes?
Hypothesis which could account for these various instances. Newton's empiricism was greatly influenced by the epistemological mode of thought, which was canonized by figures such as John Locke. Within his essay concerning human understanding, Locke distinguished between secondary qualities and primary qualities of the entities which we experience empirically within the world. Lockean empiricism holds that secondary qualities are those which are subjectively conditioned by the
second person here, a witness.
Qualities such as taste,
and
smell, warmth, and of course the visual experience of color. Locke and Newton regarded these qualities as secondary because they believed that such phenomenological qualities were strictly subjective. Scent, for example, was regarded as a feature of the human experience of the world, but not of the world in itself. As such, the British scientific tradition was oriented towards using such empirical, subjective impressions as a way to disclose the primary qualities of the world, which were believed to be objectively real. Building upon the Cartesian division of mind and matter, British scientific empiricism presumed that the objective reality of the world must consist of properties which are strictly objective, while conscious experiences were regarded as strictly subjective and thus lacking in any objective reality. This distinction between the subjective and objective was the distinction between mind and matter, and for early British empiricism, matter was understood as synonymous with physicality. In other words, the objectively real properties of the world, which were believed to reside beneath empirical phenomena, were presumed to be the properties of physical bodies, that is, surfaces which are extended through space, so as to form physical objects with objective properties such as of a myriad of microscopic corpuscles, tiny BBs of light particles, which were intended to explain the behavior of light and color. Newton speculated that these corpuscles consisted of many different sizes, and that his prism generated a spectrum of color because of the way in which it was able to divide the beam of white light on the basis of differently sized corpuscles. Certain sizes of corpuscle would correspond to red, for example, while other sizes would correspond to blue. In attributing the behavior of light to these hypothetical corpuscles, Newton was striving to ascertain the objectivity which he believed to lie beneath the subjective empirical experiences which can mind and matter. We can thus understand why Newton presumed that the objective reality beneath the empirical sensations must consist in material objects with physical properties. Newton imagined the corpuscles of light to be tiny physical BBs because Newton was defined by geometrically extended surfaces. But as itself is composed of sensations. In attempting to account for the sensory phenomena of light and color by postulating the existence of imperceptible corpuscles, Newton was suggesting that what lay beneath those sensory phenomena was just more sensory phenomena, additional sensory phenomena which were unavailable to Newton's expanse of darkness. We are then asked to imagine that there is a source of light. In this scenario, would you actually see the light? You would not, because there is nothing for the light to illuminate. And the light and the ability of illumination. In other words, everything you have ever seen has been the activity of light, but you have never seen light itself because you cannot see light itself by definition. We can further generalize this insight by realizing that light is but one modality of electromagnetism, or rather, the ether. The repulsion which separates physical objects is also a result of magnetic or of scientific empiricism, but also the initiation of an inescapable infinite regress. If we are to follow Newton's reasoning and conclude that light must in fact consist of imperceptible BBs, then can we then conclude that we have actually arrived upon a scientific understanding of light? Even if we could observe these hypothetical BBs using some sort of detector, then those detections would themselves be empirical, sensorial.
I can go from managing my books to filing taxes easily, all within have stress-free tax time.
African American migration was one of the most significant demographic transformations in the history of the United States.
Would we not be forced to conclude that the behavior of these elites? If so, then why stop there? This reasoning would seem to necessitate an infinite regression of ever smaller BBs, which are ever further removed from the concrete reality of empirical observation, the concrete reality of the human experience of nature. Are we really to presume that eventually we would finally arrive at the smallest possible corpuscles and rest satisfied that for reason these most tiny BBs are the ones which we don't need to explain through the invocation of even smaller BBs? This way of thinking about nature has become so thoroughly ingrained and institutionalized within modern academic science that many might regard it as simply obvious. Many viewers of this video might be tempted to ask, how else could we possibly understand the natural world? What else could possibly explain the phenomenon of light, if not some sort of physical objects? Others might be inclined to think that somehow the transformations of physical science over the course of subsequent centuries resolved this underlying paradox within Newtonian physics. But this is far from the case. If we look closely at the seeming paradoxes of quantum theory, what we find is the enactment of the very infinite regress which we have seen to be necessitated by Newton's reasoning. Even though modern physics has strict extent that these so-called particles are now little more than equations which point to nowhere, the underlying Newtonian logic remains exactly the same. Contemporary physics presents us with a chaotic array of supposedly fundamental particles, which are believed to be in some sense physical, even though virtually all of the defining qualities of physicality have been stripped from these hypothetical entities. We are given exotic equations and lists of exotic unobservable entities, and we are then told that science is unable to give a coherent explanation of what the terms within these equations actually refer to, or what these so-called particles actually are. As will become more apparent as we continue, what has happened here is the ideological transformation of physicality into an inverted parody of the spiritual. Moreover, once we look more closely at the phenomenological implications of the Newtonian theory, what we find is that the Newtonian optical system cannot actually account for the very phenomena it purports to explain. Newton himself was aware that the same light can appear to be different colors depending upon context, a fact which we can clearly see in a variety of so-called optical illusions. If a given color were simply a certain type of corpuscle, then the same light should always appear to be the same color regardless of context. Nonetheless, we can see that this is not the case. Are the corpuscles of light changing their size in relation to nearby colors? Ultimately, Newton concedes this point by deferring to the Lockean distinction between primary and secondary qualities. Newton tells us that the phenomenon of color must be a secondary quality, a kind of subjective or qualitative stamp, which the human mind stamps onto the physical data presented by the corpuscles of light.
All the way through.
Somehow we must presume that the purely objective data input of these physical corpuscles can somehow become qualitative, subjective experience through the application of such phenomenological stamps which are applied by the human mind. Newton's theory of color turns out not to be a theory of color at all, as the actual phenomenon of color is drained from nature itself and relegated to the mysterious inner workings within the darkness of the human skull. This understanding of light gives us a rain check on actually understanding color, with the implicit promise that eventually some kind of advanced neuroscience, cognitive science can finally tell us what color actually is and why color phenomena appear as they do. Within such a materialistic mode of thought, nature itself is denied the experiential vibrancy which characterizes our actual empirical contact with it, as the qualitative aspects of reality come to be relegated to the seemingly impenetrable inner world of perspectival subjectivity. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the French philosopher Henri Bergson would illustrate the striking incompatibility between such materials understood to be the epistemological foundation of the scientific worldview. Within his 1896 Matter and Memory, Bergson highlights the way in which matter is presumed to be that which lies beneath our experiences of the world, that which is truly objective, which conditions the merely subjective sensations we have of the world. But if this is indeed the case, then mustn't this necessarily imply that we never actually observe matter in naturalistic idealism, that there is no concrete, substantive reality which preconditions our empirical experiences? But such reasoning then runs up against a major problem. If sensory observations are the only real constituents of the world, then why do objects seem to persist and maintain themselves independently of our observations? We could say that these objects continue to exist within the mind of a cosmic consciousness, but even if this is true, and full disclosure, I do believe it is, this really doesn't tell us anything about why the natural world remains consistent in the way that it does. To say that physical objects are at some level really just thoughts may be true in some sense or another, but it is an explanation which lacks the degree of resolution which we need in order to really unravel the mysteries of mind and matter. Bergson suggests that we instead look more closely at what the world actually presents to us. If we are being true to the principle of empiricism, then we find only two categories within the sensory world. We have actual experiences on the one hand, and on the other, we have potential experiences. When I look at or touch an object such as a stone, my mind aggregates a range of experiences, and our minds thus come to perceive the object as a composition of potential events. The surface of the stone consists of the weight of the stone consists in possible instances of weighting, as it were, possible events which might happen if the stone were dropped or if we attempted to throw it. If I place the stone in a box, we don't presume that the object has ceased to exist simply because I am no longer observing it. But abilities could be actualized once more if I were to simply take the stone out of the box.
Who knows how infinite
What Bergson shows us here is fundamentally the exact same in works of Alfred North Whitehead, that the physicality of an entity consists of a phase space or field of possible physical interactions, possible sensations through which the continuity of the past is inherited into subsequent moments of experience. What we can thus infer here is that the actual referent of the word matter must be such complexes of potential intersubjective events. If we presume the word matter to refer to something purely objective, then we have rendered matter as something which is, by definition, unobservable, and thus, by definition, beyond the bounds of scientific empiricism.
Unobservable.
If we are to ever get underneath our subjectives of the world, then we must be far more radically empiricist than materialism can allow for. We must be able to see that the boundary between the purely subjective and the purely objective is an abstraction, which we have artificially imposed upon a fundamentally intersubjective reality. One philosopher and naturalist who saw these fatal shortcomings of Newtonian materialistic science was Johann von Goethe. Within his Theory of Colors, published in 1810, Goethe adopted a far more radically empirical approach to light, darkness, and color. Goethe carefully cataloged a vast array of distinct color phenomena, and in doing so, came to see that colors did not simply arise through the division of white light, but rather through the dynamic interplay of light, darkness, and human awareness. Rather than resorting to the conjecture of imperceptible entities in order to explain the phenomenon of color, Goethe instead insisted upon remaining within the phenomena themselves.
But we know now.
Goethe tells us, look not beyond of color, this is exactly what we find. Goethe carefully accumulated a wide range of color phenomena and documented the various ways in which these phenomena are interrelated with one another. Within Goethe's analysis, yellow is shown to be the experience of light through the medium of darkness. Blue is shown to be the experience of darkness through an illuminated medium. Red is the dominance of darkness over yellow, while green is the dominance of light over yellow. Conversely, magenta is the dominance of darkness over blue, and cyan is the dominance of light over blue. Shadows split themselves into magenta, cyan, and yellow, while beams of light become red, green, and blue. Goethe's theory, then, is not the conjecture of imperceptible imagined physical objects such as corpuscles. Rather, it is simply the structure of relationships between the actual phenomena themselves. By accurately accounting for the various phenomena and the conditions for their emergence, an overall pattern of possible phenomena comes to take shape, an archetypal, primordial form, which Goethe refers to as an orphenomen.
Well, that's
what
an
we
orange
see
to me.
here in Goethe's color wheel is a structure of possible relationships, possible manifestations which are implicated within the very possibility of conjugating light and darkness. For those with eyes to see, what we have here is the primordial harmonic object, which conditions the phenomenological makeup of color. It is crucial here that Goethe refers to this harmonic object as a primordial phenomenon rather than simply a Platonic form, as within this choice of terminology since the time of Plato, unlike Newton's corpuscles, which were by definition unobservable, that through a process of disembodied logical inference, but rather a pattern which we come to see within the sensory phenomena themselves. We see the phenomena with eyes. We see the orphenomen with the psyche. But unlike Platonic forms, the orphenomen is actually experienced in the world, or rather within the interiority of nature, which is disclosed to us as we render the manifest transparent and thus intelligible. Goethe applied the same methodology to other fields of science as well. Within his Metamorphosis of Plants, Goethe likewise catalogues a vast array of botanical phenomena. In doing so, Goethe came to see that the development of all flora was characterized by oscillating phases of expansion and contraction. Quote, from the seed to the highest development of the stem, we first observe an expansion. Then we see the calyx emerge by way of contraction, the leaves by way of expansion, the reproductive organs once again by way of contraction, and we will soon witness the greatest expansion in the fruit and the greatest contraction in the seed. In these 6 phases, nature ceaselessly performs the eternal labor of reproducing the vegetative kingdom through 2 sexes, end quote. Rather than regarding each plant as a static form which is achieved through development, Goethe instead sees each organism as a sequence of transitory developmental phases. The process of metamorphosis is not simply the realization of a final form, but rather each organism is a process of cyclical metamorphosis. Moreover, we find that the whole of the organism is implicated. Conversely, within the whole, we find the implication of all the various constituents. As suggested in our previous video on musicology, this perception of noetic wholes within sensorial tone, regardless of what the frequency is. The vibration has no tonal character until it is contextualized patterns within musical harmony. What we find is that each tone only is what it is in relation to the other elements which constitute the harmonic object, which we are actually perceiving as music. Likewise, Johann von Goethe found that each organ structure and developmental phase of a plant could only be properly perceived insofar as it was understood as containing the whole of the organism. Moving to ever higher levels of universality, Goethe came to see that within all flora was contained the implication of an even greater whole, a universal archetype of plant life itself, which Goethe came to refer to as the Orpflanz, the primordial leaf. During the Vienna Natural Research Society in 1794, Goethe made the acquaintance of the philosopher and poet Friedrich Schiller. Goethe and Schiller became engaged in a lengthy discussion pertaining to the nature of biological life following the meeting, and this discussion would eventually make its way to Schiller's residence. Therein, Goethe took a pen and paper and sketched for Schiller an image of the primordial form of plant life, which he claimed to have observed in his study of botany. Schiller responded by saying that this Orpflanz was not an observation, but rather an idea, to which Goethe responded that he was very fortunate to be able to see ideas with his own eyes. This remark is immensely significant in that it further illustrates Goethe's conviction that nothing is hidden from us by our experiential contact with them, and this is because of our inability to recognize the ideational or noetic elements of reality, which our sensory experiences are manifestations of. Moreover, it highlights the manner in which Goethe's phenomenological naturalism is not simply a regression into a of pre-Christic metaphysics. The Platonic conception of reality unfolds from a central polarity of transcendence and immanence, is regarded as that of ultimate perfection and purity, while the immanent, natural world is regarded as a realm of imperfection and impurity. The Platonists believed that perfect things must be simple, and that complexity was therefore a characteristic of the fallen world of appearance. It was further understood that perfect things had no need to change or transform, as change was believed to result from a sort of inner tension or incompleteness, which was incompatible with the Platonic understanding of transcendental purity.
Not that hard.
Thus, Platonic epistemology was itself fundamentally transcendentalist. True knowledge was understood to be that which was ascertained in a purely deductive, dialogical manner. It was through the Socratic dialectic that the human mind was able to divine the nature of the eternal, unchanging forms which gave definition to the chaotic, temporal impurity of nature itself. Nature, however, was regarded as the realm of mere appearance, as a sort of veil of Maya, which the human intellect was required to surpass and transcend in order to overwords. Knowledge of the forms could not be ascertained by naturalistic empirical investigation. Shadow of the more fundamental realm of forms, which was the true object of human epistemic and spiritual aspirations. Nature was a realm of contingency and chaos, and thus it would have been deeply misguided to study the natural world as a means of understanding the transcendental realm of necessity and order. In order to truly understand the evolutionary emergence of scientific cause at the evolution of consciousness throughout human history and the way that such developments have come to transmute our understanding of the world as a whole. Within his 1976 work, The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, Princeton psychologist Julian Jaynes argues that prior to the late Bronze Age, we find no indication whatsoever of the notion that the internal dialogue of the human mind was experienced as issuing forth from an individual ego. When we look to myths, historical texts, or poems from before the end of the Bronze Age, we find no indication that human beings felt their inner voice to be something that they themselves were actively doing. Here we find only the indication that the inner voices were believed to be the voices of the ancestors or of the gods. During the millennium preceding the birth of Christ, however, this would come to change, and it is during this time period that we also find the birth of virtually all of the major universalistic spiritual traditions, such as Taoism, Platonism, Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, and the Upanishads. This simultaneous worldwide rupturing forth of new spiritual movements was designated by the philosopher Karl Jaspers as the Axial Age. Throughout this period, we find a movement away from the parochial, tribalistic forms of human spirituality which characterized prior epochs, and towards religious universalism. Pre-axial forms of spirituality tended to understand human ontology in terms of ancestry and kinship. A person was understood to be fundamentally defined by the concrete, tangible relationships of blood and soil, which contextualized and preconditioned their bodily existence. There was not yet any substantial understanding of the human soul as something defined by consciousness in an abstract, transcendental manner, identity. Within the Axial Age, however, we see the emergence of spiritual traditions which focused upon the identity of the human individual in terms of human consciousness as such, or in terms of the relationship between the individual human being and divinity in a truly cosmic, universal sense. What we see here is therefore a dual motion towards a more individualistic sense of human ontology, as well as towards the transcendental in contrast to the immanent. In light of Julian Jaynes' insight into the development of the human inner monologue, we can also see that these transformations occurred following the internalization of the inner voice. As the inner voice or dialogical psyche came to be incorporated into the human ego, we came to feel that our inner voice was something that we were actively doing, rather than something that was happening to us from outside of the thin membrane which divides ego from world. Our sense of self-agency came to intensify, and so too did our sense of being and individuality, which was not reducible to immanent relationships of ancestry, kinship, or geography. The human ego, therefore, came to expand in the sense that it came to incorporate more of the human ontological makeup into itself, but it also came to contract in the sense that the ego was now felt to be even more localized within the consciousness of the human individual. This greater contractedness of the human ego thus resulted in a greater sense of alienation between the human ego and the natural world. And this transformation therefore demanded the emergence of new spiritual traditions which were able to contend with this greater sense of individual alienation and the more transcendental sense of human subjectivity. Within the Apology of Socrates, we see the full implications of the emerging dialogue, how to discern truth from falsehood for themselves. Socrates boasted that this method could teach even slaves how to discern the world of mathematical forms with only their own minds. We can thus see in Socrates the way in which the dialogical ego resulted in a greatly expanded sense of individual self-agency. Pre-axial spirituality was not a matter of discerning truth through the agency of individual human intellects. Rather, divine truths were passed down from priests to initiates. The initiate simply accepted what was passed down to them, and therefore such spiritual traditions came to evolve in a largely social, transpersonal manner. There is no individual human being who could claim authorship of any given Greek myth. Socratic philosophy, on the other hand, indicated that divine truths needn't be simply passed down mind. The oligarchy of Athens, quite understandably, saw this as immensely dangerous, as they saw that such individual self-agency might result in the breakdown of the traditional beliefs which were the foundation of the Athenian social order. This malleability of the human ego is something that we can see at work in the conditioning of professional athletes. For most of us, we feel the activity of our hearts to be outside of the ego world membrane, even though we feel our hearts to be a part of our bodies. We feel our heartbeats to be something which is happening, not something which we are actively controlling through our sense of self-agency. Nonetheless, professional athletes who undergo rigorous biofeedback conditioning can come to exert an astonishing degree of control over their own heart, incorporated into the ego of the athlete. But the incorporation of the inner voice was not enough to fully complete the internalization of psychical, conceptual activity into the human ego complex. Two more phases of internalization would have to occur, and we see the first of these phases emerge most prominently during the European Renaissance period. During the Renaissance, a development which is of immense metaphysical significance. Perspectival art is distinct from earlier forms of art insofar as it implicates the viewing subject within its own forms. When we look at a perspectival painting, the implied inner space of the artwork indicates a specific perspectival vantage point of the viewer. The Mona Lisa, for example, is not simply gazing out into some unseen world. Rather, she is looking directly at you, the viewer, as though the frame of the painting itself were a sort of window. Within this implication of the viewing subject, we also find the motif of interchangeability. The Mona Lisa is looking into the eyes of whoever happens to be looking at her. Every viewer is interchangeable with every possible viewer. And what this indicates is a kind of leveling out of human subjectivity, which could have only been conceived of interchangeability, further elaborated in the principle of relativity within natural science. Initially conceptualized by Galileo and then further developed later by Newton and most recently by Albert Einstein. The so-called laws of physics came to be seen as necessarily uniform, acting upon all locations within space in the exact same manner. Insofar as space is understood to be a perfectly homogeneous emptiness of pure potentiality, then we can say that space itself was not truly discovered until the perspectival revolution of the Renaissance period. Prior to the advent of the perspectival age, there was no space per se, but rather only location. In subsequent centuries, this motif of uniformity and interchangeability would be elaborated ever further within the emergence of engine technologies, which implicate the notion of energy as a kind of invisible form principle of action, even as it passes through various mediums, and expressed even more strikingly in the development of interchangeable parts through the assembly lines of the Industrial Revolution. Ultimately, all of these transformations are outgrowths of yet another process by which the human ego complex has incorporated different aspects of the human ontological makeup into its own structure. While the axial age saw the incorporation of the inner dialogue into the human sense of self-agency, the perspectival revolution likewise saw the incorporation of private, personal subjectivity as such. Human beings came to experience themselves to actually be their own sense of subjective interiority. We came to identify ourselves in immanent experientiality. Within the modern world, we might find it almost inconceivable that we could feel ourselves to be anything other than our own subjective awareness. But if we look to previous ages, what we find is that this is in fact a very recent metaphysical development. Plato and Aristotle would have never identified the ontological core of the human being as subjectivity, as that which experiences the world immanently. Yet with Descartes, we find the proclamation of, we could render as I experience, therefore I am. Consciousness itself comes to be equivocated with a capacity for experience, and the essence of human existence thus comes to be understood as the personal, private interiority of immanent experience. It is only through this internalization of experientiality that Descartes was able to conceptualize the location of mind and matter, which has proven to be the most central motif of modern science in terms of ontology and epistemology, is grounded in a specific developmental phase of human consciousness, which alone remains incomplete. Even in Descartes' meditations, thought remains conceptualized as the perception of clear and distinct ideas. In other words, Descartes still conceived of ideas or concepts as something within the world, not something which is generated by the human ego. Within the purview of modern consciousness, it seems almost tautologically obvious that the conceptual contents of experience are actually provided by the human psyche, rather than something which is simply given within our experience. But as we look to previous epochs, we once again find that this is a jarringly recent development. Quote, and as there is evidently nothing subsisting in disconnection from extended, that is, physical objects perceived by the senses, the thoughts are within the perceived forms, as are the abstract predicates and the various states and affectations of the things perceived. Aristotle on the soul. As this example from Aristotle illustrates, within antiquity, the conceptual contents of likewise in Platonic philosophy, forms are understood to exist primarily within a transcendental realm, within which they are sensory experiences into intelligible unities. But within the early modern period, we begin to see the first germs of yet another transformation of human consciousness, one which, once again, manifests as an internalization of that which was once experienced as external. John Locke tells us that there is nothing within the psyche that was not first within the senses, the first intimation that ideas are somehow absorbed into the human psyche from the world. Shortly thereafter, Leibniz will qualify Locke's proclamation. Quote, nothing is in the intellect that was not in the senses, but make an exception, nothing but the intellect itself. The soul contains being, substance, the one, the same, cause. Leibniz, New Essay on Human Understanding. Already all of the basic elements which will eventually come to form Immanuel Kant's transcendental idealism, the synthetic a priori. But before moving forward to look at the significance of Kantian epistemology within this narrative, we should first broaden our scope in order to take note of just how drastic and palpable this internalization of conceptualization has truly been. There were no songwriters or novelists within the world of antiquity. Songs and myths were created in a transpersonal, evolutionary manner by culture forms, not individual human beings, and individuals instead served only as vehicles for that which was produced by the human life world in communion with the natural and transcendental domains of reality. The notion that the individuality of a human person is a wellspring of truly creative conceptual power was as alien to the ancients as were combustion engines and electrical grids. Creativity was understood to be a faculty of the divine, not of ordinary human beings. The word creativity is so common in the modern English vocabulary that we might assume that it is a word which has been with us for many centuries. We can find the word create as early as the 14th century within the works of Chaucer. The word creativity itself, however, was initially introduced to the English language by none other than Alfred North Whitehead in Night World. The true nature of the forms was revealed through dialogue. Through ascertaining the true meaning of the would not have conceived that the true form of the good, for example, might have diverged from the meaning of goodness, which was contained within the Hellenistic language game. A word is the body of a concept. A concept is the soul of a word. And within the mental consciousness structure of the axial age, only the bodily components of thought are seen to have been incorporated into the human ego. Conceptualization was still yet something which happened to us, not something which we felt ourselves to actually do at an individual level. The possibility that philosophy and spirituality might come to transcend the bounds of specific culture forms remained an as unrealized glimmer upon the horizon. In the modern world, by contrast, we take the fully expect our songs, myths, and scientific theory an individual human ego. Coining a new word or using words in new ways in order to articulate a novel constellation of conceptual contents is a commonplace occurrence. But although this transformation has allowed for a profound expansion of, like Isaac Newton and unlike the philosophers of antiquity, Hume regarded human experience in a purely sensationist manner. That is, Hume saw the human experience of the world as fundamentally consisting in sensory experiences of physical properties. Concepts, therefore, were understood to be generalizations of sensory experiences. This led Hume to regard conceptual knowledge as purely a matter of relating ideas to one another. We can know that if all men are mortal and Socrates, this knowledge, however, pertains only to how these ideas relate to one another. It doesn't actually tell us whether all men are actually mortal or if Socrates is actually a man. And therefore, this conceptual knowledge only tells us about how these ideas interrelate. Matters of fact, conversely, are truths which pertain to nature. Whether Socrates is actually mortal or not is something which I have to actually look to the world in order to discover. Although Hume's division of sensory and conceptual knowledge might seem rather intuitive, it opens before us a fathomless abyss of metaphysical nihilism. Given that Hume regarded conceptual contents to be no more than generalizations supplied by the human mind, this raised a rather ominous question. How can we ever actually justify any sort of generalization about the natural world? I might be able to say that the sun has risen every single day before now, but neither conceptual nor sensorial knowledge can allow me to justify the claim that the sun will rise tomorrow. I have not seen tomorrow yet, and my sensory experiences do not allow me to perceive a regularity of nature which could ensure that the sun will in fact rise again. Human sensory experiences, in other words, never actually encounter any supposed laws of nature. Within this sensationist understanding of experience, we can only infer such laws allow us to determine what generalizations are actually justifiable. Here we find the exact same problem of inductive or inferential reasoning which Karl Popper attempted to grapple with in his Logic of Scientific Discovery, a work which coined the notion of falsifiability and thus laid the groundwork for virtually all scientific apologetics following the Second World War.
Scientific apologetics.
I can say that every swan I've encountered thus far has been white. But in order to claim that all swans are white, I need to be able to justify this generalization. I have to posit some regularity of nature which can guarantee that how types of ideas relate to one another. And if empirical experiences are understood to be no more than sensations of particular instances, then we lack any epistemological grounding for such a universal claim. David Hume, for his part, was perfectly willing to concede that such generalizations are never truly justifiable. We make such generalizations, Hume argues, purely on the basis of cultural habits or customs, and therefore all scientific knowledge must be regarded as irrational and culturally relativized. Within such a Humean framework, there can never truly be such a thing as scientific knowledge. During the early 20th century, Karl Popper would then attempt to maintain all of Hume's basic metaphysical presuppositions while nonetheless creating an epistemological framework which could allow for the rationalization of scientific theories. In keeping with Hume, Popper would argue that inductive generalizations are never truly rational, but would argue that scientific theories are nonetheless logical, insofar as they are purely negative in nature. Popper reasoned that although the claim, all swans are white, can never be affirmed in itself, it can nonetheless be disproven simply through the observation of a single black swan. It is a claim which is therefore falsifiable. Popper argued that scientific logic operated not through the affirmation of theoretical generalizations, but rather through the pruning away of falsified claims. Theories which made claims about the world could be disproven, and thus science could advance by discarding theories which had been falsified and maintaining theories which had not yet been falsified. Scientific logic would therefore operate in a manner analogous to Darwinian natural selection. Theories which were falsified would be eliminated, thus leaving only theories which were more robust. Although this framework would never allow us to actually say that a scientific theory was true in any positive sense, it could at least allow us to claim that a theory was less false than those that had been eliminated through falsification. Through this reasoning, Popper was able to present science as though it were not in need of any metaphysical or ontological grounding whatsoever. As long as we were willing to abandon the notion of genuine scientific truth, then we could do away with the need to justify any sort of positive, affirmative belief in a scientific theory through the justification of claims about the metaphysical composition of reality. It was through this Popperian apologetics that science would come to divorce itself from philosophy at large following the Second World War. Metaphysics could be abandoned and philosophy could be essentially relegated to the role of being the baggage carriers of the scientific enterprise. The problem with Popper's brand of scientific apologetics, however, is that it is ultimately no more than a hat trick, which is only able to operate through obfuscation and misdirection. If I have a scientific theory which makes a generalization about the nature of electrical circuits, for example, it is not enough to simply claim that my theory has not been falsified yet. If I'm going to actually trust the theory to make my light bulbs turn on, as opposed to killing everyone within a 4-block radius, then I need to actually believe that the theory will remain unfalsified when I pull the activation lever. If we actually follow Popper's reasoning consistently, we find that even though our current theory might have survived falsification while other theories have failed, we still have no reason whatsoever to believe that the generalizations made by the current theory will continue once I pull the lever. Just as Humean reasoning tells us that the sun might fail to rise tomorrow, Popperian reasoning tells us that we have no reason to believe that the electrical circuits will behave in accordance with our current theory, rather than one of the theories which were previously falsified.
Are an endangered species.
If we are really going to concede that we cannot justify positive belief in any uniformity of the natural order, then we have might spontaneously stop conforming to one theory and begin conforming to another. If we are discarding all metaphysical presuppositions about the nature of the world, then we may as well just flip a coin when deciding which theory to actually act upon. When we actually put Popperian falsificationism under the microscope, as it were, we find that Popper leaves us in the exact same position that Hume left us in during the 18th century, with no real justification for the simple belief that the sun will continue to rise, or that any regularity of nature will actually persist in a consistent and coherent manner. This is not just a problem for Karl Popper, however, as Popper's falsificationism has served as one of the most fundamental apologetic and epistemological groundworks of modern science since the end of the Second World War. As modern science has become ever more institutionalized, ideologically rigid and bureaucratic, it has also come to rest on increasingly flimsy epistemological foundations. A much more monumental thinker and much more insightful philosopher who attempted to rescue empiricism from itself was, of course, Immanuel Kant. Unlike Popper, Kant saw much more deeply into the true core of this epistemological impasse presented by Humean skepticism and what overcoming this nihilistic abyss would actually require. In his attempt to address this issue, Kant would further unfold Hume's fork into a quadrant. Rather than simply distinguishing between matters of fact and relations of ideas, Kant would introduce a second dimension to this scheme, one which distinguished between what knowledge was about as well as how the knowledge is justified. For the aboutness of knowledge, Kant gives us two categories, the synthetic and the analytic. Synthetic knowledge is knowledge about the natural world. It is that which must somehow synthesize the disparate array of sensory observations from a blooming, buzzing confusion into coherent understanding. Analytic knowledge, conversely, is about how concepts logically relate to one another, much like Hume's notion of relations of ideas. For the a posteriori knowledge is that which is derived from experience and thus justified on the basis of what we actually encounter empirically within to such experience. It is that which we can know as a matter of principle or which does not require observational evidence. This then gives us a fourfold epistemological structure consisting of the synthetic a posteriori corresponding to Hume's matters of fact, the analytic a priori, corresponding to Hume's relations of ideas, and two additional categories, the synthetic a priori and the analytic a posteriori. The primary focus of Kant's epistemological endeavor would be the synthetic a priori, knowledge about the world which is known prior to our experience of the world. Rather than attempting to subvert the abyss of Humean nihilistic skepticism by arguing in favor of universals which exist beyond the human mind, Kant instead came to internalize the objectivity of the world itself through his notion of the synthetic a priori. Kant argued that due to the fundamental nature of human consciousness, philosophy could come to discern the necessary conditions for the possibility of human experience itself. Rather than seeing the mind as a sort of blank slate which simply absorbed raw information from the world, as Locke had done, Kant saw that the human mind must perform a necessary and immensely significant role in the organization of sensory perceptions, such that sensory stimulations are actually able to be synthesized into coherent, intelligible experiences. These conditions for the possibility of experience, Kant tells us, are the synthetic a priori categories. Organizational principles such as causation, time, unity, and difference, which allow our sensorial perceptions of the world to we know it, would simply be impossible. Kant then argued that because we are able to discern these initial organizing faculties in advance of experience, through consideration of the necessary conditions for human experience as such, then our knowledge about the synthetic a priori amounts, in effect, to a universal ground of empirical knowledge. Kant argues that we can indeed have knowledge that the world will always manifest in a manner that is consistent and uniform in relation to these organizational principles such as space, time, and causality. This knowledge is possible, however, not because of what we are able to know about the world in itself, but rather because of what we can know about how the world is rendered by the human mind. However, Kant's metaphysical turn also necessitated a further bifurcation of the world. Now, between the world as it's structured through the organizational activity of human experience, that is, the phenomenal realm, and the world as it is in itself, the noumenal realm. The synthetic a priori seemed to allow for a grounding upon which knowledge of nature could be built, but this was only possible insofar as it was presumed that human consciousness never actually encountered nature in itself. All human experience of the world would now be understood as conditioned by the essence of the human mind, and thus the human mind itself came to be understood as a sort of metaphysical barrier, which we could never, even in principle, step outside of in order to bring ourselves into direct contact with reality. The realm which was presumed to lie behind our phenomenological impressions of the world, the noumenon, seemed to now be utterly and inextricably severed away from human experience and thus from empirical science. We were now trapped within Plato's cave, which was now revealed to be none other than the cavernous interior of the human skull. This Kantian paradigm would allow us to make universal claims about how certain things must appear phenomenologically to the human mind, but it would not allow us to then compare our phenomenological impressions with the way that the world in itself actually is. Through this Kantian turn, the objectivity of naturalistic knowledge itself came to be sequestered within the dark, mysterious confines of human subjectivity. Within the context of the previous internalization process, which we have already begun to examine, we can see that our internal caverns were beginning to become almost unbearably crowded and claustrophobic in the wake of the Kantian Copernican revolution. But Kant's reasoning also leaves us dangling over the abyss of anti-realism which it attempts to save us from. Here we must ask, how do we actually know that Kant's synthetic a priori categories are actually universal features of human consciousness as such? How would we go about distinguishing synthetic a priori categories which are actually fundamental from those which might be conditioned by cultural or historical contingencies? If any of Kant's synthetic a priori categories were revealed to be conditioned by the cultural, psychological, or even ideological conditionings of the human mind, then these categories would ultimately amount to no more than David Hume's habits or customs. We would find ourselves exactly where we began, and as we have already touched upon briefly in this video, it does indeed seem to be the case that even seemingly fundamental categories such as time and space can be far more metamorphic and variable than Kant could have ever imagined. Kant leaves us locked away from the world itself within the prison of private human subjectivity, with only the reassurance that we all just happen to be locked in the same type of prison. All scientific knowledge is rendered as little more than psychological knowledge about the basis of what our cognitive faculty, with the only real hope of true objectivity resting upon presumptions about the way in which we are universally limited by our cognition. But Kant's subjectivistic metaphysics leaves us with one stone yet unturned, the mysterious hidden fourth, the analytic a posteriori. This analytic a posteriori would represent knowledge which is about relations of ideas, but which is ascertained and justified through experience. Kant himself shows hardly any interest in this hidden fourth, spending only a few brief statements upon declaring that such knowledge is conceptually incoherent and thus impossible even in principle. But now let us recall Johann von Goethe's response to Schiller's rebuking of the Or phenomena as mere ideas. Very well, then I saw an idea with my own eyes. Goethe further elaborates his methodology as follows. Quote, when I see an object before me which has come into existence, wonder about its genesis and measure out the course of its becoming as far as I can follow it, I become aware of a series of stages, that is, particular sensory experiences, which I cannot perceive next to each other, but which I must make present to myself in memory as a certain ideal whole. At first, I am inclined to imagine distinct steps, but since nature makes no leaps, I am finally compelled to intuit a sequence of uninterrupted activity as a whole by negating the individual parts, but without destroying the impression. End quote. In other words, Goethe is taking the particular sensory experiences derived from observation and synthesizing them through the active, purposive involvement of his own conceptual faculties. Through this synthesis, the discrete and separated sensory impressions are sacrificed, as it were, unto the realization of the underlying formative object, the orphenomen. The sensorial, physical manifestations are thus revealed to be particular activities of the more general and ontologically substantial reality which underlies them. The sensory realm comes to be rendered transparent, or as Jean Gebser would say, diaphanous. Regarding the orphenomen of plant life, the orpflans, Goethe tells us, quote, "The orpflans is the most wonderful creation in the world, for which nature herself should envy me. With this model and its key, one can invent plants ad infinitum, and consequently, that is to say, plants which could exist even if they do not exist, and are not, as it were, artistic or poetic shadows and fancies, but have an inner truth and necessity. The same law may be applied to all else that lives. Forwards and backwards, the plant is only ever leaf." End quote. The orpflans is, in other words, not merely a simple Platonic form or mathematical object. Rather, it is a phase space of possible formative processes, one which is defined through the conjugation of a range of more basic compositional motifs: expansion and contraction, ascent and descent, spirality and recursion, absorption and emission. While Platonic cosmology regarded forms as fundamentally simple and determinate, Goethe's orphenomena are inextricably composite complexes of indeterminate potentialities. Moreover, the orpflans is not simply a static ideal in the more traditional Platonic sense, but of becoming, as change was considered to be a result of imperfection, which was incongruent with the crystalline purity of the transcendental realm as the Platonists conceptualized it. Goethe's orpflans, by contrast, is fundamentally metamorphic. It is an eternal event as much as an eternal object. What this all reveals, then, is that Immanuel Kant had eagerly strolled right past the exit door of the subjectivistic and relativistic labyrinth, which he was inadvertently wandering deeper into through his treatment of the synthetic a priori. Much like Locke, Hume, and Newton before him, Kant had presumed that our empirical experiences of the natural world were necessarily limited to the sensorial. With Goethe, however, what we see is the germination of what will come to be. While the sensory faculties of the human body allow for contact with the sensorial, bodily activities of the natural world, the conceptual faculties of human consciousness can allow us to synthesize these disparate points of sensory contact into the imaginal perception of that which underlies them. We come to see the noumen which lies within the phenomena. The true compositional contents of the world are not simply thought, but now actively perceived, not with physical human eyes, but rather with the human mind. As Kant himself was well aware, this synthesis of sensorial experience is a universal faculty of human cognition. In order to even perceive a seemingly mundane object as an object, our minds must be able to cohere our disparate sensory perceptions into a unified mental image. In order for our experiences to constitute a world at all, rather than an incomprehensible maelstrom of disjointed sensations, we must be able to experience the numinous, noetic, compositional elements which generate and inform the particulars. During previous epochs of human psychical evolution, however, this process of noetic perception occurred in an almost entirely unconscious manner. The conceptualizing faculty of the human organism had yet to be incorporated into the human ego and the sense of human self-agency. Despite his proto-scientific dispositions, Aristotle, for example, could not have possibly come to perceive the orphlons, as doing so would have required that Aristotle be able to actively engage his own noetic faculties in such a way as to reveal the formative, ideational beings within the world which were not already disclosed by the structure of the Hellenistic form language. As we have already noted, Aristotle saw the conceptual contents of experience as supplied by the world, not by the human mind. But in reality, what this implies is that those conceptual contents were already pre-scripted, as it were, by transpersonal processes which yet remained outside of Aristotle's own sense of personal agency. It is only through the internalization of the human conceptual faculty that the human ego comes to be liberated from the confines of the particular linguistic superorganisms which condition the life worlds within which we reside. Unlike with modern philosophers like David Hume or Immanuel Kant, there simply was no possibility of cultural relativism within the philosophy of antiquity. Simultaneously, however, there was also not yet the possibility of seeing that the conceptual contents of our cultural language games might reveal only limited aspects of the underlying reality which they disclose. There was not yet any possibility of perceiving the multidimensionality of the noumenon. The conceptual synthesis of human experience was something that was done for us rather than by us, as it were. And even today, this process is one which still occurs unconsciously, insofar as it has yet to become conscious. We might pretend to doubt that the sun will rise tomorrow, or that falling trees make sounds in empty forests, but in reality, it is virtually impossible to actually behave as though we genuinely lack such knowledge, because, whether we realize it or not, we are always already perceiving the compositional forces which shape our reality. Human empirical perception is not and cannot be the mere sensation of merely physical particulars. In my most recent video essay, we examine the way in which the perception of musical form is in fact the most archetypal exemplification of this imaginal noetic insight which we also see within Goethean naturalism. The human experience of music is not the experience of frequencies, mathematical ratios, or even of individual notes. It is the perception of harmonic objects, which are structures of possible musical gestures. Tones only are what they are in relation to other tones, and the harmonic quality of a given chord is only perceptible. Objects are not made up of microscopic physical BBs. They are made up of conscious experiences, which synthesize a diversity of basic formative elements into organic unities. If we are able to let go of the Newtonian fantasy of ever more microscopic physical entities bouncing around in the void, and instead carefully attend to the actual relationships between sensory phenomena, then these relationships come to cohere into holistic, organic totalities, which we can see to be the harmonic objects which generate the sensorial world. But of course, we must also realize that in order for a song to actually be played, its underlying noumen must be conceptually experienced by the human psyche and then enacted through the motions of the human body. The orphenomen must be more than merely ideas which spring into existence from some timeless Platonic heaven and then begin to mold the world as they see fit. In order for conceptual complexes to actually participate in the world, they must be mediated by consciousness. No matter where we look within the world or within our own awareness, we find no exception to this. Conceptual contents must be felt in order to be enacted. Let us look once more to Goethe's color wheel. Here we must ask ourselves, if the various compositional elements which together compose this noumen were already present and unified with activity, then what, or rather who, must have been responsible for enacting this synthesis, which resulted in the organic harmony, which Goethe came to reveal. Unless we are to once again abandon empiricism by positing the existence of some disembodied and imperceptible mechanistic laws, which govern our universe for no real reason, then we are left with only one genuine answer to such a question. The harmonic compositionality we find within light, darkness, color, plant life, and nature in general must be the results of conceptual activities, noetic experiences which form not only the human psyche, but also ideational beings, which do not adhere within specific bodily manifestations. What we are seeing when we look upon the color wheel is not a mere idea, nor is it a mere scientific model. It is a rendering of the noetic composition of the eidolons, which work to breathe life and light into the metamorphic processes of nature. Or, put more simply, our depictions of the or phenomena depict the morphologies of spiritual hierarchies. Within physicalist ideology, it is presumed that thoughts are little more than physical computations which are performed by brains which are conceptualized as being akin to immensely complex, squishy calculators. If we actually attend to the phenomenology of our own experience, however, we find that our consciousness consists of two distinct poles, the physical and the conceptual, or rather, the sensory and the noetic. Whereas sensations are localized within extended geometrical space, conceptual feelings, or noemata, are not constrained in such a manner. The experience of a pinprick directs us towards a specific location within space, whereas an experience of the form of the circle, by contrast, is in effect everywhere and nowhere. What this then implies is that interactions between noetic feelings need not be mediated by spatial proximity. As Henri Bergson and Rupert Sheldrake show us in their examinations of memory, such noetic interactions needn't require proximity within temporal sequences either. Physicalist ideology must insist that somehow, someday, there will finally be an explanation of thought, which can be rooted entirely within the physiological functioning of the human brain, at which point it will finally be revealed that our thoughts are no more than nervous impulses, and the non-locality of conceptual feelings will finally be revealed to be an illusion, as we learn that our thoughts and imaginations are indeed occurring within specific networks of neurons. Until that day comes, however, this physicalist dream is no more than a fantasy, one which completely disregards the empirical reality which we actually find upon examining our own experiences of our own inner worlds. Once again, we find here that the maintaining of physicalist ideology will necessarily entail the abandonment of scientific empiricism in favor of conjecturing the existence of sensory phenomena which, by definition, cannot be sensed. When we look at books, models, or computer simulations, we are seeing the activities of thought. In order to actually understand such manifestations, we must perceive the thoughts which gave rise to them. Our understanding, in other words, must be noetic recognition, which sees through the markings on paper, lights on to see the conceptual contents which generated those sensorial patterns. The physicalist interpretation of thought inverts this by presuming that we could somehow come to observe the generation of thought by the physical activities of neurons. No matter how much neural activity we observe, however, this act of physical thought production will always be unobservable by definition, as the thoughts which are allegedly produced through this process would simply not be available to sensory impressions alone. This presumption that human sentience and cognition are spatial of the same incomplete reasoning which led to the new unsensible sensations. The noumena which generate the sensorial realm are composed of the patterns of conceptual relationships which are actually present within the sensory phenomena. the truth of the phenomenal is perceived through recognition. Nothing is hidden. Non-local interaction has long been looked upon with suspicion and disdain by physicalist ideology, with one notable exception, the much lauded and ever obfuscated realm of quantum mechanics. But at this stage, we can clearly see that the allegedly inexplicable and incomprehensible paradoxes of quantum theory are simply the result of an attempt to understand the conditions of physicality within a framework which lacks any concept of the supraphysical. There have, however, been certain scientific thinkers who have managed to perceive the true significance of the distinction between the localized and the supralocal. One such figure was the American theoretical physicist and metaphysician David Bohm. Through his studies of electromagnetism and plasma phenomena, Bohm came to see that even the more mundane features of the physical world necessarily implied the existence of a realm which lay within the sensorial, what Bohm would come to refer to as the implicate order. Bohm saw reality as characterized by an interdependent polarity of implicate and explicate domains of existence. The implicate order is one in which all things are enfolded into one another, interwoven into a unified tapestry within which interactions and influences are not mediated by spatial proximity, but rather are the results of the intrinsic symbiosis of all beings. The explicate order, in contrast, is the realm of separation and geometrical extension. It is the sensory, corporeal world which arises from the unfolding of the infolded, implicate realm. Quote, the essential feature of the implicate order is that the whole universe is in some way enfolded into everything, and that each thing is enfolded in the whole. In the implicate order, things are enfolded into one another and are fundamentally connected. The explicate order emerges from the implicate order through a process of unfolding, and the implicate order can be seen as the deeper reality underlying the explicit appearances. David Bohm. Yeah. Bohm's implicate realm, in other words, is the world of noetic feelings, or phenomena, and the eidolons which they give shape to. It is, put more succinctly, the pleroma, the compositional, formative domain of reality which materialistic science has been blindly and inadvertently stumbling into since the days of Isaac Newton, but which is now coming to be rendered patently visible to those who have eyes with which to see. Another immensely significant figure within this narrative, and one who was greatly influential for David Bohm as well, is the biologist and philosopher of science, Rupert Sheldrake, whose theory of morphic resonance contributes yet another crucial dimension of the tapestry we are attempting to weave together here. We have explored the theory of morphic resonance in far more detail in previous videos, and I will be leaving a link to my dedicated exposition of this theory below. But here we will be focusing primarily upon the metaphysical and epistemological implications of Sheldrake's ideas, wherein he came to see that the gene-centric, physicalist understanding of life was unable to adequately account for what we actually find within the development and behaviors of biological organisms. Inspired by Henri Bergson's philosophy of habit and recollection, Sheldrake came to reconceptualize the notion of morphogenetic theology during the opening decades of the 20th century. Morphic fields are phase spaces of possible dividend following the discovery of the DNA double helix structure and the subsequent emergence of the neo-Darwinian synthesis. Sheldrake saw that this notion was crucial for actually understanding what we find within the biological world and beyond. The gene-centric ideology of neo-Darwinism maintained that biological forms were akin to computer programs, and that the programming language of life was somehow encoded within the sequences of DNA found within living cells. DNA sequences facilitate the production of protein molecules, which are the basic tools which living cells use to differentiate into specialized roles and perform specific functions. The neo-Darwinists, therefore, held that all phenotypic traits could be understood as resulting from the activities of distinct proteins, which were synthesized that the term gene, meaning a heritable trait, came to be effectively synonymous with the notion of DNA sequences. What Sheldrake found within his early research, however, was that explanations which relied upon this framework tended to be inextricably incomplete. Actual protein systems, which were believed to be responsible for the emergence of morphological differences, were often identical between organisms with very different phenotypic traits, thus begging the question as to why the same proteins might result in different developmental outcomes. Something had to be missing, and the only explanation offered by the Neo-Darwinian framework was that some other protein functions, ones which have not actually been observed empirically, must somehow be responsible for these differences. Sheldrake's theory of morphic resonance conjectures that these developmental differences are not primarily caused by different kinds of proteins or the DNA sequences which produce them, but rather by a kind of memory, which is inherent to all self-organizing, organismic systems throughout nature. Rather than being contained within sequences of DNA, this memory must be fundamentally non-local. Organisms are less like computer programs, which are deterministically driven by a DNA possibility spaces on the basis of similarity. Organisms resonate with similar developmental decisions, similar patterns of behavior, or indeed similar patterns of thought. This resonance thus allows the organism's physiological and behavioral development to be all the various forms which the organism comes in its with. These morphogenetic fields, I have argued, are therefore the noetic phase spaces which underlie and condition the manifestations of biological life, which we observe through our sensory experiences. Morphic fields are non-local because they are fundamentally noetic rather than corporeal. They are structures of consciousness and potentiality which reside within the noetic, implicate realm of the pleroma, rather than within the sensorial, explicate realm, which is the consequent activity of the morphic resonance must be a crucial feature of any esoteric or noetic science for a number of reasons. Morphic resonance shows us yet another way in which esoteric science comes to diverge from pre-modern forms of esoteric philosophy such as Platonism. The Platonists saw the corporeal world as a consequence of the transcendental realm, but this relationship was in no way mutual. The transcendental world was understood to be one of pure, immobile, and eternal objects, which were not subject to alteration. The notion that the activities of the mundane world could affect the gods would have been regarded as patently ridiculous. But morphic resonance shows us that there is indeed a sort of reciprocity between the corporeal and the noetic. The orphenomenon of plant life in general might be in some sense eternal, but when we look to the orphenomena of specific species of plants, we find much more specified possibility spaces and structures of relationships which are synthesized through resonance and memory, through the activities of the corporeal world, rather than simply being necessitated in a purely logical, procedural manner. The eidolons which give shape to specific into holistic unities through memory of light into matter, but also the incandescence of matter into the pleroma. Furthermore, Sheldrake's theory also implies that the imaginal perception of the orphenomena, which we see exemplified by Johann von Goethe, is itself a kind of sympathetic, or rather empathic resonance. Through this imaginal faculty, our own inner noetic worlds come to tune into the formative noetic beings which generate and guide the becoming of the world which lies beyond us. This imaginal resonance, in other words, contains the power by which we are able to transcend the boundaries which seemingly divide the inner from the outer, the path by which we must escape the Kantian subjectivistic labyrinth is one of empathy.
But I'm trying to be quiet.
As empathy is not
voice.
merely an emotional affect, but rather an epistemological faculty of truly cosmological significance. This empathic resonance is the means by which we come to see the interiority of the sensory world, and it is the means by which we come to see into the inner fathoms of other human beings. Our capacity to overcome the abyss of epistemological nihilism which lies beneath us, and our capacity to overcome the subjectivistic boundaries which divide us from one another are interwoven within a singular, ultimate destiny of human awareness, and by extension, the destiny of life on Earth as a whole. Morphic resonance also shows us that formative influences occur on the basis of similarity. Elements of the past which are more similar to a present moment will exert more influence in constricting the possibility space which an organism is navigating. This once again illustrates the underlying polarity of the noetic and the corporeal. The corporeal realm itself is more than the physical and sensorial. Fundamentally, the corporeal is the past. Bodies are living complexes of memory, and this memory is forward by the inertia of the past. That which is already concretized will strive to maintain itself, and it achieves this through the constriction of the noetic. The corporeal poles of organisms are characterized fundamentally by separation and habituation, difference and repetition, to borrow a notion from Guy Deleuze. The noetic, conversely, is characterized by unification and creativity, synthesis and genesis. The implication. The implications of these ideas are immensely far-reaching and extend from developmental biology and chemistry into the psychological realms of ritualistic practices and addiction. All things are interwoven with one another, and it is through this dynamic symbiosis that cosmic creativity is able to continually realize itself. Consciousness, in other words, is always collective consciousness in its innermost essence. The world as it is presented to us by the ideology of mechanistic materialism is one in which meaning itself has been entirely drained from the world and relegated to the inner privacy of the human psyche. Here again, we can see that this interiorization is a consequence of the perspectival shift in human consciousness which began during the Italian Renaissance. In ancient form languages, written scripts were typically used to signify both linguistic concepts as well as numerical concepts. Letters, in other words, were also numbers. What this indicates is that for ancient peoples, the quantitative aspects of reality were regarded as a subspecies of qualitative aspects. Numbers were a specific species of quality, as there was not yet any distinction between physicality and time period, which is immensely consequential in this narrative for various reasons. Vedic numeration. Arabic numerals were much more thoroughly divorced from the qualitative significations of ordinary language, and thus facilitated the emergence of scientific physicalism from medieval alchemy. Arabic numerals also brought with them the concept of zero, a concept which would foreshadow the mystical revelations of the divine abyss or transcendental darkness, which we see in figures such as Meister Eckhart, Angela of Foligno, and Hadewig of Antwerp during the same time period, and which we would later see developed philosophically by figures such as Friedrich Schelling and Martin Heidegger. This discovery of the archetypal void or abyss mirrors the interiorization of subjectivity into the human ego. The discovery of the blank canvas of private, internal experientiality goes hand in hand with this discovery of outer darkness, which would later become reified into the modern notion of outer space, which we find within science, science fiction, and fiction science. Furthermore, one of the most central aspects of this process of internalization was the absorption, as it were, of signification itself from the world and into the human ego. Prior to the European scientific, or rather physicalist revolution, it was simply taken for granted that meaning is a quality which is found in the world, not merely a subjective affect which human beings project onto a meaningless, inert creative power which was once only attributed to the divine, namely, the power to actively participate in the creation of meaning. But this newfound power would come at a cost, insofar as it would necessitate that modern consciousness rediscover the meaning which is inherent within nature in the wake of the physicalist deanimation of the world. One of the most significant figures in this rediscovery would be the pioneer of psychodynamic theory, Carl Jung. In his profoundly adventurous explorations of the human psyche, Jung came to find recurring motifs, known as archetypes, which he saw to be laden with symbolic imagery, narrative significance, and emotional powers. Through his research, Jung came to see that these archetypes were more than just fantasies, but rather that they represented the most basic elements of the processes by which the human psyche is able to continually generate and regenerate itself. What Jung discovered was that the human sense of selfhood is fundamentally holistic, organismic, and narrative in nature. Moreover, Jung also came to see that these archetypes could not be explained by the mere absorption of cultural ideas alone. Though some of these motifs were certainly laden within the cultural fabrics within which individuals were situated, Jung nevertheless found that certain images, motifs, and narrative structures tended to recur independently of whether or not there was any indication that an individual could have come into contact with these themes through mundane cultural transmission. In the early days of his career, Jung's approach to the archetypes and collective unconscious would largely attempt to adhere to the physicalist notion that these meanings must be localized within the human mind. Jung stated that the bizarre recurrences and synchronicities which he discovered were ultimately no more than features of internal human psychology, which then conditioned human behaviors and the human interpretation of the world. As his career progressed, however, Jung would increasingly come to see that such explanations were hopelessly inadequate to the phenomena which he sought to understand. Jung increasingly came to see that the collective unconscious must be more than a mere current of cultural transmission, that synchronicity itself, just as much as they are found within the dark interior of human subjectivity. Though Carl Jung himself tended to be very hesitant to advocate for any explicit metaphysical interpretations of his work, here we can offer a much more thorough understanding of these phenomena. By bringing Jungian psychodynamics into dialogue with the insights provided by figures such as Goethe, Whitehead, as Carl Jung himself would indicate in his later works, the pleroma. Meaning is not simply a means by which the human mind constructs narratives about the world. Meaning is building upon the insights which we have explored thus far, we can go even further, in coming to see that narrative logic is actually more ontological ways resulted in the world seeming to be drained of its sense and purpose. The ultimate significance of this process is that it is yet another condition for the possibility of genuine human freedom, that the individual human self can come to be an active, creative agency which is able to co-participate in the shaping and reshaping of reality. Within modern academic blathering, it is extremely common to encounter nonsensical statements like consciousness is a controlled hallucination, or reality is not locally real, does not actually bring us into contact with reality, that our reality is. Although these proclamations tend to be clumsy, that these statements are no more than restatements of the Kantian dismemberment of the phenomenal and noumenal domains. Modern academics are very eager to make such pronouncements because such a nihilistic epistemology fits rather neatly into the modern ideological position that scientific no longer need to actually accord with our experience of the world. In other words, theories no longer need to actually be empirical, but only mathematical. How very convenient. But if we are to take seriously the metaphysical implications of empiricism itself, then we can come to see that this Kantian anti-realism is in fact yet another outgrowth of the Cartesian bifurcation of mind and matter. We never actually encounter anything that is purely objective by definition, as all empirical observations are necessarily events of conscious awareness. If we are to stay true to empiricism, then we must conclude that the composition of reality itself is fundamentally experiential. Our awareness is not a purely subjective screen which forever divides us from an unknowable and unreachable world, because the world itself consists of fundamentally intersubjective feelings. The mantis shrimp is an organism with several astounding features which make it a favorite of popular science journalism. Among these is the fact that the mantis shrimp has far more color-sensitive cone cells in its retina, 13 more than the human eye. Some have therefore inferred that the mantis shrimp must be able to experience types of color qualia, or subjective color experiences, which the human organism simply does not have access to. This notion of qualia derives from the physicalist presumption that the objective features of reality are quantitative properties, or quanta, while subjective experiences are the qualitative stamps which our consciousness impresses upon inputs of physical information, such as waves or particles of mantis shrimp consciousness possesses qualitative stamps. Sensation of redness is like, we are likewise unable to know what other sorts of color qualia might be found within the subjectivity of the mantis shrimp, which is effectively a black box which we are forever barred from by the insurmountable divide between the subjective and objective aspects of reality. But let us now take a close look at color itself. Here we have two diagrams, one representing the constructive interference of colors and the other destructive interference of colors. So now let us actually take a moment to ask ourselves, what could the mantis shrimp possibly see here which we might not see? Where exactly would these additional color qualia be hiding? Might there be a third diagram which we are missing, which represents neither constructive nor destructive interference, but rather some mysterious third option? If we now look to the color wheel, one possibility does come to light, that the color wheel might be divided up with varying degrees of resolution. When we increase or decrease the resolution of the color wheel by implementing more nuanced color variations, we are not adding additional color qualia which go beyond the principles of constructive and destructive interference. We are rather introducing more subtle gradients between the colors which are already implied by the underlying geometry of color phenomenology itself, the orphenomen. What this then implies is that there are not and cannot be any color qualia within the mantis shrimp's mind which human beings can never access or understand, because color phenomena are not hidden within nervous systems. Color phenomena are actually in the world, and our visual organs are what allows us to distinguish between different gradients of these phenomena. There is no unknowable color qualia which the mantis shrimp has access to, because the additional cones of the mantis shrimp retina can only be organs of differentiation, not of adding qualia to quanta. When you ask a child why leaves are green, the child is very likely to say something like, there is green in the leaves. When you ask an adult the same question, at least in modern times, the person is very likely to say something about our minds using the experience of greenness to differentiate different wavelengths of light. Once we begin to untangle the metaphysical knots which have been tied around us by the Cartesian bifurcation of mind and matter, we can begin to see that the child's explanation is actually the more accurate. The greenness is indeed within the leaves. In order to truly understand color phenomena or any other phenomena as the intersubjective components of the world, We must be able to understand the fundamentally relational nature of such harmonic composition. Phenomena are always defined through relations of difference, similarity, relevance, and association. Modern physicalist science offers us no explanation as to why the experience of redness appears to us as it does. Undergrad philosophy students often like to ask, what if my red is your blue? Perhaps when you look at the sky, you actually see the qualia which I experience when looking at the setting sun. How would we ever know whether our qualitative experiences are the same or even comparable to one another if such qualia are forever hidden within the black boxes of consciousness? Through the method of phenomenological naturalism, however, we can actually begin to understand what redness actually is. As Goethe's phenomenological experiments illustrate, color emerges through the dynamic conjugation of light and darkness. Yellow emerges as light is mediated by darkness, while blue emerges as darkness is mediated by light. Here already we can see a fundamental incompatibility between the reality of color which nature reveals to us and the Newtonian model, or that of modern physics for that matter. When we look at darkness through an illuminated medium, the darkness manifests itself as shades of blue. If we remove the darkness from behind the medium, the blue vanishes. If colors are different types of quarter, what kinds of light BBs are reaching our eyes? The only recourse for materialism is, of course, to say that the blue is merely an illusion, that it is occurring somewhere within the unreachable confines of human subjectivity. The only recourse, in other words, is to abandon the project of actually understanding the color phenomenon by deferring it to some fantasized future in which neuroscience can finally do what physics cannot. But if we forego such deference and remain with the phenomena as Goethe insists that we do, then we can begin to see that the reality itself is not composed of BBs, but rather of processes which are fundamentally intersubjective and relational, all the way down to the core. The experience of the color does not occur within the so-called circuitry of the human brain. It occurs within the world, and the role of the human body is the dividing of our consciousness into more narrow streams which are able to attend to the specific, concretized moments which form the corporeal realm. The body, in other words, is a prism which acts to differentiate a more fundamental noetic unity. There are no particles of darkness which must pass through the glass in order to reach our physical eyes and allow us to see the darkness as blue. The noetic pull of our consciousness is non-local. Our awareness is always already reaching through the glass and into the darkness beyond it, and the darkness is likewise reaching back into us. Darkness alone is seen as homogeneous emptiness, but recall again that light itself is also invisible to the senses. It is the invisible condition for the possibility of visual sensation. It is only through the interplay of light and darkness that the corporeal world comes to be illuminated. Within these color experiments, a cone is first illuminated from the left and right by white light. As one would expect, the result is two shadows, both gray. When a green filter is added to the left illumination, the cone is bathed in green and projects a black shadow. When the right illumination, still projecting only white light, is activated, the gray shadow is transfigured into magenta, the polar counterpart of green. We can continue these experiments by varying the filters applied to the left illumination. In each instance, the polar counterpart of the colored filter is revealed through the transfiguration of darkness into color. Light is the most fundamental element of formative power. It facilitates the formation of images which are disclosed to our sensorial faculties. This formative activity, however, formlessness is what we call darkness. as Goethe's expects, but rather is a substantial medium which can be transfigured through its interaction with light. What this all implies is that the transformation of gray shadows into colored shadows is not a curious optical illusion. Rather, it is a phenomenon which reveals the underlying archetypal character of all color, all illumination in general. When we shut out all light from a room, what we are left with is pure darkness. But of course, we know that the objects within the room do not cease to exist. They remain, of course, and we might be tempted to say that the objects remain the same color, that the redness of the apple is still there, only invisible. But here again, we would be leaving the phenomenal empirical world and into a realm of mental abstraction, of unsensible sensations. If we are to remain with the empirical reality, we should instead conclude that in the absence of light, the apple and all other objects are in fact black. Insofar as the apple remains red, it does so within our inner imaginal worlds, within the noetic realm, not the corporeal. By simply attending to the reality which actually confronts us in an unbiased way, the world reveals to us a fundamental affinity of darkness and materiality. Within physicalist cosmology, we see a similar, though seemingly accidental, intimation within the notion of the black hole, a notion which in previous videos we have already shown to be utterly inundated with inadvertent archetypal connotations. The black hole seems to symbolically suggest an underlying truth of matter, that the final, purest form of matter is in fact darkness itself, that there is a fundamental unity of darkness, materiality, and gravity. The modern notion of matter is derived from the more ancient notion of substance, which was understood to be the archetypal corollary of form. Substance was understood to be that which was informed by the formative power of the transcendental ray, fantasized substrate of raw physicality. What science has instead discovered are distributed auras or fields of potential activities. Science has unwittingly discovered is the insight that matter is a way of pure being, pure oneness, pure stillness. What the 13th century theologian Meister Eckhart would have described as the groundless ground of all existence, the no-thingness which is sculpted into the corporeal world. The corporeal body of the leaf is molded from this darkness by the leaf's noetic, luminous pole. Its body is formlessness given form, darkness given shape, texture, extension, and color. Just as the interplay of green gave rise to a magenta shadow within our previous experiments, the green of the leaf is the transmutation of the darkness contained within the leaf.
We need less sports.
Color. Color is the revealing of the texture
more dedicated
of bodily darkness through the image-forming power of light. That is, the illuminating power of the noetic. Returning to the question of red,
best.
We can first note that red emerges through the intensification of yellow. The yellow sun in the sky is light mediated by the darkness of the turbid atmosphere. But within this mediation, light and darkness remain equally balanced. As the sun descends upon the horizon, we see orange and finally red, as the darkness of the material medium comes to dominate the traversing light. Redness is the descent of animacy into materiality. It is the intensification of separation. All life emerges through division. The primordial oceanic unity of the uterine embryo is one in which there is not yet any sense of distinction between self and world. There is only the oneness of the womb. Through the process of birth, this Arcadian oneness comes to be divided, as a boundary comes to form between the fragile, helpless body of the infant and an external world, which is no longer self, but rather an ambiguous other. Blood, and therefore redness, is of course a central element within the process of birth. Within the animistic or shamanic culture forms of pre-seed of the womb was being used to form the body of the infant. Within ancient burial practices, red ochre, understood to be the life-generative blood of the earth, was used to ensure the rebirth of the dead. The separation of redness is an archetype of paranoia and anxiety, as this division places us in confrontation with ambiguous and potentially hostile otherness. But it is also an archetype of generative and regenerative power. A living body strives to maintain the boundaries which divide self from world, as the permeation of those boundaries can result in injury or even death, physical or psychological. The power of the redness archetype within the blood thus facilitates the maintaining of such boundaries through regeneration, as well as the impulses of anxiety, fear, determination, and rage, which are so often crucial for survival. Within red ochre, or the red bricks of modern homes, we see more earthen shades of red manifesting as a sense of nurturing warmth and regenerative vitality. Within sharper shades of red, we see indications of alertness, danger, fear, intensity, and, of course, sexuality. The anxiety of separation can implore us towards self-preservation, but it can also drive us towards the resolution of this anxiety through sexual conjugation. Sexual activities allow for the releasement of this tension and friction. The orgasm is indeed the little death, as it is fundamentally disengaged in the world of idyllic, transcendental oneness. Blue is thus evolved. The darkness experienced is the primordial oneness of the womb, which is now no longer a symbolic object, a lure which draws us. Make this as clear as possible, because the point I'm about to make is absolutely subjective qualia or mental stamp, which we happen to refer to as redness. What I am saying is that the experience of redness is the experience of those archetypal qualities, which are themselves in the world, just as much as they are within human consciousness. Redness and blueness are polar counterparts. The reality of the one necessitates the reality of the other. So, to answer the lingering questions of the philosophy undergrads, no, your blue is not my red, because there is no your blue or my red. Those phenomena are the basic elementary constituents of our world, not the inaccessible, arbitrary symbols of a private language game. There is only our red, only our blue. Johann von Goethe regarded his color theory as his most important scientific achievement, and he was far more correct about this than even he was able to realize. The color wheel is about more than just colors, or rather, colors are about far more than we tend to realize. Goethe's color theory is a window into the entire universe of formative powers which give shape to reality. This formative, noetic realm is not something additional which rests on top of a more truly objective substrate of physical, quantitative properties. Rather, the contents of this formative realm are the very conditions for the possibility of physicality, feelings of potentialities in it, corporeal world. Modern science has tied itself in innumerable knots in attempting to explain the conditions of physicality by positing the existence of unseen physical objects. This project is both misguided and ultimately futile. Insofar as modern science has come to acknowledge this inadequacy, it has simply abandoned ontology altogether, in suggesting that our silly monkey brains are just too dense to ever comprehend the underlying nature of the world in a self-consistent and intellectually satisfactory manner. These so-called scientists tend to suggest that mathematical toys are the best that we can do, as our empirical experiences of the world amount to no more than a user interface which need not accord with what the world is actually like. Modern science, and in particular modern physics, has succumbed to the most ineffectual and degenerative form of Kantian anti-realism. They hand-wave reasonable questions by deferring to unknowable mysteries in a manner which is curiously similar to the caricaturized version of esotericism which they frame themselves in opposition to. Modern science necessitated its own descent into dogmatism due to its own epistemological inadequacies. Physicalism necessarily resulted in science coming to rely upon conjecturing the existence of sensory phenomena which are unavailable to the senses, even in principle. This path was always destined for the abandonment of human experience and thus the abandonment of empiricism and naturalism. The unknowable BBs posited by modern science have been ever further stripped of their physicality. Until now, they are little more than symbols associated with numerical figures and measurements made by machines, which are as far removed as one can even imagine from the empirical reality of direct human experience. The belief that these mysterious symbols and numbers might actually represent an unseen physical world was an act of blind adherence from the very beginning. The very same blind faith for which science aspired to be the cure. We do not need to wait with crossed arms for some messianic genius to give us the long foretold theory of everything, which will finally rescue science from the branch which it is so eagerly sawing off. All of the basic components of a new form of science, a truly empirical science, have been gradually put into place over the course of the past 2.5 centuries. All that nature now demands is hidden. The Ever-Present Origin is a book which is virtually impossible to summarize or categorize. It is, on the one hand, a riveting narrative account of the evolutionary history and future of human consciousness. On the other hand, it is also a highly sophisticated metaphysical treatise in its own right, one which synthesizes, elaborates, and critiques the works of figures such as Hegel, Martin Heidegger, and Carl Jung. It is a work which is equal parts phenomenology, anthropology, and cosmology. And further, it is also a work which has been absolutely central to the Formscapes philosophical project from the very beginning. The first series of videos which I ever created for this channel was a dedicated exposition of the ever-present origin, the magnum opus of the Swiss-German linguist and philosopher Jean Gebser. And in this series of videos, we will once again be returning to Gebser's text in a far more elaborate and thorough manner. This video is going to be the first of what will be by far the single most extensive project I have ever attempted here on Formscapes. I have much more to say now than what I managed to articulate in that initial handful of badly edited videos over a year ago. With that said, I should begin with a bit of a disclaimer. These videos are going to be an interpretation of the text in question, and one which will extend far beyond the contents of the text itself in many ways. This is not simply going to be a long-winded exposition of the book, as I am effectively going to be presenting Gebser's ideas as I have contextualized them within the much larger philosophical framework which I have been attempting to construct throughout the lifetime of this channel. In many places, the boundary is going to get very blurry between what Gebser himself actually states explicitly and my own renditions. The journey I'm going to attempt to take us on in these videos is going to be immense and, in certain regards, very demanding of the audience's own conceptual capabilities. To say that there is a part, then buckle up. I have no reservations whatsoever in claiming that you will not find anything else even remotely like this on YouTube or anywhere else on the internet for that matter. With that out of the way, let's get started. Jean Gebser was an immensely enigmatic figure. Born in Posen of what was then Imperial Germany in 1905, Gebser would lead a highly nomadic lifestyle throughout his entire life. At 24 years old, Gebser would leave Germany to live for brief periods in Italy, France, and Spain, before eventually fleeing to Switzerland just prior to the outbreak of the Second World War. Though the bulk of Gebser's writing would occur in Switzerland, Gebser would continue to travel widely even into the later years of his life, spending time in India, the Far East, and the Americas. Much like his books and poetry, Gebser himself defies classification. He was a linguist, poet, philosopher, translator, and historian. Throughout the 1930s and 1940s, Gebser would become involved in the emerging world of Jungian and Freudian psychodynamic theories. In 1931, Gebser would experience what he would describe as a moment of revelatory insight, which would prove to be the seed of the ever-present origin. In that moment, Gebser saw that the transformations of technology, art, science, philosophy, and society which were unfolding with the 20th century were all, in fact, outgrowths of a much deeper process of consciousness evolution, a process which had been at work throughout all of human history and which therefore connected us with the deepest roots of our origins. As already indicated, the ever-present origin is in many ways a historical and understands this evolutionary development as the successive unfolding of a number of distinct structures or mutations of consciousness. Each structure represents not only a specific phase in the evolutionary history of human awareness, but also a distinct layer of our psychological and phenomenological architecture. These distinct structures of consciousness, according to Gebser, are the archaic, the magical, the mythical, the mental, and the integral structures, though I will be amending that model somewhat later on. Each structure is a different mode of human awareness, which is characterized by a distinct manner of disclosing the world, and a distinct manner of experiencing the human sense of selfhood. Each structure gives definition to a phenomenological horizon, which is characterized by a unique archetypal constitution, a unique manner of perceiving reality, and a unique domain of meaning. According to Gebser, these transformations of consciousness are not arbitrary demarcations of an undifferentiated continuum or spectrum. Rather, the evolution of consciousness does in fact on structures are qualitatively distinct from one another. As we progress through this narrative, we will be branching out at various points to consider the broader metaphysical and psychological implications of the story which is unfolding. But for now, we will simply begin with the beginning, with the origin. Gebser tells us that the most primordial structure of consciousness is the archaic structure. The archaic awareness, which is characterized by a kind of serene, undifferentiated oneness. Expressions of the archaic structure are often nebulous and shrouded in obscurity. As we shall see, our collective remembrances of the archaic structure point us towards epochs of human awareness, which preceded the emergence of symbolic language and the core concepts needed to understand the ever-present origin as a whole. That there is an intimate relationship between ideation, that is, the capacity to experience forms in themselves, and the phenomenological boundary which divides self and world. By examining the archaic core of our being, we find a form of consciousness which is more primordial than subjectivity, that which lies beneath the duality of subject and object. We find gestures towards the archaic structure within the archetypal imagery of Eden, Arcadia, or Elysium, within the mythos of an embryonic oneness, within which there is not yet any sense of division between the internality of selfhood and the externality of otherness. Quote, The archaic structure is complete non-differentiation of man and the universe. John Gebser. There are a number of things. Within New Age circles, it's very common to encounter vague references to the notion that there are different so-called dimensions of consciousness. But within Gebser's thought, the notion of dimensionality is understood in a very precise way and plays a very specific and central role within this narrative. Here we need to understand that Gebser is thinking of human consciousness in phenomenological terms. We must understand that consciousness itself acts as a kind of space. Within consciousness, therefore, will condition the ways in which the contents of consciousness can be rendered intelligible through relating them to one another. As we progress through subsequent structures, we will see how different forms of dimensionality come to manifest. In referring to the archaic structure as zero-dimensional, Gebser is saying that there is not yet any ideational consciousness at all. Consider the consciousness of an infant during the early stages of embryonic development. At this stage of development, there is indeed consciousness, but there is not yet any sense that there is a clear distinction between the world itself and the infant's consciousness of the world. The infant experiences itself as continuous with the body of the mother. And within this embryonic state, the body of the mother simply is the infant's world. As we move on to examining the birth of the magical structure in the next section, we will begin to see exactly how the cognition of abstract form results in such a fissioning apart of self and world. But for now, what we must understand is that the archaic structure represents a mode of consciousness which exists beneath such separation. It is zero-dimensional in the sense that archaic consciousness is not yet relating the contents of consciousness to one another by actively engaging in conceptualization. At this stage of development, there is only world. Gebser tells us that writings which allude to the archaic structure are exceedingly rare. But as one of precious few examples, he points to a cryptic statement by the Taoist philosopher Chuang-Tzu. Quote, dreamlessly, the true men of earlier times slept. Gebser takes this invocation of dreamlessness to be indicative of a time in which the soul of humanity remained dormant. Chuang-Tzu also tells us that dreams are the intercourse between soul and world. As the archaic structure lacks distinction between itself and the world, no such intercourse can occur, and the soul itself remains but a potential. The soul is self-identity, and the possibility of this self-identity is conditioned by a delineation which is not yet present within archaic oneness. Now, it is in fact the case that all human beings, and in fact all higher animals in general, do in fact dream. But we must regard Chuang-Tzu's statement here on its own metaphysical terms if we are to understand it. Dreams are the means by which the waking mind plunges back into its own depths by retreating from the waking world. And within the archaic structure, the human ego itself remains submerged and blended within the nebulous oceans of psyche, which within modern consciousness now lie beneath it. Those of earlier times were dreamless in the sense clearly differentiated. The second fragment which Gebser takes to intimate the archaic structure is one attributed to Plato. Quoted in Aristotle's Metaphysics, the fragment states that the soul came into being simultaneously with the sky. The duality of earth and sky, or of underworld and overworld, is one of the most central cosmological concepts found throughout virtually all human mythical and metaphysical traditions. Within such traditions, the earth is understood as the realm of immanence, transience, chaos, darkness, and death. The sky, conversely, is understood as the realm of form, transcendence, eternality, order, and life-bestowing light. This fragment from Plato, therefore, can be understood as alluding to a time before human beings came to experience the world as characterized by this duality. As ideational thought had yet to emerge, there was not yet any sense of distinction between immanence and transcendence. Immanent reality is the world of appearance. It is the world of particularity, which is presented to our physical senses. The transcendental, conversely, is the world of universals, forms, or ideas. Without the ability to cognize forms in themselves, there could be no such distinction. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus steps into the same river twice, for it is not the same river, and he is not the same man. Taken out of context, it would appear that Heraclitus is arguing for a kind of monistic anti-realism, in which macroscopic entities such as humans and rivers are not genuinely real. However, Heraclitus is actually making a much more subtle point here, which we must understand in relation to his notion of the logos. For Heraclitus, the logos is the intelligible structure and order of the world. It is that which unifies the world into a coherent totality, and by extension, it is that which also lends coherence to the endless flux which we find in natural entities such as rivers and human beings. The logos of the river is a conceptual reality, not just a concept within the human mind, but also a real pattern which we actually perceive in nature, and which is the actual sense of the word river. A logos is not just a word, but it is the essence of a word, the underlying form which allows for both intelligibility as well as the cohesion and delineation of the processes which constitute the natural flux. We do indeed encounter the same river insofar as we encounter the logos, which is the underlying order of the river. However, if we descend from the conceptual or noetic realm of logos and into the realm of raw sensorial physicality, we find only an undifferentiated chaos of sensory appearances. In order for human awareness to begin experiencing itself as something distinct from the world in itself, human awareness needed to be able to experience itself as something which transcended the contents of its own experience. In other words, human selfhood is itself a conceptual experience which depends upon ideation. Without such a capacity for self-conceptualization, there can be no division between self and world. With the emergence of our awareness of the ideational realm, that is to say, the sky, the transcendental and terrestrial worlds came to fission apart from one another, and the human organism came to experience its own consciousness as something distinct from nature. The archaic structure of consciousness is not simply a development, the underlying omnipresent totality of awareness as such. It is the structure of human consciousness, and in fact all consciousness in general, which is undifferentiated from cosmic consciousness. Archaic consciousness is, for human beings, something which became submerged beneath the structures of self-identity in the deep history of our species. But it is a modality of consciousness which we see in all other life forms which do not experience this duality. It is certainly the case that non-human creatures possess consciousness in the more general sense of awareness as such. And within many higher animals, we even find a rudimentary sense of self-awareness. Certain animals, for example, are able to recognize themselves in a mirror, and all biological organisms experience a sense of distinction between that which is internal. A non-human animal might be able to recognize itself in a mirror, but lacking the conceptual capabilities we find in human beings, such an animal cannot experience it from the contents of that awareness. It is this self-conceptualization of awareness as such which will come to differentiate human beings from all other life forms and which will constitute the recursive engine of human evolution. In terms of the human life cycle, the archaic structure corresponds to the uterine, embryonic state of gestation which precedes the awakening of the sense of self-existence, the primeval oneness in which there is not yet any experience of division between infant and mother. In terms of the phenomenology of ordinary human experience, the archaic structure is found within the sense of touch. Tactile sensations are the most foundational in the sense that they are the sensations which emerge even before the experience of sound and long before the experience of light. Tactility is that which is most essential in grounding human consciousness within the corporeal body. Tactile sensations are also of immense importance with where the boundaries delineating individual selfhood come to blur or dissolve. We encounter the primeval oneness of the archaic structure through the stillness and silence of meditative emptiness, but also through the self-releasement of sexual ecstasy. The word ecstasis implies becoming outside of oneself. And here we can see that it is no accident that this term has come to be associated with both spiritual and sexual releasement, nor is it an accident the use of psychotropic substances. The boundaries which come to form through the fissioning apart of self and world are a source of immense tension, existential anxiety, and primal fears. It is through the dissolution of this boundary that the human being comes to be released from the oftentimes suffocating grasp of its own ego. And it is through such dissolution that we encounter the archaic, either as an oceanic bliss or as the abyssal maw of death. The archaic is the primeval core of human consciousness, which all further developments of our awareness have germinated from. It is both our source and, as we shall see, our ultimate destination, the ever-present origin. Within the evolutionary journey of human awareness, this archaic unity would eventually come to be cloven apart, and the first unfolding of this process of differentiation would become the magical structure. It is within the magical awareness that we first see a sense of division between human self-identity and the world. But in many ways, this magical mode of self-identity remains embryonic. The magical soul is not yet an individualized sense of self-identity, but rather manifests as a kind of tribal soul or collective ego. This division would also remain incomplete insofar as there was not yet any sense of division between a distinctly human world and a natural, non-human world which lay beyond our dominion. Within the magical epoch, we had yet to erect settlement walls or reshape the earth into agriculture. Although the human soul had begun to awaken, it nonetheless continued to experience itself as within the womb of the archaic goddess. As already intimated by Plato's gesture to the birth of soul and sky, this uterine awakening was facilitated by an emerging awareness of the transcendental, one which was facilitated by the birth of symbolic language and ideational thought. Here we must be able to clearly distinguish between thought in the more general sense and the distinctly human phenomenon of ideational awareness. And the best way to illustrate this distinction is by looking to the equally human phenomenon of artifice. The usage of tools is by no means an exclusive purview of human beings. Ravens are able to use twigs to hunt for insects, and primates are capable of using objects that can serve a certain purpose. They are able to perceive forms which are manifest within their sensory environments. However, what we see very scarcely in non-human animals is the creation of artifacts through the intentional transformation of natural objects. A primate can look at a stone and perceive the fact that the stone might be useful for smashing open a shell, but what the primate cannot see is what the stone could be if it were to be artificially transformed. In order for human beings to fashion an arrowhead from a stone, our awareness must be able to cognize the form of the arrowhead independently of the stone itself, such that we are then able to perceive what the object could be, in contrast to what it immanently is. We must be able to perceive the form of the arrowhead as an archetype, in other words. Thus, here again, we can see the significance of the emerging division between transcendence and immanence. In order to create fishing nets, for example, human beings must be capable of an awareness of the fishing net as a pure potentiality in itself, as a kind of transcendental object which we are then able to project onto the raw materials which we might fashion a fishing net from. We must be able to look at the raw materials of nature and perceive a potential fishing net where there is in fact no actual fishing net. All creatures are capable of cognizing the forms which are present immanently within the contents of the world they inhabit. Without such an ability to perceive the formative contents of experience, a creature would be faced with no more than a writhing chaos of meaningless sensory noise. However, the truly ideational awareness of human cognition, the capacity to experience forms in themselves, is a power which we find to be, at best, dimly intimated within non-human creatures. So let us now return to the example of an animal recognizing its own reflection in a mirror. In this example, the mirror just makes evident something which the animal is doing at all times, recognizing its own selfhood as the form which is present within its bodily sensations. This, however, is still a sensory experience of form. Lacking the ideation which human beings use to create art and artifacts, the animal is not able to cognize its selfhood as a form which is independent of those bodily sensations, for the exact same reason that the primate cannot perceive the latent arrowhead within the flint stone. Animal consciousness, or in other words, archaic consciousness, is therefore unable to cognize its own awareness as something independent of the contents of its awareness. Archaic awareness never encounters awareness as such, and therefore never becomes truly subjective awareness. Ideational awareness, therefore, is that which facilitated the sense of division between self and world, and thereby ruptured the unity of archaic awareness. Just as we came to perceive the arrowhead as a transcendental object which existed independently of arrowhead-shaped entities, we likewise came to perceive ourselves as such transcendental unities, which could be disidentified with the immanent contents of ology. A word is the body of a concept, and a concept is the spirit of a word. Magical awareness comes to emerge from archaic awareness as symbology comes to facilitate the indirect perception of concepts. Within the magical structure, it is not yet possible for the individual human psyche to engage in pure conceptualization in a manner that transcends the bounds of its culture and language. The powers of symbology which mediate between the human organism and the heavens remains very much collectivistic. The imaginative, moral, and intellectual freedom of the human individual remain embryonic. Contact between magical awareness and the transcendental, formative realm remains very much indirect, and the sense of division between the transcendental and the immanent remains incomplete. Magical thinking does not yet distinguish between a natural, mundane world and a spiritual realm which lies beyond it. But rather, the natural world itself is understood to actually be spirit. Likewise, there is yet little distinction between word and concept, and words themselves are understood to actually be spiritual powers in themselves. This emerging human awareness thus comes to its first perceptions of the world which lies beyond the body of the Great Mother, through light which remains dimmed and reddened by the walls of the womb. Within this embryonic state, however, sound is perceived much more clearly. Within the ever-present origin, Jean Gebser tells us that the magical structure brings with it the emergence of one-dimensional unity from archaic zero-dimensionality. The terms oneness and unity might seem to be near synonymous, but while oneness implies undifferentiated homogeneity, unity implies an underlying interconnectedness of partially separated beings. Therefore, magical unity is a sort of empathic resonance, which is facilitated by genuine magical practice, as opposed to performative stage magic. Archaic is tactile. Within the ever-present origin, Gebser illustrates this with an example of a hunting ritual practiced by the Pygmy peoples of the Congo Basin. Within this ritual, the Pygmy hunters gather before the first light of dawn and draw out a sand effigy of an antelope which they wish to hunt. It is significant here that this sand effigy does not correspond to an abstract concept of antelopes in general. The effigy corresponds to a specific antelope and is a common theme throughout magical awareness in general. In fact, this sand drawing is not understood to be a representation at all. It is understood to be a manifestation of the antelope in the exact same manner as the flesh and blood body of the antelope which the hunters wish to pursue. Both the effigy and the body of the antelope are understood to be participants in the same underlying spiritual reality, which is the antelope itself. It is this commonality of spiritual form which will allow ritualistic invocation of sympathetic resonance. When the first ray of sunlight comes to touch the sand effigy, the pygmy hunter then fires an arrow into the effigy in the exact location touched by the ray of sunlight. The hunt then begins, and eventually the hunters will return to the site of the ritual with their quarry, a physical arrow now protruding from the animal's body in the exact location indicated by the effigy. The hunters then remove the arrow fuel. Significantly, this entire process, from the drawing of the sand effigy to its eventual erasure, is performed in complete silence. Within magical thought, silence, stillness, and darkness are the pregnant womb, in fact, a very late, vestigial form of true magical consciousness, namely the central role of the sun as a source of magical power. Within pure magical consciousness, it is the darkness of the primeval womb itself, the great Earth Mother, which is understood to be the source of the birthing and vitalizing power of the cosmos. We find tunnels which stretch across 1.25 miles, or 2 kilometers, from those of you from more primitive cultures which still use the metric system. These tunnels consist of 2 distinct levels and are believed to have been initially formed over 6 million years ago by an underground river. Deep within these caverns, we find paintings which are at least 27,000 years old. To reach the inner depths of these caves within which the paintings are found, the original painters would have been required to navigate an immensely treacherous journey through damp, narrow, winding passages, gullies, and deadly drops into the darkness below. The creators of the Pechmerle cave paintings risked their lives in order to descend into the deepest reaches of these caverns rather than painting upon walls which were much more safely reached near the surface. Within other examples of prehistoric cave art, such as those of the Chauvet Cavern and others, we find the same pattern. The prehistoric creators intentionally descended deep into these cave systems such that no sunlight could reach the inner sanctums upon which the paintings would be created. One might assume that the creators of these paintings used primitive torches or lanterns in the creation of these paintings, but Gebser suggests otherwise. Gebser explains that within magical consciousness, darkness itself is understood to be identical with the underlying archaic oneness which lies beneath magical self-awareness. This archaic darkness is understood as the great Earth Mother Goddess, which literally birthed all life from her cavernous wombs. The creation of these cave paintings was certainly a ritualistic, magical practice, as all practices within truly magical culture forms are ritualistic invocation, in that they involve the quite literal descent of the magical practitioner into the womb of the Great Mother, such that the ultimate source of animistic power could be called upon. As magical thought understands magical power to be born out of darkness, silence, and stillness, the magical structure emphasizes all one plays a crucial role as that which guides the hunter's arrow to its quarry. For this reason, Gebser tells us that this practice must be a transformed vestige of what purely magical consciousness must have been prior to the emergence of subsequent structures. It is very tempting to presume that hunter-gatherer peoples of the modern world represent what humanity was like during the epoch of magical consciousness. This presumption, however, would be deeply anachronistic. Although we do see intimations of the magical most prominently within tribal peoples, we must bear in mind that such peoples are not frozen in time. It's deeply mysterious, but that will have to be a story for later. Nonetheless, there are many ways in which we can perceive the basic characteristics of the magical world. The centrality of the great Earth Mother within magical thought is something which we find within practices involving red ochre and cinnabar, substances of great significance within both modern tribal cultures and Paleolithic cultures. Within many Paleolithic and Neolithic burial sites, we find red ochre used to cover the bodies and clothing of the dead, as well as adorning grave sites themselves. Archaeological evidence of the systematic collection and processing of red ochre found in Africa are dated to approximately 300,000 years before the present. Similar evidence found in Australia is dated to some 50,000 years before the present. Remains uncovered in Asia are dated to 40,000 years, and remains from the Americas are dated to nearly 13,000 years. Regarding the significance of red ochre, the French paleontologist André Leroy-Gourhan writes, quote, "The use of ochre is particularly intensive. It is not unusual to find a layer of the cave floor impregnated with a purplish red to a depth of 8 inches. The size of these ochre deposits raises a problem not yet solved. The coloring is so intense that practically all the loose ground seems to consist of ochre. One can imagine that the Auric nations regularly painted their bodies red, dyed their animal skins, coated their weapons, and sprinkled the ground of their dwellings, and that a paste of ochre was used for decorative purposes in every phase of their domestic in which some of them lived." Although Leroy-Gourhan states that this ubiquity of red ochre is mysterious, this significance also remains extant in many cultures and religious traditions of Africa. Here we find that red ochre is understood as the literal blood of the earth. It is regarded as a power of regeneration, vitality, fertility, reproduction, and communion with both the earth and the ancestral spirits which are said to reside within the earth. Within burial practices, the red ochre is said to facilitate either the rebirth of the deceased into the spirit world or the reincarnation of the deceased into the terrestrial world. Within many animistic and tribal cultures, it is said that during pregnancy, a woman ceases to menstruate because her body is using this blood to form the body of the developing infant. Likewise, the red ochre used in burial practices is understood to perform the exact same function. It is the menstrual blood of the earth, which facilitates the creation of a new body, either spiritual or corporeal, for the deceased. This mineral blood is, of course, the blood of the Earth Mother Goddess, which we see depicted in the so-called Venus figurines of the Paleolithic. Though we should note that despite the title given to these figurines by archaeologists, what we see depicted here is absolutely not the Venusian Queen of Heaven. These figurines depict the goddess as embodying the powers of abundance and fecundity. Moreover, the heads of these figurines lack eyes, mouths, or ears. Recall that this goddess is the personification of the archaic structure, which is fundamentally tactile, not visual or auditory, and which is associated with the silence and stillness of undifferentiation. Akin to the glacial vastness of the earth itself, this goddess is depicted as engorged to the point of immobility, and poised as though resting in a state of deep, dreamless sleep. The significance of blood and earth within magical thought is the first indication of the overall shape of this entire evolutionary trajectory, which moves through all of the distinct structures of awareness, which we will examine in this series. In order to begin disclosing elemental thinking, a theme which is absolutely crucial within all forms of pre-modern thought. Elemental thinking goes far, far deeper than medieval alchemy, and here we must understand that the elemental archetypes are not simply the so-called as organizational principles which govern not only the constitution of physical matter, but also biological life cycles, psychological processes, emotions, seasonal transformations, mythical symbols, and much more. If we are to actually think in authentically elemental ways, then we must understand the elements as principles which pervade the cosmos as a whole. Elemental earth is that which has achieved greatest stability. It is the most complete, as it were, and therefore the least motile of the elements. It is the past, as well as the continuity, stability, or inertia of the past. Fire, air, and water are, generally speaking, at least semi-transparent. They allow light to pass through them and reveal their contents. Conversely, Earth is, with few exceptions, opaque. It forbids the entry of light and instead conceals its inner contents within darkness. Similarly, solid walls made of brick, stone, or wood are able to block sounds in ways that water, air, and fire do not. Elemental Earth is therefore an archetype of stillness, silence, and darkness. The archaic structure, likewise, is fundamentally tactile and is personified as the great mother goddess who is herself the physiological mineral body of the earth. The archaic structure can therefore be understood as correlating with the earth element. Magical consciousness understands itself to be born out of archaic darkness, and conversely, death is understood to be a return to the cavernous womb which is concealed beneath the surface of the earth, the subterranean underworld. The earth and mineral maintain their discrete identities by forming solid boundaries between internal and Earth's mineral constitution. There is thus a central relationship between elemental Earth and the concept of self-identity. When this principle is found within a discrete body, it serves to delineate that body from other bodies and to synthesize the constituents of that body into a self-identical whole. Within the body of the Earth, this synthesis binds together the Earth's mineral constituents, including the mineral constituents of decaying corpses, into a totalizing oneness, the oneness of the archaic. Water, the second most densified element, is that which animates all biological organisms. Unlike mineral objects, water does not maintain rigid boundaries between internal and external, and therefore the water element is able to flow through life forms and ecosystems indiscriminately as a vitalizing potency which is able to weave organisms together into the complex metabolic circulations of living biomes. Water is a principle of circulation and therefore rhythm, recurrence, and ritualistic repetition. There is also a very close relationship between water and sound, as sound travels over 4 times faster through water than through air. Water is the magma which flows through the veins of the earth, and it is the blood which flows through the veins of human beings. While earth unifies and delineates through the formation of solid boundaries, water's circulatory flows weave multiplicities into totalities by forming relations of interdependence and interpenetration. This principle of circulatory ontology, as it were, is what we find within the constitution of the magical sense of selfhood. As previously indicated, the magical sense of self is fundamentally tribalistic or collectivistic, as the sense of individual selfhood has not yet come to form. The tribe is woven together by relations of blood, kinship, ancestry, ecological life processes, and the repetitive, hypnotic trance of chanting and music. Individual personhood cannot yet be abstracted from the identity of the tribe, and here we can see another way in which modern tribal cultures likely differ from those of the truly magical age. Modern tribal cultures employ initiation rituals which are intended to create extremes of experience. These extremes are intended to force an individual into a liminal state within which the boundaries of individual selfhood can be broken down and subsequently reconstituted. The individual self is broken down, and the subjectivity of the individual, now in a state of liminal plasticity, can be re-solidified as something inextricably continuous with the identity of the tribe. It is through this process that modern tribal cultures are able to contend with the individualized selfhood which has developed within human beings since the twilight of the magical epoch. In other words, these initiatory practices would have been unnecessary within the magical epoch itself, as truly magical consciousness is much more thoroughly collectivistic, and thus there would have been no need to contend with such personal individuation. This then brings us to another core feature of magical awareness, the phenomenon of ancestor worship. In the Neolithic Levant, particularly within extremely ancient sites such as Catalhoyuk and Jericho, we find a plethora of human skulls, which had been covered in plaster and decorated using paint and shells in imitation of human facial features. These plastered skulls date from the Neolithic era, and we can therefore infer that this practice, much like the aforementioned pygmy hunting ritual, represents a later, vestigial enactment of magical consciousness. Nonetheless, this practice points us towards a deeply significant insight into the nature of magical humanity, and in order to fully grasp this significance, we must first examine the works of the Yale and Princeton psychologist Julian Jaynes. It is very easy for us in general that although our culture's beliefs and languages may have changed, that our sense of selfhood and our experience of actually being in the world have remained consistent throughout human history. However, within his 1976 text, The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, Julian Jaynes presents us with a vast plethora of evidence which indicates history. Drawing from a broad array of historical texts, religious writings, and archaeological evidence, Jaynes argues that prior to the late Bronze Age, human beings did not experience their own inner voice as issuing from a personal self or ego. Within such ancient sources, we do not find a notion of thought or consciousness as such, but rather we find only descriptions of human beings listening to the voices of the gods or ancestors. The notion that a human being is compelled by a self-directed inner will is also absent. And instead, we once again find descriptions of human behavior as dictated by voices which are attributed to divine beings or ancestral spirits, beings which we moderns would describe as outside of our personal selfhood. It isn't until the late Bronze Age that we begin to see a notion of inner will and the identification of thought or inner dialogue as something which is actually produced by an individual's own selfhood. Within earlier texts of the Hebrew Bible, such as accounts of the life of Moses, we see indications that the Hebrew God spoke in a direct, almost conversational manner with individual human beings. In later texts, however, we see direct references to the notion that this line of communication with the divine came to gradually diminish, and that such communication needed to be mediated by unique individuals who served as prophets. For example, when describing the calling of the prophet Samuel by the Hebrew God, the book of Samuel states that, quote, "The word of the Lord was rare in those days. There were not many visions." Similarly, within the book of Amos, the Hebrew God declares, quote, "The days are coming when I will send a famine through the land. Not a famine of food or water, but a famine of hearing the words of the Lord." Within the Homeric Iliad, we find that human actions are almost universally attributed to the commands of the gods. When Achilles becomes enraged by Agamemnon, for example, Athena intervenes, stating, quote, "I have come down from the heavens to stay your anger. Do not draw your sword." Athena is, in many ways, a goddess of disciplinary prudence, and within this scene, we can see that the emergence of this archetype within Achilles was experienced as the intervention of a divine being, not an act of self-agency on the part of Achilles himself. The processes of the inner dialogue had yet to be incorporated into the human sense of selfhood. Within the journey of Odysseus, conversely, the interventions of the gods become notably more sparse, and instead we see much more self-reflective planning and decision-making which is attributed to Odysseus himself. The disciplinary prudence of Athena has become internalized within the human individual, and the voices of the gods have become more distant. Within the Egyptian Amarna letters and other texts, we find similar lamentations that the gods had become distant or had ceased to speak directly with the rulers of civilization, and indications that this disconnection from the gods was responsible for the decline of the Egyptian Middle Kingdom. The Amarna letters are particularly significant here, as they are written in Sumerian cuneiform rather than Egyptian hieroglyphs, and this detail points us towards the underlying nature of the metamorphosis which Julian Jaynes is describing within his theory of bicameral cognition. This metamorphosis was in fact the transition from a mythical mode of consciousness to a mental mode of consciousness. And later on, we will begin to see exactly why and how this transformation took place, and the significance of cuneiform within the Amarna letters will become much more apparent. For now, however, what is significant is that within pre-mental modes of human consciousness, our inner voices are not experienced as issuing forth from a central locus of individual selfhood, but rather are felt to be the voices of the gods and of ancestral spirits. James provides us with a wealth of evidence that this was the case during the mythical structure, which we will examine subsequently. And we can induce that this externalization of voices was at least as pronounced within the preceding magical structure. Much more clearly, the role which these effigies must have performed within the life world which produced them. As previously, skulls represent a relatively late stage of magical awareness, one which, as we shall see, came about after the cataclysmic shattering of the magical epoch. We can infer that these plastered skulls served the exact same purpose attributed to depictions of deities such as statues and temples. They existed to facilitate communication between the dead and the living. Just as human beings of the early Bronze Age experienced their inner voices as those of the gods, the peoples of the early Neolithic period felt their inner voices to be those of their own relatives and ancestors. Due to the fact that magical awareness does not yet clearly differentiate between transcendental form and immanent appearance, magical awareness does not abstract from immanent nature in the same manner as mythical awareness. As such, magical awareness does not abstract individual personalities into gods, which are understood as personifications of general total. The inner voices, therefore, are not attributed to such universal potencies, but rather are attributed to individual personalities of the natural world, the ancestral spirits. During the mythical epoch, the gods became more distant over time, and human beings came to rely much more upon prophets, oracles, and written texts. Similarly, the reason why we find these plastered skulls in the Neolithic Levant but not within the Paleolithic is precisely because the magical structure itself had become greatly diminished since the end of the Paleolithic. The connection between the literal practices of the post-industrial world have become such that a person can easily go his or her entire life without ever encountering a dead human body. But as we look to the past, we find that this division, much like that between transcendence and immanence, was achieved through a various which were cleanly delineated from the world of the living. Rather, the dead were buried beneath the homes of the living, often beneath hearths or beds for a period of time, and that after this exhumation, the skull of the deceased was made into a plastered effigy. What this might be taken to indicate is that the people of this culture were waiting for the natural decomposition process to occur. But evidence indicates that timing between burial and exhumation varied widely. Some corpses were exhumed very shortly after burial, before enough time had elapsed for natural decomposition to remove flesh from the skulls. We also find evidence of tool marks, which indicate that biological matter was actively removed from the skulls after exhumation. Further, not all bodies were exhumed and treated in this manner. Only certain individuals were exhumed and made into plastered skulls. Rather, what this indicates, I believe, is that the living conducted this exhumation after the voices of the deceased individual began to dissipate. Once the living no longer felt themselves to be in direct communion with the voices of the dead, they would exhume the body and create the plastered skull in an attempt to re-establish communication with the deceased. Prior to the Neolithic period, when the mythical structure of consciousness had not yet begun to submerge the magical structure beneath it, there was no need for the creation of such effigies of the dead because communion with the dead could simply be taken for granted. One could potentially attempt to interpret all this in a purely argue that the voices of the ancestors were simply the brains of the living replaying the voices of the dead, almost as though the minds of the living had created internal simulations of their relatives, and that those mental simulations persisted even after the deaths of the individuals they represented. However, I believe that we have an abundance of evidence which points to something far more ontologically substantial here. If you're watching this video, then there's a good chance that you think of yourself as a very learned and intellectual person, and given the state of modern academic culture, this means that there's a very good chance that you consider any non-local interaction between human minds to be fantastical nonsense or pseudoscience. Due to my video titled Morphic Resonance, the Theory of Formative Causation, in which I discuss at length the theoretical basis for various types of non-local interactions between self-generative processes, including, of course, human minds. For now, however, I have different fish to fry, and as such, I'm going to be taking the reality of such phenomena as a given, and instead focus on a particular facet of parapsychological research, which is most relevant to our analysis of the magical structure. As previously indicated, each structure of consciousness, once fully formed, comes to be subsumed by the subsequent structures which come to emerge from it. These earlier structures of our selfhood come to solidify, as it were, and thus come to be incorporated into the subconscious layers of our awareness, which operate largely outside of our voluntary agency. As we will see in more detail later, the ontogenetic principle is very much at work here. Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. The individual human ego comes to recreate the various structures of consciousness throughout its psychological development. Within the womb, one's consciousness mirrors that of the archaic structure. Between birth and the age of approximately 7, the magical sense of self develops. Between roughly 7 and 14, the mythical self develops, and so forth. As such, we can examine these structures in more detail by looking at the developmental stages of the individual human psyche. Although this topic is virtually in institutional academia, the field of past life recollection studies is one which has attracted the attention and efforts of numerous and very serious researchers. One of the most groundbreaking works within this field is the text 20 Cases Suggestive of Reincarnation, published in 1966 by the psychiatrist Ian Stevenson. Within Stevenson's work, many clear patterns in this phenomenon have been disclosed. One of the most consistent features of past life recollection is that such memories tend to occur almost universally in young children. Such children usually begin to talk about their memories of being another individual by the time they are old enough to clearly articulate themselves verbally. But significantly, these memories tend to dissipate as the children age. These memories of other lives generally begin to fade around ages 5 or 6, and by the age of about 8 years old, these memories have completely dissipated in the vast majority of cases. Reincarnation research tends to leave open the question as to whether memories of past lives actually represent transmigration of a soul, or otherwise a locus of individual selfhood which amounts to a continuity of self-identity. It could be that such recollections are simply the ability of such children to tune into the memories of specific individuals who lived in the past. For now, I'll also be leaving that question open, but the significance here is that we find such a capacity for retrieving transpersonal memories during the exact developmental stage within which the magical structure comes to recapitulate itself. And this capacity fades away just as soon as the mythical self begins to emerge from it. The exact reasons why the emergence of the mythical self seems to mitigate this receptivity is something I will address later on. But for certain individuals, even in the modern world, the mythical stage of development does not occur, or at least does not occur in a typical manner, and the receptivity of magical awareness does not dissipate either. Within the 2024 podcast documentary series, The Telepathy Tapes, the Johns Hopkins and Harvard neuropsychiatrist Diane Powell and filmmaker Kai Dickens document their investigations into the relationship between nonverbal autism and parapsychological capabilities. What these investigators have uncovered is absolutely breathtaking, and if you have yet to experience the telepathy tapes for yourself, I will say only this. Whatever else you have going on in your life, genetic defect, which renders them unable to be fully formed and, emphasis on the scare quotes, functional human beings. What Dickens and Powell have revealed, however, are not incomplete human beings who are suffering from inexplicable factory defects, but rather an incredible world of capabilities which we might otherwise regard as fantastical or impossible. Dr. Powell began her research by studying savants, individuals who are capable of feats which are, although seemingly explicable in the terms of orthodox science, in a piano without a single lesson, or might be able to perform exceedingly complex calculations instantaneously within their minds. Through this research, however, the parents of certain subjects confided in Powell that they had come to believe these extraordinary phenomena to be much more than what orthodox science could account for. These parents had come to believe that their nonverbal children were not merely savants, but were in fact telepathic. Needless to say, orthodox science has simply dismissed such claims as nonsense, but Powell actually took these accounts seriously and began to conduct experiments and case studies. Powell found not only that these individuals were often able to exhibit parapsychological capabilities, but that these individuals were able to consistently and repeatedly demonstrate these phenomena and to demonstrate them with jarringly high precision. Nonverbal subjects have demonstrated the ability to accurately select words, images, and numbers, which are known only to the parents, indicating a highly developed connection between the minds of parent and child. Here, I'm not presenting this research as a smoking gun which demonstrates the reality of parapsychological phenomena. That's a topic which I've already addressed before, and anyone who has bothered to actually examine the wealth of parapsychological research accumulated over the past century knows that we have such smoking guns and have had them for a very long time. Rather, my intention is to highlight the connection between these phenomena and individuals who do not undergo the magical structure is, as previously indicated, a tribalistic, collective sense of selfhood. Intersubjective communication between minds is something which blurs the boundaries between self and other within the group. And in order for an individual sense of selfhood to emerge, the human mind must be able to tune out these intersubjective communications, or at the very least, submerge them into the subconscious where they cannot so easily destabilize one's sense of individual personhood. Within the magical epoch of human consciousness, however, prior to the emergence, these intercommunications could remain within the light of waking awareness. Here I want to present another example of individuals. Grandin has become very well known for her ability to articulate the ways in which autistic awareness differs from that of more ordinary modern minds, and her insights into these differences tell a very interesting story. Grandin tells us that her thought is primarily visual in nature, and contrasts this with other styles of thinking, which she describes as pattern thinking and verbal thinking. Visual thinking, according to Grandin, is primarily grounded in the use of specific visual images, which can then be assembled or otherwise related to one another so as to serve as a kind of intermediary between her mind and abstract concepts. For example, in order to engage with the abstract concept of house, Grandin will begin with the specific mental image of her own house. In other words, with a particular instance, not a universal concept. This mental image can then be compared and contrasted with other such mental images of particulars, in this case, other specific houses, and through this, Grandin is able to engage with the abstract concept of houseness as such. Human minds are, of course, very diverse, and there are many individuals who are not autistic who may gravitate more heavily towards visual, verbal, or pattern-based thought. But the significance here is that Grandin's description of her own internal world accords with what we have already established regarding the magical structure. Magical awareness does not abstract from immanent reality in the same manner as subsequent structures, as the bifurcation of transcendence and immanence remains incomplete within the magical structure. Thus, we find that for certain autistic individuals, engagement with abstract universals must be mediated by imagistic representations of particulars. This seems to further reinforce the possibility that autism might be understood as occurring due to the inability of the subsequent mythical mode of awareness to fully develop during early adolescence, thus resulting in individuals for whom many magical characteristics remain pronounced in a manner that we don't find within most modern minds. Within the ever-present origin, Jean Gebser highlights a very unusual feature of depictions we find in magical art forms, the absence of mouths in depictions of the human form. Here we must keep in mind that any artistic depiction is one which captures the perceived essence of that which is depicted. Features which are considered essential to the form of a being are illustrated, while that which is considered merely contingent or accidental is excluded. The nature of a style of art can therefore tell us a great deal about how a given mode of consciousness perceives the essence of that which it objectifies. A photorealistic painting of the night sky is a statement. It is an implicit declaration that there is something essential about the way in which the physical eyes encounter the night sky from a given subjective frame of reference. An impressionistic rendering of the night sky, conversely, is an affirmation of one's inner experience of the night sky. Gebser tells us that we find this absence of mouths within magical depictions of the human form because within the magical structure, the mouth is not yet perceived as a part of the human essence. The mouth is perceived as part of the human body, but it is not yet perceived as a constituent of the human being's spiritual or transcendental existence. The mouth has yet to be eternalized or universalized within human consciousness, as it were. If we begin to examine these various pieces of the puzzle in relation to one another, the underlying reality begins to disclose itself. The subjects of Dr. Powell's telepathy research are nonverbal because these are individuals for whom the mythical structure has not yet begun to develop at all, and therefore has not come to submerge the magical structure beneath it. This, of course, implies that the magical structure is in itself nonverbal. This might seem paradoxical, as I previously indicated that the emergence of magical awareness from the archaic is facilitated by the development of language and symbolic thought. Nonetheless, what we seem to find here is that magical humanity had no need yet for verbal communication, as the language of the magical structure in its purest form is fundamentally telepathic and musical rather than verbal. Another reason why we might find an absence of mouths in such depictions is due to the magical understanding of magic itself. Once again, we must keep in mind that artworks are not perceived by the magical structure in a representations of human beings, let alone depictions of the abstract notion of a human being as an intellectual category. A cave painting of a human being would have been understood to be a manifestation of a specific human being, presumably an ancestor, in the exact same way that a flesh and blood human body would truly be the ancestors. Silence is magical potency due to its connection to the archaic. Even if mouths were not yet used for spoken language during the magical epoch, they were certainly used for musical chanting and therefore magical invocation. Recall again that there is no distinction between the sacred and the profane within magical awareness. For the magical structure, virtually all human actions, and thus all singing and chanting, are invocations of magical potencies. Giving these images mouths, therefore, would have been giving the ancestors the ability to enunciate. Enunciation is the power to invocate, and thus to potentially cause harm or chaos. Within magical thinking, the ancestors, much like polytheistic gods, are often regarded as restless, fickle, and moral action and guidance of the ancestors, but the ancestors are also capable of wrath and vengeance, and must therefore be appeased. I will be returning to the magical structure throughout this series, as we can begin to understand the magical structure even more clearly when it is properly contextualized by the other structures and the broader narrative motifs which weave them together. The topic of shamanism in particular is one of absolutely central importance, but one which we must forego at the moment. For now, however, I want to end this section by looking at a particular example which I believe can provide us with a very clear window into the otherwise distant and foggy twilight of the magical structure. Within his 2014 text on the nature of psychological trauma, titled The Body Keeps the Score, the Dutch-American psychiatrist Bessel van der Kolk recounts the experiences of a young boy who witnessed the September 11th terrorist attacks in New York City. The 5-year-old Noam Saul watched the first passenger plane crash into the World Trade Center from the windows of his first-grade classroom. Noam was retrieved by his parents, who were nearby, having dropped him off at school only minutes beforehand. Noam's family were friends of Dr. van der Kolk, and he visited the boy and his family 10 days after the attacks. During this visit, Noam showed van der Kolk a drawing he had made of the plane striking that Kolk didn't understand what this black circle was meant to be, and so he asked Noam what it was. Noam then explained that the black circle was a trampoline, which he had placed there for the people who jumped to their deaths from the building. Being 5 years old, Noam was already old enough that, at least on some level, he was likely able to understand that these events had already taken place and that his drawing of a trampoline couldn't save anyone. But in the processing of this traumatic event by Noam, we can see the expression of genuinely magical thinking, an awareness in which all events are eternal events, in which different moments of an event all stand in equal relation, regardless of temporal sequence, and in which the creation of an image is an invocation of magical power. It is within the magical structure that we find the origins of language, conceptualization, tool usage, and the embryonic sense of selfhood or ensoulment. It was the birth of our awareness of nature as something other than our own consciousness, and likewise the first intimations of our capacity to wield and master nature through our powers of artifice. Magical thought is fundamentally one of resonance and synchronicity, and the most significant concern of magical thought is therefore consonance between human life and the vital powers which were seen to flow out of archaic darkness and into the bodies of the living world. This antediluvian consonance between mother and child, however, would not be permanent. The historical transition between magical and mythical modes of human awareness would be one of cataclysmic proportion. The awakening infantile human soul would ultimately be required to exit the womb of nature, and this birthing process was, much like the physiological birth of an individual human being, an immensely traumatic process. In order to understand this transition from the magical world to the mythic world, we must look first at various myths which chronicle our collective memories of this metamorphosis. One of the clearest articulations of this event is found within the creation myth of the Sumerian Enuma Elish. The ancient Sumerians conceptualized the terrestrial world as residing within a sort of intersection of two metaphysical oceans, the celestial ocean of fresh water and the abyssal ocean of salt water. The celestial ocean above was a realm of eternal order. Fresh water fell as rain from the celestial ocean, and this rain was understood to be the semen of divine masculinity, which impregnated the abyssal ocean below, which then gave birth to the world. The salt water of the abyssal ocean was associated with blood, particularly mintages of a primeval age within which the celestial and abyssal waters were as yet undivided. The celestial ocean above was personified as the god Abzu, while the abyssal ocean below was personified as the monstrous Tiamat. These two primordial deities then mated, and Tiamat would give birth to a pantheon of younger deities, which would in turn mate with one another. Through this process, we see the conjugation of order and chaos, lambs to be born. The younger gods, however, were perceived by Abzu as immensely disturbing. Abzu, a god of order and consonance, perceived his children's nature was therefore colored by chaos of celestial order for themselves. Enraged by her consort's demise, Tiamat then gave birth to a race of dragons who were sent to devour the younger gods. The Jovian deity Marduk then waged war against the dragons and defeated them, and he then slayed Tiamat herself using a spear and a fishing net, symbols representing the powers of masculinity, order, and artifice. Following his victory, Marduk was then declared the king of the gods. Within this narrative, we find several